have they arrived? Yuan raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. He had established bases within the Gemstone Duchy and Golden Commonwealth and staffed them with personnel, so how could he be unaware of the situation in the neighboring Great Domain? He had long considered doing business there, but he couldn't make the first move himself. He was also pondering, when manpower was more ample in the future, to create opportunities for himself. Unexpectedly, they came to him. It was no less than 2 of the 6 dukes, Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke. The 6 dukes held the majority of the influence over the Shenluo domain west coast. With both dukes personally visiting, it seems the situation in the Shenluo domain is even more urgent than imagined. Their urgency allowed Yuan to be less so. He said to his assistant, Mo Li, let our guests wait for now, and also, inform Daisy to return to the city. He located Daisy using the spirit seed. She was within Panxi City. Fortunately so, otherwise, it would not be possible for the girl to return to Tianyuan City in a short time. Lord Shepherd was a generous man, he couldn't just let people like Duke Gold wait indefinitely. Unlike the emissaries from the Shen Yao Empire, he had no conflicts with the powers in the neighboring Shenluo domain. On the contrary, there was quite a lot of cooperation. Duke Gold's reason for visiting was clear in his mind. Indeed, Daisy was constantly moving about outside. If there really was an issue requiring her return, it certainly wouldn't be easy. If only Daisy possessed a high-tier avatar skill like Ilo, it would have been much easier. However, she didn't. Yuan considered, last time we tried to influence the direction of miracle evolution, and it proved entirely feasible. It seems next time, I must heavily infuse Daisy with more miracle power, allowing her to evolve an avatar skill capable of relentless toil. Daisy disliked fighting and was not capable of it. If she could indeed evolve a similar avatar skill, well, it might just really resonate deeply with her. Tianyuan City, Foreign Guests Reception Building. This building was constructed during the town-level era of Tianyuan territory, alongside the municipal building. Even after expansions and renovations, its scale was not considered grand. After all, Tianyuan City was developed over a short period, and most funds were spent on practical uses. Buildings like this were a lesser priority in the territory's development. Nevertheless, even so, the interior of the reception building was uniquely designed after its renovation. What attracted the most attention were the green plants and hangings within the building. This appears to be the superior natural plants, presenting different forms and yields all year round. The one hanging on the wall seems to be from the wings of the Wind King. Not just any feathers, but those born from the leaders among the Wind King species, called the Feather of Wind King. A treasure. I've seen this kind of feather of the Wind King in a prominent person's collection before. And that ornament over there appears to be the dragon scale of the frost giant dragon? Exuding an astonishingly cold breath from it, it must be a king scale. The ornaments, some trophies from legendary monsters, some materials produced by themselves, and some treasures contributed by the natural garden or giant ridge. Yuan simply ordered them to be placed in the reception building. Thus, the heritage of Tianyuan City was instantly elevated. Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke, among other lords, were quickly captivated. The interior of this building hardly matched its ordinary exterior. Was this what the Taixuan people meant by understated luxury with substance? But, preoccupied with seeking strong reinforcements, they had no time to admire these precious collections at the moment. Where is the lord of Tianyuan City? How much longer must we wait here? A lord murmured. Duke Gold frowned, quiet. Present were 6 lords in total, the other 4 representing the dukes they served. While the Gemstone Grand Duke and others who did not come personally sent their trusted aides. But naturally, only Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke were present, and leadership was naturally in these 2 men's hands. Especially Duke Gold. He was the man who had been to Tianyuan City before. Only he knew that relative to his last visit, Tianyuan City had grown grander by many times. Yes, the construction of Tianyuan City wasn't magnificent enough compared to his Golden City, but what was Tianyuan City like a few months ago? The speed of growth was ridiculously fast, covering the journey of several or even a dozen years in just a few months. Had the powerhouses of Tianyuan City also seen a significant enhancement? Duke Gold thought back to a few months ago, a Tianyuan powerhouse single-handedly suppressed the Sand Elemental Lord. Involuntarily, his confidence increased. He said, "We didn't make an appointment, and it's quite normal for someone as busy as the Lord of Tianyuan City to not have time immediately. Don't forget, we're the ones asking for help." About half an hour later, the lord of Tianyuan City pushed open the door and entered. Following this young and extraordinary lord appeared to be his right-hand man. To the left, was a person with fluffy pink long hair, dressed in an exquisite star blue robe, wearing an earring shaped like a star. Most striking were her eyes. Any outsider who caught a mere glimpse felt as if staring into the vast expanse of the starry sky, feeling insignificant and humbled. It was as though a commoner looked up to the stars, as a subject faced their king. Several lords involuntarily bowed their heads. The person to the right seemed to be of a subhuman species, sporting a fluffy tail, and exuding a noble, friendly aura inherently. Were they the right-hand men of the lord of Tianyuan City? Sure enough, they are noble and extraordinary. The lord of Tianyuan City is truly fortunate. Mu Yuan beckoned the group to sit down, chatting casually about business cooperation and local customs. They talked about everything except the situation in the Shen Luo domain. The guests from Duke Gold and others were getting restless. Duke Silvermoon broke the impasse. Respected lord of Tianyuan City, I have heard that your esteemed city undertakes tasks such as joint defense of territories and eradication of monsters. We have come with a clear purpose and hope to hire a few legendary powerhouses in your city to assist us in exterminating the monsters. For this, we are willing to pay a substantial reward. She was the most anxious one. An Orokai servant had appeared in the territory of the Silver Moon Duchy. If she can't find strong reinforcements in Tianyuan City, she would have to move on to the next place. However, by then, she might need to pay a much higher price, and possibly even accept some things she finds difficult to accept. Tianyuan City is very close to the Shenluo domain west coast, and the reputation of the lord of Tianyuan City seems quite good. Mu Yuan appeared to be thinking, without replying immediately. Ilo posed the question on his behalf. We need to understand the real situation in the Shenluo domain, the actual truth. Duke Gold and Duke Silvermoon exchanged glances. They had discussed before coming here. After a moment of deliberation, Duke Silvermoon slowly began explaining the general situation of the Shenluo domain, including the Orokai servant that haunted the banks of Silver Moon Lake, and she did not hide or dare to conceal it. We can exclude the Orokai servant from the targets of eradication, as long as your legends can kill the other troublesome targets. By others, she meant several monsters who are suspected to be at the Soul Realm or at the kilometer-level peak of the Heaven and Earth Realm. These were also beyond the capabilities of their 6 duchies. Even if they gathered all the strong ones from their 6 nations, they could only defeat these troublesome targets, but it was very difficult to kill them. If they could eliminate these few formidable enemies, the situation in their west coast region would be greatly relieved. Moreover, they were well aware that asking for reinforcements to strangle a world-level strongman like the Orokai servant was unrealistic. The lord of Tianyuan City still had not spoken, but the woman, whose eyes were like starry skies, said, "Our situation in the 10 Directions Island domain is not stable either, and what's more, our lord recently responded to the alliance to establish the Sky Patrol battle zone, and most of our commanding officers have entered the battle zone to fight." Mu Yuan nodded slightly along with Ilo. We must prioritize dealing with enemies within the Taixuan realm first. The expressions of Duke Gold and Duke Silvermoon turned somewhat ugly. But this response did not come as a surprise. On their way here, they even vaguely sensed the presence of some legendary monsters. It was just the wishful thinking in their hearts that was shattered. Wait! Duke Gold suddenly found a loophole. The lord of Tianyuan City had only said must prioritize dealing with Taixuan realm's enemies and not we have no spare strength. He had not outright refused. Which means, just the chips are not enough. Increase the offer. He gave a meaningful glance to the Silver Moon Duke. As the leader of the duchy, Silver Moon Duke also came to the realization, we can pay more rewards, as long as your side can eliminate these troublesome targets. The compensation they offered was materials worth 50,000 soul crystal coins, the 10-year operating rights to 10 mines, the 10-year use of special training grounds, and 20 land deeds in the duchy capital city. In Mu Yuan's view, the offer was already quite good. Of course, the 10-year operating rights to the mines were not very useful. It's still not enough, Daisy said in the Web of Spirits small group of 3, such an offer has not yet reached their bottom line, and some of the conditions we could modify, like those land deeds in the duchy capital, I think it would be better to replace them with established businesses, such as hotels, baths, entertainment centers, and the like. After all, if there is no reinforcement, and the Shenluo domain continues to be chaotic, these industries won't be worth much either. You certainly have it all figured out, Daisy. So good, so ruthless. Daisy to Ilo, sister, it's time for you to play the good cop. Ilo. The ruthless one is clearly you. She said, Lord, the situation in our 10 Directions Island domain is very unstable, with Dragon Sleep Valley watching over us closely. At this time, deploying a group of powerhouses poses a great risk. Yuan appeared hesitant. Daisy spoke up, Our Lord has always said that the Gemstone Duchy and Duke Gold are allies, and our Lord has never been stingy in helping friends in need, but we are indeed overwhelmed with tasks at the moment, and we are somewhat stretched thin. Just the other day, in order for our territory to have more high-end combat power, our Lord arranged for 2 seed players to attempt breakthroughs, but due to the urgency of time and the lack of sufficient materials for realm breaking, they could only end in failure. Ilo played the good cop and Daisy the bad cop, and in no time, they managed to squeeze out the bottom line from Duke Silver Moon. It was clear, due to the desperate situation of the Silver Moon Duchy, that Duke Silver Moon put forth the most chips. Looks like that's the bottom line, Yuan said. 5W soul crystals have already risen to 7W soul crystals. And, it must contain at least 100 pieces of the main material for breaking through to the legendary realm. So, Daisy said softly, our lords have always stepped in to help allies in danger, and it's not impossible to strangle the Orakai servant if we pay a huge price. I wonder what the lords might offer. What kind of bargaining chip can they come up with to strangle a world-class strongman like the Orakai servant? Tianyuan City, outside the East City Gate. Duke Gold, Silver Moon Duke, and several other lords, still felt somewhat dazed. They always felt they were being overcharged, but had no proof. The chief minister of Tianyuan City is too unsympathetic. If it were not so, we would not have had to pay such a huge price. But to be fair, the situation is very tense everywhere currently, and the cost to hire a strongman to take action is naturally much higher than before. If not for Miss Daisy of Tianyuan City speaking on our behalf, and the Lord of Tianyuan City also intending to support us, we might not have been able to negotiate at all. It's just the price. But then again, does Tianyuan City truly have the capability to slay the Orakai servant? We have signed a heaven and earth contract with the Lord of Tianyuan City, and most of the compensation will be paid only after the target is slain. If the generals of Tianyuan City can indeed slay that Orakai, then the price we paid would be worth it. They waited at the East City Gate, waiting for Tianyuan City's reinforcements to assemble before returning to the Shen Luo domain together. Here they come, the Lord of Tianyuan City really keeps his word, he said he would assemble and he does, without any delay. It's not clear, though, what kind of reinforcements the Lord of Tianyuan City will send. It seems that the blue-haired strongman is not among them. Duke Gold thought to himself. He had just checked on the side, General Duo Lai of Tianyuan City was out on campaign and did not have the time. The reinforcements sent by the Lord of Tianyuan City would be other strong men. Who could it be? Were they powerful enough? The aura of the legendary realm was approaching from a distance, and the elements of heaven and earth also surged suddenly. They sensed a majestic flow of dark element particles converging in a certain direction, and correspondingly, the element particles outside of the dark shadow were constantly being repelled. It was as if a king wielding the dark shadow was coming on clouds. They've arrived. The black fog surged, a tremendous dragon with scales shimmering cold light tread upon the black clouds, slowly flying closer. It's a frost giant dragon. No, this is no ordinary frost giant dragon, it's at least a dragon at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, adorned with a dark element crown. On top of the black cloud, there are other legendary realm strongmen. Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, leading 20 Lords of Death remains. Sang Hun, Bai Li, leading 20 undead ghost generals. Qing Shuang and Han Shuang also lead 10 Lords of Frost, accompanying the army. The elegant vampire Marquis Jabai, serving as one of the combat powers and a diplomat. They did not hide their momentum. No less than 9 legendary realm presences were revealed to the perception of Duke Gold and the others. Perhaps their power was not comparable to a heavenly element patrol team, but capes flying, the ethereal Lords of Death remains. As lifelike as real people, the fierce and ruthless undead ghost generals. The regal Lords of Frost akin to ice princesses. And the impressive, seemingly invincible frost giant dragon. This lineup, this aura, would definitely make the clients feel they got their money's worth, more than their money's worth. Several lords' eyes widened. Frost Giant Dragon King. 9 great legendaries deployed. Who would have thought the Lord of Tianyuan City would be so generous, sending so many strong men? Our Grand Duchy only has 9 legendaries, right? Expensive fee to deploy? Where is it expensive? The Lord of Tianyuan City surely is a reliable and solid ally indeed. The 9 great legendaries rode on dark clouds, leading dozens of 4th Order peak and limit elites, as they mightily departed. Just like the first impression of people like Duke Gold, this team was extremely powerful. The Lord of Death Remains and Ghost Leader had combination moves that could gather their strength together. Lord of Frost created frozen ground and stirred up blizzards, which also significantly enhanced Serio's Dirge of Frost and Death. The capabilities of everyone complemented each other, with siege experts, magic masters, and ghostly assassins among them. It was just that there were no legendary big shots. For this reason, Yuan had prepared some little secret weapons for them. With this, at least 120 main materials for legendary breakthroughs can be obtained. The duchies of the Shen Luo domain are indeed quite rich. After all, attempts to break through to legendary status at Taishan happen now and then, consuming a large variety of materials. It's different for the 6 great duchies. How many legends do they have in total? With fewer people qualified for a breakthrough, the accumulated materials naturally become plentiful. The history of these 6 great duchies is even longer than that of Taishan. Looking at it this way, after so many years, only a few legends have been nurtured, progress seems a bit slow. In any case, next up is to let Serio and the others perform on their own. Before departing, I also gave them a few brocade bags. Among the 9 great legendaries, Bone 4, Qing and Jabai are fairly reliable. With 3 brains in this team, that should be more than enough. Not only is a large quantity of materials about to be in hand, but this trip will also gather a large amount of miracle power. Therefore, from the beginning, Yuan would not refuse the requests of Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke. He, Lord Shepherd, is such a righteous person. He looked into the distance. There's another batch of miracle orbs ready to be gathered. He murmured, having already established a connection with the miracle power in a certain part of the Twilight Dominion, linked by karma to his own existence. His palm gently coming together, shimmering with multicolored light particles visible only to him, the orbs crossed domains and space to converge towards him from afar. Like lanterns drawn together to form a vista of 1,000 homes, creating a bright tide of radiant lights. After a while, miracle power plus 200k. The increase wasn't much. It was because many times, the Heavenly Element Patrol team fought in the wilderness, away from the public eye. But as these legendary deeds spread, he seemed to be able to gather this miracle power through these karmic relationships. In recent times, the Heavenly Element Patrol team has engaged in dozens of battles large and small. Even if half of these battles had little influence and the remaining half didn't gather many miracle orbs at once, this accumulation was still significant. Miracle power plus 150k. Miracle power plus 230k. Miracle power plus 400k. Now, with many types of troops in Tianyuan City, even the ordinary 1-star and 2-star expendables were numerous, and the daily output of evolution miracle power was not insignificant. 5.5k and per day. Even if Yuan occasionally gave a group of elites or young generals an evolutionary baptism, the Evo power still rose rapidly. There were already 6 million. Soon, he could try that. Not long after Serio's elite group headed to the Shen Luo domain, the Information Transmission Center of Tianyuan City received a secret message from the headquarters of the Pioneer Group. Emily rushed over with the tablet that materialized the information. This is the message that just came in, marked as 5-star encrypted intelligence. Yuan took the tablet. The tablet was a product of some kind of communication artifact. However, this communication device was high-end, allowing the transmitted information to be energized and materialized, and secured with a password lock that only related personnel could unlock. This was for the sake of confidentiality. After all, the personnel responsible for managing communication devices were merely the Lord's mouthpieces, receptors, yet these individuals might not be entirely reliable. Not to mention the group lords, officials from departments like the official territories often hire from outside. Even in an independent territory, a lord might not have the appropriate staff and often had to seek external hires. Yuan placed his hand on the tablet, and through a certain psychic frequency decryption, the tablet quickly revealed its true appearance, with streams of information flowing out. World Secret Realm. It appeared very suddenly, there was no discovery from prior stargazing. But according to analysis by the related departments, this secret realm is very important, it may be connected to parts of the World Treasure Vault. World Treasure Vault. It was just a moniker. Lords purifying the root of corruption or nest of filth could receive gifts falling from heaven and earth. Passing the Lord trial, fighting epic battles, and completing challenges in secret realms, all could grant one treasure after another bestowed from heaven and earth. These treasures varied greatly and might be an ordinary level item, a rare level remnant soul, or an epic level miracle blueprint. Some of these treasures were just raw materials, while others had historical origins. For example, the airships produced by the Bright Empire, treasures used by certain deities, and so on. Yuan's X2 type passenger airship was a rune creation from a certain historical nation. He had also obtained an epic level feather that was said to have fallen from the god of purity. All had clear provenance. The Alliance thus proposed a hypothesis. That there exists a world treasure vault in the eternal world, a vault encompassing everything within the world. When the heavens bestow gifts, the treasures are drawn from this world treasure vault. This is also the root cause of why some are lucky and some are not. It's all random. Many lords have acknowledged this theory, but without evidence, it remains a mere speculation. Whether the tales about the world treasure vault are true or not, the Alliance has confirmed that numerous high-order treasures exist within the secret realm, and these are just on the outskirts. According to our estimates, venturing deeper into the secret realm, one is bound to find epic treasures, perhaps even, a significant number of epic treasures. Within the entire territorial scope of the Alliance, there are only 6 world secret realm entrances. The entrances are rare and inconspicuous. For most lords, they would never even hear about the world secret realm. Even legendary lords. Only those frontier lords with a merit level of 5 stars and above like him would receive such special intelligence. Of course, some lords with very reliable information and connections spread throughout Taishan likely already know. This information could never be kept completely secret, and as time goes by, more and more lords will hear about it. Currently, only entities at the 4th order limit can enter. But according to the Alliance's assessment, in no more than a week, the secret realm will be able to accommodate those at the legendary realm, and explorers will also have the capability to venture deeper. It's just that the secret realm doesn't only contain treasures, explorers will also have to face competitors, and monsters. Monsters have even invaded the secret realm? Yuan thought for a moment and decided to first dispatch a dozen or so 4th order elites to go in and take a look. At the same time, the news of the world secret realm had not yet reached most lords, but it had already caused an uproar in the upper echelons. Within the Shenyao Empire, the first exploratory team emerged from the secret realm, their numbers halved but their auras soaring. Rick has established his own domain? Wasn't he just a very average 4th order entity? He clearly displayed no sign of being legendary. What I heard was, Rick stumbled upon a high platform and unwittingly awakened a domain. He did not break through amidst life and death, he merely struck it big. Damn it! It's not just him who's lucky, you know MITI, right? The 3rd daughter from my 2nd uncle's house, she emerged from the secret realm with a lineage now of epic blood, with a legendary future in sight. If minor 4th order beings can gain so many benefits from entering the secret realm, what about those of us at the legendary realm? I must go now. I have an idea. Can we not use mystery skills to lower our realm and enter the secret realm first to explore? What nonsense are you thinking? Even if a legendary realm being lowers their realm, wouldn't they still slaughter indiscriminately among the 4th order groups? Unfortunately, this world secret realm has strict heaven and earth rules, much tighter than the apocalypse secret realm. A low realm bigwig from our Eye of Shiny tried to forcibly break through the secret realm's gate. Guess what? The bigwig is already being resuscitated. Yongxing Empire. World Secret Realm? This is our chance for Yongxing to step further and surpass the Holy Griffin Empire. We cannot miss it. Star Luo Holy Palace. At the headquarters of the Holy Palace, numerous majestic and revered god statues shone with golden divine light in their eyes, as vast divine rhyme rolled out impressively. Indeed, the World Treasure Vault has cracked a fraction under the influence of the taint. Issue my divine order, we must obtain an item from within the secret realm. Holy Griffin Empire. The World Treasure Vault? That is an item of our sacred empire, how could it fall into the hands of outsiders? Humph. In a corner of the world, at an end that even legendary realm entities could not reach in their lifetimes, a towering figure stood there. He seemed to stand as tall as the sky, shine with the sun and the moon, like an eternal mountain that, despite the vicissitudes of the sea and fields and the alterations of worldly affairs, would never bear the slightest trace of age. He was the very essence of eternity. World Secret Realm? Inside, there seems to be an extremely precious item. The great being murmured, however, I cannot enter the secret realm, even though over time, the secret realm will open up so that even I could enter. But by that time, the treasures inside would have been long plundered. For the first time, he resented being too powerful. Perhaps this is the helplessness of the strong. The great being pondered. He was a solitary legend, unlike the legends of Star Luo Holy Palace or the Griffin Empire, with enough subordinates to command. He had only himself. No, there was another way. The great being stepped forward, crossing thousands of mountains and seas in an instant, to find his old friend. He vaguely remembered that his friend had taken a disciple years ago. That was the pinnacle of human excellence. In a medium-sized kingdom within the eternal world, a youth who assumed human form, appearing exceptionally handsome and valiant, murmured softly, "World Secret Realm. Although I'm unclear about what it is, it must be a great opportunity. The gate to the secret realm is gradually opening. Will there be restrictions on the heaven and earth realm, and the soul realm one after another? This, isn't it custom made for me?" An aura of the soul realm diffused lightly from his body. Yet, beneath the facade of the soul realm, he concealed a mysterious and supreme great force. He was a legendary life born in response to the world's calamity. A young legend. By the time the secret realm's gate would allow entry to those in the soul realm, he couldn't think of anyone who could be his opponent. World-class strongmen? Ha, mere chickens and dogs. Taishan Alliance, Pioneer Group. General Chen murmured, "Troubles never come alone, do they?" However, the appearance of the world secret realm has actually eased the assault of every monster overlord on the front lines. Is this a plot, or are the monster overlords also coveting the treasures within the secret realm? But regardless, the easing assault of the monster overlords is a good thing for Taishan. The relocation of residents, the construction of urban clusters, the building of the Great Wall of Taishan, all of it needs time. Shen Luo Domain. Boom. You whelp, a mere legendary realm dragon man dares to act recklessly in front of Sir Serio. Serio pinned the legendary dragon man down with one hand, while with the other holding up dark clouds, invincible in all the world. Target enemies eradicated, +1. Serio and his entourage flew towards the next target city, with their massive dragon bodies slowly descending outside the city. Representatives from the various duchies quickly came out. "Kid, where's the next target? Hurry it up." "Too quick." In just a few days, the renown of Death Dragon Sir Serio spread completely throughout the territory of the Six Dukes. Strong. Too strong. Invincible strong. Peak creatures of the heaven and earth realm were easily crushed, and formidable soul realm beings perished in the blink of an eye under the combined attack of the Tianyuan Legion. All 9 great legendaries of Tianyuan were incredibly strong, especially Sir Serio. There is a beauty in numbers. Some have witnessed not even a full force strike from a legendary monster could leave a scratch on the invincible body of the Death Dragon. This Death Dragon, I fear, might be stronger than the blue-haired girl of Tianyuan City. Duke Gold pondered secretly. No wonder the Lord of Tianyuan City is so confident. Indeed, with Sir Serio and the other 8 legendaries, defeating an Orokai servant is not impossible. But, are Sir Serio and the others in too much of a rush? Could they be too impatient, not even needing to rest? That was the question on some people's minds. They also wanted to invite the Tianyuan powerhouses to rest briefly in their cities. Serio waved his claw, "Trifling minions, what exhaustion can they cause?" Moreover, that was how they always got by in the past. When they fought with monsters, they never had the luxury of rest during their encounters in the wild. When they faced the surges, weren't they often fighting for days on end? Praise our Lord for honing our strong resilience. Furthermore, the legendary secret realm is still waiting for Uncle Serio to grace it with his presence. How could there be time to dawdle? Secret realm. Some were confused. These were the confidants of the great dukes, and their confusion represented that of the dukes. Gemstone Grand Duke was currently contacting the other Grand Dukes. "I vaguely heard that something big happened recently worldwide, but what it is, exactly, I do not know. Could it possibly be this so-called secret realm?" He promptly ordered his trusted agents in distant cities to inquire tentatively. Serio's head was held high, about to enlighten these ignorant legendaries of the duchies. Vampire Marquis Jabai suddenly flew up saying, "This is world-level information. You want to inquire? Then You'll have to pay up. Tianyuan City, City Lord's Mansion. Mu Yuan propped up his chin, pretending to doze off, while his consciousness had long since traveled through the web of spirit to various realms and cities. Panxi City, Tian's great city, Xiandu. Personnel in various places kept summarizing first-hand news about the news of the world's secret realm. Indeed, the existence of the world's secret realm is gradually no longer a secret. After all, the stakes are too high. Lords are all creatures in pursuit of benefits, and Mu Yuan was no exception. Explorers who had emerged from the world's secret realm had turned out one lucky person after another, undergoing transformative changes. Domain creation, bloodline advancement, Mu Yuan had even heard of someone obtaining an epic treasure. Just around the periphery of the secret realm, and there was already an epic treasure? Indeed, Raven. Sophia said in a mental communication, but whether that lucky person can keep that treasure, that's still uncertain, right? In novels, aren't there often extras who by chance obtain treasures that eventually bring disaster upon themselves? There are such cases, but... Wait, when did you start reading novels? Before and now, Raven. Didn't we start a company back then? I downloaded all the internet novels I could find. The end times were approaching, money wasn't worth much, and downloading all the originals didn't cost much. Now, many of them are printed in the Academy's library. I wonder why the blank books in the Academy are always in short supply, even though I have upgraded it from rare level to superior level. Oh well, I might as well build another, no, several academies then. Wait a moment. Mu Yuan suddenly thought of something, and a thread of divine thought flew out, rippling through the city like the wind, through alleyways, over buildings, drifting over the heads of passers-by in a hurry, and finally landing in a secluded place. The grass was lush, and green bamboo swayed. The stream babbled, a few fish swam through, and an ancient stone bridge spanned over it, leading to the dignified gateway that hung the plaque of Tianyuan Academy. Beyond the gateway, stone tables, stone benches, and stone chairs were seen everywhere. In one corner of the lawn, in a quiet and serene spot, a black-haired young girl was leaning on a stone bench, engrossed in reading the storybook in her hands. A breeze fluttered a few strands of her black hair, which conveyed her elegance and intellectuality, as if a scholar deeply focused on study and research. If this was not Sophia. If there were no occasional silly laughs that sounded like those of an ant. Caught you slacking off, didn't I? Mu Yuan's thread of divine thought reached out, but Sophia, being a legendary life, sharply sensed his arrival, and quickly stored her storybook away with a snap, and the entire book disappeared. Boss. Cough, 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 this is called sourcing material, it helps in deducing the truth at critical moments, it's true, Raven. Sophia stood up straight, her hands involuntarily clasped behind her back and her eyes drifting skyward, chuckling sheepishly. Mu Yuan gave her a flick on the forehead. Of course, he did not really mind, Sophia was always efficient in certain matters. As long as things got done, he wouldn't interfere in personal matters, even if it meant reading storybooks not suitable for young girls. He was just surprised that avatar skills indeed had many versatile uses. They were not only divine skills for working but also for slacking off. Sophia changed the subject, there was indeed a lucky person who obtained a treasure, but later the person's fate was unknown. Mu Yuan nodded, unsurprised. Taishan indeed had an orderly country, but such order only persisted within the city walls, barely maintained around the city. The wilderness was vast and fraught with dangers, it was unpredictable what might happen, and murders and body disposals, though not common, were definitely not rare. It was impossible to prevent this. Especially when it came to a treasure as precious as an epic treasure. Fourth Order leaders were not weak, but an epic treasure was still hot to handle. The recent chaos caused by the Sky Rift disaster made the wilderness even more turbulent. It could be that someone was ambushed, or perhaps hunted by some beast. What's the status at the entrance to the secret realm? He inquired. Sophia replied, it's still not very clear. Sister Ilo is leading people there, and I'm taking a ride along, too. It's hard to ascertain the inside and outside of the secret realm until we really get there. She pointed with her hand, and light and shadows swirled, transforming into a massive map. On it, a small dot flickered gently. We're currently on the steel train, expected to arrive at the frontline town of Luoxi City, which is under the jurisdiction of West Ridge City, in about 2.5 hours. After that, it'll take a few hours to reach the destination on wings of the Wind King. The Tianyuan City's squad was naturally the same, unable to enter the world's secret realm for exploration yet. The entrance to the secret realm was far too distant. Within the Taishan Alliance's territory, only 6 entrances had been discovered, and all 6 of these entrances were located on the periphery of the Alliance's frontier wildlands. No entrances were found in the Twilight Dominion or the Taishan realm. The secret realm entrance located in the West Desolation Domain, in the West Ridge City region, was practically the closest one to their Yuan city. However, the several starry sky gates they had positioned outside, 2 were in the Twilight Dominion, and 2 were in the Taishan realm. Yuan city's business had not yet expanded to other domains. After receiving the news, one of Ilo's avatars, numbered among the top 6, carried a starry sky symbol to open a starry sky gate in a suitable area. Sophia met up on the way and dispatched one of her incarnation of the Nether Raven avatars that stored half of her strength. The power of the avatar skill was fully displayed at such times. Yuan City had no shortage of strong individuals, but without avatar skills, without starry sky gates, they wouldn't be able to manage at this time. Several hours later. Screech. Hoo. Hoo. 3 epic 2-star wings of the Wind King, after using the soaring 9 heavens several times in a row, had finally reached their target area. From afar, Sophia could see the world's secret realm that had sent countless forces into a frenzy. An entrance that resembled a crack in space, yet stable, constantly dispersing strands of golden light. The entrance was like an opened eye, with a length of about 16 meters from left to right. 16 meters? When the secret realm first appeared, I heard the entrance was only 6 or 7 meters long. It seems that the length of the entrance symbolizes the degree of the heaven and earth rules restrictions on the explorer's admissions. The entrance to the secret realm was suspended more than 100 meters above the ground. Around it were continuous and towering peaks, with indistinct figures visible upon them. Below the mountains, there were even more figures, some had already set up tents. Are there actually quite a lot of people here? The speaker was Deng Long, captain of the Dragon Power Team, a legendary realm powerhouse, whose combat power could rank within the top 30 in Yuan City, which was quite extraordinary. Ilo and Sophia had come in avatars, each with their own missions, but the one truly responsible for temporarily managing the situation here was Captain Deng Long. Aboard the wings of the Wind King, behind Ilo, only she could see the starry eyes revealed, overlooking all directions. Quite a few legends have come. The Skywolf Star Exploration Team, Baichuan Group, Rock Peak Domain, Lion Scorpion Territory, Wanjing Commerce, and some are forces from regions beyond Taishan, including Jipo City Forces, Tarala Chamber of Commerce, Eagle Knight Order. Ilo identified the flags and badges of the various forces one by one, broadcasting them in real time through the web of spirit. West Ridge City was located on the westernmost side of the Taishan territory, beyond which lay the wilderness, although not entirely. On this vast wilderness land, there were scattered some neutral forces, with Jipo City among them. Through Sophia's perspective, Yuan also simultaneously saw the scene here. Sophia possessed the Phantom Night Eyes talent, and through her Nether Raven vision, the figures of the legendary realm were clearly identifiable. Indeed, there were many. Outside the secret realm, atop a certain peak, an elite exploratory team was preparing. The Chamber of Commerce has spent a fortune to acquire intelligence. This time, you must obtain that rare treasure. As long as you can bring that treasure back, the chamber will reward you handsomely. A legend from some Chamber of Commerce harnessed the power of heaven and earth to propel a team of 6 people into the sky. Once lifted high, the 6 experienced explorers took a deep breath and leaped down, their figures disappearing into the narrow entrance of the secret realm. On the ground, in a location far away from the entrance, 2 anxious young men and women paced back and forth. It's been 3 days since my second brother entered the secret realm. Could something have happened to him? Now, with so many strong figures outside of the secret realm, even those from the legendary realm, it's still not necessarily safe even if they come out of the secret realm. We shouldn't have gotten involved in this messy situation. Atop one of the mountains, a 4th-tier lord was mustering troops, ready to lead dozens of 2, 3, and 4th-order strongmen into the realm. I will sprint in the secret realm and try to collect as much information as possible, but once out of the secret realm, I'll have to rely on you, Dad. Just explore the secret realm to your heart's content, leave the rest to Dad, said the muscular legend as he stroked his beard, confident. Eventually, looking towards the distant rift in the sky, he began to ponder, with so many legends gathered here, what if a Grand Duke Hunter-level creature appears and wipes us all out at once? He suddenly felt less confident. Times have changed. Suddenly, several legends gazed towards the distance. More explorers have arrived, there are 3 wings of the Wind King. The legends widened their eyes. Wings of the Wind King, being epic life forms, and now, there were a total of 3 of them appearing. And it seemed that these 3 wings of the Wind King were only mounts. Which force could it be that was such a big spender? It's Yuan City. Look, the pink-haired woman on the wings of the Wind King, that's the legendary master of the starry sky, Ilo. Is that the one leading the group? No, not only that, look there, isn't that Nether Crow Sophia? The name of Nether Crow carried more weight than that of the master of the starry sky. After all, the latter had only annihilated creatures like the Goblin King of the Peak Heaven and Earth Realm, while the former had strangled the deep red double-headed dragon, with that battle even leading to heaven falling and earth shattering, the universe collapsing. Denglong was a legend with a bit of fame in the Twilight Dominion, but unfortunately, this was the West Wilderness domain, and no one recognized him here. He wasn't bothered. After all, he was only among the top 30 powerhouses of Yuan City, while Sophia and Ilo were among the top 10, even top 5 big shots. The Yuan City team landed on a peak. Denglong directed the team members to set up camp and construct a temporary miracle building watchtower to allow the great force of the domain to extend over. Sophia transformed into a black crow and vanished in a blink of an eye. Ilo had disappeared without a trace at some point. However, even though they were absent, even though they appeared only as avatars, the grand reputation of the Nether Raven and the Master of the Starry Sky still deeply intimidated everyone present. With these 2 here, we don't have to worry about monster attacks. Indeed, and the Lord of Yuan City is upright with a sense of righteousness. No one knows how many cities he has saved. With Yuan City's people here, we can rest a lot easier. A location tens of kilometers from the entrance of the secret realm. 2 legendary realm powerhouses hid within a precious artifact, observing the distance. It's the people from Yuan City, how come they're here? Go. Ah. With the Nether Crow Sophia present, if we don't leave now, we might not get a chance to escape. Don't forget, brother, we both are still high on the wanted list in Taixuan. Exploring the secret realm often required backing from the outside for protection. But Yuan City was the backing in itself, an ancestor-level backing. Seeing the squad reach the intended area, Yuan withdrew his gaze. He didn't have the time or energy to keep his attention there, with Denglong commanding nearby and Lu Lu and Deadbone providing oversight from a distance, nothing could problematize the matter. The Starry Sky Gate would also soon be anchored. Yuan was more concerned about the affairs of the neighboring Great Domain. According to his estimate, relying solely on Sario's 9 great legendaries, the probability of defeating the Orokai servant was only at 45%, and the possibility of killing the Orokai servant was even lower, at 1.1%. If they located the Orokai servant, the Great Lord Shepherd would initiate the backup plan. It was time to reveal a little of his power. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, several days passed, and Sario's squad made no gains. Not to mention seeing the Orokai servant itself, they hadn't even glimpsed its avatar or a single scale. Naturally, Sario and his team couldn't just stay in the Shen Luo domain forever, that would be too wasteful of time. If we really can't find it, let's just take the payment and return. On the other hand, the elites of Yuan City were venturing within the world secret realm and had brought back first-hand intelligence. The secret realm itself holds no direct danger, danger comes from the other competitors, as well as the wisdom monsters exploring the secret realm. These wisdom monsters were strong, not from some large tribes. Yuan, who had faced monster powers of various levels, knew very well that though fourth-order monsters were considered fodder, there were still differences in their strength. And within the secret realm, loads of fourth-order monsters were tribe chieftain-level powerhouses. Their strength was formidable, and they were numerous. Human, explorers of living beings were, in fact, at a disadvantage, which is why conflicts among creatures rarely occurred, unless a treasure was in question. The secret realm is safe, but many treasures in it require sufficient strength to be acquired. For instance, some treasures required crossing a channel of magma. Some treasures continuously shifted their locations. Some treasures required one to endure psychic coercion to get close. And in certain special areas, one must possess extreme strength to proceed. This was also why the Alliance analyzed that reaching the depths of the secret realm was possible only at Heaven and Earth realm or even Soul realm, Lore realm levels. The exploratory team has obtained some superior grade treasures, not many, since the treasures at the outskirts had been taken by the previous batches of explorers. However, once the secret realm can accommodate those in the legendary realm, we can compete for them. Thus, Mu Yuan called Sario back. Liu Lu was already on standby. He was one of the top strongest in the heaven and earth realm of Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan had a bit of confidence regarding the conflicts within the world secret realm. However, he had just stepped out into the courtyard of the city lord's mansion when, in the next moment, he rose straight up into the sky. Step. Mu Yuan stood high in the air, on the dome of the miracle building, the staff of divine right. Lord stance enhance mode. Whoosh. Great force surged forth from within his body, and behind Mu Yuan, the starry eyes manifested. His pupils scanned the surroundings, gazing at the landscapes hundreds to thousands of miles away. He frowned. I had a vague feeling that someone was spying, but even with the demeanor of a lord, I couldn't detect it. Could it be because of the great distance? Could it be surveillance through some conceptual power, across the great domain? He pondered. But he couldn't come to a conclusion. These days, he had vaguely sensed surveillance, as if prompted by intuition, or perhaps it was an illusion. Mu Yuan trusted his intuitive judgment. Heading to the world secret realm for exploration during the heaven and earth realm period, Liu Lu, Sophia, and Tree Demon Granny will be the main forces. But if the secret realm is open to a level that the soul realm could pass through, then Liu Lu and Tree Demon Granny, these strong men, might not be enough. They were world-class strong men. However, as new talents constantly emerged in the eternal world, Mu Yuan would not assume that there were no competitors left in the soul realm for Liu Lu and others just because he had killed a few Grand Dukes of the Hunt. The waters in this world were deep. He had not yet seen the peak soul realm strong men. By that time, Deadbone, Duolai, himself, and Ilo, these soul realm strong men, might also have to join in. Some benefits and opportunities within the secret realm could only be obtained by going there personally. But if they all went to explore the secret realm, there would be nobody left to guard Tianyuan City. At least one T0 strongman needed to stay to guard. But for Deadbone, Duolai, or even Ilo, this exploration is a rare opportunity that should not be missed. So, Mu Yuan took a deep look towards the end of the sky and then floated down into the air. Whoosh! Pat! He fell like a meteor. As he neared the ground, his body became as light as a feather. He gracefully landed not far in front of City Lord's mansion, before a majestic, noble, sacred statue. The guardian angel statue. Lapis. He called the name of the angel. I am here. The six-wing angel statue immediately shrank and transformed into a majestic angel in battle armor, kneeling on one knee. Master, what do you command? Just like when it had been first created, the six-wing angel Lapis had no expression, and her voice was as unemotional as a machine. Apart from a slight increase in strength, this guardian angel remained unchanged, cold and unalive. Even though Duolai had stuffed her with a lot of food and taken her around, it didn't give her even a hint of clarity or foolishness. If the evolved guardian angel could have a significant increase in strength, she could be left to guard the realm. Otherwise, Duolai, or Deadbone, or myself, at least one of us must stay behind to guard the territory. He beckoned, and the guardian angel followed him into the Dragon Mountain secret realm. The Tianyuan City enchantment activated, and preparations were set in motion. Evo Power 500W. The miracle evolution power cascaded down. A pure white light soared into the sky. In the light, the formerly expressionless six-wing angel Lapis seemed to finally come alive a bit. At the same time, at City Lord's mansion, the base of the angel also glowed, beginning to slowly transform. Warning, Epic Building Guardian Angel is receiving special power infusion, advancing. In the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm, bathed in miracle radiance, the Guardian Angel Lapis, along with Evolutionary State and Deadbone, had their transformations paralleled by Lest Duolai and other generals. However, the angel statue pedestal, not far from the City Lord's mansion, had drastically changed, continuously growing amidst the dazzling white light, seemingly transforming into a massive building structure. It covered such a vast area that it even began encroaching on the adjacent buildings. There were eventually more buildings in the core area. Lord True Body. The moment he entered Territory Power High Order mode, he seemed to transform into an omnipotent divine spirit. With just a thought, an invisible great force descended. The ground did not tremble, nor was there a deafening boom, but the buildings surrounding the angel statue were inconspicuously shifted, as if the creator was tinkering with building blocks. Yuan even slightly adjusted dozens of buildings further away until they were arranged safely and neatly, only then did he satisfyingly retract his power. The evolution of the life building used up 500 evolution points, but it took much less time than imagined. In just half a moment, a sky full of golden radiance appeared above the azure sky. Near Yuan's ears, angels chanted, and waves of music sounded as if countless angels were gathering around. Within the Dragon Hillock fertile land secret realm, countless angelic illusions also appeared. In front of the city lord's mansion, the evolutionary radiance began to recede, revealing the transformed epic building. It was no longer just a statue pedestal. What appeared in front of Yuan was a pure white church, roughly the size of a football field. White walls, spires, and arches created a place that seemed like a pilgrim's holy site, imbued with sanctity, loftiness, and tranquility, as if all impurities would be purified here. Flanking the grand entrance of the pure white church stood two splendid angel statues, one on each side. The statues' appearances were different from Lapis's, these were two four-winged angels. Their arms bore swords, holding the holy swords upright in front of them, as if they were ready to exterminate all evil from the world at any moment. Passing through the central arch, Yuan stepped into the great cathedral. The interior of the church was very spacious, sunlight filtered through an almost transparent dome above and seemed to condense during the refraction process, sprinkling down specks of holy light power. Directly forward from the main entrance, 3 angel statues could be seen on either side, also bearing swords upright, guarding the figure at the end. The difference was, the first 4 angel statues had only 4 wings, while the 2 statues closest to the end had 3 pairs of elaborate wings spread out behind them. 6-winged angels, now on the same level as the guardian angel Lapis before the building was elevated. Suddenly, dong! Bells tolled, resounding 9 times, echoing inside and outside the cathedral repeatedly. Golden light shot from afar, passing through the golden lit dome and landing at the very top of the cathedral, guarded by the 6 angel statues at the far end. An ornate, regal angel statue wearing a crown suddenly emerged. 5 pairs of pure white wings fluttered open, extending from either side to the end of the cathedral before gradually fading away, leaving only the 10-meter-tall statue adorned with a mask and a crown, standing tall. A mysterious and extraordinary conceptual charm spread out, filling the entire church, the entire territory, the whole expanse of heaven and earth. Ding! Notification: Epic Building Guardian Angel has received special great power infusion, promoted to Legendary Level Building Observatory Hall. Observatory Hall, Legendary. Category: Defense and Special and Life Buildings. Ability 1 Guardian Angel. Description: Inside and outside the hall, there are 8 great angel guardians, among which 6 are of 4-winged angel level, current realm, 5,000 meters heaven and earth realm, 2 are of 6-winged angel level, current realm, 1 meters heaven and earth realm. All 8 guardian angels, having inherited angelic traits and combat experience and potential for enhancement, lack self-consciousness. Ability 2 Angel King. Description: The special life form Lapis has been baptized with miraculous might, and against 1 in a billion odds, has ascended to be the 10-winged Angel King, holding guardianship and the power of judgment, current realm, legendary skill realm, can continue to rise. Guardian Angel and Angel King can resurrect an infinite number of times and have a patrol range 1,000 times the size of the territory. Ability 3 Angel Territory. Description: The territory protected by the angels becomes more stable, morale among citizens rises, happiness index of the residents goes up, chances arise for territory citizens to develop holy light-related talents. Ability 4 Source of Faith. Description: The Angel King Lapis can gather the power of faith, which can be used for cultivation, breakthroughs, or to amplify her own strength in battle. This power can only be used by the Angel King Lapis or the Lord himself. The power of faith can also be converted into territorial power at a ratio of 10:1. Is this really a legendary level building? The ability, the effects, were far more powerful than he had estimated. The capabilities of Observatory Hall were actually not limited to those described on the panel. He had already discovered that this place itself was a treasure-level cultivation site, even converting ordinary sunlight into holy water enriched with tremendous amounts of holy light power. This was a business without any cost. Tianyuan City Special Product +1. Yuan was already surprised, but the surprises didn't stop there. Notification: Since you have acquired a legendary level angelic building, you now have the potential to attract angels. Notification: your chances of recruiting angelic-type troops have received a fixed increase. Previously 0%. Hint: you may be able to gain the loyalty of a wild angel. Hint: you now have a higher chance of obtaining angel-related buildings, including troop buildings. Yuan was surprised and stroked his chin in thought for a moment. So that's how it is. Just like the World Treasure Vault speculation, there is a mainstream set of speculative theories regarding the acquisition of soul remnants and the recruitment of troops in the world. For the human lord, the easiest troops to acquire are those of the human race. In Taixuan, the majority of lords primarily have armies of cavalry, halberd guard, imperial guard, and god archers. All from the human race troops. This is simply because the output of human soldiers is high. Apart from humans, the Goblin series, Jackal Man series, and Half-Orc series also have relatively high output rates. This theory usually applies to troop types of rare rank and above. Troop types of ordinary rank? The output rates of Little Skeleton, Little Goblin, and the like are actually higher than that of human race troops. Compared to the aforementioned series, elves, elemental life, and even the undead, including high-order soul remnants, are much rarer. An ordinary lord having 1 or 2 nature elves as followers would dazzle the eyes of others and attract numerous envious gazes. The reason lies therein. The chances of recruiting these racial troops may not be many, but they do exist after all. Even for epic life forms such as red dragons, green dragons, cyclops, and god moon elves, lords might obtain them through various opportunities. However, the chance to recruit an angel is 0. No matter how one seeks the opportunity, the chance remains absolutely 0. What's special about angels? What is the connection between the Holy Griffin Empire and the angels? He always felt that the eternal world was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, even though the surface was already quite deep. Yuan glanced at the panel and then at the Evo power. The cost was exactly 500 W points, without any overestimation. And just as he expected, along with the evolution, as the buildings were promoted, the rank and realm of Angel Lapis also received a significant enhancement. Perhaps this is the special nature of a life building. He looked forward. A golden light blossomed at the brow of the 10-meter-tall angel statue. The golden light slowly fell in front of Yuan and materialized into the true form of Lapis with a thud. 5 pairs of holy white wings unfolded suddenly, enveloping Yuan in a vast cocoon. Inside the giant cocoon, the angel knelt on one knee, just as before. Master! But it seemed, with a bit more human touch, no longer just a living statue, but a person. Of course, what Yuan cared more about were the abilities of the angel. Talk about your changes. Yes. She hesitated then said, thanks to the great force infused by the Master, I have been promoted to a 10-winged angel and possess 4 epic abilities. The first is Holy Light Resurrection, which allows for a wide area group resurrection of non-undead, non-dark beings, and has no fixed cooldown. Purification Holy Judgment, Angel's Protection haven't changed much. The 4th epic is Earthly Heaven, a projection type, enchantment type skill. Also, I possess a legendary power. Guardian and Judgment Staff. I can bestow a guardian blessing, either temporary or permanent, to an individual or a group. I can only apply the permanent blessing a limited number of times. Judgment includes the forces of Judgment Power, Judgment Court, Holy Judgment, and more, all of which I am still exploring. As she spoke, she held up her hands, a swirling golden light ball flew out and snapped into Yuan's body. Hint: you have received the Angel King Lapis Maximum Unique Permanent Blessing. You have acquired the Angel King's personal protection, which will activate during times of crisis and can also be activated voluntarily. Once activated, you can gain purification of all negative effects, immunity to all negative effects, and a durable holy light shield. Hint: the effect of this personal protection is equivalent to the presence of Angel King Lapis herself. Hint: after obtaining this personal protection, the recipient's potential will slowly increase, evolve, until a certain limit. The third effect was certainly useless now. Yuan was himself a legendary life, but still delighted at the effects of the personal protection. Did this mean he would have the personal protection of Angel King Lapis for a certain period? So, just how powerful was Lapis? He asked. The angel paused. I'm not really sure, I can't conclude without measurement standards. Indeed, there were no comparison objects. Lapis belonged to the lower realm, already ranking at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, there were distinct levels within the lower realm. Which tier was she? Having never fought a battle since her birth, it was indeed difficult to assess. Yuan had just thought this when he heard her say. No, but I had branded myself in the land of world origin before. It seems to be some kind of symbol, and somehow, there is a hint suggesting that my conceptual power has entered a certain stage. I possess the concepts of guardian and judgment. Yuan, what? He checked Lapis's panel again and was certain that there was no world seal, a legendary power. That is to say, Lapis, on her own accord, truly possessed the conceptual power of the third stage. What did this imply? The Lord of Hanyu City, reputed to be invincible below the Saint Realm, though it was unclear how much of that was an exaggeration, was merely in the possession of the second stage concepts. Even if Lapis lacked experience, had scattered skills, and a naive fighting style, she still had invincible power. Truly invincible. This was far beyond Yuan's expectations, a worthy evolution costing 5 million indeed. Truly worthy of being an angel king, no, rather, worthy of being me. Lapis, by her own nature, controlling the third stage concepts? Lapis, with Lord Shepherd's cheating, possessing an invincible form? What high hunting duke, what dragon sleep valley, trifles. Yuan only wanted to say, even if he, the Lord, supported Tianyuan City with his hand, he was invincible in this world. Ahem, still can't be careless. But no matter what, with Lapis stationed here, even if all the warriors are deployed, the entire territory can remain completely safe. This was the sense of security that an angel king of the Law Realm brought. Yuan immediately declared that there was a change in the ranking of division generals of Tianyuan City. Lapis leaped to the first position. Duo lie. How did my eternal number 2 position just slip away after stepping out? QAQ. Dead bone, truly worthy of Lord, this should make our territory more stable. After all, Lapis was the Angel King, the territory's ultimate secret weapon, typically not meant to be used. Most of the time, she just quietly acted as a fail-safe decoration for the territory. Observatory Hall, this legendary miracle building, first manifested its effects through Ability 3. Angel Territory. The territory became more stable, and the Citizen Sentiment Index rose, which sounded mysterious, but ILO, responsible for the domestic affairs of the territory, was overjoyed. Conflicts among territory citizens have significantly decreased. During this period, we've admitted even more citizens than previously across the entire territory, which inevitably caused some instability. We used to lock dozens up in cells every day to cool off, but now, even when conflicts arise, both sides are more restrained, and those who acted impulsively do so with clear remorse. Most importantly, whether it's labor deployment, resident management, or allocation and resettlement, work efficiency has improved significantly and has become easier, with fewer trivial issues. This building's effect was simply a godsend for her. With this, we can further expedite the speed of admitting refugees into our territory, she said. After speaking, she fell silent again. She could have relaxed a bit, so why add more pressure on herself? Could it really just be habit? Ilo became even more silent, and after a long pause she said, considering the special effects of the observatory hall, I suggest we relocate this miracle building to the South City District, which would help enhance its effects and also gather some power of faith. That's what I was thinking too. This tough task, it seems Lord Shepherd himself must roll up his sleeves and get it done. Lord Truebody, arise. Half a day later. Yuan stood in his office, hand on his aching back, nearly giving out. Underestimated it, I didn't expect the legendary building to be so difficult to relocate. Observatory Hall is in position. He also ordered the addition of some tables and decorations inside the hall and selected a group of professional nuns and imperial guards. The church department was in business. Observatory Hall. This grand building, which had relocated to the South City District, merely a half street away from the City Hall, had new various functional areas constructed inside: the chapel, office area, sanctuary, holy pool, dressing room, guidance room, living quarters, and so on. This magnificent and sacred building gradually gained more humanity. The newly established church department was nominally headed by Lapis, but this green-hand angel named Lapis had no experience, she merely served as a pure mascot leader for the salary. The specific management was handled by outstanding individuals selected from both the nun and the garrison. Yushil had distinguished herself among the nuns and held the position of acting bishop. She was different from most nuns, she had originated from destitute refugees and arrived at Tianyuan City over a year ago. Since then, her fate had undergone a dramatic transformation. She was a night student from the first session of Tianyuan Academy and also an outstanding graduate of the first session. Originally a nameless person, the name Yushil was bestowed by the Lord himself during the graduation ceremony. This was a rare honor for only a very few. The Lord only appeared at the ceremonies for the excellent graduates of the first and second sessions and bestowed names to only a select few. She was the first. It was said that the reason the Lord stopped distributing names subsequently was that many students who originally had names pretended not to have one, just to receive a bestowed name. The Lord couldn't stand it anymore. Yushil. Exactly, I've decided to let this girl serve as the acting bishop, and if she performs well, she'll be promoted to the official bishop. What do you think? As Ilo said this, she simultaneously passed along Yushil's resume. Mu Yuan had some impression of the girl, after all, he had personally given her a name. It was also accidental. At the graduation ceremony, he found a nameless young girl looking uneasy, he casually gave her a name. Having started with one, there came a second, and then a third. However, Mr. Mu was terrible at naming. It was manageable to come up with a few names, but dozens? It would exhaust him. He couldn't afford to spend his precious energy on naming. Mu Yuan looked at the document in his hand. High-order Nun Yushil's resume was indeed impressive. Initially, she worked as a laborer in the gathering, transportation and construction crews and also spent some time as a tailor. Following her graduation from Tianyuan Academy, she served as an assistant to Dean Aileen for a while, concurrently worked as a clerk in the security bureau, and often did community work, settling disputes among neighbors. Mu Yuan nodded slightly. Because she had performed well, the organization offered her the opportunity to change her profession. She fortuitously changed her profession to that of a nun at a time-limited reclassification site in the wilderness. Later, Nun Yushil joined Tianyuan Hospital and conducted promotional work at the Security Bureau on her own initiative. Ilo said, "This child is quite the devout believer. Now we can fully promote the doctrines of Tianyuan City. Sisters, there are many newcomers in the territory now. We must let everyone understand how superior the lifestyle provided by the Lord is, how great the Lord's achievements are, and how fortunate we are to have come here." In the dressing room, Yushil removed her everyday clothes and stored them in a wardrobe nearby, changing into a black nun's robe that tightly wrapped her entire plump body. As an old resident of Tianyuan City, who had studied, practiced, and even followed Dean Aileen to Tian City for further education, Yushil understood very well how miraculous it was to have built such a vast city and territory in just a little over a year. Many old cities that had been built and managed for decades could not hold a candle to their own Tianyuan City. Among the myriad miraculous territories, refugees could end up anywhere. The probability of being guided to Tianyuan City was less than 1 in 10 million. What incredible fortune! Yet many people did not understand, they just took the privileges of the territory for granted, not realizing the blessings they must have accrued over many lifetimes to have arrived there. Yushil could not allow such ignorance. She had to make everyone know how much the Lord had sacrificed and how arduous the journey had been. She had wanted to do this long ago and thus attempted to use the platform of the Security Bureau for promotions. But it was inefficient. Now, it was different. The working plan of the cathedral itself included this aspect. Perfect. Of course, promotional work had to be conducted in a phased and gradual manner. Besides this, they also held the responsibilities of guiding the lost and listening to the confessions of the penitents. Today was the first day with a formal license on duty, and Yushil looked at the other nuns in the dressing room. "Sisters, to proclaim the glory of the Lord is our bounden duty." Awoo! The well-dressed nuns filed out in order, rushing to their respective posts. Zhou Laoliu was a soldier who came from the Imperial Guard. However, he had a secret that he couldn't reveal. Because of this secret, he felt ashamed and restless until he heard that the newly opened church could provide guidance to lost lambs. He mustered the courage to come here. "Nun, please don't be scared after hearing what I have to say." Zhou Laoliu swallowed nervously and spoke earnestly. The nun also looked serious. "Don't worry, we are all professional nuns, certified, and absolutely won't be scared." "Aren't you really scared?" "No." "Then I'll say it." "Go ahead." Zhou Laoliu hesitated for about 10 seconds before finally making up his mind to speak. "It's like this, our brothers in the 6th Imperial Guard are all brave in battle, always charging to the front line to fight monsters in close combat. But compared to them, I am, I am somewhat timid and have never dared to confront the monsters directly with a bayonet. But you still keep rushing to the front line to fight with the monsters, don't you? The nun said softly, bravery isn't just about being fearless. Being able to overcome your fear and firm up your belief to protect your homeland is also a form of bravery, and perhaps even more commendable. The Imperial Guard, Zhou Laoliu, hearing this, the look of confusion gradually faded from his face, replaced by a renewed firmness and confidence. The nun smiled slightly upon seeing this. The instructional manual was right, being a psychological counselor wasn't that hard at all. With just a few words of guidance, she had reaffirmed a warrior's brave convictions. The nun also felt a sense of accomplishment, just like when she treated the injured, helping patients to start anew. But before she could finish with some encouraging words, the forbidden guard soldier named Zhou Laoliu said excitedly. I understand now. I will continue to stand by my way of fighting, sneak up behind monsters to deliver fatal blows to their weakest parts, and lurk in dung pits for 2 days and nights to create the perfect ambush opportunity. These are all correct, and in the future, I will develop more correct, brave combat methods. Hey, dear nun, what happened? Why are you moving further away? The young nun turned pale, facing a severe mental shock on her first day on the job. Seeing this, the supervisor Yuzhil had to take over the responsibilities of the young nun. Soon, a second lost soul arrived at the guidance room. Yuzhil observed. Sitting at the window was a middle-aged man with a full beard. According to the records, he was an ordinary worker living in the Dingxi residential area. Maybe this one's normal? Yuzhil wasn't worried, she often mediated for neighbors and had counseled many people while working at the security bureau. She was confident that no matter what oddities she faced, she could handle them alone. The middle-aged man looked uneasy, hesitant, and guilty, definitely showing the signs of a lost soul. He began, Dear nun, I need to confess. I have sinned. I have accepted a bribe from outside forces. Nun Yuzhil, what? This, she couldn't handle orts. Yuan opened his panel. Through the panel data, he could see that the observatory hall had accumulated some power of faith. It seems gathering the power of faith is easier than I thought, or perhaps it's the merit of the legendary building. After today, I'm not sure how well the church department is functioning. From the data on the power of faith, it seemed fine. But he couldn't just look at the surface data. He called his assistant Mo Li to inquire. Mo Li understood him well, having already learned about the major and minor events of the church that day. Since the church opened, residents, especially those who have just arrived, have rapidly lost their sense of strangership, and they can integrate more quickly into the community. The guidance room has counseled quite a few people, mostly our legionnaires. Oh? Yuan was somewhat surprised. Mo Li wasn't surprised by his surprise, as she had been surprised herself when she first heard it. She said, a lot of warriors are confused about things outside of combat training. They're unclear about what they should do. Yuan, stroking his chin, said, it seems that we need to carry out more spiritual and cultural development. Mo Li continued, but apart from these reasonable confusions, there were quite a few warriors raising bizarre issues. For instance, one warrior mentioned he really enjoys picking up soap in the showers, another said he likes being surrounded by strong men. Lord, what does this mean? Yuan, it means they really enjoy training. Is there anything else? Mo Li, yes, today several territory citizens also came to confess, revealing that they have been acting as informants for outside forces. The intelligence department has investigated these issues, tracing the information to capture spies from the Shenyao Empire embedded in our city. The earliest spy was inserted more than half a year ago. This wasn't really a big deal. It wasn't a big deal, and that's why such reports would wait to be summarized before they reached him. He might even let Ilo or Lu Lu handle it. As an independent lord with critical positions within his territory all held by direct lineage soldiers, there was no need to hire outsiders, so internal issues were unlikely. Lord Shepherd was just diligent, always working, otherwise, he could easily delegate all his work to Ilo, Lu Lu, and others. He really was too hard-working. Having asked, Yuan then got the details about the situation. The status of the Shenyao spies wasn't high, they were just masquerading as ordinary territory citizens mingling in the residential area. Their levels weren't high either. Those who were high level had been caught already. Some had tried to infiltrate the core zones or major military areas and had been captured. The rest were just Shenyao Empire lookouts or informers. Even though Tianyuan City had faced several great wars, these informants couldn't see much. What could a first or second order professional see in a city during such times? They could only see the sky filled with fireworks and hear the thunderous booms. In most major territories, various spies from competitors, enemies, or enemy nations were hidden. In comparison, because Tianyuan City was in a dangerous area, the number of such spies was significantly reduced. Tianyuan City had countermeasures against these spies. The intelligence department led by Sophia, the prison managed by Rakshasa, and the surveillance department were all top-notch. Rakshasa would occasionally patrol inside and outside Tianyuan City using the slaying evil decapitating malevolence talent. However, it seems these spies were too incompetent, committing evils that were far from significant, so Rakshasa failed to notice them. Boom! The spy from the Shenyao Empire was locked up in the 9-story Bone Tower prison, in the area above ground. Not many people were imprisoned there. However, the Nether prison underground held a substantial number of creatures from the legendary realm. The strongest prisoner in the above-ground area turned out to be a man claiming to be an earl from the Tower Federation. However, today this middle-aged man was bailed out. A ghostly 4th-rank ghost general with green face and sharp teeth approached him. "Come out, someone has paid your ransom." The former lord obediently followed the ghost general outside. It wasn't that he was compliant, he simply recognized the sheer gap between their powers. There was a serious problem with this territory. What kind of city-level territory positions a 4th-order general at the registration desk and patrol team? He couldn't afford to provoke them, so of course he could only obediently follow their lead. The prison environment was a bit chilly, the food was bland, and the prison guards were all frightening in appearance, but, without severe torture and with a place to eat and sleep, he somehow felt it wasn't so bad. The middle-aged man followed the ghost soldiers to the city center. Half an hour later, he finally met the man he had been longing to see, one of the 9 Tower Masters of the Tower Federation, a man who was called an alchemy master, magic burier, dragon vein mage, among other respectful titles. His uncle, Huixian Tower Master Endel. Despite being in his 30s, the man looked much younger than his great-nephew. He wore a golden-red splendid robe, with long tassels falling slantingly from the collar, exuding a majestic presence stemming from a long tenure in a high position. Behind Huixian Tower Master Endel stood several impressive attendants, each extraordinary in their own right. In the Tower Federation, the 9 Tower Masters were the heavens. Each of them ruled a vast domain, wielding mysterious and immense powers. Nevertheless, his great-nephew was the only bloodline left by his older brother. As soon as he received the message, Endel brought several trusted generals and hastened thousands of miles to Tianyuan City. The middle-aged great-nephew displayed a tearful smile. With his uncle present, he had security, he had freedom, and he could finally let out all the grievances he had suffered. His uncle was one of the 9 Tower Masters, after all. "Uncle!" He was just about to say something. A snap resounded in the reception room, a sound crisp and melodious, lingering for a long time. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Tower Master Endel spoke, "Now apologize sincerely to the Lord of Tianyuan City. If you don't, then let's sever our familial ties." He was well aware of what his great-nephew was capable of. If he didn't slap him on the spot, he truly feared this foolish nephew would speak out of turn. It was one thing to stir up trouble on a normal day, but this was Tianyuan City. As one of the governors of the Tower Federation, he held high authority and immense power, having entered the God Soul realm at less than 60 years of age. His power was tremendous, his future limitless. However, Tianyuan City. The Grand Duke of the Hunt, Dark Teeth, who had once unleashed a great catastrophe in their Tower Federation leaving many powerhouses dead, had perished at the hands of a Tianyuan powerhouse. Tianyuan City's giant spirit god Lu. Moreover, he had vaguely heard that giant spirit god Lu was not the strongest in Tianyuan City, or at least not the only one in that high rank. His future was limitless, yet the Lord of Tianyuan City was limitless times 100. How could he afford to provoke him? He needed to ingratiate himself. Endel said, "Our great-nephew has caused some trouble, and we truly apologize." Yuan waved his hand, "The young one is a bit naive, it's just a minor issue." Huixian Tower Master was formidable. The territory he governed was larger than that of the neighboring Gemstone Duchy and Golden Commonwealth. He himself was a well-known great alchemist across the nations. The Tower Federation was also located in the Twilight Dominion, not very far from here. Thereupon, Mu Yuan signed some trade agreements with Huixian Tower Master, and acquired a batch of legendary breakthrough material at a low price. Huixian Tower Master retrieved his great-nephew and also took this opportunity to establish trade relations with Tianyuan City. He felt it was very profitable. They both had a bright future. Ordering legendary materials from the Radiant Tower Master has further narrowed the gap in territorial needs. The compensation promised by the Six Dukes, along with Serio and the others' return, was poured into the warehouse. Mu Yuan pondered. The world secret realm would soon allow entry to the legendary realm, and he needed to get the affairs of his territory in order before entering the second stage of the secret realm so that he could devote all his energy to exploring it. Having people from the Tower Federation come over, opening the church, resolving trivial matters like material procurement early, would be most appropriate. He opened the panel to check which legendary realm figures could be spared at the current stage. Some legends must remain at the main outposts outside, as well as within Tianyuan City. Relied solely on Lapis and several non-self-aware angel statues for defense? He couldn't be at ease with that. It was fortunate that he, Ilo, and Sophia all possessed high-order avatar skills. Even if their true forms were away, they could leave their avatars behind to look after things and coordinate commands in the territory. But in the event of important matters or during battles when full firepower was necessary, they might not be able to take the territory into account. Leaving behind legends, these legendary generals needed to have strong leadership abilities. Currently in the territory, Deadbone, Duolai, myself, and Ilo are of the Soul Realm. If we want to enter the world secret realm, we'll have to wait for the next wave. By then, people like 17, Xia and Laney who have returned from the secret realm can take charge of the territory. Once the Soul Realm could enter, 17 and the others would also face danger. It was different for legendary beings like Lu and Rakshasa, who could continue to explore in the later stages without being recalled. Mu Yuan wasn't planning to risk his generals' lives anyway. Normal exploration carried very controllable risks with considerable benefits, so naturally, Mu Yuan wished his soldiers could go and mix in, gaining fortune regardless of the size, not missing out on any opportunity. Many fortunes within the secret realm could not be taken away and had to be accessed by entering it in person to gain benefits. But if it involved significant risks, then there was no need for that. In the following few days, aside from the 2 heavenly patrol squads that were still hunting monster legends, the Tianyuan generals who were out gradually returned to prepare for the coming battle of the secret realm. Among the heavenly patrol squads that are still on missions, it's Duolai and Sophia's team. Duolai is hunting on his own, while Sophia's team has changed personnel, with Lianyu being replaced by Tree Demon Granny. What Sophia left in the outside world was an incarnation of the Nether Raven containing half of her energy. Her incarnation, holding the authority of the Lord of Crows, could continuously absorb energy from the outside world. As long as she didn't engage in desperate battles, this incarnation could last indefinitely. Surrounded by hundreds of black crows, tracking and scouting were not an issue with these birds around. Naturally, the combat power of the Nether Raven incarnation could never compare to her true form, so her new teammate Tree Demon Granny took on the role of the combat force. The Tree Demon Granny had superior combat power to Sophia. She was the strongest in the legendary Earth realm of Tianyuan City. Powerful enough to defeat abnormal-level strongmen like Sophia, Lu, Rakshasa, Yuta, and Lianyu. Her strength was indeed substantial. After all, Tree Demon Granny held the great power of the ancient trees. The life-bound seed avatar was said to wield only 90% of its power, but that power was the collective force of the Treeman Forest. Even for Yuta, victory was only possible if stationed near Tree Demon Granny's true form during combat. The combination of Sophia's incarnation and Tree Demon Granny's avatar was enough to subdue world-class strongmen. And Tree Demon Granny was able to conjure up 3 life-bound seeds. Theoretically, it could assimilate 3 ancient tree avatars, as long as the energy supply could keep up. As long as it wasn't a major war breaking out in 2 locations, her energy supply could keep up. Even if wars broke out concurrently, it wouldn't be a problem in the short term. If it really came down to it, she could sacrifice the avatar that entered the secret realm. After all, it was just an avatar, and Mu Yuan wasn't clear if Tree Demon Granny could gain any real benefit within the secret realm. Alert! Your troop Heavenly Fortune Fox Lady Daisy has evolved to Epic 2 stars, Awakening Epic Skill Heavenly Fortune True Words. Under this talent, the words spoken by Daisy have a mysterious influence. The more logical her words are, the more indisputable they become. Additionally, consuming a considerable amount of energy, Heavenly Fortune True Words can also manipulate matter, influencing reality. Alert! Your troop Heavenly Fortune Fox Lady Daisy has evolved to Epic 3 stars, awakening the epic talent Nine-Tailed Fox. Daisy, through absorbing high-order nutrients, can grow more life-bound fox tails, up to a maximum of 9. Currently, she has 3 tails. Daisy can detach her own tails and transform them into Heavenly Fox avatars. Moreover, if Daisy faces the danger of falling, she will autonomously consume, permanently use, one tail as a substitute to avoid a fatal calamity. After Lapis evolved, with the accumulation over these days and the extra income earned by Sario's squad in the Shen Luo domain, Mu Yuan had once again gathered nearly 2 million miracle evolution power. He then began to evolve his meritorious generals swiftly. The first was Daisy, who didn't want to evolve. Mu Yuan figured, Daisy evolving the ability to substitute her death with her tails certainly had something to do with her being cowardly, weak, and afraid to die. But aside from being cowardly and weak, Daisy's professional capability could be ranked within the top 3 in all of Heavenly Element. Her talent was actually quite formidable, easily breaking through to the legendary realm even with an epic 1-star form, surpassing 95% of the Tianyuan epics. But her combat abilities were undoubtedly subpar. Daisy had no plans to go to the world secret realm, so Mu Yuan asked her to take over his duties in the territory for a while. It's totally fine. If any enemies dare to attack, I'll immediately call upon our family's angels to strike them down, taking out pairs at a time. Bullying enemies with sheer power was something she was best at. She was brimming with confidence, and the 2 new heavenly fox tails that had sprouted behind her gave her ample self-assurance. She caressed them, the tails were fluffy and soft, and she couldn't get enough of them. Apart from Daisy, the nature spirits Hualing and Wood Spirit had also evolved to epic 3 stars, awakening the powerful skill Nature Baptism. This skill could greatly accelerate the growth of plants and even benefited humans. Just like a heaven and earth baptism, professionals bathed in nature baptism could slowly improve their level. If Hualing and Wood Spirit were just a bit stronger, they might even be able to bestow the baptismal radiance on behalf of the heavens. Of course, nature baptism also had its flaws. This skill required the gathering of nature's power and would consume the nature spirit's own essence. After use, a considerable amount of time had to pass before it could be deployed again. These days, a new legendary had also been born in Tianyuan City. The Wings of the Wind King that Mu Yuan was looking forward to had finally produced a second legendary, and Tina, the nun at the registration office, had also stepped into legendary. The head of the registrar's office in Tianyuan City was now at a legendary level. If Tianyuan City were open to the outside world, bringing in a large number of foreign adventurers, one could only wonder what their reaction would be to such a scene. Unfortunately, Tianyuan City was situated in a remote location with dangerous commutes, leaving Mu Yuan unable to develop commerce there even if he wanted to. Tianyuan City could only rely on their own efforts, laying each brick and tile to build it up. The following day, Ilo emerged from the advanced mage tower. According to my divination, the world secret realm will open up to the second boundary in as little as 12 hours, at most 24 hours. Mu Yuan nodded and began to rally his troops. In the military camp north of Tianyuan City, elite warriors swiftly took their positions. Skeleton Lord 100-man formation, ready to go. Bone 4 declared loudly. Fearless War Handsome, Arrow of Polar Star formation, ready to go. Lu Lu stated solemnly. Dragon Power formation. Snow Maiden formation. Ghost formation. Nun team. Nature Spirit team. Musketeer team. Warhawk team. One after another, battalions and squads rapidly assembled. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of fourth-order elites had gathered in this training field. Mu Yuan had recalled all the elite explorers who were out engaging with monsters, maintaining only the most basic defensive line in Tianyuan City. It wasn't that he needed these elites to bulk up his combat power or to cast a wide net for exploration through sheer numbers. He wanted to use this opportunity to allow his own elites to benefit as well. Inside the world secret realm, there were places similar to apocalypse pillars that could enable fourth-order strongmen to achieve sudden enlightenment of their domains. Similar treasures on the outer fringes of the secret realm had already been used and depleted. But Mu Yuan believed that deeper within the secret realm, there were still many places like this. Fourth-order strongmen who wanted to visit such places must have a legendary backer. In fact, in the past few days, lords and professionals with connections had been constantly contacting their powerful supporters to seek opportunities. There were also legendary strongmen openly forming exploration teams, selling exploration team members spots at clear-cut prices. This was not a bad way to make money. However, the world's secret realm is not that safe, even for legendary strongmen. Without invincible combat power, they are still shrouded in risks and crises. Yuan began to appoint his commanders. Lu, Sophia, 17, Yuta, the recently healed June. All 10 of Tianyuan City's heaven and earth realm strongmen assembled. The weakest among them, Laney, also possessed a 3,000-meter level domain and was endowed with 3 epic skills. Besides these 10 strongmen, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Qing Shuang, Han Shuang, Milena, Irene, and other powerhouses also took their places one by one. Milena was accompanied by 3 legendary elves, as well as 24th Order juniors. Except for Daisy, Li Erniu, Butcher, and a few other legends who stayed behind, the legends of Tianyuan City poured out of their nests. If you include the other 3 legendary elves, the number of legends in their party was 34. Then, I declare, the grand campaign to explore the world's secret realm officially begins. All warriors, follow me, strike! The starry sky gate opened, Yuan stepped through and disappeared inside. In the West Desolation Domain, before the world's secret realm gate of the Ziji City territory. Compared to the previous days, more powerhouses had gathered here, and one by one, famous powerhouses were still rushing over. Linglong Radiance. It's Lord Linglong arriving. The Lord Linglong with 3 legends. The Lord Linglong who has slain 16 monster legends. Some exclaimed in admiration, gazing at the line of a dozen or so figures appearing in the distance. Flying with the power of heaven and earth, the leading figure was none other than the petite, delicate Lord Linglong, who carried a weapon larger than herself on her back. A sword's brilliance that lit up 19 cities? It's Lord Wuji. His domain might only have 2 legends, but Lord Wuji's own combat power is extremely terrifying. It is said he once fought a heaven and earth realm peak monster in dozens of rounds without falling under the wind. SSS. Ordinary professionals gasped in admiration. They are warlord-level elites, the elite of society, but they have never seen so many renowned legends. Even if they don't qualify to explore the world's secret realm, merely witnessing so many leaders with their own eyes makes the trip worthwhile. They'll have something to boast about in the future. The Deputy City Lord of Ziji City has also arrived. Following the Deputy City Lord are 4 of the top 10 powerhouses of Ziji City. The main force of the Skywolf Star exploration team has arrived. Their leader Sirius is a ruthless person. He once fell into the encirclement of over a dozen monster legends but fought his way out and counter-slaughtered 3 legends. Members of the first batch of exploratory teams from the Skywolf Star who had recently emerged from the secret realm hurriedly went to greet them. Their own big boss had finally arrived. They would enter the secret realm again later, but they must first leave and meet up with their own leader. Otherwise, once the second stage of the secret realm opened, a massive influx of legendary explorers would enter, and without the protection of a legend, they could be casually wiped out by someone. At this stage, teams without a legend's leadership will find it extremely difficult to move an inch. The Lord of Scorching Flames team, White Shark Group's first battle team, Tai Xian Lianji's 6th exploratory squad, Tian City Academy battle team. One powerful squad after another arrived in succession. Threads of legendary might dispersed, leaping and clashing within the world, stirring the entire region into a frenzy, rendering the air so heavy it seemed to suffocate. The legends had actually restrained their coercion, but even the seeping trace amounts, once in sufficient quantity, still made the whole atmosphere seem to congeal. Dispersed teams without the protection of a legend had to retreat to the far outer edges. Not just anyone is qualified to witness and observe the legendary leaders up close. One must either possess considerable strength or have a strong backing. Suddenly, the earth rippled, and a massive stone amber flew into the sky. Its momentum was tremendous, causing gales and thunder to reverberate around it. But outside the secret realm, the legend's gaze was mostly fixed on the burly figure seated atop the massive stone amber. Giant Amber City General Long Kaihu Mountain Jing Jing. The number of human legends and monster legends that have perished at the hands of this General Zhen Yuan is at least in the hundreds. He is the Giant Amber City Lord's right-hand man. One who could build Giant Amber City in the chaotic neutral lands and make it the central hub of an entire region is surely no weakling. A presence from the Soul Realm. Some had serious expressions. Although there were not a few Taixuan legends present, none of them were from the Soul Realm. Of course, This didn't mean they were afraid of Giant Amber City's General Yuan, but this was after all their Taixuan territory, and right now, they were being overshadowed in terms of momentum by an outsider, which was irritating. Giant Amber City's General Yuan, leading his team, landed at an edge outside the secret realm, forcefully taking up a position near the entrance, and waiting with feigned slumber. Suddenly, this General Yuan opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Some of the legends also looked in the same direction. At the edge of the sky, a hint of starlight blue emerged. Then suddenly, the sky grew dim, and stars shone in the curtain of night. A river of stars, gathered by countless stars, appeared on the other side of the heavens, coming in majestically. On this vast river of stars, which seemed to stretch across the entirety of the sky, stood powerful figures with remarkable poise, their hands behind their backs. White robes fluttering, cloaks billowing. The powerhouses of Tianyuan City. The armies of Tianyuan City had arrived. Tianyuan City's strong people have finally arrived. Someone muttered. It was no longer a secret that the Lord of Tianyuan City had chosen this secret realm entrance. An elite of Tianyuan was always stationed here. Everyone was quite looking forward to the arrival of the Lord of Tianyuan City. The legendary Lord, who had created miracles time and again, indeed came personally, only. Have the warriors from Tianyuan City come in quite a large number. The Star River had already flown near the secret realm, and people saw the warriors it carried. Numbering immensely. Hundreds of elites. We're here to explore the world's secret realm, not to go to war, guys. The lords didn't mind bringing more fourth-order elites, using this opportunity for them to train and transform. With one more person, their territories might eventually gain a genius with a legendary stature in the future. However, the secret realm was dangerous and full of lethal traps. Even the legendary realm might not protect so many fourth-order strongmen. Don't you see that Reconnaissance Corps openly set their limits at 7 members per legendary leader? Any more? Even the master fourth-order wannabes aren't foolish. Moreover, bringing their elites or younger relatives was just incidental, the legendary lords were competing for their own fortunes. In such a situation, why would they go to great lengths to protect third or fourth-order professionals? That would be putting the cart before the horse. That's what people thought, but they just muttered among themselves. How the Lord of Tianyuan City chose to act was his own affair, they just couldn't quite understand. Don't understand? That's right. The Lord of Tianyuan City must have his reasons for doing so. Do you guys think there's a possibility that Tianyuan City brought many legendary strongmen on this trip? Like, if there are dozens of legends in Tianyuan City, a ratio of legends to non-legends reaching 1 to 10 is entirely possible. Dude, wake up, even the die-hard fans of the Lord of Tianyuan City wouldn't dare think that. Can your reasoning be a bit logical? The speaker chuckled, he was just looking for topics to liven up the atmosphere. He himself didn't truly believe any such improbable possibility existed. However, someone present felt that this possibility might indeed exist. Lord Linglong reflected, having dozens of legends sounds ridiculous at first and is indeed super ridiculous, but if it's about Tianyuan, this freak, well, it's not impossible. Tianyuan was someone she had watched grow up. Proud.jpg. Although she had initially faced defeat in the secret realm of challenge while competing against Tianyuan at the same level. What of it? I once narrowly lost to Tianyuan. She had also visited Tianyuan City, and even together with Tianyuan, had defeated a massive wave of monsters. At that time, there were just a handful of legends in Tianyuan City, but they were already capable of defeating dozens of monster legends, creating the miracle of overwhelming the monster overlord. Now, after all this time, the legends of Tianyuan City from back then have become world-class strongmen. Saying that Tianyuan had nurtured dozens of legends, well, that isn't an impossibility. Besides, that guy Tianyuan is extremely cautious, he wouldn't have brought the core forces of his territory unless he was 200% certain. Compared to other forces with exploration teams of a few to a dozen, or at most around 40 people, the reconnaissance corps from Tianyuan City on the Star River indeed seemed much larger in number. Even setting aside the legendary strongmen, the Fourth Order elites he assembled were themselves capable of confronting legends. Other Fourth Orders couldn't lead a dozen assistants or 1,000 elites to resonate with the army spirit, they basically had no chance against a legend. Tianyuan's elites? While it's tough for them to confront a legend alone, forming a small team would suffice. The reason there hadn't been a super genius who could topple a legend with just a Fourth Order body was because all the geniuses had stepped into the legendary realm. Those still struggling at the fourth order limit were just considered mediocre. At best, they were within the top 200 or the top 100 on the Dragon Gate ranking. Yuan exchanged greetings with the acquaintances he knew. Lords Linglong, Wuji. Without much conversation, the secret realm was about to activate the second stage. At this point, the legendary lords aiming for fortunes were all making serious preparations. Time ticked by slowly. Yuan didn't arrive early, only joining the last batch of explorers a few minutes before Yisai's divination prophecy. If quick, he only needed to wait a few minutes, if slow, perhaps just over half an hour. But the passage of time seemed particularly slow. The opening of the secret realm was expanding bit by bit, yet it hadn't transformed significantly. In the meantime, explorers kept jumping out of the secret realm. Some were in utter disarray, others could hardly conceal their joy. The latter had evidently reaped substantial rewards inside the secret realm. At this time, no one paid attention to these explorers. Pairs of eyes were fixed on the gradually spreading fissure of the secret realm. Suddenly, buzz! As if some invisible ripple swept through, and akin to a crack in space, the portal of the secret realm, as if torn apart by some immense force, suddenly expanded from about 30 meters to 40 meters. The next moment it swelled once more, swelling to 60, 70, 80 meters. An 80-meter-long fissure in the secret realm, imbued with golden twilight, sparkled before everyone. The gate to the legendary realm of the world secret realm has opened. Around the secret realm, each legendary strongman present held their breath briefly after a silent couple of instantances, then a lone legendary soaring with the power of heaven and earth surged skyward. Pop! He passed through the secret realm's gate as if moving through the ripples of a water curtain. He wasn't repelled. He entered. Let's go. We're up to. Hurry hurry hurry, time is money. Solo legends or small teams formed by several legends were the quickest. In comparison, other forces legends still needed to harness the power of heaven and earth to lift their elites or juniors up. Coming and going naturally took more time, and they couldn't catch up with the fastest. Actually, there was no need to fight over these few seconds to tens of seconds. The secret realm inside was very vast, and it took quite some time to cross from the entrance to the outer regions. Let's start as well. Yuan nodded to Ilo. Ilo was here only in an avatar form, but under the starry sky scepter and symbol of the stars, her power spread almost as much as if she were physically present. She controlled the vast river of stars to slowly rise and approach the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the river of stars, Lu, Denglong, and Lian Yu, each a legend, took to the sky and entered the secret realm first to observe the situation on the other side. Skeleton Battalion, Ghost Soul Team, Garrison Team. Team after team of elite troops successively stepped through the secret realm's gate. The legendary figures were the last to follow. Soon, the entrance area of the secret realm that had gathered numerous legends started to quiet down. On the mountain peak occupied by Tianyuan City as a temporary camp, only Yuan and Ilo remained. In the distance, the team from Jipo City and General Zhenyuan Longkaihu Mountain closed their eyes again, quietly waiting. The hustle had shifted from outside the secret realm to within. Yuan sat on the river of starry sky and also closed his eyes to make contact with his own division generals inside the secret realm. World Secret Realm, inside, at the entrance. Here, it was much more bustling than the outside. There were 6 entrances within the Taishan Alliance's territory to the World Secret Realm, and countless more within the whole Eternal World. Comparatively, the starting point area inside the secret realm was much less. Often, several, or even more than a dozen entrances converged at the same starting point, which couldn't be anything but bustling. The starting point area was chaotic. There was no such thing as a safe zone here, and the area around the starting point also gathered strong figures from various countries, even different racial forces, which normally could easily cause friction. But it was not the case now. There were no monsters around, and the legends who had entered the secret realm had mostly their own targets, turning one by one into streaks of light, disappearing into the expanse of heaven and earth. Roar roar roar, we need to move fast too, roar. Lian Yu was anxious. Lu was organizing various small teams and said, proceed as Lord initially arranged, and contact us immediately if you encounter any unforeseen circumstances. The legendary figures of Tianyuan City were mainly divided into 2 parts. One was the generals leading and protecting their own elite troops. Lu, Bone 3, Bone 4, Hong Yi, 17, these powerful figures were among them. Of course, besides being protected and seizing opportunities, the elites also played a significant role during exploration. But the elites were ultimately 4-order and couldn't fly. If the legendary figures all moved with the 4-order elites, they would inevitably lose the initiative. This was the moment just after the Gate of Legend had opened, and speed was of utmost importance. Therefore, another group of legends would quickly travel, crossing the outer regions to enter the inner circles with lightning speed. And the core of this racing team was... That's right, it's Mr. Falcon himself. Rakshasa, Sophia, Lian Yu, Yuta, Xilu, Grass Twig, Jabai, Bone 2 and other legendary figures quickly climbed onto the spacious back of June. Let me show you the ultimate speed of Mr. Falcon. June spread his wings, soaring like a rock, and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. The fierce wind howled, but it didn't affect Jun's sharp vision scanning over the land. Distant mountains and rivers came into view. These terrains were shrouded in a faint mist, making the entire secret realm world seem somewhat unreal, blurred, as if separated by a layer of obstruction. That was indeed the case. With the secret realm's mysterious fog acting as a barrier, even epic treasures failed to reveal their brilliance, they were only noticeable when approached closely. The perception of legendary figures was also significantly weakened. In such an environment, pure eyesight could in fact see farther, even though it was hindered by the mist when gazing far. On the ground or in mid-air, one after another, exploratory teams dashed, their figures reflected in Jun's eyes. He also used the vision sharing ability, sharing what he saw with Sophia and others, as well as Lu and others who were further away. June had tried to share his vision with the esteemed lord, but had failed. Vision sharing after all was merely an ordinary level skill. Despite its strong practicality, limitations still existed. Even when used by a contemporary strongman like Lord June, it couldn't transcend the barriers of the world's secret realm to share visions with those outside the secret realm. Thus, Yuan, through Black Crow's vision, obtained a view of the inside of the secret realm. The entire world was tinged with a faint white, as if everyone were in a water ink painted world, not so real. In fact, the Vanguard exploration team had done simple sampling research, and the land and trees within the secret realm were indeed not real. These materials would dissipate and vanish the moment they were taken out of the secret realm, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Otherwise, within the secret realm, there were still many special soils and rocks extremely hard, and explorers who had not yet thought of dismantling and moving the entire secret realm away. Within the secret realm, only treasures and opportunities truly existed. As June sped on, landscapes unlike the normal mountains and earth also continuously appeared in his field of vision. There were fiery magma burning grounds, formations of bizarre standing rocks, and huge obelisks. June didn't stop. By now, in this outer periphery of the secret realm with special regions, it was almost impossible for any treasures to remain, and the mystical power contained by the lands of opportunity had mostly been exhausted. Even if there were remnants, they weren't worthy of making a special descent to inspect. June felt the wind around him. The wind gradually became orderly at his command. It was time. Mr. Falcon is going to speed up. Soaring 9 heavens. Trying to maintain stability, the entire giant bird merged into the storm, soared upwards, and with one flap of its wings, it covered a distance of 180,000 kilometers. The racing team sped by, and legends flew. Those who commanded the wind and thunder, like lightning and light, were rapidly left far behind in the blink of an eye. This was the gold standard of being the fastest in Tianyuan City. June was constantly surpassing others. On the vast land, fog-hazed, a figure turned into a streak of light, tearing through the fog and air, breaking through circle after circle of white ripples. Extreme Wing Bird Mach. He was a legendary strongman from the Yongxing Empire. His combat power wasn't formidable, only middle-ranked among many legends, but he still made a resounding name for himself within the Yongxing Empire. The reason was simple: he was fast. Speed was the true logic of this world. He had once been targeted by a Soul Realm beast yet emerged unscathed because the Soul Realm beast couldn't fly as fast as him. My combat power isn't strong, I can't face those monstrous legends directly, but I don't need to. I just need to enter the inner circle of the secret realm at the highest speed and quickly sweep up high-level treasures. The advantage is mine. When the legend gate of the secret realm opened, he quickly flew into it. He was among the first batch of starters, and at this moment, he had already left the other legends far behind. He was the undisputed first, having left the second place far behind to the point where even a shadow was not visible. The extreme wing bird thought so, looking behind him, and indeed not seeing any pursuer's tracks. Shadow? Whoosh! A gust of wind roared, and a huge figure flashed by from above. And in front of him, rapidly shrinking in his field of vision. Extreme wing bird. The world is vast, indeed there are stronger beings. His energy surged, lines of light scaling his cheeks. Simultaneously, the 3 pairs of light wings that had spread behind him continued to extend, becoming narrower and sharper. Extreme wing bird light speed form. Rumble. The heavens and earth seemed to hum, and the space was edged with shallow lines. However, the large bird's shadow still disappeared from his view at an unreachable speed, too fast even to consider pursuing. Seems like it's been 200 seconds since I last encountered a legend. June muttered. He had surpassed all the leading legends in the first 30 seconds. Amid the vast heaven and earth, only one giant bird rode the storm soaring high above, lonelily tossing the clouds behind it. 400 seconds. 600 seconds. 800 seconds. In the 800th second of entering the secret realm, he finally saw the boundary land that separated the periphery from the inner circle, mentioned in the intelligence. Mountains hung upside down, waterfalls flowed in reverse. An illusionary mirage-like scene appeared in the distant azure sky. That mountain range stretched endlessly, and the waterfall flowed upward into a vast lake. Inverted mountain. It marked the boundary between the outer and inner circles of the secret realm. This was not so much an obstacle, but rather, the realms inside and outside of the secret realm were inverted. They needed to cross from this side to the other, flipping into another piece of inverted land. Separated by a great distance, there was considerable pressure in between. Even feathermen, birds, angels, capable of flight at the 4th order limit, could hardly fly over this chasm. Only those in the legendary realm, wielding the power of heaven and earth, could cross it. And even for them, it wasn't easy. Carrying others with them made it even more difficult. Newcomers to the legendary realm were not even qualified to watch over others. 3. June, in full song, cried out as its wings beat and it passed through leisurely. Several times in the middle, it experienced the disorienting sensation of the world turning inside out. This was the difficulty in crossing the crevice. But to the experienced driver, June, it wasn't just fast but also stable in flight. Understand that the fastest in Yuan, and a former early mount of the Lord, held value in gold. Whoosh! The wild winds began to ebb as June descended into the lower altitude regions. Its eyes sharp, June spotted a glint of light amidst the hazy white fog not far away. It was an object wrapped in a blue light ball, resembling an ancient-looking scroll. Miracle blueprints, blank, impression. Grade, excellent. Description, can imprint a miracle building of no higher than superior grade and generate the corresponding blueprints. This was a rather nice treasure. The value of miracle blueprints was already several dozen or even hundreds of times more than materials of the same tier, and this blank blueprint could theoretically select any superior building. Its worth was even higher, nearly comparable to a more common epic treasure. To find such precious treasures upon entry, truly worthy of a world secret realm, love it. Jun's merit +1. Then, we shall part ways here and wish everyone great fortune. Should any mishaps occur, or you discover some unique chances, contact us immediately. Sophia said. Taking a ride on June was for rapid transit to this region, but upon arrival, naturally, they would no longer stick together as a team. June would no longer use soaring 9 heavens. Such speed would make it impossible to find treasures, plus utilizing soaring 9 heavens required soaring high above, not low-altitude fly sweep. Exploring alone was the most efficient choice. Of course, this also meant the leaders of Tianyuan City were confident enough. Even the weaker ones among them, like Jabai and Grass Twig, were top-tier powers within the legendary realm. The group dispersed, each beginning their exploration in their preferred fashion. June took to the skies, deciding to fly deeper before starting a slow search. Rakshasa transformed into a wisp of grey-brown smoke, swirling toward the distances in the mountains. Grass Twig, a spirit of nature, burst into the vegetation and shifted continuously through the woods. Jabai split into countless bats and scattered in all directions. Around the same time, a prompt dingling resonated continually by Mu Yuan's ear. Prompt, your hero Rakshasa has obtained superior grade material Dragon Gall Whiskers. Prompt, your hero Sophia has obtained superior grade weapon Heavenly Thunder Needle. Prompt. Non-hero units' treasures would not trigger immediate prompts, but through the web of spirit, Yuan stayed in constant contact with everyone within the secret realm, well aware of their plentiful harvests. It was like picking up money with a sack. Of course, higher-level treasures weren't just about bending down to pick them up, for explorers would face layers of challenges and hurdles. Without sufficient strength, even if one arrived here at the fastest speed, they might return empty-handed. This is an illusion. Sophia stood in a dense forest. She had been circling for tens of seconds before she barely noticed something amiss. Too natural, without a trace of illusion technique workmanship, should I say it's a naturally formed illusion by the world itself. She hadn't noticed before, but once she sensed something was off and observed with her phantom night eyes, she could glimpse the paths through the illusion. Just the paths, though. She couldn't destroy this illusion. It was connected to the entire world, and even if she used great force, the illusion would reconstruct itself within seconds. Quite fascinating, maybe Hong Yi could come and take a look. Sophia chose to mark the location. The rule's power in this secret realm was strong, the Lord's talent could not extend here, but they each had a spirit seed planted within, essentially acting as signal beacons. They could serve as individual coordinate points, and distances could be roughly estimated by comparing multiple times. Sophia thought, already moving through the illusion area. Before her lay a clear lake, and above it hung a treasure glowing with purple radiance. Without any further incident, Sophia's avatar flew up to retrieve the treasure bead. Heavenly Illusion Treasure Pearl. Grade, Epic. Description, greatly enhances illusion ability and has the capability to restore broken illusions within a short period. A precious treasure, now in hand. In another place. A wisp of smoke touched ground, reforming into the dark-skinned, muscular figure of Rakshasa. He looked ahead. In the center of a desolate, broken rocky terrain stood a grand grey stele towering above. Treasure location, Heavenly Revelation Tablet Dark. Explanation, touch to gain special enlightenment. The higher one's innate talent, the deeper the enlightenment. Remaining enlightenments available, 200/200. Rakshasa stepped forward and pressed his hand down. Woong! The world turned upside down, and he found himself in a grey, foggy landscape devoid of life and silent, with white bones continuously spreading out before him, forming a gigantic mountain 10,000 meters tall. Dong! The bell tolled, and Rakshasa's mind returned. Not bad. To him, the treasure land's effect was quite weak. The highest enlightenment it could provide was the 10,000-meter mountain, but his own insight was already several tens of thousands of meters high. But for the skeletons and specters who haven't entered the legendary realm, it seems quite good, it could help them establish their domains. Rakshasa thought and marked this location. He thought for a moment, then grew 2 additional pairs of arms from his back. 6 large hands grabbed the grey steel and he pulled with all his might. Boom! The ground trembled and dust flew, but the steel did not budge an inch. As expected. Rakshasa wasn't too surprised. He didn't linger any longer and, in a flash, turned into smoke and headed deeper into the exploration. Tread! 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 Yuta walked barefoot on the barren, rocky ground, his gaze sweeping round. His luck seemed a bit poor, he had been searching for half an hour and still hadn't found anything. Suddenly, as he turned a corner, a purple glow appeared within his field of vision. An epic treasure. He was also somewhat excited. He didn't need any treasures himself, confident that his fists and feet were his strongest weapons, but Yuta was well aware that his own territory was in desperate need of treasures, and many companions also needed weapons like the epic treasures. He stepped forward briskly, and just as his rough palm was about to grab it, the light of will suddenly sent a warning. Tap! Yuta's muscles tensed instantly, and though the ground didn't crack, his body had already appeared 100 meters away. He frowned as he watched. There, a golden spear was stuck in the ground, half its shaft buried, and the surrounding ground was rapidly turning golden and quietly, in the blink of an eye, it disintegrated into nothingness. Yuta's eyes bulged. He didn't like to use his brain when fighting, but that didn't mean he didn't have one at all. He had a bit of one at least. His body was very tough. Superior weapons hacked at him could only leave white marks, and even withstanding legendary attacks with his body wouldn't cause too much damage. But just now, he felt a deadly threat. This inconspicuous spear throw, which only shattered a few meters of ground, was something his body couldn't withstand. Yuta was familiar with such cheat-level killing power. It was a concept. He looked on. On a small hill thousands of meters away, there was a legendary youth clad in golden armor, holding a spear with both hands, still in the pose of a throw. Yuta has encountered a strange powerhouse. Yuan had instructed his division generals to report back at all times for coordination. With the web of spirit connecting all sides, Yuta and the others could convey their messages instantly, without affecting normal exploration or combat. But to encounter other explorers at this point in time, Jun was aware of how much faster he could fly compared to other explorers. When flying long distances, the speed difference was dozens of times. The other legends were still huffing and puffing in flight at this time. Yuan wasn't too surprised either. Wings of the Wind King were not unique to him, although not all wings of the Wind King could awaken abilities like soaring 9 heavens. Apart from the wings of the Wind King, other epic lives or epic treasures might also possess similar divine speed abilities. Not to mention distant possibilities, anyone possessing an upper epic treasure with the concept of divine speed could already fly extremely fast. Yuan never dared to underestimate the people of the world. Especially with the world being so vast. SSSSSHHH. Golden spears fell like rain, instantly bombarding the entire land, turning it into a land riddled with 1,000 holes. The earth cracked inch by inch, and the flying rocks turned to dust in mid-air. But within this golden curtain of rain, a robust figure moved freely and effortlessly. Many times, although the golden spear rain was but half an inch away from the figure, the macho man would pass by unruffled. This was absolute confidence. Yuta's strength was not just in his mighty power, nor merely in his solid flesh. His formidable strength came from day after day of training, from one life and death battle after another. His power was never unfounded, even when bathed in the glorious light bestowed by the Lord. He would double, even decuple his training efforts to prove he deserved such power. He was able to completely control his own body. Stomp! Yuta stepped on the air, creating booming sounds. He soared into the sky like ascending a heavenly staircase, heading straight for that legendary figure in golden battle armor atop the mountaintop. Golden spear sky-suppressing strike. The mysterious legend uttered in a low voice. His muscles swelled, surging energy spilling out, and veins crawled up his cheeks. The golden spear in his hand suddenly grew hundreds of times larger, becoming a golden giant spear that pierced the sky and earth, and smashed down through the air. In an instant, even space seemed to solidify, spreading with flecks of gold. It was as if the entire heavens and the earth were to be gilded and shattered within. Boom! The next moment, the static space cracked. Swirling around the sinewy macho man was a wisp of red flame, his hair stood on end, while the space around him trembled, spreading an aura as terrible as a god-demon. With a flash, he appeared before the young man. Serious punch! Clang! A hexagonal black shield, large enough to cover half a person, appeared out of nowhere, standing right in front of Yuta. The fist, wrapped in a crimson aura, surged forward, shaking the black shield inscribed with countless mysterious runes. The residual impact was enough to collapse the entire mountain. The remaining force shoved the shield and the young man, sending them flying tens of thousands of meters away. The young man's complexion changed yet again. Seeing the fiercely swift macho man pursuing through thin air, he did not hesitate, half-crouched on the black hexagonal shield, and zipped away as a streak of light disappearing into the horizon. The speed with which he fled was so quick, and his retreat so decisive, that even Yuta was caught off guard. He's gone? Just like that? Weren't they just in the heat of battle? Should a true macho man not continue fighting? Yuta was dumbfounded, wondering where the martial spirit of his opponent had gone. The young man in golden battle armor controlled the hexagonal shuttle, not daring to stop for a rest until he had flown hundreds of kilometers away. Out of breath, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. This guy is definitely a monster. The golden war spear in his hand was an upper epic weapon that was not only exceedingly fast but also possessed the conceptual ability of gold transformation along with space sealing, size alteration, and many other effects. In the past, even those at the peak of the heaven and earth realm couldn't withstand his spear. Yet that monster was too fast. Compared to speed, the monster's attacks were savagely overwhelming. If I hadn't entered the secret realm and the Elder hadn't given me the upper epic treasure Infinite Sky Shield, which allows for flight and autonomous protection, I would probably have already perished. His golden battle armor would have had no chance of stopping it. He didn't even have time to react. Even with the Infinite Sky Shield, he didn't think it could fully protect him. He very well knew how terrified his soul was when that punch came thundering through. It's true I had some trump cards I didn't have time to use, but The young man did not believe that he would have won even if he had used all his moves. After all, the muscle-bound monster had yet to even use a single epic treasure. With 2 upper epic treasures in hand and rightfully considered among the chosen few, he had thought himself unbeatable on the battlefield of the heaven and earth realm. But to his dismay, he had suffered a heavy blow not long after entering. Who exactly is this person? Is he a secret weapon cultivated by the Yongxing Empire, or a young prodigy from the Holy Griffin Empire, or perhaps a favored one by some ancient god? The youngster from the Myriad Phenomena Empire did not know. He was only sure about one thing: this was an opponent beyond his strength. Oh, right. The youngster quickly took out a communication treasure ball and sent a message to his peer elites from the same faction. What made this communication treasure ball sophisticated was its ability to transmit images. He solidified memories of the encounter with the sinewy macho man into the ball and sent it to his comrades with a warning. This man has god-demon-like martial prowess. If encountered, do not engage in combat. Outside the world secret realm. Various countries, powers, and territories. Countless people were paying attention to the developments in the secret realm. If previously, the Fourth Order explorers had gained quite some benefits in the secret realm, now, with the entry of legendary lords, the real game had just begun. Epic treasures, epic buildings, advancement baptisms. There were far too many great opportunities. Inside, there were chances to overtake on the curves, even to ascend to heaven in one step. Of course, a legendary realm is no comparison to a Fourth Order leader. At the Fourth Order, attaining a bloodline transformation to progress to epic, could be considered ascending to heaven. In the legendary realm, epic bloodlines and epic treasures were of course incredibly precious, but they still did not offer a step to heaven. For a legendary realm to achieve a revolutionary increase in combat power was almost impossible. But they could gamble on a future. A single treasure, a bloodline transformation, a miracle building could all potentially allow someone to go further in the future, to enrich their dominions. Having cultivated to the legendary realm, were they content to be constrained by potential and talent, to stagnate? They wanted to see the scenery from higher vistas. In the secret realm, there were great opportunities, many chances. But corresponding to the opportunities were myriad risks within the secret realm. Monsters, competitors. The lords looked forward with anticipation, yet could not help but worry. After all, the primary explorers were from the legendary realm. The legendary realm was already the pillar of combat strength for most powerful territories. Even for top lords like those of Han Yu, losing 1 or 2 legendary realm members could be described as bone-deep wounds. Not to mention, those who personally entered the secret realm were legendary lords themselves. The exploration strategies of these lords were both brave and cautious. By cautious, it meant they needed to keep their eyes peeled to avoid powerhouses of extreme peak combat strength. Leaving aside the monsters, the explorers from different countries, even if bloodthirsty, wouldn't waste time dealing with other legends unless they bumped into each other. So how could they avoid these powerhouses of extreme peak strength? Intelligence was extremely important. They could retreat to avoid, or advance to strike and win. At this moment, numerous lords from great powers and countries were continuously sending messages, exchanging information, a benefit of leading a great power. Or rather, a benefit for those great power lords willing to share intelligence. Yuan was holding a heavenly patrol mirror, on which flickered messages. The technology from the Supreme Mysterious Research Institute appeared to have had another breakthrough, allowing the heavenly patrol mirror to now accommodate dozens of users communicating simultaneously. Of course, there would be some delays, and if separated by a secret realm enchantment, the delay could become very severe or even result in disconnections. But for the lords, such delays in exchanging information were unimportant. I encountered a powerhouse from the Yongxing Empire, wearing a red feather crown, with extremely terrifying arrow skills. If I hadn't used a life-saving item, I definitely would not have escaped. A message slowly drifted by. Speaking was a lord named Ba Tian. True to his name, he was a strong figure among the legends, yet still he was overwhelmed, which spoke to the fearsomeness of that Yongxing powerhouse. I ran into a trio from the Ximo Empire, one of whom could summon hundreds of near-legendary creatures, while the other 2 were guards, also at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. We simply couldn't confront them head-on. A squad from our King's city also encountered a strong figure, a lord from the Holy Griffin Empire, accompanied by 6 angels. 4 with 2 wings, 1 with 4 wings, and 1 with 6 wings. Our team was somewhat injured before they managed to escape. Hiss! Six-wing angel. This was an epic 3-star life, and moreover a person from the Holy Griffin Empire. To encounter such a strong figure and still manage to escape unscathed was definitely worthy of being people from Lord Qing Xin. There were many big names in this exchange group. Lords of Hanyu City and Kingzhen City were in this group, though it was unclear why these two big names had joined this group. But with big names in the group, they could get first-hand information faster, which was something everyone desired. Also in the group was the Lord of Tianyuan City. The rank of Lord of Tianyuan City might be half a notch below the previous two, but among those at the heaven and earth realm level, the Tianyuan guy might command more strong figures. At least, certainly more than Hanyu City. They were looking forward to it. Since most lords had shared their intelligence, Mu Yuan naturally wouldn't be stingy. Even though 99% of this shared intelligence was of little use to him. But for something so easily done, he was happy to do it. He pondered for a moment. In the secret realm, as time passed, Sophia, Rakshasa, and others gradually ran into other explorers. It wasn't that there were conflicts each time. If no treasure was involved, at this time, no one wanted to deal with an unknown strong figure. Up till now, their generals had only experienced a dozen or so fights, which might not necessarily be considered battles. To filter out noteworthy strong figures from these encounters? That was indeed difficult. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and said. There's a legendary figure in golden armor who is quite troublesome. He possesses 2 upper epic treasures, whose abilities are across the communication group. The other lords were immediately alarmed. 2 upper epic treasures. Especially that golden spear, which had the ability to turn touched targets into gold. To confront it meant a brush would wound, a touch would kill. Without preparation, even veterans of the heaven and earth realm could easily fall to this golden spear-bearing legend upon first encounter. This piece of intelligence was invaluable, extremely useful. Indeed, fitting of the Lord of Tianyuan City, even his division generals seem not to suffer losses against that golden spear strongman. Mu Yuan continued. There is a deep blue water element lord that is quite powerful, able to withstand the burning of the red dragon's true flame for a good 10 seconds and even transform into countless water flows to escape. There's also a cyclops wearing a crown, able to manifest a kilometer-high form, proving to be extremely durable. Oh, right, there was a 6-wing angel whose wings shimmered with thunder glow, very formidable indeed, and especially fast at escaping. The lords. Is there something wrong? Aren't we discussing and sharing information about powerful competitors? Well, the Lord of Tianyuan City did use words like troublesome, impressive, and hard to deal with, but why does it feel like the strong men he talks about don't seem very strong? This is too suspicious. Time passed, and the main forces of the legends continued to enter the inner circle of the secret realm. The conflicts among the competitors became increasingly fierce, with energy clouds erupting in different parts of the secret realm, and thunderous noises deafening. Of course, there were also many explorers who were more restrained, seizing opportunities where they could, and leaving when they couldn't. Another failure. A legendary figure sighed. He had brought along 3 outstanding juniors on this trip, but none of them could establish a domain upon touching the steel before them. Opportunity, opportunity, so often it stands right in front of one, yet only if you are able to grasp it does it truly matter. Suddenly. Not far away, another faint domain power burst forth. A passerby legendary looked towards the large team of several dozen people, his eyes nearly popping out. In just this short time, how many of that team's foreorder had established their domains? 20? 30? The legendary looked at his own juniors, growing increasingly disappointed in these ineffective young ones. From now on, your allowance is halved. The juniors felt wronged but had nothing to say. The world outside, the strong men outside, were too terrifying. 233 foreorder elites have established their domains already? Not bad, Mu Yuan thought to himself. Of the 3 key elements, establishing a domain is the hardest, relying entirely on enlightenment. However, many dimwits, even with epic rank, just can't learn if they can't learn. Of course, the time the elites have stepped into the epic life is also just a few months, at most a year. Epic life often also requires accumulation and can't be accomplished overnight. The opportunity in the secret realm has greatly shortened that time. Time is the most precious, the most important resource at the moment. The elites have already entered the inner circle under the leadership of strong figures like Liu Lu, 17, Hong Yi. With many elites in hand, their efficiency in exploration is actually much higher than that of individual legends. The elites are not all idle. If the elites weren't restricted from going far from their leading legend, this efficiency of exploration could be doubled several times over. And naturally, Sophia and the others, who entered the inner circle earlier, have already reaped a great harvest. For the treasures below the epic, including materials, blueprints, weapons, remnant souls, we have obtained a total of 36 items. And for the epic level gain, the epic treasures obtained include Heavenly Illusion Treasure Pearl, Evil Slayer Sword, Great Angel's Staff, Vampire Sword, Madman Armor, Extreme Star Shattering Bow. This batch of epic treasures gained is already equal to the total held by Tianyuan City previously. Mu Yuan's upturned lips were hard to suppress. Can only say, they truly deserve to be epic, each one quite extraordinary, even if there are no upper epic level treasures among them. The most precious, or rather the one that Mu Yuan saw as having the greatest value, was the Madman Armor. Madman Armor can greatly enhance the vitality of the wearer and, in times of non-combat, provides a powerful self-regeneration ability, allowing for quick recovery even from severe wounds and near-death states. This treasure was what Yuta obtained after repelling the Golden Spear Strongman, an epic item. You should keep the Madman Armor for yourself. If you're not accustomed to wearing armor, you can integrate it into your body for a powerful self-healing effect, Mu Yuan said at the time. Yuta scratched his head, I don't need armor either. I'm quite used to getting hurt. Wouldn't this armor be more suitable for someone else? Mu Yuan, with the Madman Armor, the injuries from breaking your physical shackles can heal quickly, enabling you to sever the fleshly shackles over and over again. Are you sure you don't want it? I, Yuta, believe in the supremacy of fists and feet as weapons, but this Madman Armor, it's truly irresistible. Other epic treasures also significantly enhance the combat power of the users. The Madman Armor offers far more than that. This treasure is a perfect match for Yuta, the best possible fit. Yuta's combat power has always been terrifying, with a serious punch able to explode the soul realm. Giving him the chance, it's not impossible for him to blast away a world-class strongman with a single punch. But Yuta lacks endurance. If he breaks all of his fleshly shackles, he can only maintain that state for a few seconds. In his usual battles, he dares only to break the first 2 or 3 shackles. Just like not long ago, when he encountered a golden spear wielder, if his combat power had been fully unleashed, there would have been no chance for the enemy to escape. But if he had used his full combat power, he would have been weakened after the fight. In the secret realm, it was obviously not an option to do that. It used to be not an option, but that may not be the case in the future. The Yuta Madman Tower was officially born. While Tianyuan powerhouses were exploring all over, other explorers within the secret realm also made impressive gains, and a very few of those in the legendary realm gradually revealed combat power at a ruling level. In a certain place, at the base of a stairway to heaven, several figures flew in from afar. At the front was a young man with a stern face, he stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. On both sides, 6 angels shrouded in dazzling holy light flanked him, making him appear divine. The young man looked toward the staircase where a boy was ascending step by step, moving towards a treasure. Leave the treasure behind, and then scram. The boy looked at the newcomer and revealed a simple smile, a 6-wing angel? A being of the same rank as me. His sword drawn from its sheath, the blade seemed to flicker with the shadows of towering figures of past generations of exceptional swordsmen. That was the shadow of sword masters throughout the ages. Clang! The sword light cleaved through the sky. A dual-wing angel perished on the spot, a 6-wing angel lost 3 of its wings. The prince of the Holy Griffin Empire fled in a panic, leaving behind nothing but broken feathers and his golden red blood, scattered far and wide. 6-wing angel, is that all you've got? Another location within the secret realm. A descendant of the myriad phenomena empire. Hey, it's ultimately a fallen weak force, not worth a strike. The earth crumbled and split apart. The young man holding a golden spear, bathed in blood, gasping, and stricken with fear, looked toward a distant figure. A vast domain with a 15,000-meter radius spread out. One after another, giant dragon phantoms appeared behind that person. They struggled and roared, serving his will. You are, from the Dragon Banquet ancient country. Elsewhere. Representatives from over a dozen forces, 20 or 30 legendary strongmen, stood on guard against each other while greedily eyeing a piece of epic blueprint in front of them. Suddenly, a massive object flew from afar. This treasure, we of the Mage Alliance claim it. It was a towering structure over 100 meters tall, a magnificent tower gleaming with silver-white radiance. The tower was adorned with a vast array of magical glows, a suffocating oppression enveloped from above, solidifying the space of the entire heavens and earth. This is the epic Mage Tower. The 20 or 30 legendary strongmen were shocked, and in perfect unison, they attacked the tower's protective barrier but couldn't even make a dent. The next moment, 1, 2, 3. Numerous large-scale spells bombarded in succession, forcing dozens of legendary beings on the ground to retreat in disarray, without any power to resist. In the blink of an eye, the Mage Alliance's strongmen had secured their victory. Wielding the epic Mage Tower, we are the strongest here in this secret realm. The division generals of Yuan City had not yet encountered those abnormal level powerhouses. But Yuan had also heard of them. Not to mention others, he was all too aware of the combat power the epic Mage Tower could unleash. Even if it could only be used to its satisfactory standard, it possessed a force far surpassing the heaven and earth realm. If the power hasn't reached a certain level, no matter if there are 20 or 30 legends, even 10 times more would probably be futile. Against this level of combat power, even strong figures from Yuan City like Xi Lu and Hong Yi would be insufficient. After all, there are still many T1 T2 level division generals in Yuan City whose domains are just at kilometer level. The realm is just too far apart. Even for legendary beings like Lu, Sophia, and Rakshasa, in Yuan's view, their domain realms were not high enough. His target was a perfect domain of 50,000 meters. Everyone else was far from it. Without enough opportunity, even legendary lives would need considerable time to break through barriers and reach perfection. He was in dire need of an opportunity to rapidly advance his domain realm. Yuan had always been instructing his people to focus on finding such opportunities. And now, I've finally found it. 4K, another update coming around midnight, roughly. The miracle building that could swiftly elevate one's level from the first to the fourth order, the pure soul source pool, was indeed one of the best. There were quite a few opportunities that could grow the legendary domain realm without side effects when one looked towards the vast eternal world. These opportunities varied in strength, and the Four Extremes Ascension Altar was one of the top entities among the many opportunities for enhancing the domain realm. Just as Lord predicted, this secret realm does contain the Four Extremes Ascension Altar. Sophia's black crow caught sight of this miracle building. She immediately spread a pair of black wings behind her and flapped towards the target location. Before long, Sophia arrived at this special building. In front of her, shrouded in a light white fog, stood a massive square altar that was over 100 meters in length and width, rising from the ground. The altar was approximately 3 meters off the ground and was approached by 10 layers of steps ascending in succession. When Sophia arrived, 4 legends had already gathered around, one of whom was climbing the steps, attempting to reach the altar above. The Four Extremes Ascension Altar can significantly increase the domain realm of whoever obtains the opportunity. Historically, this miracle building has appeared 4 times within the Taixuan territory and then disappeared after some time. There have been Taixuan legends who have benefited from it. The most benefited legend had his domain realm soar by 6,000 meters on the spot and attained God's soul. It's true that the Four Extremes Ascension Altar has a reputation of leading one step to heaven, but such an opportunity is not so simple to grasp. Not everyone who is a legend can ascend the altar and benefit from it. Yes, only those who climb the 10 steps to the altar can receive the opportunity's gift. Sophia murmured softly. In the distance, the legend who was climbing the steps had just reached the 6th tier when his expression suddenly changed, and with a bang, he was flung away by the power of the altar, crashing to the ground. He had failed. At this moment, the power of the heaven and earth rules surrounding the Four Extremes Ascension Altar slowly receded. Other legends could now attempt to ascend the altar. The 3 legend explorers exchanged looks that were solemn, guarded, tense, and eager. They both wanted to be the first to ascend the altar yet feared they could not. Climbing these 10 steps was much harder than climbing a mountain of 10,000 zhang. At that moment, they sensed something and turned their gaze to the side, only to see another contender emerge from the white fog. The newcomer, cloaked in a black robe and hood, could barely be distinguished as a female legend. This place, I'm taking it. Arrogant. The 3 legends' gazes sharpened. One of them shouted lowly, feigning anger but not attacking on the spot. To make such a statement, one is either arrogant or confident. In the world's secret realm, the latter is more likely. Even so, with fortune at stake, The three exchanged glances. Thud. 3 domains unfolded, and 3 figures shot forward explosively. But in the next instant, domains shattered, and the figures froze in place. A tremendous domain spanning over 10,000 meters in diameter was enveloping and sealing off the land. 10 seconds later, 3 different styles of heavily scorched life-saving treasures clattered to the ground. Sophia ignored the legends who had already escaped. She walked around the altar to observe it. This heaven-ascending altar has been used twice. Fortunately, it seems like there are quite a few uses left. Energy is, after all, conserved. Such opportunities, if used by too many, the miraculous power upon these miracle buildings would be swiftly depleted. It would take a long time to recover. There were already too many from her own territory who needed to use this altar, and the remaining miraculous powers might not even suffice. How could she let others step on it? From this moment on, the heaven-ascending altar was entirely booked by Tianyuan City. Sophia did not step onto the altar, instead, she took out the epic treasure Great Black Crow Canopy. Black branches planted into the earth, slowly growing outwards. In the blink of an eye, the illusion sky curtain enveloped the entire heaven-ascending altar. This sky curtain could trap enemies within and naturally also block outsiders. This way, it might prevent certain legends with extreme speed from breaking into the altar while she was not paying attention. When a legend starts breaking through this altar, there are heaven and earth rules that separate the inside from the outside. Sophia sat beside the altar, waiting quietly. Ka. The first Tianyuan division general to reach the heaven-ascending altar naturally, inevitably, and as expected, was Lord Jun. Jun landed on the ground, flapped its wings to greet Sophia. Ka. Sophia. Why speak in bird language again? There were not a few strong individuals in her own territory, but there seemed to be many problem children as well. Go and attempt the heaven-ascending altar, see what the effect is like. Ka. Leave it to Mr. Falcon. June flapped its wings and walked confidently towards the altar. At 3 meters high with 10 levels of steps, at first glance, these steps appeared much smaller than Jun's talons. But as Jun's talon touched the first step, it was as though it had entered a vast land, like an insignificant ant on the wide steps. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, a wall towering over 10,000 meters high stood. That was where the second step was. Ka. A mere 10,000 meters, of course, cannot stop the first bird of Tianyuan, Mr. Falcon. With a single flap of its wings, June flew up the 10,000-meter high wall. To the outside world, to Sophia, in Mu Yuan's Black Crow's vision, June had stepped onto the second tier. Following that, came the third level, the fourth level, the fifth level. The sixth step that had just made that legendary challenger's face change drastically and unable to maintain his shape, couldn't stop June for even a moment. In just a few blinks, June had crossed 10 steps and ascended to the heaven-ascending altar. Its wings spread out as it cawed loudly. Above the altar, the immense heavenly and earthly great power began to descend, nourishing Jun's body. Jun's domain spread involuntarily. The 3,990-meter level domain broke through the 4,000-meter mark in the blink of an eye and continued to spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of its expansion was not inferior to the surge in domain realm during the evolution into the legendary status. Of course, the explosive growth of the domain was just one of the many enhancements bundled with the evolution into legend. 6,000 meters level now, Mu Yuan murmured. At this moment, Lian Yu, who was closer, also arrived outside the altar and was squatting on a large rock, looking up in observation. Jun's domain continued to rise, with no sign of slowing down. But at this point, Jun's gaze had already become a lot more solemn, with sweat faintly emerging on its forehead. The prerequisite to enter the heaven-ascending altar is to climb 10 steps. Indeed, the strength of the baptism effect of the heaven-ascending altar is related to one's own potential, but willpower plays an even greater role. Standing on the heaven-ascending altar, bathing in the blessings of fortune as a creature of the legendary realm, the longer one remains, the greater the pressure one will face. When the pressure exceeds the threshold, reaching the point where the bather can't bear it, the bather will be ejected by the altar. At that time, the opportunity would come to an end. The longer one stays, the greater the improvement of the domain realm. You must hold on, Mu Yuan murmured. 3 minutes later, Jun's domain realm had grown to an 8,000 level. But by then, the bird's entire body was sprawled on the altar, unable to rise. After all, it had risen by more than 4,000 meters. I, Lord Jun, am already very strong. But is being very strong really enough? June recalled the past. As an elder of the Tianyuan city from the ancient times, its early wild explorations relied solely on this pair of sharp eyes. Back then, it ventured deep into dense forests and flew past the harpies' nests, surviving one deadly situation after another. Many of its kind didn't make it, failing to survive to the present when their territories had grown powerful. Now that its territory has grown strong, June no longer needs to carry the heavy burden. But, truly, is it not needed to carry on, or is it that it has become too weak? No. It isn't strong enough, it's no longer capable of shouldering great responsibilities. June actually yearned for strength. Among its contemporaries from the Tianyuan elders, Boss Deadbone ranked first, Duo Lai was able to maintain second place, but only it, little June, kept dropping in the rankings. It had no chance to overtake in the past, and that's all right. But now, the opportunity was right here. Would it, Mr. Falcon, willingly give up just like that? It wasn't willing. Screech. Jun's pupils dilated, filled with an unyielding belief and a determination to push forward. Far from fainting, it actually forced itself to slowly rise. 9,000 meters. 10,000 meters. But Jun's sturdy body began to crack, with golden red blood constantly seeping out. Had it reached its limit? June clenched its teeth, glancing inadvertently to the side. There, a black crow stood still. Yuan vaguely saw the figure of the Lord in the crow's eyes. The Lord was watching. June could still hold on. 12,000 meters. 13,000 meters. Time passed, and June seemed to collapse time and again, yet it persevered each time. Finally, when its domain realm had grown to the 14,600 meter level, it finally fainted from exhaustion and was transported out of the Four Extremes Ascension altar by the heaven and earth rules. Its nearly dead posture also quickly recovered, reverting to the state it was in before stepping onto the altar. Mr. Falcon had come back to life. Only then did June have the energy to check its own state. Its bodily constitution, its spirit and energy had all grown stronger with the improvement of its domain realm. The core domain realm had increased by more than 10,000. 10,000, the growth. This was the strength of Mr. Falcon. Who else? Who else? From today, Mr. Falcon will reclaim his lofty position in the high skies, ascending to the throne of the top 10 or even top 5 in Tianyuan City. A few minutes later. Awoo, I can't do it anymore, awoo. Watching Lian Yu collapsing to the ground, having been teleported out, Jun's eyes widened. How much had Lian Yu's domain grown? 12,000. What is Lian Yu's domain now? 16,000. It seems Mr. Falcon has once again plummeted from the high skies. June, life as a bird, better just lay down. After witnessing Lian Yu's breakthrough, June spread his wings and flew away. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the disappointment, but rather that he needed to make the most of his time to explore. Regardless, June still remained the fastest expert in Tianyuan. Following Lian Yu, Sophia stepped onto the Four Extremes Ascension altar, with Lian Yu guarding nearby. In the meantime, naturally, explorers discovered this bizarre place shrouded under the black crow canopy, wishing to break in, only to be scared off or outright killed by Lian Yu in a few moves. Sophia persisted for a much longer time than Lian Yu or June, significantly longer. Admittedly, part of this was because she was a legendary life, but more importantly, Sophia had gone through many hardships in her past life, her will had been tempered time and time again, becoming as cold and firm as frost. In the end, Sophia's domain realm expanded to the 45,000 meter level. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to elevate straight to the perfect domain realm. But for Sophia, this wasn't really a problem. It's the experts who get continuously stuck at bottlenecks who need to seize opportunities and chances to break through one obstacle after another. Being a legendary life, she could naturally progress to the perfect domain realm through hard work alone. Taking advantage of opportunities was only to shorten the time required. Now, having achieved her objective, she had saved at least half a year to a year's worth of arduous training. After Sophia finished her ascension, Lian Yu left on his own, leaving Sophia alone to guard the area outside the altar. She was the most suitable candidate. Guarding and exploring were two tasks she could do without error. Time continued to pass, and more strange creatures appeared within the secret realm. Sophia repelled or killed the invading monsters and other living beings who came in competition several times. Xilu, Grass Twig, Yuda, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, 17, Sario. One after another, Tianyuan division generals arrived at the heaven ascending altar and began to climb it steadily, accepting the miraculous blessings of its power. Perhaps having heard that June had increased a whole 10,000 meters, nobody wanted to be left behind. Even if they couldn't hold on, they gritted their teeth and persevered. In the end, the worst result among the Tianyuan division generals was a 10,000-meter increase. Each and every one of them had advanced to a heaven and earth realm peak 10,000-meter level expert. Oh wait, there was one exception. It was Yuda. Yuda held on for an exceedingly long time, even longer than Sophia had stood on the altar, but his domain had increased only from the 900-meter level to the 1,900-meter level. Practically nothing. It's all right, Yuda doesn't rely on domain for fighting. He will find his own path, even if it leads nowhere. Yuan mused quietly. Above the four extremes earth altar, a vast domain spread out, resonating with heaven and earth, dominating and symbolizing the ultimate purity and completion. Perfect domain realm. The domain, which seemed like an endless battlefield with countless soldiers charging into battle, rapidly contracted until only a 10-meter radius ring remained. The commander of the Guardian Army of Tianyuan City forged a perfect domain. Some time later, the second perfect domain was born. Around them, ancient trees towered to the sky, as if stepping into an ancient, gigantic forest. Tree Demon Granny, with the ancient tree avatar and the power of the ancient tree authority, received the energy from this fortunate land without incurring any damage, culminating her own domain to perfection. However, at this moment, thump! The radiant light rapidly faded from the precious Four Extremes Ascension altar. The altar remained protected by the rule's power, immune to destruction or relocation. However, when explorers stepped onto the altar, no more divine events occurred. Not long after, a figure leading 4 six-wing angels, with an exceedingly revered status, descended to this place. Finally found you, heaven ascending altar. He walked up to it. After a moment, his expression changed slightly. After pacing back and forth, up and down the staircase over a dozen times, the slight change in his expression finally turned into complete shock. The legend gate to the secret realm has been open for less than half a day, and the power of the heaven ascending altar has already been exhausted? Bullshit, this is too unreasonable. Outside, the entrance to the secret realm hovered in midair. Exploratory teams, one by one, emerged from within, with legends coming out one after another. Without exception, these explorers were all injured, they hesitated, conflicted, and ultimately decided to leave the world's secret realm. The number of powerful beings we encountered inside the realm is increasing, but the treasures are rapidly dwindling. Venturing out for exploration now is no longer worth it. Our squad managed to seize 3 treasures before. It's wise to stop while we're ahead. Otherwise, staying on and suffering grave injuries or even death inside the secret realm is just not worth it. But such opportunities are rare in a century. If we miss this, there may no longer be a chance to leap across classes. Those who stepped out of the realm converged with the powerhouses from their own forces stationed outside or, some, quietly and swiftly departed. Yuan could guess that for most explorers, the journey back might not be so tranquil. After all, treasures move the heart. This area, being on the very fringes of the Alliance territory, is inherently unstable and dangerous. With the environment getting more perilous and disasters frequent, the Taixuan officials lacked the necessary manpower to maintain order. Of course, the wilderness was a place without order to begin with. All professionals venturing out knew well that it was akin to risking their necks. Those who feared death never dared to take even a single step out of the city. Stepping out might indeed lead to quicker deaths but also held the potential to truly seize control of one's destiny, rather than merely wailing and complaining when disaster struck. In this area near the entrance to the secret realm, with Yuan himself seated here, it seemed unlikely that any conflicts or distasteful incidents would occur. Further afield, matters of life and death were left to individuals, something Yuan could not manage. His focus was still concentrated on the secret realm. At that moment, Daisy from Panchi City spoke up. Boss, take a look at the data I've sent over. The trade markets across the country have seen major changes in the past 2 days, with a multitude of high-level treasures flowing into the market. I think we could set up a spot outside the secret realm, directly purchasing treasures from explorers, bypassing middlemen to avoid their markup. Otherwise, most of the treasures obtained by explorers will end up sold to the large trading guilds or traded to the Taixuan Covenant platform. That was indeed true. The treasures obtainable in the world's secret realm were at least high-order materials, but their considerable value didn't necessarily mean they were coveted by the explorers. The vast majority of explorers would inevitably need to sell the treasures or exchange them for what they needed. Of course, they wouldn't possibly bring out epic treasures. One must not flaunt wealth. Most people couldn't bear parting with their epic items, and even if they did sell, they would go to the most high-end auction houses. But Yuan was well aware that what he was planning to purchase wasn't epic treasures, but various types of high-order materials. Like the legendary breakthrough material, main and auxiliary materials required for constructing blueprints of excellence and epic, all of which he could potentially purchase on the spot. That's a great idea, you'll have full authority to handle it, he said. All right, if the traders have any concerns, we can promise them that once the secret realm exploration ends, they can travel with our main force to Ziji City. This was just a matter of convenience for him. It was as if he was maintaining order for the Taixu and Lianji in the region. Of course, the people who traded might not want to travel with the Tianyuan City team. Whether to travel together or not was up to the traders themselves. Daisy exclaimed, "Brilliant, just brilliant. Boss, you really have a knack for cunning." Yuan. No, where was he cunning? And where was the brilliance in this? He felt like they were not quite on the same wavelength. Soon, the Tianyuan City trade market opened for business. Daisy called over a dozen elites from the Merchants Guild, quickly set up the venue, and designed several eye-catching signs. Of course, signs and slogans alone weren't enough. The items for trade were high-level treasures, which were seldom priced directly in soul crystals. They were either valued in contribution points or bartered for other items. Daisy then displayed one after another the treasures for trade. Tianyuan's special produce. Items like high-order soul remnants, holy water, dew of life, and even droplets of life. Especially the holy water and dew of life, these were high-end healing treasures with powerful purification properties or effects that could quickly restore the gravely wounded. In the current turbulent times, such strategic resources were even more coveted. As for droplets of life, this was an epic treasure capable of resurrecting the dead, mending bones, and even healing conceptual injuries. Damn! A legend who had just emerged from the secret realm exclaimed. There were too many treasures on display, they hadn't seen this many treasures even after days of exploration in the realm. Conducting a trade with treasures out in the open? Who's got a death wish? This is the Alliance's frontier, and there's no shortage of people with bloodshot eyes from killing in the secret realm. It's Tianyuan City's market, it's the Lord of Tianyuan City. Well, that makes sense then. Behind this marketplace stood the man who is the Lord of the Epic Heroes, Regional Commander of Shattered Isles Warzone, Sky Patrol Warlord, the fastest advancing Lord in history, a young generation leader, one who commands the Nether Raven and Giant Spirit God, a man who has repeatedly performed miracles. Tianyuan. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. The word Tianyuan placed here deterred most people from causing trouble. If it were anyone else setting up a trade market, it would have been overreaching and self-sabotaging. But with the Lord of Tianyuan City establishing this trade market, it was seen as thoughtful of him. Didn't you see? The Lord of Tianyuan City even promised that afterward, they could return to Ziji City together with the main force of Tianyuan City. Let's go check it out. Me too. Many lords were interested in trading. The squads prepared to follow the main force from Tianyuan City to Ziji City were unexpectedly numerous. Far beyond Yuan's imagination. How come no one seemed to worry that he might kill and rob them on the way? He truly was an upright, incorruptible, noble, and righteous lord, deeply respected by all. Deserving of me indeed. Yuan looked towards the entrance of the secret realm. The crack hovering in midair had extended further on both sides, its expansion speed faster than in previous days. According to this rate, in about 4 days, the world's secret realm will expand enough to accommodate beings from the soul realm. Now, it was the 3rd day since the Legend Gate had opened. The duration of this second stage of the secret realm was significantly shorter than the first stage. However, conversely, the legendary beings' flying and exploration speeds were far beyond what any fourth order could achieve. Yuan fiddled with 2 epic treasures that had just been delivered. They were recently sent by Sophia. Inside the secret realm, near the entrance, she had left her incarnation of the Nether Raven, and using the power of the Lord of Crows, she transferred both her physical form and the treasures at the same time. This was a small manifestation of legendary power. Without legendary power, even someone 10 times stronger than Ice Burial Duke in the Lore Realm could not instantaneously traverse thousands of miles with a single thought. Oh, not anymore. The substitution ability of Sophia, Lord of Crows, now spans a distance equal to domain levels times 1000. When she had just evolved to a legendary status, she could traverse 5,300 kilometers in an instant, and now, she could cross 45,000 kilometers. Principal Inscription Thunder, Law Tablet Earth. Yuan examined the two treasures in his hands. They were of the same type as those from his territory, Law Tablet Fire. If he could gather a complete set of law tablets, could he create a top-level law cultivation site? He wondered. Suddenly sensing something, he looked toward the distant opening of the secret realm. He saw filth, seeping out. Inside the world's secret realm, legendary beings erupted in battle from time to time, unleashing massive surges of energy. But most legendary battles didn't last long, they either exercised restraint or quickly finished off or were finished off. Most squads also tried their best to conceal their movements during exploration. There were many legends inside the secret realm, but the secret realm itself was vast, veiled by a white mist. Explorers, being cautious enough, didn't necessarily have to engage in combat. That was the case. Until a certain moment. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled, strands of red mist infiltrated, and appeared strikingly distinct against the blanket of fog. Suddenly. Monsters. A monster tide. Monsters everywhere. Inside the secret realm, most exploratory teams had legends among them, and were not afraid of a monster tide. But what accompanied the monster tide were dozens, hundreds, and even legions of monster legends coming in waves. Dozens, tens of dozens, even groups numbering in the hundreds of legendary monsters were approaching. Their resonance shook the entire heavens and earth, unleashing a terrifying oppressive force. And this was just one of the many overlord powers of monsters invading the world's secret realm. There were various powerful beings inside the secret realm, including high-ranking heirs, disciples of legendary beings, princes and princesses of vast empires, or wielders of massive power. But even these powerful figures did not dare to face hundreds of legends directly. Retreat, retreat. Our epic mage tower has endless energy, but it can't withstand the relentless assault of hundreds of legends. Hundreds of monsters together? Ha, I don't need to clash with them head-on, let's bypass them this time. I wondered why we seldom saw any monster legends before, turns out these overlord powers were preparing something. Now, they've finally shown their fangs. Look, there's red mist drifting in the secret realm, some areas are starting to show signs of corruption. Powerful teams might still manage to withdraw smoothly and hide into the vast white fog. However, many teams, and even lone legends, inevitably clashed with the monsters. Under the surge of the great tide, they had nowhere to hide. In front of legends, they had no way to retreat. Run, run! Ah! Quick, quick, use the teleportation scroll. Captain, our teleportation destination is inside another swarm of monster legends. Ah! Screams, wails. Helplessness, panic. In just the blink of an eye, what had been a grand opportunity that stirred countless people and powers had become a disaster. Countless teams were fleeing. If before, many legends harbored hope, thinking that they still had a chance to seize the treasures, now, everyone had sobered up. They had to sober up, or they would soon be gone. Under the pincer attacks from the monster waves and numerous monster legends, they could hardly think of searching for treasures, let alone surviving. One team after another was swallowed by the tidal waves, perishing at the hands of monster legends. In just a short moment, countless legendary strongmen had fallen. Yuan's expression was solemn, to think there are so many monster waves. This was unexpected by everyone. These waves were the key to the countless legends' demise. Explorers of the secret realm had always been mentally prepared to encounter monster legends and had countermeasures in place. Hidden under the dense white fog of the world's secret realm, even if they couldn't defeat the monster legends, escaping and avoiding them was not difficult. However, now, with the vast number of monsters flooding the secret realm, there was nowhere for the legends to hide. At least, the difficulty of evasion had increased 100-fold. What perplexed the legends was, why were there so many monsters? The entrance to the secret realm was only so large, it was impossible for hundreds of millions of monsters to surge in. Yuan was also at a loss. He didn't contemplate it, now was not the time to think about these things. All teams converge nearby and retreat outward. All individual exploring legends follow the pre-arranged plan and assemble into teams. Many legendary strongmen could not escape the encirclement of the great monster wave, let alone since the exploring teams of Yuan were numerous and especially conspicuous. Now was the time for a strategic retreat. He had let the Fourth Order elites dabble in the opportunity, and their goal was more or less achieved. Yuan had prepared dozens of contingency plans. Although he had not anticipated the influx of a monster wave, he had envisioned similar situations. The division generals were not panicked, smoothly altering their tactics. Elsewhere, several figures were fleeing in a wretched state. "I say, Dad, we might really perish here." The young man carried by the middle-aged man lamented, "Yeah, turns out I'm still too weak. If I were in the legendary realm right now, it still wouldn't be much use, even Dad is struggling." Zhang Luoxing sighed. His attitude was quite optimistic, but besides being optimistic, he could do nothing else. He just hoped his dad could pull through. Although from the current situation, that seemed unlikely. "Your dad was just careless just now, didn't dodge, that's all." A surge of monster wave appeared ahead, with several monster legends suspended above it, blocking their path. They were doomed. Suddenly, will to break the enemy lines, charge ahead. Boom! A magnificent golden giant cleaved the earth, and a troop of several hundred elites tore through the monster wave. "Go, let's break out." Elsewhere, Shen Linglong and several legends she met halfway were fighting ceaselessly through the monster wave. However, they were still far from the exit of the secret realm, without any assurance of escape. Suddenly, a torrential gold stream surged up high into the sky in the distance. Shen Linglong looked in that direction. "Let's head there." At the entrance of the secret realm, team after team leaped out, all in a terribly wretched state. Many teams had lost personnel, not to mention entire teams buried within the secret realm. Yuan, holding the heavenly patrol mirror, was communicating with other lords in his group. Is this a conspiracy by the monster overlord, using the chance of the secret realm to eradicate strong living beings? I'm afraid not. The monster wave surging in, contaminating the secret realm, these might just be the initial conditions. The monster's goal was in the deepest part of the secret realm. This was his strong intuition. Ziji City region, the entrance to the world secret realm. Ripples spread through space, golden lights shimmering, as one legendary after another leapt forth from it. These legendary strongmen, each a ruler of a city or a great general, usually traveled with many followers, every movement exuding nobility and grandeur. However, at this moment, whether bathed in blood, with tattered armor, or as if they had just rolled in mud, there were few who could still maintain the demeanor of a legendary. Legendaries, after all, are just powerful humans. To ordinary people, they are like god demons, grand and lofty, but when faced with danger, they try just as desperately to survive. Not to mention, Yuan himself was no different. But he was more accustomed to making thorough preparations, taking a stable approach to avoid reaching the point where he must fight desperately. From these surviving legendaries, Yuan learned more about the inside of the secret realm. Indeed, these waves of monsters appear abruptly, suddenly emerging within the inner circle of the secret realm. By the time they appear, they are already fully spread out, otherwise the legendaries wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Dragon Sleep Valley, Firmament's Hand, Chomping Insect Swarm, Shadow City, one after another, these top overlord powers have made their appearance, perhaps deploying hundreds or thousands of legendaries. The Crimson Dragon is a hallmark of Dragon Sleep Valley. Firmament's Hand, Chomping Insect Swarm, and other top overlords are also relatively easy to recognize. It might not be just this one group, but when dozens or hundreds of similar legendaries gather together, that is indeed a unique hallmark. The combat power of the Crimson Dragon is comparable to epic beings of the same realm, and the other top overlords' legendaries also possess a combat advantage far above ordinary legendaries. Legendaries of living beings are often stronger than monster legendaries, which is the general case. But for a legendary of merely superior grade profession to defeat an epic Crimson Dragon of the same realm is asking too much. It's not impossible, just that the vast majority cannot achieve it. Legendaries entering the secret realm, facing the monster waves and countless monster legendaries, are already at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. Facing these monster legendaries born of top overlord powers, without any individual combat advantage, unable to escape, they fall one by one. Yuan was not sure how many legendaries had died in just this half-day. Of course, after digesting the gains from this trip to the secret realm, there will inevitably be a large group of fourth-order limit-breaking legendaries, with many advancing further. In the secret realm, the Tianyuan Corps withdrawing towards the entrance were met with significant resistance. Luckily, with Lu, Serio, Bone 4, Laney, and 17, these powerhouses leading, the Corps did not get stuck in the mire but instead continued to break through the waves. In the process, more and more monster legendaries set their sights on this large group. But likewise, many familiar or unfamiliar exploration squads joined them. For them, since they couldn't hide or avoid in the monster wave, it was better to move closer to other teams and follow them out. While doing so exposed them to more monster legendaries, still. This team is too strong. Who is the lord of this corps? To dare bring so many fourth-order tagalongs into the secret realm, they must be truly capable. This must be a combination of armies from several territories, isn't it? With the undead system, forbidden army system, nun system. Legendaries within the secret realm come from all over the world. Many of them are not from major countries and are more isolated in information, naturally not recognizing the Tianyuan Corps, which is only famous in Taixuan. In the team, only a very few, like Zhang Loxing, Shen Linglong and a few Taixuan lords, were aware that this was Tianyuan City's core. They certainly wouldn't speak up, only cursing in their hearts. After battling for most of the day, the Tianyuan City army finally managed to leave the secret realm. Boom! Hundreds of elites leaped out from the entrance to the secret realm, their bodies covered with monster blood, and an intensely thick aura of ominousness pervading them. Breaking through dozens of monster waves to return to Taixuan? It was nothing to boast about, merely basic training. The returning soldiers of the Taixuan army did not exhibit joy from surviving disaster, instead, they returned calmly and silently to their temporarily constructed camp to rest. Most of the legendaries and exploration squads who had returned with the Corps did not show up here. They entered through other entrances to the secret realm and would also return through those. Only Shen Linglong and her division generals also returned to this place. Lu, 17, Serio, and other Tianyuan powerhouses did not exit the secret realm through the entrance. After escorting their elites, they wanted to continue exploring. A mere monster wave, a few legendaries, how could they stop the advance of the Tianyuan powerhouses? This was also the thinking of many legendary strongmen. Some exploring legendaries fell, some withdrew, and yet others, overly confident and haughty, perished at the hands of powerful monsters. But there remained a top tier of real legendaries. They were either unmatched in combat, capable of entering and exiting amid monster waves and monster legendaries, or they had unique methods that allowed them to move freely within the monster waves. Among the Tianyuan city's strong people, Sophia, transforming into the Black Crow, blended completely into the monster wave. Instead, the tide served as her cover. Rakshasa incarnation turned into a wisp of grey smoke, moving unobstructed through the tide. Ordinary punch, ordinary punch, ordinary punch. Boom! The fierce punch shattered the earth before it, creating a 1,000-mile-long, unobstructed avenue. Yuta stepped over the avenue, and in no time, he had completely broken free from the monster tide. There were no obstructions ahead, only a vast expanse of drifting white mist. Several hours later. World Secret Realm, deeper inside. I haven't found any treasures for hours now, could I have gone the wrong way? Sophia walked on the desolate land, constantly looking around. She kept advancing deeper into the secret realm. After breaking through all the barriers of the monster tide and continuing deep inside, she no longer encountered large groups of monsters. Her speed was incomparably faster than the spreading tide of monsters. However, the deeper she went, the scarcer the treasures became. Sophia began to doubt her life choices. But returning was even less likely, as the rear was already submerged by a massive monster tide, and any remaining treasures had fallen into the hands of monsters. All they could do was to quickly seize the treasures deep within the secret realm. And according to normal logic, the deeper one went into the secret realm, the more precious the discovered treasures should be. Only Sophia hadn't discovered anything yet, let alone Yuta, Lian Yu, and others. Hey! Through the eyes of a certain black crow, a burst of energy light was spotted in the distance, with particles of elemental energy surging between heaven and earth. There was a battle. That was almost equivalent to the presence of treasures. The black crow's wings instantly lengthened, the whole creature soared through the air like a fighter jet, yet without a sound. In a blink, Black Crow perched atop a withered giant tree, its cold, gloomy eyes looking into the distance. There, figures at the legendary realm were confronting each other, but the fluctuation of the confrontation had attracted one legend after another, forcing them to cease their battle. Each legend cautiously, with greedy, desirous eyes, turned their gaze toward the center. Treasures? No, not just that. 4 treasures. Sophia was also surprised. The previous treasure lands they had found contained only a single treasure or chance. But here, ancient altars above, floated 4 splendid light balls. 3 of these light balls were enveloped in deep purple light, symbolizing epic objects, and possibly, not just ordinary epic ones. Deep purple. The last light ball did not shimmer with purple, nor did it have gold, blue, or green luminescence. This was a much larger bubble compared to the others, semi-transparent, and one could vaguely see the treasure inside. And this treasure, Sophia happened to recognize. She had just used it not long before. A square altar, 4 pillars bearing the sky. It was the 4 Extremes Ascension altar. That light ball represents the Heaven Ascending altar, this special building. Yuan was surprised. He was very eager for the 4 Extremes Ascension altar, yet it was a wild miracle building, being the highest level of regulative building, completely uninfluenced by anyone or anything. The vast Tai-Shen alliance couldn't keep such a top-level miracle building, and Yuan wasn't so arrogant as to think he could manage it. But this is also a treasure to be obtained? It must be taken. Clearly, other figures at the legendary realm thought the same. Even if the Heaven Ascending altar's function was merely to enhance the domain realm, it offered no help in the cultivation of the soul realm or lore realm, but it was still the highest level of cultivation treasure land. After all, with the aid of the Heaven Ascending altar, a peak legend might ascend to be a 10,000 meters legend, and top talent might break their own limits, forging a perfect domain. Yuan whispered. He had long seen the best use of the Heaven Ascending altar, to be tried when a strong person was stuck at a bottleneck, with no progress possible. If a super legend was stuck before the 40,000 meter level, they might be able to refine a perfect domain with the help of the power of the Heaven Ascending altar. This was a step to heaven. The use by the Tianyuan division was too wasteful. But they had no choice. This kind of opportunity didn't offer the user any choice, being lucky to come across it was already good. But if it were in my own hands, I could leave the opportunity for the most suitable time. Outside the super treasure land, the grand epic mage tower hung high on the left, casting divine light across the sky. This was one of the 2 parties that had just clashed. On the right, opposing the epic mage tower, was an elephant man shimmering with brilliant gold, his muscles knotted and physique robust, seemingly containing energy comparable to a vast lake, pressuring the surrounding space to stagnate. The other legends who came to the exterior of this treasure land, several teams included, were not weak either. Either they were born in top territories, or they were princes and princesses of the empire, or they apprenticed under a being from the lore realm. In total, there were 8 forces represented. Sophia also arrived here, dressed in a black robe. She did not bother to conceal her powerful aura anymore. Hiding her aura had become meaningless. After all, a battle was inevitable. A youth spoke up, "I am a prince of the Shenmu dynasty, I suggest we use the ancient battle will format to decide the ownership of the treasures. The strongest side gets to choose first, followed by the second, third, and fourth. How does that sound to everyone? If we delay any longer, we may attract more competitors, or even monsters." The others showed signs of agreement. Then the elephant man said, "We can't delay any further, that is true, but why should I share the treasures with you weaklings?" He sneered, "I've never had the habit of letting go of treasures." His body shone with golden light, and in an instant, he appeared beside a legendary figure. With a massive palm swing, bang, the legendary figure in front of the Prince of Shenmu didn't even have time to react, and his body exploded into a mist of blood. A peak of the heaven and earth realm fell. The great battle erupted once again. A legendary controlling the epic mage tower shouted, "Everyone, let us drive this monster out." 6 forces made their move. However, this golden body elephant man was like a god demon. He ignored the domains and continuously charged through, even ignoring the deadly moves shot by the surrounding legends, either ignoring them or smashing them with a single punch. On the other hand, other legends who faced the elephant man were injured upon contact and died upon collision. It's the Divine Court Dragon Elephant Golden Body Statue. A legendary level inheritance. This guy must have encountered an opportunity left by a legendary life, or perhaps, even more likely, he apprenticed under a legend. The storm surged. Sophia stood there with her black robe billowing. The surrounding legends were utterly embarrassed, only the epic mage tower could actually confront it head-on. But at least it held on. The one controlling it spoke up, "You cannot defeat us, do you still want to continue fighting?" The elephant man grinned, "So what, my senior brother is already on the way." Was there even more terrifying existence? If this elephant man apprenticed under a legend, it wasn't impossible. In the midst of the confrontation, the various legends turned their gazes to Sophia and the surroundings. They were well aware that there were still some legends hidden around, waiting to play the role of a cuckoo. Now was the time to force them to join in. They directed the fight to one side. Sophia finally spoke, "Actually, I would like all the treasures here. I wonder if you could bear to part with them." While speaking, she stretched out her hand, and from her palm surged waves of crow feathers forming into a black river. Within the river, netherworld flames eerily devoured everything. Swish! A legendary realm figure, who was about to divert the disaster elsewhere, didn't even have time to struggle before being swallowed whole. Dissolving, annihilating. Sophia's 40,000 meter domain spread unreservedly, even stronger than the golden body elephant man. A disciple of a legend? She was the legend. At that moment, zing! A sword light came from the west, and upon it manifested numerous majestic figures. The sword light pierced the sky. Even the epic mage tower, which stood untouchably high in the azure sky and possessed endless power, couldn't repel the golden body elephant man. Its outer energy barrier was instantly sliced open. The epic mage tower trembled, with stones trickling down. In the next moment, the tower hurriedly fled far away. The surrounding legends also quickly took flight. They couldn't win, not at all. Were they really at the heaven and earth realm level? A young man holding a sword arrived at the scene. The previously domineering elephant man now showed a look of respect. "Senior brother. There are quite a few people peeping around here." Just as Sophia was about to make a move, she suddenly broke into a smile. Swish! A silver figure appeared beside her. It was Lian Yu. Stomp! Another sturdy figure ran from afar. It was Yuda. Yuda, watching the two from a distance and fearing the perfect battle opponents might be snatched away, immediately said, "Lady, let me handle these two." "And me, meow." Lian Yu raised his hand. Sophia had no objections. She wasn't a battle maniac, and for her, a non-combatant like herself, dealing with those two opponents was indeed a bit of an effort. Leaving it to her teammates was more than appropriate. Outside the land brimming with countless treasures, a storm was brewing, and the killing air of decay permeated the world. It was as if thousands upon thousands of sword and blade edges were piercing the skin, causing the powerful legends lurking nearby to wince in pain. This can't still be the heaven and earth realm. I feel like I'm facing a world-class strongman directly. Some legends trembled, but the brief skirmish had made them understand what a gap truly was. They were already standing at the very peak of the heaven and earth realm, hoping to further their gains from this journey to the secret realm. They thought they were the strongest in the heaven and earth realm, fearless of any opponent, never expecting there was a higher sky beyond their own. Even within their own powerful countries, being the strongest of the young generation was seemingly not enough when considering the world at large. The major powers were indeed the rulers of the eternal world, but beyond these nations, there were reclusive strong men, unsung yet supremely powerful. Yet, I, holding 3 great epic divine skills, am also a professional of the epic 3-star rank. Why can't I withstand a single blow from that elephant man in a head-on clash? They were able to briefly contend only due to the advantage of numbers. In an environment like this, the epic mage tower indeed possessed an invincible position. If it were one-on-one, the Prince of Shenmue was confident he would be defeated within 3 moves. This recalled to him the god of slaughter he encountered 4 years ago during the strife at Dragon Court. Is the teaching of a legendary life truly that powerful? The elephant man calls the young swordsman senior brother. This young man must indeed be a more powerful figure of the heaven and earth realm. I also vaguely heard that Prince Yao Guang of the Holy Griffin Empire suffered a great loss at the hands of a young swordsman. The Shenmue dynasty had friendly legends, and as a prince, he had personally met legendary life and received guidance. But where could he know the vast difference between a legend's casual guidance and a full-hearted imparting of knowledge? Legends wield great power. Their bestowal is not merely in skills or knowledge, it contains opportunities that could utterly transform a person. And among legends, there are also disparities. Sophia was very aware of this point. The gap between her and Dead Bone was huge. Even Dead Bone, and Duo Lai, were merely nascent legends, their legendary power still far from fully developed. What kind of power a fully realized legendary life possessed, she was unclear. She was only certain that a fully realized legendary life was surely of the saint realm, and even among them, one of the strongest. Such beings couldn't possibly cultivate any weak individuals. She too, only had a slight edge in her life status to be confident in defeating such formidable foes. However, even though Sophia was confident in her ability to defeat two opponents steadily, she saw no possibility for a quick victory. After all, she hadn't mastered any powerful killer moves, and of course, her arsenal was not limited to Dark Crow Storm. Since entering legendary status, some time had passed. Even though the legendary power Lord of Crows did not directly enhance her offensive capabilities, she had still developed a new killer move based on it. Otherwise, relying solely on Dark Crow Storm and numerous Black Crows defeating such enemies would not be easy. The most important thing is, there's no time to be wasted. Having Yuta and Lian Yu deal with the competitors while I take the opportunity to retrieve the treasures is the correct choice. Sophia walked towards the treasure land and was met with resistance, unable to advance any further. This was the barrier of the treasure land. In the world secret realm, the higher the rank of treasure or opportunity one wanted to take, the greater the power required. If one could simply reach out and take the treasures, the legends would not be clashing around them, they would have long fought desperately for the treasures, snatching whatever they could get. It's the most basic form of repulsion. Sophia touched the air in front of her and instantly judged, but this repulsion is very advanced, almost as if it's an entire territory, the repulsion of a secret realm, as if there is an overwhelming great force of a territory rolling out. To cross this repulsive zone and take the treasures, one must step forward steadily, one footprint at a time. If you surge too forcefully, you'll face a stronger repulsion. But even if you walk forward step by step with firmness, you still need enough strength, otherwise you'd be repelled and sent flying, and injury would be inevitable. She briefly simulated crossing this repulsive barrier, finding that she needed to take at least 81 steps, spending a minimum of 100 seconds. And during this period, she could not be disturbed, as disruptions could easily lead to accidents. She glanced to one side. She believed in the strength of Yuta and Lian Yu. However, if we can easily accomplish our goals within the rules, we follow the rules. But if not, then the rules can be disregarded, the Lord had said. The rule of this treasure land was to move against the repulsion. But, repulsion is also a form of power, energy. If that's the case. Whoosh! A tide of black mist surged around her, with countless black crows flying out from the mist, instantly creating a dark crow storm that swept through the four corners of the world. The storm roared incessantly, endless, slamming directly into this treasure land that had previously been unaffected by the myriad of energy shockwaves. Boom! Boom! The storm continued to crash, with black feathers shattering and dissipating within. The storm seemed to shrink a bit, but in the next moment, the dark crow storm absorbed the repulsive power it had shattered and dispersed, along with the surrounding torrential energy tide. The massive black storm grew larger and continued to hammer towards the treasure land. At the same time, the 2vs2 skirmish had already begun. The mysterious woman in the black robe was indeed strong, but in the eyes of onlookers, she still appeared less formidable than the elephant man, who seemed invincible and overwhelmed everything with his presence. Clang! Sounds of metal clashing echoed outwards, as the formidable elephant man was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, crashing through countless mountains and rocks, leaving behind a long, narrow trail of turbulent clouds. At the original spot, a muscular man wearing close-fitting armor, accentuating the dragon and serpent-entwined muscle lines, stood there maintaining the pose of a punch he had just thrown. Just one punch. Those hidden in the shadows, belonging to the legendary realm, widened their eyes in shock. The next moment, the elephant man, who had been blasted away, returned from the void with a clear fist mark on his chest, his face flushed red with raging fury. He let out a great roar, and the dazzling golden light on his body surged again, transforming into a majestic golden elephant Dharma form that stood several dozen meters tall. The elephant man Dharma stood upon the earth, with heaven-earth elemental force from tens of thousands of square meters pooling into the palm of his hand. His golden palm swept forward, causing the entire space to crack and compress inch by inch. This strike was like carrying the entire world forward, leaving no place to hide. But in Yuda's dictionary, there was no word for retreat. His eyes sparkled with joy. This was the excitement of encountering a worthy opponent. Physical shackles, first stage, second stage, cut. Serious punch. Bright flames soared upwards, making his short hair stand on end like a hedgehog. The glowing red flames, like the blood of a god demon, whirred with every muscle and cell in his body, slowly converging. He punched out, and the blood flame fist power roared like a giant dragon opening its mouth. First, it penetrated the stagnant space, then it struck the massive golden palm imprint. There was a slight pause. 1/1000th of a second of stillness. In the next instant, the golden palm imprint cracked, shattered, and exploded violently, while the undiminished blood flame fist power continued to pound outwards. Zhang! A streak of sword light came through the air, colliding and neutralizing with the blood flame fist power. In the midst of the explosive aftermath, the golden elephant man was sent flying backward. "You're not his match," said the young swordsman, "let me have a go at him." The golden elephant man, though reluctant, was well aware that his brother was telling the truth. Defeated head-on in the same realm? This was unbelievable. How exciting! If it were not for the contest for the artifact, he would never yield such a formidable opponent, but now, he could only start by crushing the seemingly frail human woman. Humph, so skinny and weak, obviously a loser. The opponents switched. Yuda gazed at the youth before him, intuition telling him that this young man was very dangerous. If it were up to his fighting preferences, he'd rather clash with the elephant man, enjoying the visceral satisfaction of fist against flesh. But after all, this was about the contest for the artifact. Bare-knuckle fighting, he could experience any time in sparring with Rakshasa and Lu, facing a sword saint who had attained divinity in swordsmanship was a first for him. Yuda grinned, already thrilled, every muscle and cell in his body exhilarated. As the young sword saint raised his sword, an immense oppressive force enveloped heaven and earth, causing tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of meters around to tremble. Most in the legendary realm, even witnessing this scene, had no idea what was happening, only a very few with extensive knowledge recognized it. There were some present, and more than one. Is that the perfect domain realm? The perfect domain is invisible, yet it can truly control everything. With a single thought, it can make countless legendary realm beings kneel. Ordinary legendaries can't even withstand a glance, and even those who have cultivated their domain to 49,999 meters, a supreme existence, would see their combat power significantly reduced under the perfect domain. In this invisible domain, Yuda felt as if the entire world was rejecting him. But the next moment, physical shackles, third stage, cut. Blood flames stretched across the sky, a demonic shadow like god demon's reflection standing behind Yuda. Yuda was already stepping forward in a charge. One serious punch after another. Blood flame fist power clashed with the radiant sword light in the sky, like mountain ranges colliding in the air. Constantly colliding, constantly shattering. The elements and space of heaven and earth seemed to wail, as if they could not withstand the power of these strikes. To wield such power, you must also have inherited from a legendary life. The young sword saint was even more elated. Yuda remained silent. What legendary inheritance did he have? He just often sparred with legendary lives, and would evolve into one himself in due course. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves without a clear victor. No, perhaps Yuda was slightly superior. All he needed to do was dodge the slashes imbued with conceptual power, all other sword light and aftermath he could afford to take from time to time. Wearing the madman armor, he could even directly soar through various forms of energy torrents. On the contrary, the young sword saint had to continuously dodge Yuda's fist light and had to slash and tear through the violent energies. With this kind of power and physique, I have never seen anyone stronger than you in the same realm. I am willing to call you the strongest. He felt a kinship with Yuda. He thought Yuda would say, "You're also the strongest heaven and earth realm fighter I've ever met, I'm willing to call you the strongest." But no such words came. Why not? But Yuda was an honest man, and in the rankings of strongest in the heaven and earth realm, this young man surely could not be listed at the top. Meanwhile, on the other side. So fast! So fast! So fast! The towering golden figure stood tall on the land, yet it could never catch up with that streak of silver light. Occasionally, with a flash of silver light, the Dharma that could withstand continuous attacks from the heaven and earth realm without a scratch would be cleaved open, leaving a deep mark. The Elephant Man legend widened his eyes and pursed his lips, remaining silent. Confronting the epic mage tower, he could not win, which was all right, considering he was pitted against a massive super war weapon by himself. When he faced a human legend of the same realm and was defeated on the spot, he began to doubt his life. And now? Another strong opponent above me. Isn't this secret realm only able to accommodate those in the heaven and earth realm currently? Wasn't I invincible against all but my senior brother in that realm a long time ago? As a result, he completely became a target, even more aggrieved than before. After all, he could at least enjoy the thrill of fist-to-flesh combat earlier, but now, he was being hit, and still getting hit. His 40,000 meter level domain shook heaven and earth, as vast energy surged forth, and a golden palm several hundred meters long stamped down from the sky. Space froze, locking down all directions. All things under this killer move would shatter, crumble, and be utterly destroyed. This was his tactic, a hidden move he had kept for a long time. The crescent moon giant wolf did not possess the wild, unparalleled strength like Yuta. Thus, she vanished. The giant palm stamped the ground, but the crescent moon giant wolf was gone without a trace. The disappeared wolf, in the next moment, leaped out from the bright moon hanging high in the azure sky. As an elephant man who was a disciple of a legendary life and had extensive knowledge, he naturally spotted the wolf girl's weakness, the bright moon. However, that was a conceptual moon, even ordinary beings from the lower realm couldn't destroy such a moon, let alone him, who was merely a heaven and earth realm warrior with a trace of conceptual power. You are very strong, second only to my senior brother and that distant monster, he acknowledged the wolf girl's combat power, which surpassed his own. Oh whoa, you are also very strong, the crescent moon recognized the opponent. The Elephant Man legend said, I used to think that in our realm, only my senior brother was stronger than me. It seems now I have to settle for fourth place for the time being. He lamented but also felt a new motivation to surge forward. Otherwise, his undefeated life except for his senior brother didn't actually give him much drive. Now, well, to defeat this wolf girl first, then take on that distant monster. He had a new goal. But as soon as the Elephant Man finished speaking, he realized the wolf girl didn't seem to agree with his statement. A thought crossed his mind, and he widened his eyes. Have you encountered other indomitable beings of the same level? The crescent moon nodded honestly, yes, whoa. The invincible Elephant Man. He was a disciple of a legend, what he had seen and heard was always at the top of the world. He couldn't possibly be someone with a narrow view of the world. He trembled slightly, is there one more, or two? The crescent moon halted her assault. After all, this big guy was really tough, and chopping him down was particularly strenuous, possibly having a tenth of General Liu's hardness. She wouldn't be able to finish him in a short time, and Sister Sophia only asked her to hold on. So she stopped and began to count on her fingers. About 9? 10? I'm not even in the top 10 over our place, whoa, she said honestly. The Elephant Man widened his eyes in astonishment, could the world actually be so vast? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He didn't believe it. You don't believe it? Crescent Moon was getting angry. She wouldn't tell lies, whoa. Commander Deadbone, Elder Duolii, Big Sister Izaloya, General Lu. There were 7 legendary lives in Tianyuan City alone, and then there was the Invincible Lord, as well as Yuta, who she clearly couldn't beat. Plus, the Angel King Lapis, who had risen beyond the standards and took the top spot in the Tianyuan powerhouse rankings. That made 10 people already. Others like Milena, Xia Hong Yi, Xilu, Serio, she didn't have the assurance of victory over them either. Counting these, she couldn't even get into the top 10, whoa. This Elephant Man really had no idea, whoa. Seeing the wolf girl's contemptuous gaze, the invincible Elephant Man started to doubt his life completely. Around the epicenter, the elements of heaven and earth were in chaos, space constantly breaking and healing. This unimaginably powerful and illogical battle had already made many powerful beings question their existence. The battle still had no outcome. But at this moment, pop! The sound like some barrier being shattered rang out, and the black storm enveloping the epicenter began to dissipate. Sophia stepped forward quickly, reaching out to grab the treasures that had incited the fierce competition among numerous extreme peak powerhouses, and they all fell into her own hands. The Four Extremes Ascension Altar is finally mine. These were treasures Lord greatly desired. Having confirmed the treasures were in her possession, Sophia couldn't help but reveal a smile. She was about to order Yuta and Lian Yu to retreat when suddenly, Lu Mei's brows furrowed. Swish! A piercing sound cleaved through the air, but faster than sound, was a resplendent golden spear. This golden spear tore through space, piercing straight through the black-robed figure standing within the epicenter. Strands of hair drifted in the air. Immediately after, a figure riding a shuttle whizzed past, and within a fraction of a second, appeared beside Sophia, reaching for the storage ring. Clatter! The body that had been pierced by the golden spear, which had not yet turned completely golden, exploded into countless black feathers. The mysterious woman who had been hidden under the black robe had already reappeared hundreds of meters away, completely unharmed. It's a body replacement technique. I was careless. The wielder of the golden spear lamented in the dark. He had failed to achieve his objective with a single strike and had no intention of pursuing further. In the world's secret realm, he'd been hit too many times. Even though he wielded two upper epic treasures, he was still defeated again and again. Defeated by a monstrous strongman, defeated by the powerhouses of the Dragon Banquet ancient country. That monstrous strongman was still in the distance. The wielder of the golden spear dared only to stealth attack, no matter how much he coveted the treasure, he dared not confront head-on. Go! He stepped onto his flying shield, ready to tear through space and flee tens to hundreds of thousands of meters away. Suddenly, space solidified, and the world, filled with vibrant streams of energy, also suddenly dimmed. In the darkness, only the bright moon hanging in the sky and the distant resplendent golden sword light were able to shine forth some brilliance. And also, the hundreds, thousands of black crows surrounding the epicenter, previously inconspicuous. Their crimson eyes shone brightly, like red stars twinkling in the night sky. An invisible force linked all the black crows together, same frequency, resonating, merging into one. A terrifying momentum surged towards the high heavens. Above the thousands of black crows, a venerated shadow of the Lord of Crows, difficult to describe concretely. Mysterious, grand, terrifying, and too intense to gaze upon directly. Suddenly materialized. Was this the coalescence of the army spirit? It seemed to be more than just the army spirit. This was Sophia's newly developed killing move, barely enough to make up for her deficiencies in offensive power. This move was based on Dead Bone's technical experience, otherwise, having ascended to legendary status less than a month ago, with her daily schedule so hectic. Consistently going out on missions, crafting black crows, managing territorial intelligence, hunting powerful monsters, and so on. Without sufficient reference, she would have struggled to perfect this combat method in such a short time. And now, the Black Crow venerate shadow, symbolizing concepts such as Lord of the Black Crow and Darkness, its forehead writhing and splitting, grew a third eye. This crimson eye suddenly opened wide, and in an instant, an eye resembling a blood-red moon was suspended in the night sky, staring down at the figure in the golden battle armor. Legion technique, the eyes of the Black Crow. The bearer of the golden spear, caught off guard, left bloody tears in his eyes, making a hoarse, rasping noise. The hexagonal flying shield beneath his feet also became covered with a layer of blood-red light. The shield made cracking sounds, but it was imprisoned within it. The next instant, a shadowy claw, as large as to blot out the sky and burning with a cold flame, struck down from above. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 30 strikes. The ground trembled, continuously shattering. After a short while, the dust and mist dispersed, and within the huge paw-shaped crater, the breath of life had vanished more than a dozen breaths ago. By this time, only a body with mangled flesh remained in the crater, along with 2 precious treasures scattered beside it, still unharmed. The golden spear, the hexagonal flying shield. Another raven descended, seizing the 2 treasures in its grasp. As for the other equipment on the legendary figure, the golden battle armor and the storage ring had been destroyed and shattered under the bombardment of the black flame claws, and the items inside the ring had probably been swept into the spatial turbulence. Sophia felt somewhat regretful but not remorseful. After all, if she hadn't gone all out, she might have let that guy get away with a moment's carelessness. She was well aware of the intelligence, which is why she took decisive action and struck precisely at the right spot. That upper epic treasure had an incredibly fast escape speed. Sophia immediately checked the treasures. Eternal Golden Spear. Grade, Upper Epic. Description, this treasure possesses the ability to vary in size, pierce through space, and infinitely split. Additionally, the golden spear can impose the goldification concept upon its target, turning any sturdy body or enchantment into gold under the might of the eternal golden spear. This was the conceptual power of turning things into gold. Although gold is practically worthless in the legendary realm world, the conceptual power of goldification is terrifying, capable of easily breaking through all defenses, possessing a lethal effect similar to instant death, decay, and annihilation. Infinite Sky Shield. Grade: Upper Epic. Description: this treasure automates the protection of its master. When defending, it can deflect 99% of the impact force, and moderately reduce conceptual damage. Additionally, its user can ride the Infinite Sky Shield for long-duration high-speed flight, or achieve a flight speed capable of piercing through space within a short duration. This was a very powerful and practical upper epic treasure. It could be used for defense and also for flying and escaping, and its speed was exceptionally fast. The Infinite Sky Shield has a barely weak point when it comes to flying mode. The treasure autonomously protects its owner but may slow down significantly. Sophia judged. But whether it's fast or slow, strong or weak, ultimately depends on the user. The Golden Spear powerhouse was just too weak. Other than these two upper epic items, he had no capabilities of his own. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Getting these two upper epic items isn't a loss, no, it's a huge, bloody profit. I always feel that the drop rate from hitting people is much higher than from fighting monsters or exploring. Why don't we find a few wealthy individuals to hit? Sophia was really a bit envious. There were too many wealthy people in this secret realm, and her own Tianyuan city didn't yet have an upper epic treasure, while several in the secret realm possessed such treasures, far more than just Golden Spear. Each of them was a moving treasure chest. It's a pity, those who possess upper epic treasures are all top powerhouses. I must put in real effort to possibly take them down, but the combat power when I go all out is too obvious, otherwise. She indeed had thoughts of hiding her identity and striking covertly. For now, she could only fish subtly. She glanced around. A few breaths ago, when she counter-killed and killed the Golden Spear legend, those concealed around who were secretly watching, also thinking of becoming opportunistic, were greatly shocked and left without hesitation, fearing they might be too slow and fall prey to this terrifying presence of the Nether Raven. This is too terrifying, the heir of the myriad phenomena empire had no power to resist. I seem to have heard of this powerhouse, known as Nether Raven, adept at commanding overwhelming black crows, but I didn't expect her to be not in the soul realm, but only in the heaven and earth realm. Her domain cultivation is above tens of thousands meter level, her upfront combat power is already not inferior to regular soul realm, moreover, the span of Nether Raven's domain realm is clearly far more than tens of thousands meters. What's more terrifying is that this Nether Raven and the other two powerful beings in the distance seem to be in the same group, coming from the same power. This world secret realm has exploded with many big fish. It's still unknown how many more big fish and whales will appear after the soul realm exists can enter. The young sword saint and the golden body elephant man, without a doubt, are also among the big fish. Let's go. Seeing the black-robed woman easily obtaining the treasures and that there were still two more powerful individuals across, being slightly stronger than his own side, the young sword saint did not hesitate. With one sword, he split the space and leaped into it with his junior brother, instantly disappearing. After a while, watching the two leave, Lian Yu reverted to human form, while Yuda's blood vitality, burning like Dari, quickly receded, his body even cracked open with streaks of blood spurting out, and soon he appeared utterly depleted. But in the next moment, the battle-wounded Yuda began to heal, his vitality slowly returning, as if he would completely recover soon. This guy is very strong, really strong. Yuda was delighted. The Great Lord, who had been observing through Black Crow's vision, also realized the terrifying strength of that young sword saint. Even though Yuda held the upper hand, the outcome of a real fight would still be difficult to predict. He thought to himself. Yuda indeed still had his Fourth Order's shackles unbroken and hadn't much used his combat will armament. But, his full burst state could last only for a short time, and it wasn't a certainty that he could defeat this formidable adversary. The young sword saint probably also had his trump cards and killer moves. After all, he was the disciple of legendary life. Randomly a disciple of legend capable of fighting Yuda toe-to-toe comes out. Indeed, there are many strong people in this world. Though he hadn't encountered other strong players as such yet, Mu Yuan pondered that there surely were, and if playing it safe, it would be accurate to count them by the tens or hundreds. Indeed, Yuda's combat power was considerably superior among those of the same realm and position. By comparison, he could far outpace powerhouses like Bone 2 and Ifa by at least several streets. Even Dead Bone's frontal burst power wasn't near Yuda's. Of course, whether Dead Bone or Yuda, both didn't stay in the legendary realm and epic 3-star position for a long time, so their accumulations weren't deep. On the other hand, even if the young sword saint was very young, he definitely had been practicing for more than just a year or two. He belonged to those of exceptional talents. Yuan considered that many of his division generals couldn't compare, so it might be better to wait until everyone evolved to legendary status before outright overpowering them. The three Tianyuan powerhouses separated and continued to explore deeper. Sophia also began to check the 4 epic treasures she had just acquired. Ding! Yuan received the notification from heaven and earth at the same time. Notification: your hero, Sophia, has obtained the special building 4 Extremes Ascension Altar. 4 Extremes Ascension Altar. Category: Unclassified Special Building. Description: capable of sharpening the trialists, enhancing their power within the heaven and earth realm, and domain realm. Note: the divine power of the 4 Extremes Ascension Altar can only recover slowly over time, or be replenished by very few sources of great power. Current divine power, 100/100. 100 units are not enough to supply to 100 legendary beings. The greater the elevation in the domain realm of the trialists, the more power will naturally be consumed. This limitation was within his expectations. Rather, the ability to replenish it through certain means was an unexpected pleasure. This ascending altar is a clear box, the remaining 3 are blind boxes. Hint: acquired a special treasure law tablet light, epic. The tablet is also good, even if future cultivation surpasses the lore realm, law and concept are still of paramount importance. Hint: acquired a life class building Heaven and Earth Vine, epic. Heaven and Earth Vine. Description: a special entity between life and building, its very existence is miraculous. The Heaven and Earth Vine has the ability to open a secret realm and draw on the power of heaven and earth to continually expand the secret realm. Simultaneously, the Heaven and Earth Vine can utilize the power of the secret realm to exert vast energy. The descriptions of the Heaven and Earth Vine itself didn't seem very powerful. Of course, opening and expanding a secret realm is an incredible power in itself, and the Heaven and Earth Vine itself is a great source of combat power, infinitely useful once cultivated. To say it's ordinary is only in the eyes of Yuan. However, this is a life class building, as long as it is alive, it can be bathed in the evolutionary miracle. The only legendary building in Tianyuan City was evolved from it. Otherwise, there would be no shadow of legends. He had heard of very few legendary buildings. This treasure truly brings joy. The 3rd epic light ball was also quickly opened. Hint: acquired a miracle building Angel Tear Spring, epic. Angel Tear Spring. Category: Production Class Building. Description: angels have tears, and tears are treasures. The Angel Tear Spring can continuously produce superior treasures Angel Tears, which have the miraculous effect of rapidly restoring one's own energy. Yuan had some memories of this treasure, it was quite a superior recovery item among the legendary realm. The recovery effect was fast and without side effects. If the consumption was too great, one could even gulp down several drops at once, allowing one's depleted energy to recover rapidly. In a life and death battle, the outcome of one side recovering energy goes without saying. The only pity was that the Angel Tears were a specialty of the Holy Griffin Empire, exceedingly rare in the outside world and expensive. This building is not bad. Sophia quickly sent out the treasures through the Nether Raven. Yuan quickly transported the treasures back to his own territory and rapidly constructed the Angel Tear Spring. The appearance of this building was a statue of a female angel, hands held to her chest, with tears flowing down her face. The statue would drip tears. Tears gathered in the hands on her chest, gradually accumulating and forming a small spring. This was the Angel Tear Spring. When the building was constructed and the tears began to fall, Yuan received a new Heaven and Earth prompt. Ding! Hint: the assistance of a legendary angel can accelerate the production speed of the Angel Tear Spring building. At the same time, there is a small chance to produce quasi-epic treasure Angel's Tears, and a very small chance to produce an epic treasure Great Angel Tears. Such miraculous effects. Is this the special feature of angel buildings? Yuan pondered. His true body was still stationed outside the gate of the secret realm. In a few more days, the divine soul realm would be accessible, and he was also looking to find a few opportunities beneficial for strengthening his divine soul. Suddenly, boom! The clear sky sounded with thunder, and the entrance to the world secret realm was suddenly torn open into an even larger rift. The repulsion from the secret realm weakened. With only 3 days left until the legend gate opened, the divine soul realm gate unexpectedly opened early. The sudden opening of the divine soul realm gate took many by surprise. By estimates, this phase should have required a few more days. But no matter the surprise, the temptation of the world secret realm was irresistible. Any strongman who could spare the time wanted to enter. Dangerous? Isn't every place in the eternal world dangerous? Now that the great disaster was imminent, they were even more determined to compete, for only through competition could they find more chances to survive. Unlike the time when the legendary realm gate had opened, at this moment, there weren't many coming and going at the entrance of the secret realm, with only a handful of God Soul realm powerhouses hurrying over from other places. The number of those in the God Soul realm was far fewer than those in the heaven and earth realm. But if among 10 or even dozens of the heaven and earth realm beings only one could become a super strongman, then the ratio of ordinary strongmen to world-class strongmen in the God Soul realm was much smaller. Few legendary realm beings were preparing to leave the secret realm at this time. After all, the world secret realm had only recently faced a massive monster tide, the onslaught of monster legends, and the legendaries who didn't think themselves up to the task had already retreated. Those who remained in the secret realm and had the ability to continue surviving and exploring were not worrying about the mere God Soul realm. Nearly all of them were at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, even tens of thousands meter level powerhouses. Many of them had enough confidence to step into the God Soul realm. They were not breaking through so quickly simply because they wanted to make their foundations more solid so that they could go further in the future. The division generals from Yuan City also continued to explore. However, to be on the safe side, Yuan had T1 level strongmen pair up in teams of 2, or 1 T1 strongman teamed up with 8 or 9 T2 T3 strongmen to form a mid-size squad. The teams also maintained a certain distance from each other to facilitate timely support. This was the advantage of the mental Skynet, precise positioning even in unfamiliar environments. Moreover, I can enter the secret realm now, and the capabilities of the mental Skynet can be fully utilized. Yuan didn't wait for Deadbone, Duolai, and the others to arrive. He stepped into the void and entered the secret realm. Not a bit cowardly. After all, this was just a secret realm that at most only the God Soul realm could enter. Lord Shepherd prided himself on his combat power, which was not afraid of 99.9% of the God Soul realm, and he held more than one trump card in his hand. Very steady. Upon entering the secret realm, outside the distorted spatial bubble was the surge of the monster waves, with visibly floating red mist over it. There were at least 20 or 30 monster legends squatting outside. Yuan also sensed some monster legends speeding outwardly, probably in pursuit of the God Soul realm beings that had entered the secret realm earlier. There were no other living beings around. So be it. Yuan raised his palm high, the mysterious mark on the back of his hand appeared and shone with a cyan divine light. Thousands of threads of cyan divine light intertwined, enveloping his entire figure. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a majestic cyan divine bird with wings dozens of meters long. Wind King's Wings Sun Plus version. Sun was just an epic 3-star life. After the Lord's power was promoted, Yuan could not only exert most of the capabilities of epic skills, but when he used general skills/talents, he could also achieve 120% effectiveness. 120% times 99% is still far higher than 100%. Not to mention, Yuan's own basic 3-dimensional, will, God Soul, and domain were all far beyond Sunday. Of course, if he used the powers of Deadbone or Duolai, that would be the beggar's version, albeit not as powerful as before. The appearance of the magnificent bird caused torrents of the wind element to surge throughout the entire expanse of tens of thousands of meters. The pure and intense storm arrived later but hit first, shattering the power of heaven and earth gathered by the monster legends. Immediately after, Yuan let out a breath, as if a divine spirit were sighing, profound and lingering, starting as a soft murmur then rising to the sound of thunder. The sighing wind swept through the heavens and earth. One monster legend after another froze mid-air, their entire bodies completely shattered, and under the gale, they quickly scattered like sand, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. Gurgle. A god soul realm being who had just entered the secret realm watched as the 20 or 30 monster legends, one by one, turned to dust in the wind, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Such preposterousness was unheard of in the god soul realm. Even targeted by several heaven and earth realm attackers, one could only beat a hasty retreat. What kind of being could wipe out countless legends with a single sigh? The outside world was too terrifying. Was venturing into the world secret realm a bit too risky for oneself? Yuan glanced at this unfamiliar god soul realm being and paid him no mind. In an instant, with the thought, his massive body ascended like maneuvering a super wind king's wings mech and disappeared into the storm. At the same time, Deadbone, Duolai and Ilo were also passing through the starry sky gate, speeding towards the entrance of the secret realm. The Sun vessel was bringing back several injured, out of sorts legends from Tianyuan City and picking up Deadbone and the others. The outside world of the secret realm needed legendary realm beings for protection, after all. Though, with hundreds of Tianyuan City elites, more than half possessing domains, working together, they could take on not just 1 or 2 legends but could even handle 10 or 20 with ease. At the same time, shortly after the gate to the soul realm had opened, at various entrances to the world secret realm within the Red Mist Land, many god soul realm beings arrived. Among them, there were not a few world-level powerhouses. The path to advancement for monsters was different from that of living beings. Among the first stage of legendary monsters in the heaven and earth realm, there were no particularly outstanding strong men, but it was all different when it came to the second stage of the god soul realm. The strong and the weak, the mediocre and the exceptional, became very clearly distinguished. Only a very few outstanding beings have the chance to step into the lower realm, and even, to ascend to even higher places. That's why the Dragon Sleep Valley established honorary titles like the Hunting Duke, the Blood and Flesh Wall, the Chomping Insect Swarm, and the Shadow Duke, which symbolize the titles of world-class strongmen. Take Hunting Duke Pupil Blade for example, his combat power is only slightly superior to an ordinary soul realm, not by much, but his standard killing move, the Pupil Blade, can very easily slay those in the heaven and earth realm, as effortless as slicing vegetables and chopping melons. He can swiftly kill a great number of heaven and earth realm beings. Therefore, he's a world-class strongman and has earned his honorary title. At this moment, in various places in the Red Mist Land, there are world-class monsters breaking into the secret realm. Pupil Blade, have returned. The Pupil Blade Duke roared, his eyes shining with golden light as his petite body swiftly flew into the secret realm. Somewhere, a giant serpent with a massive body is clacking its way into the entrance of the secret realm. This is the giant serpent, a fallen god's servant. For the great snake god. In the territories of the Dragon Sleep Valley, adjacent to the area of the 10 Directions Island domain, a dragon beast with an exceedingly huge body lurked within the dense red mist, its eyes blazing like 2 suns. Fire Wing Duke. He cast his gaze to the south as if to cross the domain barriers and land on the vast lands and cities. But he was only in the lower realm and couldn't cast his gaze across domains. The gate to the divine soul realm has already opened, now is the weakest moment for that human lord's Tianyuan city. In the past period of time, Fire Wing Duke had already made many preparations. The best strategy, the middle strategy, the worst strategy. The strategy of failure. Using the opportunity of the sky rift and a certain level of sacrifice and planning, he was confident that his true body could descend upon the 10 Directions Island domain. Even so, he was still waiting for a more appropriate moment. The opening of the world secret realm was when both the timing and geographic advantage were in his hands. Just wait a bit longer, just a little longer. When the strong from Tianyuan City delve deeper into the secret realm, then he could begin to execute his plan to annihilate the human lord's Tianyuan City. Perhaps, he, Fire Wing Duke, wouldn't even need to act personally. Human territories. In reality, a mere human lord simply wasn't worthy of being targeted by their Dragon Sleep Valley. What if the Heavenly Child Lord had created miracles time and again? This human, even if he could become the very top of the lower realm, or even if he could step above the lower realm, wouldn't have that big of an impact on the overall situation. If it weren't for this Lord Tianyuan thwarting their plans multiple times, the royal capital wouldn't have known about such a minor lord. Annihilating the territory is the middle strategy. Fire Wing Duke muttered to himself, this may not be as one shot as the best strategy, but it's more reliable and there's more chance of success. Moreover, the Miracle Lord's rise and speed is related to heavenly fortune. By annihilating this territory and offering the Lord's altar as a sacrifice, it's equivalent to cutting off some of this human's heavenly destiny. From then on, he will no longer be able to proceed as unstoppably. Many living beings start off advancing rapidly, but after a major setback, even if they can recover later, they tend to become commonplace, no longer possessing that exceptional grace. Fire-Winged Duke planned for such a long time not simply to strangle a human genius lord, but what he wanted more was sacrifice. Tianyuan City has developed rapidly and must be a miracle territory favored by the world. If such a territory were sacrificed, I, the Grand Duke, would receive countless benefits, and perhaps, in the future, there might even be a chance to reach the Saint Realm. Yuan was unaware that Fire-Winged Duke was poised to strike, but if he did know, he would surely welcome this old chap heartily. He was currently charging headlong through the world's secret realm. Even if he only took on the form of June, with his own extremely high 3 dimensions, perfect domain realm, and perfect divine base, there was no one who could match him in a fight. Steady, steady. The urgent matter at hand is to find a cultivation treasure land that can enhance the god soul. He examined his own body. Atop his impeccable shimmering golden divine base was a god soul that resembled a golden longsword. This god soul was already not weak since it originated from the perfect domain realm and perfect divine base. But it was far from growing to its limit. Not even 1/10 there yet. Theoretically speaking, he was merely a newly advanced soul in the god soul realm. The stronger the god soul, the more god soul incarnations it can split, and the more power it can wield when descending. Moreover, with the enhancement of the god soul, the perception of the legendary realm will be significantly improved, as will the light of will and the light of the spirit, both of which will undergo a certain degree of enhancement. The latter represents the manifestation of combat power improvement in the soul realm. Enhanced perception allows avoiding danger, expanding the realm of elements under one's command. The light of will and the light of the spirit enhance certain resistances. But unless one possesses an epic ability to utilize the light of will, indeed, the combat power increase of the soul realm compared to the heaven and earth realm is not substantial. It is a transitional stage. Even so, before I fully strengthen my god soul to completion, it's impossible for me to break through the lower realm, even though I already have the key to enter it. This barrier, said to be even more formidable to break through than the legendary realm's natural moat, seemed virtually non-existent in his eyes. He could even forcefully break through right now. But such a breakthrough would be akin to severing one's own roots, cutting off one's own future. There isn't much in the way of cultivation treasure lands for the soul realm within the Taishan Alliance, and such cultivation treasures are few and far between. If I don't want to spend a large amount of time on the soul realm, I'll have to find the corresponding opportunities within the secret realm. Be it treasures or treasure lands, either would do. Among the treasures he had acquired in the past few days, there actually were items suitable for cultivation. Epic material extreme divine water. A consumable that could continuously strengthen one's god soul, its value was not as high as a true epic treasure. What's most important was that there was too little of it. What could a portion of extreme divine water accomplish? It wasn't even enough for one person, let alone, he had a whole bunch of people at home to provide for. As he leapt over the wave of monsters and entered deeper into the secret realm, Yuan dispensed with the power of Wings of the Wind King, June, and switched to using Sophia's power instead. Countless black crows fluttered and flew towards all directions. At this point, treasures and treasure lands were much rarer. Even employing the power of Sophia, he was unable to swiftly locate treasures. He had simply picked up an epic treasure law square steel wind along the way. Ding ding! The spiritual link suddenly trembled, a message incoming. A division general had found a chance treasure land. As expected, having many capable subordinates of my own really makes a difference. I don't need to tirelessly search on my own. In this secret realm, at this stage, he reckoned there couldn't be many domains that could form more exploration teams than his own. After all, he had a dozen teams. The one who discovered the chance treasure land was the Serio team. The Serio team was composed of 9 great legendary realm members, including Serio himself, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Qing Shuang, Han Shuang, Jabai, Bai Li, and Sang Hun. They were currently stationed in front of the chance treasure land, having already fended off 2 groups of explorers trying to snatch the treasure land. Suddenly, a ghastly, enormous serpent head emerged from the red mist, followed by a serpentine body several times larger than an entire building. He revealed his form, his large and small serpent pupils glittering like the sun and moon high above, overlooking the figures below. It's the fallen god's servant Python, the formidable being that wields the power of gravity and devouring. A legendary realm being who had just pierced through the fog and seen the treasure land, but also the shadow of the giant serpent, spoke tremblingly. No sooner had he spoken than he ran off into the distance without looking back. Python. Among world-class strongmen, he too was a strongman. His projected image was the nightmare of countless ordinary lords. The number of miracle lords that have fallen to Python's mouth could be in the thousands, even tens of thousands, possibly more. This being is a supreme and terrifying existence. It's the fallen god-servant Python, Rar. Serio shook its tail, speaking spiritedly. Their team, originally, had targeted the very Python of the Shen Luo domain. For this, Serio even ecstatically rolled on the graveyard soil and rehearsed several times the mock battles against Python. Unexpectedly, they didn't find it in the Shen Luo domain, but encountered it in the secret realm instead. Wonderful! Several Yuan powerhouses let out excited roars. Roar! In the depths of the world's secret realm shrouded in white mist, the deafening sound of a dragon roar pierced through the azure sky. A supreme frost dragon overlord lifted the white fog of frost, striking at a far more immense body, resembling a demon god of the world, the giant serpent. However, the soul-chilling white fog fell upon the colossal body of the serpent and could only cover it with a faint layer of frost, which was quickly dispersed. The fallen god-servant Big Snake was slightly surprised. In the distant land of opportunity that the Big Snake cared little for, its divine envoys had no need to bolster their god souls. However, the legendary creatures guarding this treasure were tempting appetizers to it. It had not expected that a mere heaven and earth realm would not only refuse to flee from me, Big Snake, but also dare to attack first. Its eyes, like the sun and the icy moon, gazed down coldly. The next moment, a dark domain spread out. This was not a domain. Big Snake had neither the need nor the capability for one, possessing instead a divine domain bestowed by the snake god. Heavy water divine domain. Unlike the intangible domain, the divine domain of the Orokai servant directly interfered and altered reality, resembling a piece of territory that could manifest at any time and travel with its bearer. A radius spanning tens of thousands of meters of the heavy water divine domain unfolded, and bead-like droplets of black water floated up. Each of these droplets, tiny yet substantial as mountains, contained a terrifying and boundless force. The Orokai servant itself possesses the heavy water divine domain, with each of these heavy drops carrying the force of a full-powered blow from a heaven and earth realm peak. And around us, there are hundreds of thousands of them, and within the divine domain of the Orokai servant, these heavy waters will continue to be created endlessly, Bone 4 said calmly, adjusting the frames of his non-existent glasses. The fallen god's servant Orokai was among the elite at the world level, and information about it was plentiful. In the Tai-Shen alliance alone, there were no fewer than 10 lords who had faced the true body of Orokai in direct combat. Lords and division generals of the lord's family who had battled with the manifested Orokai numbered well over 1,000. Also, another significant advantage of Orokai's true body is that its massive size contains an energy that, even compared to other soul realm masters of the same realm, is hundreds, if not hundreds of times greater. Even General Duo Lai in Tianyuan City, who boasts of holding the energy of a great whale in his small body, probably couldn't match this Orokai. After all, Big Snake was empowered or, rather, morphed by the fallen snake god. Big Snake was not an ordinary soul realm being. The droplets hovered high, then fell like a flurry. Each drop, like a meteorite crashing down. At the same time, a terrifying force of gravity enveloped everything, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Everyone's body grew heavy, the weaker Qingshuang and Jibai could barely stand upright. Such was the might of Big Snake's true body. Even as the information about the Orokai servant was almost public knowledge, and larger forces were well aware of this terrifying entity's deadly abilities and fighting style, the majority of those in the legendary realm did not qualify to face it directly. Those of the legendary realm without sufficient combat power couldn't withstand even a single blow from the Orokai. And under such torrential meteor-like attacks, numbers meant little. Open! Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 made their moves simultaneously. The three of them had stepped into the epic realm quite some time ago, and through continuous development, the Dead Bones territory had grown vast. At that moment, a vast plain of stark white spread out, forcibly carving out a territory unaffected by the heavy water divine domain. The black droplets had their spatial distance stretched, and the immense gravitational pressure was significantly reduced. In the next instant, Qingshuang and Hanshuang clapped their hands, and with a thunderous boom, crystalline ice sprung from the ground, erecting two pure white fortresses atop the stark white plain. Standing above the fortresses, they summoned a storm of ice and snow. One after another, huge ice walls more than 10 meters thick rose rapidly from all sides. Crack, crack. Boom. The ice walls under the black rain cracked, shattered, and quickly disintegrated completely. We are completely outmatched. But, isn't it impressive to have blocked one attack? From a distance, a legendary realm creature couldn't help but glance back, then quickly disappeared into the mist, fearing they would become the next target of the Orokai after these living beings perished. As expected, the might of the fallen god servant, worshipped by countless monster tribes, was fearsomely apparent. The ice walls rose, but the speed of their formation was far slower than the rate at which the drops fell. If it were only Qingxuang and Hanshuang, they could at best hold out for a few seconds before they would be crushed by the overwhelming heavy water. So this is the might of a world-class strongman. Fine, they weren't too shocked. They weren't like those legends who relied solely on secondary information and realized after a confrontation that they had overestimated themselves or underestimated the enemy. They were accustomed to facing the power of entities on this level, and they had mentally prepared for a variety of scenarios. Besides, they weren't the only ones there. We've been waiting. Serio roared, his massive wings whipping up a fierce storm, which contained frost, decay within the frost, and out of decay sprang more frost, ceaseless and endless. With the heaven and earth realms' vast ice and snow at his aid, Serio's frost and decay grew mightier, rolling forward inexorably, obliterating droves of droplets and continuing unfazed onto the body of the servant python. This time, it was frost and decay imbued with conceptual power. The white frost spread across the giant body, simultaneously causing the entire serpent to begin to decay. This was a conceptual assault, and the true body of Orokai, which had yet to master the laws, was absolutely incapable of negating the power of concept. However, roar! Orokai roared, even though its body was covered with frost, even though it was beginning to decay, it still possessed overwhelming power. Its energy, vitality, and body were too strong. This was a simple, numerical strength. Even though the conceptual power had indeed wounded Orokai, it was very difficult to achieve significant effects in a short time. The giant serpent's mouth opened wide, like a black hole, seemingly containing a terrifying world within. A fierce suction enveloped the surrounding area. Broken trees and shattered stones flew up continuously, being devoured by the gaping maw that resembled a black hole. This was another of the Orokai servant's deadly moves. Devouring Big Snake Black Hole. It had a record of devouring and annihilating world-class strongmen. Once a world-class strongman was devoured, their survival was not guaranteed, let alone the 9 Yuan division members present, who were still a significant distance from being world-class fighters. They couldn't be devoured. They had long prepared tactics. Bone 2 seemed unable to resist, its entire body lifted by the violent airflow, rising into the air along with countless broken plants and rocks, heading towards the black hole. The next moment, crack crack crack. Numerous broken bones also rose, but instead of being swallowed by the black hole, they combined in mid-air. Gigantic arms of bone. A towering body encased in thick bone armor. A pale and enormous skull. A giant human of death remains, larger than even the true form of Orokai, stood upon the earth, blocking the great open maw of the serpent. Ghost General Bai Li, unleashing a psychic attack on Orokai with the intent of Sang-hun. Vampire Jabai moved to the side, his long sword piercing through the scales, his blood-red blood continuously pouring in. Bone 3 circled to the rear of Orokai, holding a bone spear and thrusting it fiercely. Bone 4 made its own bones sharp, piercing into the massive snake's body. Desolate Grey Bone. This was an extremely sharp method of attack, carrying the conceptual harm of desolation. Orokai's hard scales indeed could not withstand, and rings of grey began to spread across its body. But this guy is truly massive in every aspect. Bone 4 looked up. Once their desolate grey bone pierced through, even warriors of the soul realm would be severely crippled. But this Orokai was too resilient, so meaty. However, Orokai was just enduring. This terrifying world-class fighter, which made numerous domains shiver, was now at a disadvantage under the clever cooperation of the 9 from Serio. Even though among these 9 fighters at the heaven and earth realm, some had domains that broke through the 10,000 meter level, they were still only at the heaven and earth realm. And it was a noble servant of the gods, an entity that accompanied the great divinity at their side. Roar! Orokai roared angrily many times, but it was still trapped and increasingly wounded. However, Serio and the others dared not be careless. They had a slight advantage, but this was established under the condition of perfect cooperation. Their actual strength was far behind that of Orokai. If there was a lapse in their coordination, the advantage could instantly turn into a severe disadvantage, putting their lives at risk. They had enough understanding, a web of spirit with the same frequency thought process. Under normal conditions, there would not be any problems with their cooperation. But here and now, in the ever-changing world secret realm, if the battle lasted a bit longer, it was very hard to guarantee that no accidents would occur. Orokai was well aware of this. It continued to resist while also waiting. It was not alone, it had reinforcements. Within the churning mist, another figure slowly appeared. It was a living being. It was similar in appearance and aura to the several entities nearby. It's actually these skeletons' reinforcements, tisk. Orokai's gaze darkened. But since there was only one newcomer, it wasn't too worried. The figure in the mist gradually became clearer. One skeleton, one sword, one cloak. A perfect domain enveloped the world. The holy mountain projection emerged, effortlessly crushing the divine domain, annihilating it. This undead was not to be trifled with. The Orokai servant, despite enduring dozens of attacks and feeling that its combat power was still sufficient, believed that the moment it seized an opportunity it could instantly refine these few living beings. But at this moment, it sensed a crisis of death. In the soul realm, someone could actually cause it to die? The Orokai did not believe it, yet it still followed its inner intuition. It roared fiercely, and its entire body suddenly expanded in size, while a skin resembling a canopy that could cover the heavens and earth shed from its body. In the blink of an eye, the scaled-down Orokai had already transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the distant mist to escape. Bone 2 and their party were blocked by the overwhelming snake skin, and by the time they tore through the skin-made barrier, that Orokai had already fled far away. They couldn't catch up, nor did they intend to pursue. After all, the boss had already arrived. Deadbone watched the receding figure, and the wailing death slowly rose. An emblem of utmost mystery, seemingly symbolizing the death of the heavens and earth, appeared on its forehead. Black patterns crawled along the arm bone and up the sword of death. In the distance, the massive fleeing body also began to show mysterious black patterns within Deadbone's vision. The black patterns spread outward like petals. They were as splendid as petals. This was the beauty that symbolized death, each line representing a possible type of demise. Deadbone did not pursue but simply let the sword gently fall. Hiss! The fleeing Orokai servant felt the death omen within its heart suddenly surge to a peak. No, it was not an omen, it was dying. It had already died. It was already dead? In the instant before its god soul dissipated, the Orokai servant suddenly remembered that familiar black-armored skeleton. The skeleton that had, during the elite level phase, created its own domain and fought back against its descending incarnation. More than a year had passed, and it already possessed power that surpassed that of world-level entities? Could it be, was this a legend? Its eyes widened as its body and god soul were utterly extinguished. This is the concept of death, from the root, directly granting a target death. Deadbone murmured. This was also its first experiment on a high-realm adversary. My concept of death has already stepped into the second realm, where I can directly lock onto a distant target and execute a conceptual-level intervention. I even have the power to cause instant death on the spot, it explained. However, this move can only be used on weaker targets. To it, the true form of the Orokai was just such a weaker target. Against an enemy of the same rank, it certainly couldn't impose death directly, but it could lock onto the possibility of death through many battles. Wither King Bone, Emperor's One Sword, Tide of Death, and many other lethal moves, provided more possibilities of death. As it reflected, it did not sheath its sword. This one sword did merely sever the Orokai's body, spirit, life, and god soul, but that is not enough. Soul realm beings possessed the ability to resurrect, for as long as one could sever a divine soul fragment in advance and lay out precautions, they could be resurrected even after falling. Of course, resurrection required time and resources, and a fall was a significant loss to anyone. Among them, the fallen god's servants would resurrect faster than other world-level strong men. In the past I did not have the power to prevent such a terrifying enemy's resurrection, but now. Deadbone concentrated. At the place where the Orokai perished, and death took hold, there was a faint, intermittent line of concept, extending into the unknown. This was the inevitable conceptual connection between the Orikai's true form and its contingency for resurrection. The line of concept was blurring, breaking. As time passed, this associating concept would eventually vanquish completely. Dead bones stood still in the wasteland, focusing intently for a dozen seconds. Suddenly, caught you. The gaze followed the concept's causality over mountains and ridges, leapfrogging domain after domain, world after world. In the blurred vision, Dead Bones saw a sparkle from a fragmentary god soul, which was in the process of recovering, with the flesh starting to take form. Sever. The pure concept of death spread along the causal connection. On the ancient and bloody altar, the consciousness of the Orikai servant was reawakened, with shards of memory flooding in. Just now, that undead must have been a Tran. Its burgeoning consciousness began to clear. The Orikai was about to open its mouth. The Black Death descended. The valley, a hidden sight, regained its peace in a blink of an eye. As quiet as death itself. Within the opportunity structure known as the Divine Tower, there were no skylights to let in any sunlight. When the doors closed, all that was left was utter darkness and silence. In the silent space within the tower, Yuan sat quietly. His body seemed to settle down with the tower, while his spirit burst forth with a brilliance far exceeding its normal state. The Divine Tower, this treasured building, had no barriers on the outside, allowing anyone to enter. However, practicing within this high tower came with dangers even greater than those of the Four Extremes Ascension altar. Through the stillness of the body, the spirit's light flared brightly. It was like when one's five senses are sealed, their sixth sense becomes keener. When the body lies dormant and life is drained, the spirit struggles in the mire, sparking a different kind of radiance. This process was very dangerous. If one was not careful, the body could truly enter a state of dormancy, leaving behind damages to the foundation that were difficult to recover from. The radiant spirit was like a flame suddenly fed with fuel, burning fiercely. This flame was sourceless and could exhaust at any moment, leaving nothing but a flickering wisp in the wind. This was information from a predecessor of Tai Xian. Upon stepping into this place, heaven and earth also imparted faint hints. Balance your own body, support it for a longer time before complete dormancy, and moreover, use the light of will to stimulate your spirit to keep burning and growing within the flames. This was the method of cultivation for the Divine Tower treasure land. It wasn't complicated. However, if it were just this, it naturally wouldn't be possible to rapidly and without side effects enhance the spirit. The entire process of cultivation not only squeezed one's own body but also forced the growth of the spirit. With just this method, the spirit might grow substantially, but it would ultimately be more detrimental than beneficial in the future. The key was that the opportunity land offered not just the environment but also fuel. This was akin to the divine power that descended during a heaven and earth baptism. This was also why such structures were rarely privately controlled by a lord, as their operation was linked to the power of the world. Yuan thought to himself, gradually dispelling distractions and focusing wholeheartedly on cultivation. Golden flames danced, and his spirit rose inch by inch. Practicing within a world-secret realm was, in fact, a very dangerous thing, not to mention that the Divine Tower had no rules to keep out external threats. If he were alone, he wouldn't dare to cultivate in such silence. Even lords who had arranged for division generals to guard outside would inevitably feel anxious. After all, with numerous strong individuals emerging from within secret realms, how could a few division generals truly offer protection? Unless there were several world-class strong men. Tianyuan City had such strong men, and Lord Shepherd felt very at ease starting his silent cultivation. His spirit became more and more dazzling, the shining golden consciousness within him beginning to illuminate the pitch-black space inside the tower. My spirit has grown threefold compared to before, comparable to most of the peak strong men who have immersed themselves in the soul realm for many years. However, this is just the limit for most people, not mine. I have the perfect domain, perfect divine base, and naturally, can also refine a perfect divine soul. The spirit, unlike the domain, isn't limited by the heaven and earth rules, hence even between perfect divine souls, there is a disparity. Being a legendary life, he was fully capable of aiming higher. It's just that this divine tower might not provide enough divine power, that's all. So, let's continue the cultivation. Yuan murmured silently, immersing his heart and soul completely into the practice once more. At approximately the same time, in the 10 Directions Island domain, ILO No. 2 stood on the window ledge of the epic building, Staff of Divine Right, gazing toward the distant edge of the land. There, it seemed that a vague line of darkness was emerging. The monster tide has indeed arrived. And, this seems to be no ordinary tide, but one with many legendary realm beings hidden within. Ilo murmured, her eyes calm, showing no sign of surprise. Beside her, a Starlight Scholar in epic form, who was responsible for maintaining the staff of divine right, asked, "Should we sound a first-level alert, and inform Lord?" The person in charge was somewhat nervous. After all, most of Tianyuan City's generals were not present at this time, and those like him were normally just following orders, lending a hand. If they had to make decisions on their own, it would truly be overwhelming. Thankfully, Lady Ilo was still in the city to oversee matters. "No need, triggering a second-level alert will do, we can handle the extinguishing of this enemy's attack on our own," Ilo said. Their lord left a perfect avatar in the city, along with several temporarily sculpted starlight avatars. Yet, whether it was a perfect avatar or a starlight avatar, they essentially shared consciousness with the principal. Just like her, when her many avatars were at work, it was essentially multi-threading of consciousness, capable of being multitasking dozens of tasks. To handle some paperwork, stroll the streets, attend meetings with subordinates, inspect construction sites, such tasks didn't make multiple tasking difficult. But if she was confronting an extremely powerful enemy, she would have to cancel these avatars, retracting her projected consciousness, focusing her mind to exert her full strength. The Lord was cultivating in the Divine Tower, focusing entirely on enhancing his spirit, and of course, he should not be disturbed at such a time. Well, compared to cultivation, the safety of his domain was more important, but it's just an expected attack from Dragon Sleep Valley, we can defend according to the plan. "It seems we are soon to arrive at the legendary Tianyuan City," said a voice. "I've heard that the Lord of Tianyuan City, in just a few years of pioneering his territory, has nurtured many warriors of the legendary realm, and even boasts the presence of beings like the giant spirit god, who has a place of his own on a global scale. In their vast gem country, such a figure would stand almost second to none, towering above countless others." A huge dark green-purple winged bird flew across the vast wilderness. Inside, hundreds of people each performed their duties, maintaining the operation of this powerful weapon. In the weapon's core area, several powerful individuals with gemstones embedded in their foreheads conversed. These were the members of the subhuman species Gemstone Clan, the mainstream living beings of the Gem Country. A legendary realm warrior with a radiant teal gemstone on his forehead spoke up, "We've already requested a batch of assistance supplies from the Taishian Alliance, and Taishian has agreed to send more troops to aid our country. However, this is still not enough, we must find a solution on our own." The Gem Country suffered a severe disaster, but the Taishian Alliance was likewise afflicted and could not spare much strength. The solution thought up by the Gem Country Envoy Group was to seek assistance from Taishian's powerful lords, paying a price to have these top-level lords take action. Top-level lords still had some strength in their hands. They contacted several territories in a row, ones that had previous cooperation with their Gem Country. However, several lords indicated that they were unable to spare any efforts in such short notice, all preoccupied with matters of greater importance. Their thoughts turned to two powerful individuals they had encountered on the outskirts of the alliance. The warriors from Tianyuan City, one of whom had slain a Grand Duke of the Hunt and was rightfully a world-class strongman. After some hesitation, they set off for Tianyuan City. After several days of trekking over mountains and ridges, they were finally about to reach this city, renowned within the Taishian Alliance for its many legendary achievements, and the source of curiosity for countless people. A legend of the Gem Country spoke up, "Tianyuan City seems to have many legendary realm warriors. If we could get just a few of them to take action, it would greatly ease the situation in our Gem Country. And if we could persuade the giant spirit god to help, that would truly be cause for celebration." Their Gem Country did have warriors of the Law Realm as their pillars. However, below the Great Lord Qi Xinglian, their entire Gem Country, with thousands of miracle territories, could not nurture even a single world-level strongman. They also had few God Soul Realm warriors and were unable to stop the increasingly fierce monster tide and the fearsome monsters lurking within it. By contrast, Tianyuan City, a miracle territory and even a newly established territory, already boasted countless victories over powerful monsters. Considering this, these several legendary realm warriors, also lords of the Gem Country, all felt somewhat ashamed. They were incompetent, unable to cultivate enough warriors and leaders, and they themselves were not strong enough, only capable of pinning their hopes on external support. Fortunately, Tianyuan City was a newly established city, presumably not wealthy, and its demand for various materials and treasures far exceeded that of other powerful territories. There was still hope in asking for Tianyuan City's strong people to help. Before their departure, they had thoroughly investigated, listing out all of Tianyuan City's potential needs and prepared to the utmost. The several legendaries felt almost certain of their success, the only difference being how much they would have to pay. Only the leader of this group, a successor of the gem country with a ruby embedded in his forehead named Hong Shijing, was not as optimistic as the others. He said, "Have you not noticed the monster tide gathering in the distance? The creatures here are becoming more ferocious. But it's the period of the Sky Rift disaster, and waves of monsters appear from time to time, isn't that to be expected?" asked the warrior with the radiant teal gemstone. Hong Shijing's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Indeed, monster waves are not uncommon, but within the wave, I vaguely sensed the aura of several monster legends. They have probably noticed us too. What's strange is that they quietly retreated. If I'm not mistaken, Tianyuan City is about to be attacked by some powerful overlord power," he continued. In such a situation, where could they possibly find reinforcements? They had no way back either, as their retreat was likely already cut off by the wave. Soon, the grand Tianyuan City came into view for the people of Gem Country. The city was majestic, surrounded by rolling mountains and shrouded in clouds and mist. The dark green-purple winged bird descended slowly as the Gem Country envoys submitted their visitation requests. Hong Shijing looked into the distance. As expected, Tianyuan City has detected the converging waves and has sounded the alarm. Wuan Wan! Wuan Wan! The second-level alert had been sounded in Tianyuan City, causing many residents to be taken aback suddenly. An alarm? Is there a monster attack? This is a second-level alert. I've heard it during drills. We need to. Many people panicked. The majority of people in Tianyuan City had experienced the catastrophe of a city in ruins and people dead. The fear of facing monsters had been etched into their very bones. However, those panicking were only the newcomers who had settled in Tianyuan City within the last month, while the old-timers listened to the sudden alarm with casual dismissal, waving their hands. "Just a second-level alarm, steady now, no need to panic." Since most of Tianyuan City's work was done by old-timers mentoring newcomers, seeing how nonchalant the old-timers were, the newcomers' trembling hearts also steadied a lot. They were still somewhat worried and couldn't help but ask, "Old bro, are you sure it's all right?" The old man raised his chin proudly. "Just a monster wave, what's there to fuss about? Not only has our Tianyuan City repelled monster waves many times, I've even followed warriors from the city guard corps outside the walls and touched the carcasses of monsters with my own hands." He grew more excited and proud as he spoke. The carcass was as tall as a small hill, and such terrifying monster carcasses were everywhere, sprawling across the wilderness outside the city. That scene, tisk tisk, you only have to see it once, and you would never fear monsters again. Upon hearing this, the Green Hand Territory citizens all took in a sharp breath. Could the warriors of their own city be so formidable? Carcasses strewn across the entire wilderness, wouldn't that be too exaggerated? But such accounts came not from just one or two veterans. It seemed that such a scene was not an overstatement. "So elder brother, what should we do? What to do? Let me think." With the second-level emergency alert, other than not being able to leave the city, everyone should go about their business as usual within the city. Besides that, we just need to trust, and trust some more. Well, of course, if you are really worried, you could also head to a nearby shelter. In southern Tianyuan City, adjacent to the Central Plaza and home to the Tianyuan First Hospital, Tianyuan Restaurant, and Tianyuan City Cathedral, the First Avenue undoubtedly constitutes the busiest, most prosperous, golden land of Tianyuan City. Even without official initiatives to recruit commerce or attract thousands of professionals to work and struggle here, many medium and small-sized shops had opened on both sides of this street. Most of these were run by territory citizens and included basic establishments like tailor shops, grocery stores, carpentry workshops, and tea houses. Some were businesses personally set up by the soldiers of Tianyuan City's direct lineage. Even though the various kinds of soldiers possessed self-awareness, many of them were not adept at fine work, let alone running a business. For them, this was a torment. Yet, a few were enthusiastic about it and didn't aim for profit. General Duolai had opened a large slime barbecue restaurant. No, it did not serve grilled slime, but instead featured unique slime waiters, although, Grilling slime condensed liquid was also an option. The restaurant's biggest highlight was its variety of ingredients, particularly some rare and bizarre items. Apart from the official and private ventures of the division generals, there were also businesses set up by foreign merchants within Tianyuan City. There were offices established by the neighboring Great Domain, the Gemstone Duchy, and the Golden Commonwealth. There were also business points of the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce of the Taishan Alliance. Moreover, buildings like Cold Moon Pavilion, Ling Long Treasure Store, Ba Long Fitness Club, and White Shark Chamber of Commerce were also quite prominent here. These were built by acquaintances who were lords. In places like the Cold Moon Pavilion and Ling Long Treasure Store, there were several administrators from their respective territories hiring workers within Tianyuan City. At this moment, these administrators, upon hearing the sudden piercing alarms ringing through the city, couldn't help but feel anxious. But then they saw their own store employees busily working as if nothing was amiss, even more composed than themselves, the store owners. Store owner. This was a citywide emergency alarm. Monsters were approaching in vast waves, and it was possible that multiple monster legends might attack. Do all people of Tianyuan City have such strong nerves? No way. After some thought, the store owner felt that it wasn't right to be so indifferent. Normally, when a citywide alarm sounded, their shops also had an obligation to assist the local lords in defense as a form of self-help. Though usually, it would be the city defense army coming to notify them to prepare for defense. Tianyuan City was anything but usual. Inside the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce, a burly man with flaming red hair sat in the chief seat. His presence was overwhelming, and he was a legendary being. Not just any legend, but a super senior legend realm who was one step away from reaching the heaven and earth realm peak. Fiery Fire Pom Yang Kong. He was not the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce's manager stationed in Tianyuan City. The Chamber of Commerce was not so extravagant as to assign a legend to oversee a city with not so much business. Fiery Fire Pom Yang Kong had recently accompanied a convoy bringing supplies to the city. Those below legendary stature might still hide in their shops and act as if nothing happened, but he was a respected legend. With esteemed status came corresponding responsibilities. If needed, he would take action. Go, inquire about the situation in Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City, troops of elite soldiers had already assembled. Hundreds of kilometers outside the city, the red mist drifted, and the tide was upon them. After the catastrophe of the Sky Rift emerged, Tianyuan City relocated various mines and fully contracted its defense lines. This indeed made the defense of the territory much easier, no longer worrying about any location or stronghold being attacked by legendary creatures of the enemy, but likewise, Tianyuan City's control over the wilderness areas beyond the Tianyuan City defense circle greatly declined. Monster tribes proliferated in the wilderness, with one camp after another sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, not to mention the succession of wild legends entering the 10 Directions Island domain along with the influx of the red mist. They might come from neighboring domains or emerge from the Crimson Sky Rift River. According to some intelligence obtained by the exploratory team, there were wild legends that had subdued a large number of monster tribes, forming overlord powers capable of ruling vast territories. The overlord powers identified by the exploratory team numbered as many as 6. Based on estimates, there might be a dozen or more overlord powers existing in the 10 Directions Island domain at the moment. Some were weaker than the fang of the jackal wolf and the blood snake in case, while others were even stronger. Their rulers could be in the peak heaven and earth realm or even the soul realm. Even though these overlord powers belonged to different forces, camps, and factions, they often waged wars against each other, and the overall environment of the 10 Directions Island domain became much more dangerous than it was a year ago. After all, back then, the vast 10 Directions Island domain only had one peak heaven and earth realm creature, the Blood Tree King. Tianyuan City had limited forces and usually only secured the rear, ensuring that the path to the Twilight Dominion was clear, while the central, northern, and western parts of the 10 Directions Island domain had long been a chaotic dance of demons. Each overlord power sought to devour one another to establish a more enormous empire and rise to an even higher status. Until, a few days ago, an envoy from the supreme overlord power of Dragon Sleep Valley personally descended on each overlord stronghold and persuaded all of the overlord power rulers. Just the thought of that day filled the horror demon Wolfman with fear and relief that he hadn't resisted. Otherwise, his modest heaven and earth realm body wouldn't have been enough for a giant dragon to swallow in a few bites. However, the horror demon Wolfman looked around. This was where the Overlord Council convened, formed jointly by more than a dozen overlord powers and consisting of 33 seats, his horror wolf hill could only occupy one seat here. Among them, there was a hell demon with horns ablaze with hellfire, there was a queen riding atop a massive spider, and there was a black titan, massive in size and as unfathomable in presence as the abyss. Any one of these individuals made the horror demon wolfman tremble with fear, but he couldn't understand why they would attend the Overlord Council and accept subordination to Dragon Sleep Valley. Dragon Sleep Valley indeed had a notorious reputation and held a pivotal position even within the Eternal Life faction of TNG, but if they were cowed into submission by mere infamy, they would not be monsters anymore. Great monsters were born between heaven and earth, how could they languish below humans for long? No matter how strong Dragon Sleep Valley was, how much influence could it possibly extend over to this island domain? The horror demon Wolfman, along with many overlord rulers present, couldn't understand it. Humph, foolish. The hell demon, with crossed arms, gave a cold glance at these insignificant ants. The ants could not comprehend the terror of Dragon Sleep Valley. The envoy from Dragon Sleep Valley who descended into their Hell Abyss Valley was alone, yet that one was the Grand Duke of the Hunt, notorious across the world. The arrival of a single Grand Duke of the Hunt could completely suppress their Hell Abyss Valley, leaving them unable to utter a word of rebuttal. He believed that the same situation applied to the Spider Queen's Nest and the Titan Fortress. Furthermore, the Hell Demon said to the legends present, the human power to the south should not be underestimated. Wouldn't it be easier to let the mighty ones of Dragon Sleep Valley annihilate that human city than for us to fight them directly? He cast his gaze into the distance. Across continuous mountains and surging rivers, a towering castle could be faintly seen standing on a mountaintop. The Hell Demon had tested this human force and was very aware of the thorniness of Yuan City. This time, being able to exploit the heavy hand of Dragon Sleep Valley to uproot this nearby adversary was indeed good fortune. He clearly understood that Dragon Sleep Valley wanted to use them as cannon fodder, to fight against the human powerhouses in a deadly exchange. But so what? Even if all the legends of Hell Abyss Valley were to perish, as long as he himself could survive and become stronger through this opportunity, that was enough. Dragon Sleep Valley might be using them, but he was also using Dragon Sleep Valley, wasn't he? Kikikikik. Laughter echoed gratuitously throughout the council ground. At the same time, in Yuan City, beside the North City Wall, atop a towering watchtower that soared over 100 meters. The emissaries from Gemstone Country, like fiery fire Pom Yang Kong, arrived here one after another with permission. From this position, they could not yet see the surging waves of monsters, however, they could already faintly perceive the tendrils of red mist drawing closer, and the air was filled with a thick, oppressive atmosphere that could not be dispersed. Red Shijing, the leader from Gemstone Country, had detected the gathering tide before arriving at Yuan City, including glimpses of monster legends within it. If such a small cluster was already like this, how terrifying would the impending massive monster tide attack be? He couldn't imagine, only knowing the battle would not be easy, and no matter what their intentions, it would be difficult to remain aloof from the affair. Yang Kong from the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce didn't know the situation of the monster tide, but he was very clear about the plight of Yuan City. Facing the dreadful supreme overlord power, Dragon Sleep Valley. Even if Dragon Sleep Valley wouldn't target a territory too specifically, even if Dragon Sleep Valley's power would be limited when extending beyond the Red Mist Land, it would still be terrifyingly formidable. Not to mention, it was chosen when the Great Lords were ardently exploring the world's secret realm. This was going to be a tough battle. I am Fiery Fire Pom Yang Kong, willing to join the defense battle. He looked toward the person in charge of Yuan City. Glancing left and right, he saw no sign of the Lord of Yuan City. He suspected as much, and indeed, the Lord of Yuan City was not in the territory, making this battle even more difficult. At this time, there was no doubt that Ilo was in charge of all city affairs. Lu, Deadbone, and others could cast their gaze through the hero's right or control the miracle building of the territory, or micromanage the core that had not yet run out of the territory, but only Ilo could make an appearance. The monster tide is approaching, but do not worry, we of Yuan City will sniper it firmly outside the city, including the monster legend. Naturally, there is no reason for us in Yuan City to ask guests to take action. Ilo guessed these people would be nervous and worried. Rather than letting them continuously speculate and let the seeds of worry ferment in their hearts, it was better to directly bring them to the lookout tower. She now had no time to entertain any guests. Besides, compared to entertaining and conversing, a war that crushes the invaders without leaving one behind could better demonstrate the majesty of Yuan City. She knew very well that their lord had long cast out bait, just waiting for the people of Gemstone Country to take the bait. Her gaze swept over. With various covert detection methods in the territory, she had discovered that the group from Gemstone Country was indeed not weak. There were fewer in the legendary realm left in the city than this group. Currently, Tianyuan City was indeed lacking in legendary combat power. Protection was much more difficult than destruction, especially since they were bound to face stealth attacks by the monster legend. With few legendary figures in the city and the elite main force absent, Ilo's confidence was not merely because she knew Lapis was in charge. Lapis was after all just one person, and relying on one person to protect a city was very risky. Her confidence stemmed from the Radiant City defense barrier, which made Tianyuan City intact and fearless of destruction. The legions of Tianyuan City had already assembled, and they had not climbed the city walls but rather swarmed out from the raised city gates. Awoo! For the Lord! One corps after another surged out, charging in every direction. The times had changed. According to the new instructions of Tianyuan City's defense plan, they would no longer defend from within the city. The territories 1 to 200 li outside Tianyuan City were all mining areas. Whether to protect the environment around Tianyuan City or to minimize losses, they would try to set the battlefield outside their homeland. This was not Ilo's strategy, she did not need to command this battle. Everything was just proceeding according to the set contingency plan. Only those on the lookout tower did not quite understand. Tianyuan City must have some deep tactical meaning for doing this, right? No matter what, when the situation becomes critical, this commander of Tianyuan City will have to ask them to take action. Of course, it would be better to quietly and calmly eradicate this monster tide. The army of Tianyuan City had almost entirely come out, meeting the monster tide at the frontier wilderness. The army included the various main corps, secondary corps, reserve corps, totaling over 10,000, which was very small compared to the at least 7-digit number of the monster tide. However, even though hundreds of elites followed the Lord to battle in the world secret realm, the remaining main force of 4th Order strongmen still exceeded 2,000 in number. The rest were mostly 3rd Order and a few 2nd Order. Just picking 1,000 warriors from among them could form an Army Spirit Legion that was more elite than most territories' Army Spirit Legions. 1st Battalion, Bone Spur, Wave Stack. A skeleton battalion suddenly stopped its charging steps, the first row of skeleton warriors squatting down, one hand supporting the elbow, the other hand with fingers slightly spread forward. The next moment, their finger bones snapped, whistling like cannonballs across the sky. Whizzing sounds. The advancing monsters fell like cut wheat, even those cloaked in thick scale armor like the Earth Rock Dragon could not withstand the simple bone spurs. The second row of skeleton warriors opened fire too. Then the third row, and then it switched back to the first row. Rows of skeleton warriors continuously shot out finger bones, unending like surging grey waves. He chanted loudly, infinite firepower. Like a surging river, a barrage of artillery rained down. At various high points, gunner masters and gunpowder experts were bombarding tons of artillery shells, repeatedly cleansing the ground. Meanwhile, outside the fortress of Dragon Head Mountain, dozens of sniper towers stood tall, and figures stood proudly atop these towers, bracing against the wind. They were the arrow of Polar Star, the constellation leaders. The leading arrow of Polar Star drew his bow to the full, facing the distant sky covered with dark clouds. 10,000 arrows treasure. Tens, dozens, hundreds of starlight points slowly emerged in the surging wind and clouds. That volley of arrows pierced through the sky. This was not a resistance, it was a one-sided slaughter. Even though the monster tide also contained a considerable number of 4th Order monsters, how many were left in any given wave? Could they withstand the cries of the Tianyuan City warriors? Especially the secondary corps, the soldiers within the reserve corps fought fiercely. Previously, the main army had monopolized the battle, they had never had the chance to fight at the front line. Lord Shepherd's no-expense-spared training was already bearing fruit. Somewhere. Suddenly. Boom. A terrifying aura rose within the chaotic monster tide, a dark green domain instantly opened, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to pause momentarily. Immediately after, this figure crossed hundreds of meters in an instant and struck fiercely. Heaven and earth handprint. Boom. A whole skeleton battalion's formation was shattered, and countless skeleton warriors were sent rolling through the air. This was the might of a legend. Yet, what astonished this legendary strongman was that it seemed not even a single skeleton warrior had been killed by this powerful strike. The skeleton warriors, tumbling to the ground, quickly retaliated the next second. Dozens, hundreds of bone spurs were shot forth. Just mere bone spurs. However, he quickly changed color and could only maintain the dark green heaven and earth ring to block the relentless rain of bone spurs. The heaven and earth ring continuously vibrated. In the distance, a faint phantom appeared and a slash that gathered the power of numerous skeleton warriors sundered the heaven and earth ring. The monster legend was sent flying, a several meters long black wound in front, burning with deathly flames. Hundreds of bone spurs then engulfed his flying figure. This scenario happened all over the battlefield. Seeing the tide fall like cut wheat, unable to advance, the hidden monster legends reluctantly had to take action. They were swiftly killed. In a war of this scale, in front of dozens, hundreds of fourth-order strong men, under the power of the army spirit, one or two legends could not play a significant role. Of course, they were still legendary beings after all. Tianyuan city warriors could not always maintain the army spirit, and among them, there were even some merely elite-level weaklings. Casualties were inevitable. The legendary strongmen fought with their lives and caused considerable losses to various corps of Tianyuan city. Thus, within Tianyuan city, in a secluded place. This was where the Hall of Martial Souls was located. In the Grand Hall, lights symbolizing souls sparkled like stars, adorning the night sky like dome. Among them, some lights suddenly shone brightly, and threads of consciousness reawakened within them. Did I die? Damn that monster legend! Hurry, hurry, quickly reshape the body. Hundreds of kilometers away from Tianyuan city. At the site of the Overlord Council. News from the front lines was continually relayed back here. The situation isn't ideal, our tide has encountered sniping, and already over a dozen legends have fallen. The reporter said so. The Hell Demon asked, how many legends did the humans dispatch? The reporter hesitated but still said, none. The monster counselors. Atop a nameless high mountain, where monster rulers of various overlord powers reigned, there pervaded a moment of silence. Without legendary realm interference, their own legends repeatedly failed? Was that reasonable? Yet through various means, when they glimpsed the dominance of the human legion, they felt it indeed made sense. Ordinary legends couldn't withstand these elite living beings that cooperated seamlessly and possessed various trump cards. Even they themselves, facing these elites, wouldn't dare to be careless. The trump card legion of human power was truly terrifying. Some monarchs of overlord power secretly felt fortunate that they hadn't advanced their armies southward to clash with what was clearly the tough nut that was the human city. Thank goodness for the old master from Dragon Sleep Valley to aid them. At this time, the bitterness of the power's leaders about being forcibly unified by Dragon Sleep Valley had almost vanished. However, the lords of Dragon Sleep Valley have requested that we push the battle line to the walls of Tianyuan city, the Spider Queen said with a light laugh. Those esteemed ones don't require us to break through Tianyuan city, but we can't fail to meet such a simple demand, can we? Before this, they had thought it a simple request. They only needed to follow the surging monster wave to the base of Tianyuan city, conjure the power of heaven and earth and launch some attacks. How easy that would have been. But now it seemed, the vast monster wave had been forcefully curbed, like waves dashed to pieces. In that case, it's time for us to take action. We'll win, won't we? Of course. Tianyuan city's domain. Beyond an atmosphere filled with a subtle heaviness, one could see threads of red mist and heavy dark clouds from afar, yet it remained peaceful and serene. No traces of the monster wave, no deafening roars, nor ascending energy clouds and ground-shaking explosions. It seemed, the monster wave was blocked far away. Well, this incursion from monster power didn't seem serious. It looked like Tianyuan city would soon smoothly eradicate the tide. Visitors from other lands thought to themselves. No sooner had they entertained this thought than a few legends on site sensed something. At the world's end, beyond sight, one after another formidable aura ascended rapidly, nearing at great speed. Monster legends have appeared. And more and more powerful auras were caught, rendering the elemental particles throughout the world restless and uneasy. 10. 30. 60. 100. Boom. Domains expanded, and legendary beings wielding heavenly and earthly great power streaked across the sky. He glanced at the human legion resonating with army spirit in the distance, snorted coldly, and sped up without any intention of engaging in combat. This was the strategy agreed upon by the Overlord Council. If the monster wave was unreliable, then it was no longer to be relied upon. Though these human elites were capable and could resonate with one army spirit after another, bypassing them wouldn't be difficult if their hearts were set on it. Legends commanding great force, how could they possibly be pursued by cumbersome legions? Moreover, while human elites were scattered across various open areas sniping at the wave, they only needed to harness the power of heaven and earth to leap from certain strategic points, easily avoiding them. But for legends to avoid mere mortal legions was laughable when spoken aloud. Strategy, it's all about strategy. Once we bypass these human elites, Tianyuan City will have no defensive strength left, right? Soon. The human city on the horizon was faintly visible. The first legend to attack the human city, the Master of Dragon Sleep Valley, will grant a piece of tainted blood source. Charge! One monster legend roared, his gaze fervent. Roar upon roar resounded. From all around, over 100 monster legends descending in a semicircular formation toward Tianyuan City, like rounds of a black Dari approaching, spread a terrifying aura that sent chilling fear into the heart. 1, over 100. The envoy from Gemstone Country shuddered, among them were existences that caused bone-deep horror. Fiery Fire Pom Yang Kong also couldn't help but inhale sharply. But he glanced and saw that the administrators of Tianyuan City remained calm. Ilo simply felt a bit regretful. They've dispersed. If the monster legends had converged into a joint force, it would have been more difficult to deal with, but there was also an opportunity to slay a large number. Now. Let's start with Tactic C3. The Legion didn't need her command, but she too had her mission. Staff of Divine Right War Magic Fall. Booming rumble. The azure sky suddenly grew dark as countless clouds gathered, lightning flickering and thunder resounding within them. This was the large-scale magic nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. As the needs of Tianyuan City changed, techniques like the water curtain barrier, night illusory curtain, and 10,000 wood city wall were no longer needed. Stored atop the Staff of Divine Right were all destruction-focused thunder dragon techniques. The technique had also undergone iterations of advancement. Nevertheless, as technique provider General Duo Las combat power continually improved, the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon had long reached the carrying capacity of the Staff of Divine Right structure, unable to possess the 100-fold might of a full force blow from General Duo Lai. It was just stronger than in the past. A direct hit could easily obliterate a being of Soul Realm without strong life-saving methods. But the Staff of Divine Right was designed for war magic, more adept at annihilating numerous enemies than facing a single target. Yet without the monster wave cover, locking onto the legends was particularly easy. Fall. Ferocious dragon heads emerged from the dark clouds, swiftly transforming into 9 terrifying thunder dragons that streaked across the sky, biting towards the monster legends who were racing through the air. Boom! A massive ball of thunder and flame erupted in the sky, with fire rolling and thunder constantly intertwining. The monster legends enveloped in the brilliance of thunder fire couldn't struggle even momentarily before their robust bodies were obliterated within it. 1 kill. The second monster legend faced the monstrous roaring thunder dragon as the space around it, locked by the thunder dragon, became stagnant. It let out a fierce roar, unleashing some kind of desperate secret technique. Their domain burned inch by inch, and the monster legend, having grown in size, seemed to break free from some form of shackles. It shot upwards with a bang, narrowly evading the vicious thunder dragon's bite. Before this legend could catch its breath, a gleaming light illuminated its face. The ferocious and massive thunder flame dragon, somehow defying the powerful inertia, was reversing its course, rising upward. The thunder dragon raised its head. The second ball of thunder glow blossomed high in the sky. This is the power of microcontrol. When Lord Shepherd was weak, he couldn't manipulate the overall technique at all. But now, even if Ilo split the technique into parts, controlling 9 massive frenzied energies at once, she still did it with ease, both restraining the thunder dragons from exploding prematurely and maneuvering them as nimbly as fish through water. After all, she excelled at microcontrol from her humble beginnings, maximizing the use of her limited energy. And now, she was a Soul Realm strongman. Even if what stood here was merely a starlight avatar, under the great force of the Starry Sky Scepter, it could wield power not much weaker than the true body. Beneath the starry skies, wherever the starlight reached, extended her power. Bursts of thunder glow exploded within the dark sky shrouded by clouds. Suddenly, "King, save me, save me!" a monster legend cried out in shock. The roaring thunder dragon had already locked onto him, the heavens and earth seeming to be sealed off, the space heavy like shackles. Then, an immense black hand appeared, as if a world millstone, merely reaching out to snuff out that hundreds of meters long thunder flame dragon with a snap. A dark titan stood towering against the azure sky, casting a distant gaze. That gaze chilled the soul. It seems to be a strongman among the soul realm. But so what? Ilo maneuvered the thunder dragon to avoid this strongman and continued her assault on the surroundings. Soon, the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon was completely spent. This large-scale magic in her hands achieved a terrifying battle record of 8 consecutive kills. One move, 8 consecutive kills. Even though facing the throng of over 100 legends charging forth, annihilating 8 was not too many. Yet, no one dared to underestimate the value of 8 continuous kills. Even a world-class strongman could not have slain 8 legends in such short order, right? As the spell ended, the thunderclouds that had gathered high in the sky quickly dissipated, along with the pervasive aura of destruction that had filled the heavens and earth. Seeing this, the momentarily daunted monster legends rallied again, shouting things like attack and charge, as they continued their headlong rush forward. The next moment, thunder comes. The thick clouds that had just dispersed gathered once more at a rapid pace, with destructive thunder glow flickering as the second batch of 9 thunder dragons emerged from the dark, heavy clouds. 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, volley 2. One burst after another of blinding thunder and fiery brilliance bloomed high in the sky. This time, Ilo chose even more suitable targets, achieving a glorious record of 9 kills with a single strike. These fierce and formidable monster legends, capable of subjugating many monster tribes, were annihilated instantly like insects. The monster legends of the monster legendary realm, still in their flight, had to slam on the brakes again. Fear and panic set in. Even though they still held the absolute advantage in numbers and could even guess that the human city had only a few legends left. If not, they wouldn't be firing off these foundational killer moves like they were free. But even so, as another dark thundercloud surged, the monster legends all feared that the next thunder dragon might descend upon them. This was the great terror of death itself, reaping lives, with being targeted meaning certain death, even if only one died. They hesitated. Their own lives mattered more. But the hesitation didn't last long. The monster legends, as if compelled by some irresistible force, once again, with even greater speed and a more desperate determination, they flew towards the human city. Some monster legends hastily gathered together, hoping to join forces to stop the terrifying thunder dragon. Boom! The 9 thunder flame dragons did not split apart this time, but instead merged into one and crashed down onto a point in the azure sky. First, the radiance collapsed into a single point, and then, it exploded with an even more dazzling display. A terrifying energy cloud soared, and visible rings of white waves swept out dozens of kilometers away. Within this range, all clouds and mist were swept clean. When the energy cloud gradually dispersed, the dozen or so monster legends that had been engulfed within it had already vanished without a trace. This attack had killed over a dozen. However, this did not frighten the monster legends in the slightest. Unbeknownst to them, the eyes of these monster legends were also filled with complete crimson, and blood-red lines even spread beyond their eyeballs, rampantly crawling across their cheeks. They looked just like ordinary monsters that had gone mad under the red fog disaster moon. They were legends, but now they were no different. A few legends still retained a bit of rationality amidst their fury. Wrapped in a burning dark red flame, with 2 horns on its head, the demon's eyes, red as dripping blood, were fixed intently on the pink-haired figure standing on the high platform. He would utterly crush this human, flay her skin piece by piece, make her kneel and watch how the human city would meet its doom, and see how he would enslave the people here as his own livestock. Fury, bloodlust, various emotions were pounding in his mind. This figure flew sweepingly across the sky, arriving in front of Yuan City in the blink of an eye, its presence surging towards him like an abyssal sea. ZZZT. Boom! The thunder magnetic coil tower, charged to the extreme, suddenly burst forth with light. A pool-sized pillar of thunder glow tore through the sky, crossing thousands of kilometers. Boom! Thunder and fire collided mid-air, and the dispersing forces carved trenches into the distant earth. The hell demon burst out from the smoke and dust. 2 dazzling lights shot from afar. Holy slash! Get lost! The dark red hellish nether flame swept across thousands of kilometers of sky. 2 figures shrouded in blazing white light were sent rolling and flying out. 4 winged angels. But these 2 4-winged angels at the peak of the heaven and earth realm were completely unable to stop the frenzied hell demon, even though they were bathed in holy light, wielding holy swords, they still retreated in defeat. The demon grew fiercer. A beam of Yaoguang suddenly appeared as if teleporting across thousands of kilometers of space, appearing near the hell demon. Yet another angel had appeared. Upon arrival, a vastly larger tens of thousands meter level domain unfolded, and the overwhelming holy light instantly dispelled the darkness. Holy judgment purification. The angel clasped the sword in both hands, with a pure and holy radiance, and struck down upon the hell demon who had no chance to counter. The rolling dark red flames of hellish nether flame, under the purifying light, melted away like snow, exposing the unprotected body of the hell demon. The holy sword descended. The demon attempted to block, but the slight power it had just gathered in its claws was cut through like cardboard by the pure holy light sword in front. The light sword diagonally sliced open his armor and stirred viciously within the demon's body, with the power of holy light exploding inside. Large clumps of blood splattered, only to be thoroughly purified as soon as they flew out. The angel unfurled 3 pairs of pure wings, without a moment's pause, withdrew the sword and struck again. This time, the hell demon's head, with eyes wide open in horror and unable to close, was sent flying high into the air, after which it was pierced by the angel's sharp sword. Holy flames erupted, and seconds later, the entire head was reduced to nothing but ash floating down. This wild god soul realm being, with no chance of resurrection, was extinguished on the spot. It was only now, bathed in pure white light, that the figure was fully revealed in the high sky. Golden white full body armor, a holy sword burning with golden flames, and the 3 pairs of sacred, noble and magnificent white wings fully spread out. This was an angel. Above the azure sky, the being that was slain, shrouded in dark crimson netherworld flames, was none other than the legendary angel. And this was no ordinary dual-wing angel, but a 6-winged great angel who commanded a high position among angels, distinguished and extraordinary. The people of Gemstone Country widened their eyes. There were many legends about angels. Those recognized by angels must be of noble character. Those who can make a great angel submit and willingly serve are embodied with a kingly demeanor, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Such small stories and fables related to angels are as numerous as the stars. In the eternal world, angels are rarely seen, and most people never witness an angel in their lifetime. However, from nobles to ordinary citizens, many have heard tales of angels. These kinds of rumors are basically spread by the Holy Griffin Empire, Fiery Fire Pom Yang Kong thought privately. He held a high position in the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce, an organization accustomed to collecting various pieces of information for sale. Its founder, first-hand intelligence trader no middlemen gaining the difference, was true to his name, dedicated to acquiring all kinds of first-hand information and knowing many secrets. The special status of angels among other epochs, the distinctiveness of those recognized by angels, all stemmed from the build-up by the Holy Griffin Empire. The reason was simple: only the royal family of the Holy Griffin Empire had the means to recruit angels, unique in the entire world. Outside of there, the presence of angels in the entire eternal world was sparse, much rarer than giant dragons by hundreds, thousands of times. The rumors related to angels are indeed shamelessly propagated by the people of the Griffin Empire to highlight their nobility, orthodoxy, and so-called noble character, which has nothing to do with it. However, Yang Kong thought to himself, but the Lord of Tianyuan City does not have the means to recruit angels. He is truly recognized by an angel and loyally serves them. Perhaps these legends, when applied to the Lord of Tianyuan City, are not false. At this moment, the crisis was far from over. But neither the legend of Gemstone Country nor Fiery Fire Pom Yang Kong proposed to fight anymore. After all, the enemy's momentum was too fierce. They might not be able to play much of a role if they went up. On the contrary, Tianyuan City, despite not having many legends stationed, has seen only this Lady Ilo and a few angels take action, but has already destroyed dozens of legends, achieving miraculous results. Legends were still charging fearlessly. Aside from the fallen Hell Demon, the Spider Queen, Dark Titan, and a few slightly weaker Soul Realm beings were charging the city with faster and stronger momentum. Facing them in Tianyuan City were 8 guardian angels. Among these angels, 6 were 4-winged angels and 2 were 6-winged great angels, all within the legendary Earth Realm. They could not gain much advantage in the face of the overwhelmingly strong monsters. City defense weapons and defensive structures within Tianyuan City continuously unleashed rolling firepower. Fueled by energy wells, the defensive structure's firepower never ceased, attacking wave after wave with unmatched bravery. Ilo took the opportunity while the angels were entangled with enemies to immediately strike down with twin releases of the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, instantly annihilating the Spider Queen and 2 soul realm beings. Of course, the 3 four-winged angels and 1 six-winged angel fighting alongside also perished in the process. The next moment. Group resurrection. The remaining 6-winged angel repelled the dark titan and raised the sword bathed in holy light high. A gap opened in the dark sky above, resembling sunlight but purer, a holy white radiance falling precisely over the frenzied area where the electrical arcs had just dissipated. The rising energy cloud and the expanding cloud of smoke were also enveloped by the pure gap opened. Inside, tens of thousands of pure white light points converged, weaving into 4 large white cocoons. The cocoons quickly shattered, and 4 angels clad in silver war robes, wearing gold-edged capes, and carrying holy white wings, emerged unscathed. Even their slightly worn armor was restored to its original state. In fact, the resurrection of angels did not restore the equipment to its original state, it was a salvation of life, not a reversal of time. Great Lord Shepherd had experimented with this. But these few angels were different. Strictly speaking, they were architectural beings, indistinguishable from real angels, yet able to restore their armor upon resurrection. The resurrected angels immediately charged their surroundings. And the great angel who had just used the resurrection skill and was hugely depleted, switched tactics to fight the Dark Titan in a life-for-life battle. She was too depleted and disregarded her own defense, quickly falling on the spot, only managing to inflict severe injuries on the Dark Titan. This severely injured Dark Titan vented its anger, wanting to annihilate the fallen great angel's corpse completely, but saw the fallen great angel instantly dissipate into specks of light. Before long, an identical 6-winged angel emerged from Yuan City, turning into light and flying out, slashing at a distant monster with a sword. The 6-winged great angel returned to the battlefield. They have a dual resurrection method. Death-defying angels, shattering all darkness with thunderbolt. Under these 2 lethal tactics, the balance of the war visibly tipped. The emissaries from the Gemstone country could see that victory was within reach, with almost all of them showing joy. Only the team leader, Hong Shijing, felt something was amiss. It wasn't too smooth. Rather, these monster legends, some seemed too unafraid to die. He frowned. Yang Kong of the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce agreed, "Your Excellency is correct, a top overlord power like Dragon Sleep Valley certainly has the authority to command monster legends, making them fearlessly rush to their deaths, but, even for Dragon Sleep Valley, legends aren't expendable cannon fodder, at least, they shouldn't be continuing to sacrifice these legends in such a blindly courageous charge under these clear, hopeless circumstances. Not only that, throughout the battle, we've almost only seen wild legends, legends of various races, the primary forces of Dragon Sleep Valley's direct lineage, the flesh giant dragons, are few and far between, and not a single world-level Grand Duke of the Hunt has made an appearance." He paused and continued, "Logically speaking, in a war of this level, Dragon Sleep Valley would deploy a large number of flesh giant dragons as their main force, and there should be at least 1 Grand Duke of the Hunt overseeing the situation. To command such powerful creatures as Hell Demons and Spider Queens, none other than a Grand Duke of the Hunt would suffice." At this point, a few other legends from the Gemstone country also realized something was off. Indeed, the direct lineage forces of Dragon Sleep Valley were quite distinctive, yet almost absent from the battlefield. This was very strange, as if there was some conspiracy at play. Hong Shijing furrowed his brows, but still could not figure out what the conspiracy could be. What kind of scheme could possibly lead Dragon Sleep Valley to willingly sacrifice one legend after another? Yang Kong's sense of unease deepened. If a Grand Duke of the Hunt appeared, even just one, Tianyuan City might have a chance to hold out. But if... He swallowed hard, voicing the unsettling guess in his mind, "I think this might be some kind of ceremony, some kind of ritual that could bring forth a higher being. The fall of these legendary creatures is the ritual. But such a vague concept cannot support a proper ritual, there must be more precise, specific steps in place to establish a connection with a definite entity." He had thought about stopping the fall of the monsters, but it was impossible. Dragon Sleep Valley sending these legends to their deaths was an overt plot, they couldn't prevent such a plot. To not annihilate the monsters, would they just let these terrifying legends flatten Tianyuan City? Allowing these creatures to wreak havoc might also activate the ritual's backup plan, preparing the enemy even more. This couldn't happen. We must discover this more precise ritual concept and destroy it. Otherwise. Sweat began to bead on Yang Kong's forehead. Such is a person from the one-handed Chamber of Commerce. I Lo praised. Not long ago, she too had guessed and gradually confirmed the existence of a ritual in progress. But as Yang Kong, the legend, had said, merely detecting the presence of the ritual wasn't enough, they had to find out the key element of the ritual and destroy it, or else, perhaps a great terror would descend. What exactly was this key element, this more precise concept? I Lo also furrowed her brows. Legend after legend, the monsters flew towards the flames like moths to a light. Violent energies collided and burst into fireworks high in the sky. Lightning and fire intertwined midair, the burst of flames turning the darkened sky red. Fire! Fire! Perhaps it is fire, perishing within fire, the flames interweaving in the sky, all becoming. Her words trailed off. At that moment, between heaven and earth, throughout the vast space of Tianyuan City, the previously faint and subtle conceptual power suddenly erupted like a tsunami, sweeping across the world. To ordinary people, even legends, this concept was invisible. But to outsiders, at this moment, the moths flitting towards fire froze midair, flames from inside out enveloping them. The falling corpses of the legends, catching fire from the friction with the air, suddenly grew 100-fold, like a small but scorching, surging sun. The fireworks caused by the energy collision in the sky continued to hang high, rapidly expanding instead of fading away. Star fire, thunder fire, light fire, flowing lights. At this moment, all forms of fire first paused in midair, then quickly magnified, and then, like a multitude of rivers flowing into the sea, plunged into the azure sky above. Now, the whole sky was ablaze, redder than a burning cloud, looming over Tianyuan City, spreading beyond the city limits, reaching as far as the eye could see. Standing on the watchtower platform higher than the city walls, the legendary figures still could not see the end of the endless flames. It was as if the whole world was enveloped in fire. Hundreds of miles? Thousands of miles? They were not sure. Only I Lo, through special observation, faintly perceived the red flame clouds spreading over thousands of kilometers, taking the shape of a pair of wings. It was as though a fire tyrant, too enormous to describe, had descended upon this place, spreading its wings. Indeed, within the massive fiery wings, there was an incredibly terrifying aura rising swiftly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A lightning-fast conjecture flashed through I Lo's mind, catching a glimpse of the form of something, an entity, and then the flames covering the azure sky crashed down with a thunderous roar. All that remained between heaven and earth was the scorching red. The blazing red. The burning red. The endless red. The envoy from the gemstone country, the legendary Yang Kong instinctively heightened his aura. In the next moment, they realized the flames that seemed to burn the entire world had not actually fallen upon Tianyuan City. A thunderous boom. Continuous explosions. Yet not even a hint of heatwave hit their faces, and even the piercing red flames seemed less intense. An illusion? No. It was simply that the red fire covering the entire Tianyuan City was blocked outside a faint golden light screen. At this moment, Tianyuan City was like sinking into endless magma, while terrifying and unsettling, one could also see that everything around was unscathed. This is the High Hunting Duke Fire Wings. Yang Kong from the one-handed Chamber of Commerce trembled as he spoke. He looked around. Tianyuan City was protected by a city defense enchantment, which was indeed reassuring on normal days, but, now they were faced with a High Duke. A High Duke who could easily traverse the great domain, whose breath could destroy a town with just a spark. The unease in his heart ultimately became a reality. I Lo's tightly furrowed brows, however, slightly relaxed. It was better to have the enemy reveal themselves than to be hidden and unpredictable. Indeed, she had not anticipated that the Fire Wing Duke would appear in such a manner, and there wasn't even time to react in this sudden event. Of course, being a civil officer, she was no match for such a fierce and terrible High Duke. This level of battle was meant for. The moment the flames appeared, the moment unease began to spread, and the many civilians who had not yet hidden in their homes were just starting to scream, suddenly there came a reassuring feeling that spread throughout the city. People, still afraid and anxious, no longer panicked but simply prayed silently. Praying for a miracle. When the wishes of living beings are strong enough, miracles will appear in the world. This was the truth inscribed inside the cathedral. Following the earlier instructions from the Lord, Lapis, holding the sword of judgment, slowly walked out from the depths of the cathedral. Her eyes, shining with a lustrous golden light and immeasurably deep, looked towards the azure sky, locking onto a certain position within the sea of flames. Clang! A low hum of the sword rose, soon becoming loud and clear, echoing like the sound of heaven and earth throughout the city. Whiter than white, a holy light, at some unspecified time, had split the sky's blaze. A vast river of light at least a few kilometers wide, and over 1,000 kilometers long, had already run through the entire domain's sky. The sun, reappearing in the world, was just a small dot beside the mighty holy river, dimmed in comparison. The river of light spread, rapidly purifying the flames. The conceptual power, the endless light, illuminated the world. The flesh giant dragon, fiery red and fierce-headed, mountainous in size, could no longer hide. The river of holy light surged past. Blood spurted from the dragon's back. Those massive golden red dragon's eyes suddenly constricted, the pupils like needles, fixated on a figure who had appeared at an unknown time, standing proudly barefoot amidst the holy light in the sky. A lower realm angel. Fire-Wing Duke's pupils constricted as the unexpected occurred again. He had anticipated such situations. When Ice Burial Duke attacked the human battle zone, it was unexpectedly defeated by a lower realm undead. Although all clues suggested that the undead was merely passing by, Shattered Isles wasn't far from the ruined undead domain covered in absolute silence. But it couldn't be ruled out that the lower realm undead was a long-prepared trump card by humans, closely linked to the humans dominating the battle zone in Tianyuan. Fire-Wing Duke feared the worst scenario would be encountering this lower realm undead obstructing his plans during the assault on Tianyuan City. My goal is to annihilate Tianyuan City, not to battle a powerful lower realm being. As long as the Lord's altar is destroyed, the objective will be achieved. Thus, he awaited the right moment. Indeed, entering the 10 Directions Island domain wasn't easy, it required a sacrifice ritual to break the world's resistance, but more importantly, he didn't want to repeat Ice Burial's mistake. He descended directly above Tianyuan City and deployed his devastating power without reservation. The unexpected occurred inevitably. However, the being that appeared wasn't the lower realm undead he anticipated, but a lower realm angel. First an undead and now an angel? Does this human possess 2 lower realm combat powers? No, no. He, Fire-Wing, believed he was well informed about the Taishan Alliance. Within the entire Taishan Alliance, only a scant dozen territories were worthy of his attention as a High Duke. Tianyuan City wasn't one of them. The Lord of Tianyuan City was merely a newcomer in the Taishan Alliance. Moreover, a high-ranking undead and a high-ranking angel couldn't possibly serve the same master. At least one of them was an accident. Compared to the undead that suddenly appeared and vanished in the Shattered Isles, this angel, if he hadn't seen wrong, indeed emerged from within Tianyuan City itself. It was truly a lower realm power originating from this human city. Fire-Wing Duke squinted, observing the faintly discernible conceptual power surrounding him, and realized, so it is, a construct life, a building angel. This human city truly enjoys special favor from the world. His fiery gaze focused on the city below. At that moment, a magnificent beam of light once again cleaved through the world's darkness, eliminating all filth and fear. Compared to the light that previously split the sky concealing flame sea, this beam was more refined and swifter. With no gush of blood, the tremendous light column pierced through the reluctantly sidestepping yet incompletely avoided giant red mass on those mountainous shell-like huge wings, tearing open a massive inverted V gash like an eraser fiercely scrubbing away a red pencil drawing. The splendid column of light then, with undiminished momentum, shot towards the higher reaches of the azure sky, the path of this blazing light stretching as far as the eye could see, slowly dissipating in the crystal-clear blue sky a few moments later. At that time, the Angel King, arms spread wide with 3 pairs of wings, pointed the holy sword forward, the sword tip bubbling with contracting light particles. Did it hit? No, it didn't truly strike a vital area. Indeed, at the torn spot on the giant dragon wing, flames blazed vigorously, and in the next moment, the entire dragon wing restored itself to its original state. Is this some sort of conceptual power that transforms flames into flesh? As long as this concept persists, the body can eternally rejuvenate. Lapis pondered. Her attack just then hadn't used full strength, merely deploying conceptual power first phase senior level power. She also merely spread 6 wings, not 10. This was the Lord's directive. If the aggressors from Dragon Sleep Valley are merely on a par with Ice Burial Duke, then use the first stage conceptual power against the enemy. We and Dragon Sleep Valley are neighbors, and it's unclear what powerful means they possess, thus, we need to reserve more strength to mislead the enemy, having a trump card against powerful foes at the crucial moment. Lapis didn't quite understand. After all, she only needed to slay the invading foes, but the concerns of her master were indeed numerous. Purify. Holy judgment. Wings extended for dozens of meters, sword tips swirling light particles like a light cannon piercing through heaven and earth blasted out. Dozens, hundreds of light columns, only slightly smaller than before, whistled out continuously as if they cost nothing. And indeed, they cost nothing. At the low realm, powerful moves could span several tens of miles, with just the power of heaven and earth already far insufficient to support the consumption, thus the importance of personal energy reserves increased. Lapis's energy reserves equals Tianyuan City's energy reserves equals. The flames were extinguished by the light column, then pierced through. The mountainous giant dragon's body became riddled with holes, like a mountain range continuously bombarded till it crumbled apart. Chunks the size of hills tumbled from the sky. Piece by piece, friction with the air ignited flames. These chunks, wrapped in flames, resembled massive meteorites plummeting downwards. Killed this high duke. Yang Kong was shocked, but the next moment, he saw those meteoric flames sketch the contours of wings. Fire and wings, the conceptual equation fulfilled. A giant dragon, larger than Tianyuan City and reformed from the flames, lay its dragon head down as its enormous claw the size of a city block fell towards the pale golden thin veil. Just like a demon god seeking to tear apart a thin veil. From the very beginning, the fire-winged duke's target had been Tianyuan City. Above Ilo, one could see dragon claws resembling endless mountain peaks, upon which burned a bright orange flame capable of piercing through space and destroying all things. The glow of the enchantment at the zenith started to flicker rapidly, causing intense ripples to surface, and the entire enchanted canopy seemed to be caving in, as if it were about to be torn apart. Despite Lapis possessing the complete legacy of the Angel King and having instinctual combat experience, she was ultimately too newly born. Her strategic wisdom was still insufficient, and she was easily tricked by an old monster like the Fire-Winged Duke. The Fire-Winged Duke's massive body became entangled with Tianyuan City. Suddenly. Ah! 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 The clear and loud chant reverberated through heaven and earth, and a blazing white light once again shone upon 10 directions. The Fire-Winged Duke kept pounding on the enchantment below him, which at some unknown time had transformed into a milky white domain. A space that seemed endless. Hundreds and thousands of angelic silhouettes singing high, with hands clasped in front of their chests. Those white buildings that stood tall on the ground yet reached higher than the azure sky. Earthly heaven. The paradise of believers, the hell of heretics. Countless angels merging into one, a towering angelic figure stepped upon the ground. At the same time. It really is impressive to be a high hunting duke. Ilo marveled and then turned her gaze elsewhere. With the arrival of the Fire-Winged Duke, which drew away the vast majority of the attention and firepower, the main forces from Dragon Sleep Valley had also silently emerged. They had entered the territory of Tianyuan City. One after another, dreadful giant dragons over 200 meters long no longer hid themselves, they roared into existence, holding massive breaking boundary stones within their ferocious maws. At this moment, the six-wing angel Lapis had trapped the Fire-Winged Duke, but without a doubt, she too was restrained elsewhere by this high duke. The Fire-Winged Duke still had tricks up his sleeve. Whoosh! The ground fractured, and thick, dark green vines broke through the soil, spreading thousands of meters, dancing wildly outside the city like dark green dragons. The Crimson Dragon fled, the Green Dragon pursued, and the Blood Dragon found itself unable to fly. Pfft! Kilometer-long vines pierced into the bodies of the giant dragons, rapidly splitting inside like countless growing branches, pulling the impaled dragons to the ground. Boom! Dust clouds rose as smaller vines burst forth from the earth, quickly entangling the fallen dragons. Slash! A black dragon head, akin to a massive scimitar, spiraled and shattered these incredibly tough vines. This was a Grand Duke of the Hunt. The sea of trees suddenly boiled, and in the residential area to the east of Tianyuan City, people could see the forest swaying, rustling, and roaring as if alive. An even more vigorous surge of energy quickly converged, following some conceptual connection, and was transmitted to the outskirts of Tianyuan City, where the black dragon roamed. A vast forest of trees appeared. Ancient trees a kilometer tall as if existing from time immemorial, waited for the tiny prey to plunge into this boundless woodland. The shadows of the trees swayed. The shadows of the trees were eerie. The shadows of the trees revealed their fangs. With 1,000 times more vines, roots, and branches than before, they grew and spread ceaselessly towards the black figure. Torn to pieces, then regrowing. In just a few seconds, the black giant dragon was covered by the wildly growing greenery, as if swallowed whole by the gaping maw of the forest. The forest shook, then after a while, calmed completely. Elsewhere. The magnificent tower cast down endless brilliance, akin to the city defense barriers trapping power and the power of seal comparable to Wraith's sacred mountain, enveloping 2 Grand Dukes of the Hunt. This was the epic mage tower. Inside, Ilo No. 1 sat at the central console, responsible for the command and control of the entire mage tower. Her 11th to 19th incarnations were also stationed at vital points within the tower, allowing this epic mage tower to operate at full power. Advanced Mage Tower large-scale magic endless stars. The starry sky engulfed everything except for earthly heaven. Within these stars burst forth starlight, and inside each burst was a formidable surge of energy, chilling to the bone. The gleaming stars began to detonate. World Secret Realm. Outside the Divine Tower, a chance treasure trove, Ilo reclined against the wall, her eyes tightly shut as if she had fainted, appearing extremely delicate. She was, for all intents and purposes, similar to being unconscious. To maximize the power of the epic mage tower, Ilo had no choice but to concentrate most of her mental strength and consciousness onto those 10 incarnations. Allowing the main consciousness to sleep made it more convenient to transfer mental effort. Yuan stood guard by her side. He had long emerged from the Divine Tower and, given the war concerning his own territory, he remained unwavering in his protection of his capable hero. Dragon Sleep Valley really struck. The faint sense of being watched before wasn't an illusion. Moreover, the one attacking my territory this time is a fearsome high hunting duke. His Tianyuan city was but a small and green domain that hadn't been operated for even 2 years, how did it provoke the invasion of a high duke? It was utterly chilling. Now it was a high duke, what about next time? Or the time after that? Even though a high duke's entry into the 10 Directions Island domain required the deployment of many tactics beforehand to truly descend, let alone stronger entities. But Yuan didn't dare to gamble. He didn't want to bet on the extent of Dragon Sleep Valley's regard for him, nor did he want to gamble on whether Dragon Sleep Valley possessed even more unreasonable methods. He could only make more extensive preparations to confront the potentially even more terrifying shocks of the future. He had tread on thin ice all his life. Dragon Sleep Valley is truly too mighty, too terrifying. The bodies of the 2 Grand Dukes of the Hunt were shattered, completely sealed to the ground by one celestial body after another. Sacred vines broke through the soil, binding the remains of the 2 giant dragons that hadn't had a chance to heal. At the same time, within the earthly heaven, resplendent with holy light, countless indelible, colossal luminous scars covered the body of a red giant dragon larger than mountains. These scars seemed like a part of the giant dragon's body, eternally imprinted there. Overwhelming purification and the power of judgment continuously surged from these scars. This was the judgment. The complete body of the red giant dragon was also in tatters. Angel. The Fire-Winged Duke was unaware of the situation outside, he only felt that this Lore Realm angel was more powerful than he had imagined. Or perhaps, his flame replacement could no longer repair his own body. And the angel, she could keep reviving, bringing herself back to peak condition. Is this the troublesome aspect of angels? Truly worthy of being the pillar troop of the sanctuary. I have lost, but after all, I am merely a high duke under the Twilight King. He looked towards Angel Lapis. Or rather, he looked towards the human lord who had won the angel's recognition and submission. This human was indeed extraordinary. Even with the favor of heaven and earth, even with this angelic construction, angels are angels. Not just anyone who is lucky enough to have them can command the proud angels. Especially, a Lore Realm angel. O Lord of the Angel, let me give you another gift, ha ha ha. The dazzling holy sword descended, a thousands of kilometers long sword light piercing through the bright daytime. The god soul, consciousness, and life of the Fire-Winged Duke completely ceased to exist. The Fire-Winged Duke, who should have been able to hold on for a while longer, fell. His mountainous body, like crumbling rubble, transformed back into the ritualistic flames of his descent, about to dissipate, yet from these faint flames, an orange-red Yaoguang unexpectedly burst forth, expanding continuously. In just a moment, the orange-red flame grew 10,000-fold, turning into a scorching blazing sunday. In just 2 moments, the orange-red flame expanded another 10,000-fold, as if the true blazing sun from the azure sky had plummeted to the earth. That endless light was even more glaring than heaven's light, that endless heat twisted the entire earthly heaven, the whole space of heaven and earth. This was pure energy. Perhaps 100-fold. 1,000-fold. 10,000-fold the energy that the fire-winged Duke had in life. The orange-red flame light penetrated the blockade of the earthly heaven. The blazing sun, seemingly larger than Tianyuan City, its blinding light visible from half of the 10 Directions Island domain. The legendary monsters that were still alive no longer had red eyes, they fled in terror. But the sign of death pursued even faster. No one would doubt that once this destructive sun wheel exploded, the entire area, perhaps hundreds or thousands of miles around, would become a dead zone amid the endless light and heat. Self-destruction? No. The force of self-destruction was not so exaggerated. The fire-winged Duke descended through a sacrifice, but this ritual could also use himself as an offering, to release the most pure, the ultimate burst of flame light. The destructive sun wheel. Before the ultimate sun wheel, the insignificant wings of the angel unfolded, a bare hand reached out, within which the energy to protect and embrace all things surged. The palm contained the world covered the sun wheel. In a blink, she stepped onto the pure white ground of heaven, in the hand that had just been stretched out, between the thumb and index finger, gently pinching a golden light orb the size of a pebble. Flickering with the precious light of a gem. Enveloped above Tianyuan City, the pale golden thin film in a cubic shape had already dissipated, with gentle sunlight continuing to shine above the city. People gazed from afar, feeling as if the light was brighter and more beautiful than usual, sacred. They could almost see white feathers gently falling through the air. Tianyuan City had once again returned to calm. Only a few epic craters created by the epic mage towers outside the city, the scorched marks from thunderbolt strikes, and the land torn and shattered by dark green tendrils revealed the ferociousness of the battle. Before leaving, Angel King Labis picked up a holy white feather and gently blew on it. Whoosh! It seemed as though thousands of rays of light shot down for hundreds of miles. At the front line of the defense against the surge, the warriors of Tianyuan City, who were not undead, were instantly resurrected from the light. They wore their tattered armor, bursting forth with an unstoppable heroic spirit. This light also enveloped other warriors who were not undead. Their physical strength restored, injuries healed, and spirits radiant, warriors who had been in battle long were reinvigorated with endless energy. Except for the undead. The fallen undead could only honestly traverse the passage of the Hall of Martial Souls for resurrection, enviously watching their comrades still fighting on the front line. Previously, it was the undead who would resurrect instantly, fearless in battle, but times had changed. A battle between life and death is what truly unleashes the warrior's potential. Even reserve troops can transform radically after such a battle. Yuan stroked his chin, revealing a smile like that of a proud father. If not for having the mindset to temper the warriors, he actually had numerous strategies to entirely annihilate these waves of monsters and those of legendary monsters. To not speak of distant measures, just letting Labis take a flight could easily exterminate millions of ordinary monsters. But there's also no need to wipe them out entirely, these monsters' existence is also a kind of resource. Thus, Yuan did not demand Labis and the angels pursue and kill the fleeing monsters of legend. The elites of Tianyuan City had indeed gone through countless battles, emerging bloody from a series of tough fights. Seasoned unbelievers could smell the air of bloody murder wrapped around them from hundreds of meters away. However, in reality, these elite warriors had rarely experienced true life and death battles or battles where the weak overcame the strong. Hundreds of elites working together to kill ordinary monsters of legend was not overcoming the strong with the weak, it was merely suppression by numbers. This blame had to be shouldered by Great Lord Yuan himself. He had always created fighting the few with many, fighting the weak with the strong. He did this to avoid his elite warriors from falling into dangerous circumstances as much as possible. Of course, this was correct, any lord, if capable, would do the same. To raise an elite to the third or fourth order requires immense resources, how could one let such elites enter danger carelessly? But the lords could not deny that huge insights and breakthroughs occur between life and death. Especially at the Great Barrier from the fourth order to the legendary realm. If a fourth order limit warrior could experience several to a dozen real life and death battles. Battles of survival from the brink of death. It's highly likely they could ignite the light of will and establish their own domain. Although, more likely, they would die early in one of the battles. But Tianyuan City has such conditions for tempering. Going forward, exploring and developing the 10 Directions Island domain can entirely be undertaken by elites below the legendary realm. Let them, with their mortal bodies, directly face legends among the monstrous tides, and likely the path to legend would be significantly shortened. Even those elites who had entered the world's secret realm and obtained opportunities to create their domains, many of them had still not ignited their light of will. They still needed tempering. Previously, the 10 Directions Island domain was too safe. Any sparse monster legends daring to appear would be encircled by elite exploratory teams, chased and defeated. But now, after the catastrophe of Sky Rift arrived at the 10 Directions Island domain, the level of danger was just right. There were plenty of monsters, some openly forming overlord powers, others lurking in the shadows. A variety of legends. Yuan had thus spared the fleeing monsters a scrap of life, left for his own elites to temper themselves, adventure, and level up by fighting monsters. Of course, this was possible now because Tianyuan City held great power and had deep resources, which provided them confidence to do so. If it had been earlier, even with the existence of the Hall of Martial Souls, he would have eradicated them completely, ensuring not a trace was left. The warriors of Tianyuan City were still exterminating the remaining monsters in the perimeter. But at this time, with the legendary monsters having scattered, the area around Tianyuan City for 200 to 300 miles had become completely serene. Only some massive monster corpses were partially buried in the pits. As far as the eye could see, there were also spheres emanating green or blue glows, drifting in the wind. For these rare level and superior treasures, Yuan no longer paid much attention. Occasionally a superior architectural drawing would emerge from within, considered a happy surprise. He was more concerned about the small sphere Lapis held in her hands. At first glance, it seemed to have restrained Fire Wing Duke's sacrificial explosion. Lapis blinked her eyes. Is this a treasure? She didn't have this information in the inherited knowledge she had received. Here, it's yours. She threw it straight to Ilo, who looked eagerly at it, and then clattered back to the private mansion within the residential area behind the Grand Cathedral, which was hers alone. Lapis plopped onto the big bed and picked up the tablet she'd hastily thrown onto the pillow. The interface was dim, with a blood-like deep red surrounding the borders. In the middle was an eye-catching blood-colored character. Noob. She had died. Damn it. It was all that hulking fire dragon's fault. She would remember this vendetta. Yuan didn't know that Lapis had already been led astray by Duo Lai, he only knew about the chaotic constant sun, the upper epic treasure that had been born unintentionally. Fantastic. Before this, Tianyuan City only had 2 upper epic treasures, which had recently been donated by generous individuals. But in Yuan's view, this upper epic treasure was even more valuable. It was not meant for individuals, it was better suited for the territory. The Radiant City Defense Barrier, Lapis, and others, are all major energy consumers of the territory. And at this stage, the energy well supply for the territory is actually quite strained. If Lapis unleashed her true power and engaged in prolonged combat requiring the territory's energy, the balance between supply and demand would be broken. So, what about building more energy well buildings? That wasn't entirely feasible. The operating principle of an energy well building is to gather the elements of heaven and earth, or to extract the energy of ley lines, store it within a space using the well as a vessel, and supply energy to the territory. But no matter whether it was the energy of heaven and earth or ley line energy, there's a limit to the amount that can be drawn from the land of one city. Tianyuan City's land was able to support 6 energy wells drawing power continuously, primarily because they had moved a large amount of ore veins, significantly increasing the strength of the ley lines. In the future, as the ore veins truly integrate into the earth and nourish it, slowly boosting the ley lines, Tianyuan City might be able to establish a 7th or 8th energy well. Now, even if 10 more energy wells were built, their maximum energy supply would remain the same. However, the chaotic constant sun, as an upper epic treasure, was different. The sacrifice and self-destruction of the Fire Wing Duke were supposed to be energy rapidly expanding and erupting into a destructive force that could sink the land. This power was violent, chaotic, and from birth to disappearance, its duration was extremely short. Yet, by chance and sufficient great force, it became eternal. The energy of the chaotic constant sun could exist constantly out of nothing. Emphasize the phrase out of nothing. This violent energy is not suitable for the legendary realm to draw and use directly, but after being routed through the territory, providing energy for each grand miracle building, it's just perfect. Brilliant, brilliant. As for how this upper epic treasure would supply energy to the territory, the omnipotent Ilo would solve this minor issue. Yuan felt the plan was solid. And moreover, Yuan gazed at the surging white mist in the distance, his gaze seemingly passing through the fog, through the world's secret realm, over the West Desolation Domain and Twilight Dominion, seeing his own Tianyuan city. There, specks of miracle light were bursting from one survivor of Tianyuan city after another. The particles of light converged into a river. The colorful river of light passed through the myriad spaces, gathering in the palm of Yuan's hand. Miracle power plus 500k. Miracle power plus 500k. Miracle power plus 500k. The plan was solid again. He had squeezed an immense amount of miracle power from his own territory citizens. This was one of the reasons not to let Lapis go all out. Yuan suddenly felt a bit ashamed. This damned conscience. A significant influx of miracle power filled the miracle evolutionary pond, which was on the brink of depletion after Lapis's evolution. In some time, Tianyuan City would welcome another peak of evolution. At this time, Tianyuan City was calm, but the atmosphere within the world's secret realm was growing increasingly tense. Ilo had already entered the divine tower to mooch off opportunities. Yuan crossed his arms and continued to wait outside the tower. Not many are bothering us. Boom. With a handprint flickering with thunder and flames, he crushed to death a powerful legendary realm monster, unable not to think so. However, the divine tower truly wasn't as alluring a treasure land as the Heaven Ascending Altar. The Heaven Ascending Altar helps in breaking through one's own domain limits, forging a stronger foundation, hence many heaven and earth realm powerhouses flock to it like ducks to water. But the divine tower merely shortens the cultivation time of the soul realm. The limit of one's divine soul when it reaches perfection is determined by the foundation forged before breaking through the soul realm, the God base. Even without the aid of such opportune lands, most divine soul realm practitioners could still cultivate to the divine soul realm peak, spending years, decades, or even longer. Although there is a tremendous gap between peaks, that is, compared to the cultivation of divine souls, the strong prefer the treasures deep within the secret realm, which are becoming more and more precious. They are even guessing whether there exists. Deep within the secret realm, it very likely exists. If it really exists, countless people will go mad for it. Golden light. Golden beams of light soared into the sky, the brilliant radiance visible from afar, even through the thick fog. It's better to say that no matter how dense the fog, it could not block the vast golden light that exists in the form of a golden brilliance, actually an outward display of great force. Compared to the epic treasure completely hidden in the fog, this golden glow was so conspicuous that it could be seen from hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of miles away. The first tier of strong men who had reached the depths of the secret realm, were widening their eyes one after another. Golden, 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 golden light. Golden, could it be that is? Miracle light. One invincible heaven and earth realm powerhouse after another, peak soul realm figures too, could no longer care to hide their presence, everyone bursting forth at full speed. Wild torrents surged in the white fog, colorful lights slicing through the azure sky. In the distance, at that place where the golden light burst forth, the booming noises soon began to echo, and the chaotic elements of heaven and earth quickly dissipated in all directions. The strong men became more eager. Ugh! Not far from the golden pillar, two top fighters from the heaven and earth realm, one had pierced through the other's chest, clutching the still beating heart, the other, with the war axe slantingly chopped, almost split the body of his enemy into two halves from the neck down. The two top fighters, their eyes red with killing intent, died on the spot together. They glared with wide eyes, dying before the legendary treasure land, and could not close their eyes in death. In the distance, a third legendary realm figure arrived at the scene, glanced at the two dying legends, and did not step forward. Stupid, epic treasure must pass through numerous barriers before they can be obtained, let alone legendary artifacts. The golden light shone brightly in the distance. Shrouded in the golden light, the treasure inside the golden orb was unclear. No one doubted that this was the real artifact of ascension, that even world-level powerhouses, low realm experts, and even those above the low realm would compete for it at all costs. However, the area outside the golden pillar was equally prominent. On the ground lay an enormous array map spanning thousands of kilometers in radius, drawn with millions of mysterious inscriptions. Above this mysterious array, hundreds of large and small array maps were suspended in the air. They were incredibly mysterious yet seemed to contain lethal traps. The arrival called forth a legendary realm puppet. Mounted on a black warhorse, the puppet charged through the air, but as it stepped onto the array ground, the first small array map lit up, followed by bangs and booms in succession. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the legendary realm puppet was blasted away, its black body covered in scratches and slashes, displaying dozens of gashes of various sizes. It crashed heavily to the ground. It seems, it had only managed to advance less than 3 meters on the radius spanning thousands of kilometers of the array map. Hiss! The legendary strongman gasped, his scalp tingling. At this time, several more, a dozen legendary realms arrived in succession. Beyond the dense white fog, strong presences were rapidly approaching from the distant reaches of the heaven and earth. The strong men who had already arrived did not dare delay. Charge! Go for it! The chance of legend is right before us, if we don't give it our all, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. A young man in red armor with wildly dancing hair, his eyes burning with fervor. He unleashed a formidable presence, forcing the surrounding legends to retreat far away. Boom! Behind the young man in red armor rose a colossal shadow, god-demon-like in stature. He slammed into the mysterious array map with full force. Boom! The young man in red armor was thrown high into the air, pale golden blood incessantly raining down. He flew back hundreds of meters, slamming onto the ground and rolling several times due to inertia. He was spitting blood, coughing continuously, already at death's door. Several other legendary realm figures who had not exerted as much force retreated in fear. Cough, cough, cough. The barrier is too dangerous, we can't even cross 1%, no, 1,000th of the path. This treasure land, perhaps only beings of the lower realm can step into it. Is a presence from the lower realm needed to break the barrier and obtain the treasures? Such a conjecture lingered in the hearts of countless people. The likelihood was high. The deeper into the world's secret realm one went, the higher grade the treasures became and the harder they were to obtain. This was a principle well known to the legends. In the early days, when the legends were still unable to step into the secret realm, weren't many explorers unable to even cross the barrier on the periphery of the inner circle? Now, their inability to break through the obstruction before them and obtain the treasures was completely reasonable. But, nonetheless, no matter their speculation, as long as there was even a sliver of possibility, they were unwilling to give up. This was a chance of legend. Many from the legendary realm had not only never seen such events, but also had never even heard of a few true incidents related to legends. Legendary life? They either vanished without a trace or stood at the very summit of the world, esteemed guests among the powers of great nations. Legendary treasures, miracle buildings? These were even rarer, their owners concealed them fiercely, with even rumors being exceedingly scarce. With legendary items before them, how could they not be fervent, how could they not be driven mad? This was undoubtedly their only chance in this lifetime to possibly obtain legendary treasures. Indeed, perhaps the magic array chasm naturally formed around this treasure land requires great power from the lower realm to cross. But if the legendary treasure appears in the outside world, then not only us, even the venerables from the lower realm might lack the qualifications to compete. You're absolutely right, 37 years ago, when a legendary divine object appeared, it was clearly recorded. At that time, countless top-tier forces participated, countless high-ranking beings descended, causing the great domain to collapse and the universe to nearly perish, with at least dozens of venerables from the lower realm having fallen, not to mention us little shrimp. At this moment, the world's secret realm, which only allowed beings from the soul realm to enter, was unquestionably the stage the world provided for them. Even the heavens were looking after them. What reason did they have not to give everything they had? Those who had never seen or heard of legendary power, their eyes turned red. Those who had seen real legendary power, their eyes were even redder. Among the crowd, a prince from the Holy Griffin Empire, who had concealed his identity, stared intensely at the golden pillar in the distance, his palms clenched tightly, his chest heaving, and his breath coming heavily uncontrollably. Legend! Legend! Because he had seen it, he knew all too well the terrifying nature of legendary power. Even though he was a prince, and among the princes and princesses he was one of those highest in rank, under normal circumstances, he still lacked the qualifications to reach the legends. What could the legendary divine object be? In legends, great legendary lives, on the verge of death, might extract their entire source of bloodline with great power and send it away. If the divine object inside is a legendary bloodline, the one who obtains it might have the chance to ascend to godhood in one step. Of course, merging with a legendary bloodline was not so simple, it required compatibility and the right opportunity. If one's own bloodline was not sufficiently compatible, they could only extract a small portion of the essence. At that time, the bloodline would degrade, becoming one of the top-tier bloodlines among the epic 3 stars. But even if a perfect union wasn't achieved, as long as one employed means to absorb as much of the essence of the legendary bloodline as possible, there was still a significant chance of ascending to legend. However, if I obtain the legendary bloodline, I could only crudely use it myself. If I plan to utilize the resources of the Empire, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect the source of the bloodline. Ideally, it would be best to obtain a legendary level miracle building. In that case, I could even forego staying hidden and directly rise to the very top of the Empire, and I would even have a great chance of obtaining the supreme imperial throne. The Holy Griffin Empire indeed possessed legendary buildings, and not merely one. But could a massive empire, possessed collectively by countless top-level lords, owned by the royal family, or personally owned by a particular lord, be the same? In this place, within the soul realm, there is no one more noble than I. If anyone can break through the barrier and obtain the legendary divine object, it must undoubtedly be I. The 13th prince summoned his generals back to his side. 9 legendary beings, silently standing around, their strong convictions and unstoppable momentum gradually rising. In their eyes, there was but one object, and they were determined to obtain it. Bang! A bright light flashed above the mysterious array, resembling the sound of fabric tearing and bones shattering. 10 figures were blasted out from the outskirts of the array, their bodies flung high under the imprisonment by some great power. Their black robes, which had concealed their features and aura, were already torn to shreds, and the silver-armored skirts covering their entire bodies shattered, revealing figures both graceful and drenched in blood. These were angels, angels with 2 wings broken. The 13th prince also spat blood from his mouth, his chest caving inwards, his whole body bursting with wild energy, fresh blood continuously spraying from the cracked armor. The ground was stained red with blood, the 13th prince struggling to lift half his body, staring disbelievingly at the mysterious array. How could it be so strong, so incredibly strong? Clearly, at the last treasure site, I crossed the barrier without much difficulty, but even if this is a legendary place, the challenge set up here is far too preposterous. He was not unwilling to accept his own defeat, he simply couldn't believe that after giving everything, he was unable to cross even a tenth of the distance. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and then fell unconscious. That's an angel. Is he the prince of the Holy Griffin Empire? A 6-winged angel, 2 4-winged angels, giant dragon swordsmen, radiant holy knights, and many epic leaders of the Saint of Holy Light, this lineup is indeed befitting of an imperial prince. Some envied, even though those present were influential lords with distinguished reputations in their own regions, many of their own direct lineage leaders were still not of epic rank. Moreover, the epics surrounding the prince of the empire were not ordinary epics. It was guessed that at least half of them had the epic 2-star position, and there was a 6-winged angel with an epic 3-star position. But many more took pleasure in their calamity. The mighty prince of the sacred empire, the leader of the 6-winged angels, was just the same as them, being frustrated. The strong men who had been disillusioned after their failures in challenging the mysterious profound array suddenly felt a sense of balance in their hearts. Time slowly passed, and more powerhouses started to gather outside the legendary stronghold. A young swordsman emerged from the array, flipping through the air and managing to land with some difficulty. The golden-armored elephant man, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly greeted him. Heavenly Termination Sword Saint also failed? But it was to be expected. Despite being invincible in the heaven and earth realm, the young Sword Saint is still just of that realm. He actually possesses world-class combat power, and even among world-level strongmen, he ranks towards the front. It's just that, among those who have failed the challenge lately, there were already more than 1 or 2 world-class strongmen. Some legends stayed away from the relic site, simply looking on without any intention of trying. They knew their limits. If even those renowned powerhouses failed the challenge, how could they possibly succeed? Yet, they did not want to leave just like that. Perhaps there would be some variables. They watched one top power after another attempt the challenge, only to fail and be ejected, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment in their hearts. A girl with a hood, black hair, and red eyes approached. Like most of the minor figures around the outskirts of the site, her clothing was unremarkable, and she seemed to be there just for the spectacle. She asked, "Lots of world-class strong men failed the challenge?" "Yes." The big sister nearby was a warm-hearted person, the young sword saint just now was one, the team of the 13th prince from the sacred empire before that was another, and there was the famous fighter 9-star magic king from the Yongxing Empire. There's been more than just these few. The big sister gestured towards the distance. On the other side of the legendary relic site, shrouded in white fog that made it hard to see clearly, there were vague and massive silhouettes. Over there is where the monster power resides. To my knowledge, not long ago, the world-class hunting Duke Pupil Blade and Shadow Duke Xiao both failed the challenge and were seriously injured. The black-haired red-eyed girl looked surprised. Monsters? How come we? The big sister laughed heartily. Are you wondering why we haven't fought? At the beginning, there were indeed several fights, but with so many powerhouses assembled here, whether they were from the monster power or vitality force, there's just too many. It would take ages to fight them all. More importantly, neither the monster powerhouses nor the human powerhouses want to do the work for others. With an insurmountable obstacle in front of everyone, who would still have the spirit to fight to the death? Each one was pondering how to get their hands on that legendary artifact. So that's it. The black-haired red-eyed girl nodded in understanding, then sighed, it's just a pity. All this has nothing to do with us. Yes, the big sister sighed wistfully, no matter how hard we try or what methods we use, in the end, only those with world-class power stand a chance in this competition. Let's cooperate, everyone. The world-class 9-star Magic King spoke up. According to the intelligence we gathered, the area inside the array map is 1,000 times larger than the outside world. Not only that, once you step in, it's like entering one after another, a series of enemy defending arrays, with extreme cold ice, Kangming fire, 9 heavens thunder, and spatial cleave and many other techniques raining down. No matter you, I, or anyone else, we will quickly become bogged down. In this situation, only by cooperating do we stand a slight chance of reaching the relic. The 13th Prince of the Sacred Empire added, the patterns of this mysterious array seem to come from an ancient power that has disappeared in the long river of time. The 9 Rings Mage Alliance. I dare not say I can decipher these arrays, but, to some extent, I can recognize some of them. We can choose a more manageable path. The young sword saint pondered for a moment. Count me in. No one asked what would happen after they fought their way through to the relic. Everyone had already agreed, by then, it would be each to their own. A strategy team led by several world-class powerhouses quickly started recruiting. The conditions were strict. Only strong men at the level of the Soul Realm or those with comparable combat power were eligible to join the team. Many famous figures present became nobody's cats or dogs, without even the qualifications to join. They were angry, stifled, but unable to protest. Soon, an ultra-luxurious team composed of 20 to 30 pinnacle powerhouses was standing in front of the mysterious array. Will it be successful? Yes. With an unwavering belief in victory, everyone stepped into the formation as planned. In an instant, the heavens spun around, above them was the vast starry sky, and beneath them stretched hundreds of miles of expansive land. Thunderbolts crackled and flames sparked in the void. They maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, advancing firmly. Those outside couldn't see the scene in detail. They could only catch glimpses of beams of light flashing across the massive array. The brighter the technique's glimmers, the further the assault teams over 20 chess pieces slowly progressed on the array. Time trickled away moment by moment. The assault team persisted far longer than ever before. Many legendary observers began to hold their breath. They hoped the assault team would break through the barrier, but as they watched the team inch forward, their hearts tightened. Suddenly, when the assault team was about a third of the way through, the massive array suddenly flashed explosively. Rib! Boom! Dozens of blood-soaked figures were hurled high into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Many among them were grievously injured, their life force flickering like candles in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The 9-star Magic King, despite struggling to prop himself up, couldn't stand, his pupils dimmed, muttering to himself. Must not rush in. Must not rush in. Without reaching the Lore Realm, one must not rush in. Far away from the fabled treasure land, Lord Shepherd in a white robe wandered alone across a vast wilderness where not a soul could be seen. Fabled opportunity, tisk, it really is easy to lose one's reason. Not just them, I'm envious too. The might of the observatory hall was vividly demonstrated not long ago, and that isn't even its full extent. So he felt, and naturally, many lords with no hope of advancement were even more frantic. However, people overlooked one issue. Obtaining a legendary treasure didn't mean one could keep it, did it? Most strong men on site had their reputations to think of, and had families and businesses to run. Today, they dared to snatch the legendary treasure. Tomorrow, that lord would top the world's assassination list. Unless the lord who seized the divine artifact had a father at the great lord or true king level. This is a treasured item, but it's also like a hot potato. We lords, who can keep our sanity, would naturally stay well clear of this hot potato. Boom! Dark waves surged as a formidable figure clad in black armor and a black cloak, enveloped in a rich aura of death, rode on Stygian River to arrive at the scene. Deadbone didn't make any on-site investigations or collect intelligence, nor did he wait or recruit teammates. He stepped into it without hesitation, alone. Another strongman has arrived. Yes, the aura of might is so strong, perhaps another world-class strongman. Spectators on the periphery burst into discussion. Sophia, agreeing with her elder sister's view, said, "Yes, what can a world-class strongman do? The great 9-star Magic King has already said, one must not rush in without reaching the lower realm." Elsewhere, Duo Lai, who had changed his appearance and aura and was continuously snacking, also echoed like a parrot. "That's right. I think so too. This divine artifact isn't something we can obtain, why struggle until the very end, right?" With the extremely luxurious lineup of the raid team facing failure, more and more legendary strongmen were accepting reality. This sacred site, only those in the lower realm could trespass. People even doubted whether ordinary beings of the lower realm could surmount this despair-inducing barrier. After all, the 9-star Magic King, the young Sword Saint, the 13th Prince, and their luxurious raid team had a bit of power to match those in the lower realm. However, such a powerful team could only make it to 1/3 of the way. Legendaries were starting to leave the scene. Those legends supported by great forces and powerful backers promptly reported this news. They seemed to foresee a cataclysmic god-demon war, a collapse of the universe. Once beings of the lower realm entered, obtaining the legendary artifacts was undoubtedly bound to happen, but they couldn't imagine how terrible the battle would be or how many lower realm venerables would fall. Another strongman trying the challenge. Probably those who came later and are still not giving up. Indeed, with the legendary artifact ahead, if I don't personally try once to rid myself of that damned wishful thinking, I'd probably be restless my whole life. But having tried personally and seen the despairing, heavenly chasm-like gap between themselves and success, the strongmen's rationality gradually returned. They were resting, healing their injuries, and soon, they would leave this place of heartache. Before leaving, people could not help but look toward the golden column of light. And they saw. Boom! 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 Legendary strongmen who had just attempted the challenge were being violently ejected, each wearing an expression of disbelief. The weakest among them couldn't even last 3 seconds after entering the array map. To think someone so weak could compete for the legendary artifact? Ludicrous. At that moment, the only one still struggling forward in the vast mysterious array was a black chess piece, symbolizing the black-armored expert who had just ridden the Stygian River. That person isn't weak. Indeed, judging by the aura alone, at least a powerhouse in the soul realm, possibly possessing world-level combat power. Only, alas, even if our combined raid teams had many more, even a dozen world-level strongmen, we still see no hope of breaking through. Do you think the black-armored expert can make it any further? I'd wager around 1/10, if he's gotten this far, he likely possesses a world-level combat power. Within the vast space expanded by the mysterious array, both in the skies and underground, extraordinary array patterns interwove and constructed this place of great legendary power. Deadbone's pace was not fast. It eyed the array patterns above it with curiosity and thinking, but eventually shook its head. Hard to comprehend. This place was built by a great force skilled in spells and arrays. Although it had a rough understanding of positions and array patterns, its knowledge was fundamentally different from the systems here and, of course, indecipherable at this moment. Even if understood, incorporating it into its own power system would be challenging. Well, not exactly impossible. Deadbone pondered that with some time dedicated to studying, it was confident in constructing similar array maps within the Bone Mountains using shadow power to significantly enhance the power of the Wraith Sacred Mountain. However, time was the most precious resource. Rather than spend a vast amount of time studying these magic array patterns, which weren't quite compatible with its own system, it was better to continue exploring its own legendary power. The deeper the exploration into the powers of the legendary bloodline, the more potential was revealed. The power bestowed by Lord was indeed profound. Deadbone was already aware of the details of the large array diagram and the situations of previous strongmen who attempted the challenge. It began to speed up. Buzz. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the nearby space. The ripples intensified, stirring up translucent, terrifying waves. These waves, seemingly formed from hundreds of spatial blades converging, were enough to strike fear into any world-level strongman. Even luxuriously teamed-up raid groups only dared to circumvent such areas of spatial turbulence. In the next instant, when the spatial turbulence appeared, it had already reached the challengers. Such was the speed of space. Spatial blades could nearly cut through anything, not to mention hundreds of them striking simultaneously. Pop! A huge skeletal frame appeared outside Deadbone's body, catching the wave formed from hundreds of spatial blades like splashes of water, then dissipating. On the silver-white skeletal frame, the spatial wave didn't even leave a single mark. Deadbone, wearing the grey bone exoskeleton, marched straightforwardly through the array diagram area without dodging. Along the way, whether it was the sudden crashing thunderbolts, flames bursting like the blazing sun, or beams filling the space like a net, none could harm the grey bone exoskeleton in the slightest. This was to be expected. The grey bone exoskeleton, imbued with the absolute defense concept, certainly couldn't be broken by ordinary attacks. Deadbone hadn't spent much effort on this conceptual power, it had merely adapted the undying golden body from Lu to develop a defensive method suited for its own physique. Its grasp of the absolute defense concept wasn't strong, just at the mastery stage of the first realm. But let alone the mastery stage, even at the beginner stage, it would be enough to block most ordinary attacks. Such was the high-standing nature of concepts. However, as Deadbone delved further, entering another complex layer of the mysterious array diagram, the heavens and earth began to manifest thin threads and strands, with an increasing amount of conceptual power appearing. In the eternal world, the law patterns that symbolize the manifest appearance of rules were omnipresent between heaven and earth. But the power of concept controlled by the venerables of the lore realm would only be born around the vicinity of the lore realm users. It only appeared as fleeting wisps that the majority of those in the legendary realm could not see, could not hear, and could not affect when they used their concept-killing moves. At that moment, the concept signifying wind and cutting gradually became clear hundreds of meters away. A giant wind blade of dozens of meters in length materialized out of thin air. It cleaved through space. Invisible. In the very next instant, it descended upon the challenger. This was the perspective of ordinary people. In Deadbone's eyes, however, the conceptual trajectory of this wind blade was extremely clear. The ability to glimpse the traces of concepts was the advantage of legendary life. Although the lore realm venerables could also glimpse concepts, once legendary life stepped into the lore realm, the concept manifestations and law patterns they saw were far clearer than the rest. An undead knight emerged, annihilating the erratic wind of cutting with his slash. Soon, the annihilation wind, destruction thunder, void-breaking blade slash, and a variety of other attacks imbued with strong conceptual power followed in quick succession. Deadbone did not halt for a second, surrounded by powerful undead that flickered in and out of sight, and a vast Stygian river unfolding before him. Stepping upon the Stygian river, he barreled forward through the torrent of raging killing moves, never pausing for a moment. The outside world. The 13 princes of the Holy Griffin Empire, the 9-star Magic King, and other powerful characters had already used precious epic-level recovery treasures. In a short while, they had rescued themselves or their generals from severe injuries. They may not have returned to their peak, but at least, they could now exert 90%, 95% of their combat power. That was enough. It was time to leave. Wait, that black-armored expert from just now seems to still be within the mysterious array, he's still challenging it. The black figure charged forward relentlessly, breaking through one barrier after another. He had already surpassed the 1/10 mark set by another strongman's bet, exceeding it by far and still advancing at breakneck speed. This seems to be even more rapid than when our siege team advanced. Someone said. The 13 Prince, the 9-star Magic King, the young Sword Saint, and a few world-level strongmen did not speak, their eyes were fixed on the enormous array map, on the black chess piece that symbolized the challenger, unwilling to look away for even a moment. He reached the 1/5 mark. He reached the 1/4 mark. Soon, he came to the formidable 1/3 checkpoint that mercilessly crushed the siege team. Yet the black chess piece did not stop, maintaining the same speed as it continued to break through. Various colors of killing moves shone upon the array map, effortlessly torn apart by that tiny black point. This is impossible. His power alone has surpassed our entire siege team? This is impossible. Moreover, at that position, the array is covered from all directions with concept-killing moves. Did the black armored expert use an upper epic treasure? No, that's not possible either. Upper epic can only exhibit its full great force in the hands of those in the lower realm, the rest of us using upper epic can only draw a thread of the power of concept at most. Moreover, during their recent siege, some of them had already used upper epic treasures, more than just one. Under the cover of the waves of concept-killing moves, their upper epic artifacts could not be said to be completely useless, but they were more or less ineffective. But the reality that the black armored expert has reached the 1/3 mark, and he is alone, is already established. Originally planning to leave, the powerful characters and strong teams suddenly paused again at this moment. They stared, their pupils flickering with uncertain light. Thinking. Weighing. Expecting. If they were to cooperate with this black armored expert, could they possibly break through the rampart as insurmountable as the heavenly chasm? A sliver of hope sprouted stubbornly in their otherwise hopeless hearts, like tenacious sprouts, they took root firmly in the soil of their spirits, growing persistently. They prepared to approach and strike a conversation as soon as the black armored expert was ejected from the array map. However, the black armored expert reached the 1/2 mark, still pressing onwards steadily. The black armored expert got to the 3/4 mark, still deeply engaged in battle. This endurance was too persistent. There had to be something wrong, right? On the vast array map, the radiance grew ever more brilliant, dazzling. Burst after burst of light erupted, swallowing the small challenging chess piece completely. Boom! Within the array map's inner space, the entire heavens and earth were roaring. The space trembled like ripples, incessantly, without end. Various disordered, misaligned conceptual powers filled the area. Gravity inversion, swords cease, flames do not burn, infinite explosion. Dozens of completely different conceptual powers surged, making this vast world seem cramped. Too strong, too terrifying. Indeed, it's the essence of the power left by an ancient civilization, strong enough to make one shudder. The undead murmured. Around him, one powerful undead after another shattered under the onslaught of the concept-killing moves, but in the next moment, the dust of their crushed bones drifted together, converging into a surging black tide. The necrotic plague breath death tide. A seal, both profound and mysterious, as if symbolizing the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, appeared on undead's forehead. The great tide of death swelled in an instant by 100,000 times. In the array of concept-killing moves, the tide snuffed out wave after wave, but in the next moment, rebirthed several times more. In just a few blinks, the black tide filled the space of the array map. Above the most massive array map, big or small mysterious arrays, whether horizontal, vertical, or inclined, all blazed with light, buzzing and spinning to the extreme. Beyond the extreme, the boundless power of concept struck the cramped artificial space. Crack! Crack! Bang! Sounds akin to shattering glass suddenly exploded in the ears of the explorers within hundreds of miles. The enormous, mysterious array map around the treasure site had disappeared. The sky and earth of this area had vanished as well, leaving only dark, disordered, mispositioned, and shattered collapsing space. Only at the very center of the treasure site, a light ball radiating dazzling golden brilliance, stood unwavering in this storm. A pair of hands wearing black gloves, as if scooping the moon from the water, fished out the legendary divine object under the gaze of countless eyes. In an instant, the ascending column of golden light disappeared. The divine object had landed in the hands of the black-armored expert. The divine object had been obtained. This outcome was utterly beyond everyone's imagination. The strong men were merely intently watching the situation, but it wasn't until the array map broke and the legendary item was taken that they belatedly realized in shock. The broken space slowly healed. The black-armored expert stood tall within the cleaving space, his cape flying. The divine object should be offered to the great gods. A large hand easily crossed the broken and cleaved space. A mighty, vague figure suddenly appeared, dispersing an aura of supreme nobility. Clash, roar, thousand hands. Many symbols manifested on the body of the towering figure and then descended upon a strongman below, whose face was devout and radiated divine light. He effortlessly walked amidst the turbulent spatial stream, untainted by dust. He emitted a terrifyingly powerful aura, and from around him, countless massive hands emerged, locking down heaven and earth, crushing heaven and earth, grasping toward the small figure of the black-armored expert in the distance. He was undoubtedly a world-class strongman who had not made a move until now. Up until this moment, he delivered a decisive, sharp, and incomparably powerful strike. Thump! The black-armored expert turned around and cast a glance. In this 1/1,000,000th of a moment, the surrounding world seemed to fade, the disordered and cleaved space died instantly, and the world calmed down. Those countless massive hands in the distance also died at the same instant, disappearing as if they had never appeared. The heart of the divine favored seemed to skip a beat, and then his entire being, the god soul, fell into quiet annihilation, returning to death. The wind passed. The lifeless body turned into wisps of black ash, scattering in the wind. The world also became quiet, and only the seemingly ordinary black-armored expert stood tall in the half-sky. The modest stature projected into the eyes of the onlookers, yet it seemed as colossal as 10,000 feet. It was an ancient demon god descending to the world, spreading a suffocating death. The oppressive pressure of death enveloped the hearts of the strong warriors present. It was as if their souls were being tightly gripped, daring not to breathe. The favored one of the god of war and roars, dead. No, he was obliterated in an instant. In an era that had mostly lost its faith, the old gods were not considered strong, and some warriors with profound backgrounds could afford to care less. But the legendary ones favored by the gods, the blessed, the chosen, the servants of the fallen god, and so on, undoubtedly possessed combat power that far exceeded their peers. Among the blessed, it was quite easy for a world-class strongman to emerge. Regardless of their potential for future growth, their combat power was unquestionable. Just now, the god of war and roar's favored one could roam through the spatial turbulence, and with a mere wave of his hand, he commanded awe-inspiring might, indeed a world-class strongman. Some even recognized this favored one, who had kept a low profile until his identity was exposed just moments ago. His combat achievements were illustrious, no mere trifle. And then he was obliterated, not even a speck of remains was left behind. Most on the scene could not comprehend how this powerful favored one had died. But whether they understood or not, at this moment, they all had a similar thought in mind. This favored one, died just in time. They had almost intervened just moments before. The world's secret realm could only accommodate those in the soul realm, and the luxurious expedition group they had formed could only push forward to a 1/3 mark. Each and every one of them considered themselves the cream of the crop, yet they had done their utmost in terms of power, their achievements fell far short of the black-armored expert. Therefore, the truth could only be one. The black-armored expert had found some kind of flaw. He might understand the secrets of the ancient array patterns, which allowed him to advance like a hot knife through butter within the vast and dangerous array space. Everyone was of the soul realm, all world-level strongmen. How could there be such a gap? Indeed, the gap is that enormous. Gurgle. A world-class strongman with a celebrated name perished in an instant, like a bucket of cold water poured over their fervent hearts. In an instant, the sprouting bud of hope withered away, and all desires, madness within their hearts, died with it, leaving nothing but the chilling cold to wrap around them. A few legends of the legendary realm, having regained their senses, no longer dared to pry, instead quietly fading away into the surrounding white fog. Previously, the surroundings of the legendary treasure land gathered many strong warriors, and with treasures at hand, a delicate but constant balance was maintained naturally. But now, the balance was about to be broken. Whether it would be the outbreak of a great battle or the black-armored expert's killing spree, this was no place to stay for long. Beneath the grey-white heavens and earth, the black-armored expert gradually moved farther away. His speed was not fast. Yet no one dared to make a move. The monstrous experts in the further distance, even more so, scattered in a headlong rout. Perhaps, if these heaven and earth realm and soul realm strongmen took action together, this mysterious, powerful, invincible black-armored being might have trouble coping. But there was no perhaps. No one wanted to be that bird silenced on the spot. The favored one served as the cautionary tale. Suddenly. Step. 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 The sound of footsteps, not booming yet unmistakably clear, echoed from afar. A slender figure appeared at the end of the vast and desolate wasteland, amidst the dense white fog. Even shrouded in fog, the figure of the newcomer was strikingly clear, as if he stood at the center of the world, soaring above all else. This was a boy who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, very young. But no one would think that he was merely a boy. Two amber-hued magnificent dragon horns sprouted from his smooth forehead, his eyes were also the color of amber, reflecting a world that seemed to be in the twilight, gradually being devoured. He had a youthful face, yet exuded an ancient, profound aura. As if a great being had descended here. As if a giant dragon cast its gaze upon them. This gaze focused on the seemingly ordinary dead bone in the distance. Even the faint coercion that spread out caused many in the legendary realm to turn pale. If before their pallor was due to being intimidated by a black-armored being akin to a demon god, now they were experiencing the actual impact of coercive force. Dragon's coercion. I have seen a giant dragon overlord of the Lore realm in Dragon Valley, but even that giant dragon spread out long way seems not as terrifying as this. Deadbone had long sensed the targeting aura from afar. The newcomer made no attempt to conceal or hide. This was a legend. A legend of the dragon series of legendary life. Deadbone helplessly thought, it seems I can't leave without defeating this legend. The young giant dragon in human form walked step by step. His pace was not swift, but a single step could easily cover thousands, if not tens of thousands of meters. As the distance narrowed, an excited expression surfaced on the young giant dragon's childlike features. He let out a long chant, his eyes shining with an enthusiastic desire for battle. Legendary lives often emerge alone within the same era. They are invincible, lonely, and solitary. But perhaps due to an impending great catastrophe, this era has more than one young legend. He looked towards Deadbone. Come and fight, I have yet to encounter another legend. I believe you haven't either. We legends are too invincible, a battle that allows us to unleash our full power is something you also look forward to, there's no need to deny it. Deadbone. I'm not, I haven't been looking forward to it, thank you. It often sparred with Duo Lai, Elulu, Rakshasa, and others, already experiencing all sorts of legendary powers. It was not lacking in an ordinary battle of legends. But an external legend, perhaps. Indeed. Now that things had come this far, it would not avoid battle. It also wanted to see what abilities these children of the world, born legends, truly possessed. Deadbone no more concealed its strength, revealing some of its power. Frio and Vel. Calm. A vast grey nether lake rapidly expanded, reaching tens of thousands of meters around. In the surging grey waves of the lake, countless undead souls wailed, with shadows lurking within. The scent of death soared to the heavens, causing everything under the sky to decay. Seeing this, the young giant dragon's fighting spirit rose even higher. I'm making my move. He held no weapon in his hand. For a dragon of legendary status, his entire body was a weapon. His divine light burst forth brilliantly, a dim light soaring to the sky. The whole world transformed along with it, as if people could see a great sun slowly descending, its orange twilight light tilting and falling upon the land, then gradually fading. Night was about to arrive. Sunset over mountains and rivers. The power of this miraculous sight shone brilliantly in all directions. This was merely an epic ability, yet it was an epic held in the hands of a legendary life. Compared to Deadbone's holy mountain range complete, and Bone 2's Deadbone's territory, what was the gap? A millionfold? Even under normal circumstances, the gap might not be a millionfold, but 1,000-fold, 100-fold, was always there. Under the sunset of the mountains and rivers, hundreds of powerful legends in the region felt their thoughts slow, their bodies sapped of energy, as if they were aging and losing vitality and spirit. Even though they were clearly aware that they were under influence, they were still terrified to their core. They kept retreating while expanding one domain after another, some even possessing perfect domains. But it was futile. Under the sunset over mountains and rivers, these vast domains might as well have not existed. It's not that the domains weren't effective, but in front of this dim twilight, they simply couldn't function. Is this the power of legend? A legend muttered, trembling, yet also accompanied by curiosity. Legendary lives were extremely rare, and young legends even more so. Not to mention these individuals, even those above the lore realm rarely had the opportunity to encounter a young legend. But now, the young giant dragon unfolded a projection, merely a prelude. The next moment, his fair hand extended, fingers splayed out. He softly chanted, "Dusk divine light." A massive river of twilight grandly swept across, containing enormous and terrifying power. Beneath the dusk divine river, even the ubiquitous fog within the world's secret realm, equivalent to the realm's rules, was dispersed, only this twilight river remaining eternal. As soon as this river appeared, a legend exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" his face visibly decaying and his temples turning grey. Is it decay? Decline? No, neither. It is time. This dusk divine light wasn't targeting them. But even so, even though it was just some dispersed residual light, it still posed a threat of death to the powerful beings present. They were rapidly aging. This was the true power of legend. Uniting to confront it, catching the last glimpse in vain? Don't joke around. In the face of such a great disparity, numbers no longer mattered. They could only rapidly retreat, even the thought of spectating crushed, as preserving life was most crucial. At the center of the dusk divine light's coverage, Dead Bone, standing above Nether Lake, was slightly surprised. Truly a legendary power. Its expanding lake of the dead was fast fading. One undead soul after another, under the power of time, quietly perished, with many others being resurrected. However, the rate of extinction far outpaced that of resurrection. The vast Nether Lake visibly shrunk at a noticeable pace. And even this massive lake could not entirely block the power of the dusk divine light. At this moment, Dead Bone's body and soul visibly regressed. Even the killing moves it launched from its hands seemed like they had endured hundreds of times more time, vanishing in the blink of an eye. For instance, a sword light that could previously reach 100 kilometers away, now, its range might only be a kilometer. Twilight divine light, how terrifying it is! The conceptual power of the first and second realms cannot directly interfere with other concepts, but the great power of time inherently encompasses everything. When skills carrying conceptual power perish under time, this conceptual power will rapidly dissipate like water without a source. Dead Bone pondered and quickly recognized the terror of Twilight divine light. This Twilight divine light, within legendary power, is also ranked quite high. Of course, Duolas devouring heaven and earth is more direct, simple, brutal, and powerful. This great power itself can devour concepts, achieving an effect similar to the third realm of concepts. Faced with the terrifying Twilight divine light, Dead Bone made his choice. Go. In front of his forehead bone, the death mark slowly emerged. Holding wailing death, he didn't use any great power but merely swung his sword, delivering a plain and unadorned black slash. An upgraded version of Shadow Slash, Death Slash. The black sword light surged mightily forth, and that legendary power symbolized by Twilight divine light, beneath this ordinary black blade gleam, melted away like ice and snow. Light died. Concepts too were dying. Dead Bone possesses the death mark, significantly enhancing its own death-related conceptual power. Additionally, its death concept can slightly interfere with enemy concepts, causing other concepts to die. Twilight was melting. The scene of the sun setting over mountains and rivers was also devoured, leaving behind a silent black. The young legend's eyes widened, and the next moment he let out a long chant and fully transformed. A massive dragon, orange-yellow with a gradation to black on its scale armor soared through the sky. His body seemed to symbolize a certain law, each scale imbued with profound mysteries. As the dragon form fully materialized, the towering and penetrating Twilight divine light surged in power once again. However, the surging orange-yellow light, still like a piece of cloth, was torn apart by the profound death. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Within hundreds of thousands of meters, the elements of heaven and earth were utterly annihilated, as if reduced to a dustless land. A profound, endlessly deep fissure, devoid of any light, continued to spread across the pale plains. In the sky, the great giant dragon bled, that exquisitely beautiful body containing the laws of heaven and earth now marked with a horrifying, ugly black slash wound. The majestic figure of the giant dragon, along with the remaining glow, quickly vanished at the ends of heaven and earth. Only the rumbling sound still echoed between heaven and earth. Equal in legend, you are a step higher. However, next time we meet, I will definitely reclaim this battle. My name, Twilight Dragon Shibae, remember it. News of the Battle of Legends, like a rocket with wings, rapidly spread within the legendary circles in just a short while. Many witnesses existed. Such explosive news was irresistible for discussion, even many who only received second, third, or fourth-hand accounts felt as though they had seen it with their own eyes, exclaiming and discussing incessantly. After all, this was a living legend. Not merely in storybooks or secret documents, but an actual legend present right beside them, before their eyes. On the communication device Heavenly Patrol Mirror, various news about the Battle of Legends flooded the screen. Legend A, OMG, Legends. Legend B, Shocking, Legends. Yuan said, Damn, Legends. But that Twilight Dragon indeed was very powerful, his conceptual realm even surpassing that of Dead Bone. If Dead Bone hadn't possessed the death mark, the outcome of this battle would have been difficult to predict. Of course, the Twilight Dragon wouldn't know that around that small piece of treasure land, there weren't just 2 legends. Instead, there were 4. Although Yuan wondered, would there be more than one wild, young legend in this world's secret realm? Anyway, the legendary relic is truly and firmly in hand now. Leaving the treasure site, ensuring he had shaken off any gaze, Deadbone then activated the immensely precious legendary light ball. Ding! Prompt: your hero Deadbone has obtained a legendary treasure. Ancient Mage Tower. Grade: Legend. Type: Treasures and Miracle Building. Description: one of the 9 Rings Mage Alliance's ancient powers, Central Alliance treasures, a naturally born treasure of heaven and earth, possessing subdue, command, law, heaven, numerous great powers. Information about the Ancient Mage Tower, a legendary building, synchronously appeared before Yuan. He touched his chin, somewhat surprised and somewhat taken aback. True to its reputation as a legendary building, yet, its description is quite different from the observatory hall. The capability description of the Ancient Mage Tower was exceedingly concise. Indeed, it only had 4 main powers: subdue, command, spell, heaven. Considering the early, intermediate, and epic mage towers, Yuan confirmed that inside the Ancient Mage Tower, there must also be many auxiliary powers and mystical devices. Rather, it could be said. With his current perspective, the primary, intermediate, and epic mage towers, these miracle buildings, are probably fashioned after the Ancient Mage Tower, a series of mage tower constructions. The primary mage tower, intermediate mage tower, and epic mage tower all had a clear promotion sequence. The former was one of the upgrade materials for the latter. Yuan wondered if there had ever been a great power being who wanted to replicate the Ancient Mage Tower, and thus elevated the Mage Tower step by step through compliance with the heaven and earth rules, aiming to upgrade to a legendary level Mage Tower. This one he held was clearly the original, a divine object nurtured by heaven and earth. The War Throne, unlimited energy, spell amplification abilities of the epic Mage Tower, none of such descriptions can be found on the Ancient Mage Tower panel interface. Yuan stretched out his hand and poked it. Finally, some more detailed descriptions popped up. Subdue: the Ancient Mage Tower possesses the great power to subdue heaven, subdue earth, and subdue and subjugate all. Command: the Ancient Mage Tower can be commanded, travels through endless space, beyond the world. It can easily traverse enchantments, treating distance as irrelevant, and possesses many abilities such as size alteration and invisibility at will. Spell: the Ancient Mage Tower is a symbol of all spells, with abilities to deconstruct techniques, deconstruct concepts, and command all spells. Heaven: the Ancient Mage Tower itself is an expression of the principles of heaven and earth. The patterns within the tower are the law pattern, and it also possesses an untouchable and indestructible great force, like the law pattern. Hiss! I always feel it's stronger than the observatory hall. What's going on? Illusion, illusion. The description of this Ancient Mage Tower is still quite vague, not as clear and detailed as our lapis. Subdue, command, spell, heaven did not have specific descriptions of power strength. Therefore, another line of supplementary descriptions gradually appeared. The Ancient Mage Tower cannot be controlled by ordinary individuals. With 1 God Soul Realm leading and 36 Legendary Realm assistants, qualified to unleash the first level of great power of the Ancient Mage Tower, capable of combating the Law Realm. With 1 Law Realm leading and 108 Legendary Realm assistants, qualified to unleash the second level of great power of the Ancient Mage Tower, capable of opposing holy gods. With 1 Saint Realm leading and 360 Legendary Realm assistants, qualified to unleash the third level of great power of the Ancient Mage Tower, power unlimited. Yuan touched his chin. His first thought was, could I gather 108 incarnations to assist in piloting? He thought carefully and shook his head regretfully. I still can't stop being human. Moreover, the notion of Ilo's true form plus 108 incarnations piloting the Mage Tower to activate the second level of great power was impracticable from the start. Whether Ilo could handle a concept, replace a Law Realm being temporarily, let's not delve into that. But as hard as Ilo's incarnation might work, they couldn't act as 108 legendary beings. Her incarnations might have legendary combat power, even God Soul combat power, but that doesn't mean they can maintain so many legendary combat powers at the same time and perform precise operations and tasks. Very soon, Tianyuan City will usher in a surge period of the legendary realm, assembling 108 legendary realm beings isn't difficult. However, given the previous requirements of the epic mage tower for drivers, Yuan did not think that the ancient mage tower could be controlled just by being in the legendary realm. These assisting legendary drivers must know some techniques or something else, right? All this could only be tested once the ancient mage tower officially settles in Tianyuan city. Mist shrouded, the land silent. Yuan journeyed alone deep into the world's secret realm. At this time, it had been the third day since Deadbone obtained the legendary treasure. During these slightly more than 3 days, Yuan had been advancing deeper into the secret realm. Deadbone, Duolai, and these other powerhouses also continued deeper along their paths. However, the deeper they went, the more silent the environment of the secret realm became. No explorers, no environmental changes, nor any treasure lands. It had been 3 days without discovering a single treasure land, let alone legendary treasures. The depths of the world's secret realm were inherently chaotic in space, forward might not necessarily be forward. Not discovering treasure lands or treasures might also be because the treasures of these regions had already been plundered. Even the inner circle outer periphery where Serio and the others were, was now rarely seeing treasures. They simply started slaughtering monsters since monsters drop treasures, after all. There's not much time left, it won't be long before the world's secret realm welcomes a large influx of lower realm beings. Should I leave in advance? After all, he had delved deep. Although they possessed some long-distance teleportation means, he still habitually liked to reserve some time margin. Hasty evacuation could easily lead to accidents. When explorers within the secret realm gradually dwindled, it was probably to avoid collisions with lower realm venerables, as one powerhouse after another had already started to evacuate. They had to be cautious. Even if they were high-ranking and powerful, possibly star lords of the Shenyao Empire, or esteemed princes and princesses of the Holy Griffin Empire, or even disciples of legendary lives. In front of entities from the lower realm, they still had little resistance. Of course, they did not want to entrust their fate to the probability of encountering a lower realm entity. What's more, there weren't many treasures left by now, making one wonder if the world's secret realm had already reached a 100% exploration rate. Even if beings from the lower realm arrived, they would find nothing but a thoroughly scavenged place. I, Deadbone, and Duolai possess great combat power, and we are not afraid of lower realm entities such as the Ice Burial Duke and Fire Wing Duke, but the gap between beings of the lower realm was vast. The weak ones, like General Kingson among the exploration generals, were known not for her combat power. A polite way of putting it. In reality, even as a lower realm entity, Lord Kingson was rather mediocre, having no lower realm kill achievements. By contrast, formidable entities like the Lord of Hanyu City and Sword Lord Liashi, with their awe-inspiring prowess, had slain numerous lower realm beings, probably more than could be counted on both hands. And yet, they might not even be the invincible warriors within the lower realm. The waters of the lower realm were too deep for Deadbone and Duolai to grasp. However, I have an intuition that I am on the right path, undoubtedly heading deeper into the secret realm. I have not yet reached the deepest part of the secret realm, and there might be something. This intuition grew stronger and stronger. It was like Yuan took stock of his aces, and after some thought, decided to venture deeper. Meanwhile, he signaled Deadbone, Duolai, and Ilo to move closer to him. Whoosh whoosh! The mist howled as one mountain after another flew past on both sides of their vision. In this boundless world with no reference points, they seemed to be circling endlessly in a loop. In fact, they were indeed circling, never able to reach any shore. The environment here, no, the whole region, the entire world ahead seems off. Deadbone, without any concept traces in its vision, but with its death mark, had established a closer connection with the whole world. It sharply sensed that the area further ahead had a fundamental problem. It was somewhat like the Furious region, only higher in hierarchy and not easily overcome by mere violence. Violence cannot break through? Yuan felt it was just that the level of violence was not high enough. It's decided then, you're up, Duolai. Understood. Duolai saluted, then with a wide-open mouth, an endlessly profound black sun appeared in the sky, devouring heaven and earth. Everything in the vast world in front of them, grass, rocks, mist, space, was devoured, and it seemed that something formless and indescribable was swallowed up along with them. Within the collapsing, shattered space, a pathway was opened. Lord Shepherd took large strides forward. He flipped his wrist, and a strand of miracle power, visible only to him and in theory not any force, energy, or concept, emerged in his palm. This bundle of miracle power, like a flame, swayed gently, tilting slightly forward, toward the direction of the pathway ahead. Devouring heaven and earth. I devour. I devour more. After several rounds of devouring by General Duo Lai, Mu Yuan and his party seemed to step into a different region. There were no mountains or rivers here, only an omnipresent, ethereal white mist. Space seemed infinitely vast, with no distinctions between up, down, left, right, or front and back. However, deep within the boundless white mist, at an unknown distance, there was a rainbow light of 7 colors. The rainbow light was like the center and fulcrum of the world, existing here eternally. Anyone who saw it would think so definitively. Had they found the treasure? No matter how you looked at it, this place was very likely the deepest part of the world's secret realm. The existence of this other shore must be reasoned and have its value. However, Mu Yuan and his party were not the first explorers to set foot here. Under the rainbow light, not far away, a figure was gazing intently. Had someone else beat them to it? Who was it? He couldn't help being surprised. If it weren't for Duo Lai's specialty of devouring heaven and earth, it would have taken them a long time to reach this other shore, and that was under the assumption that they already had extremely strong combat power. Was the person in the distance stronger than them? Just as Mu Yuan thought this, the figure in the distance also turned around. It was a male human with crimson eyes and black hair, dressed in a luxurious robe. The style of this robe seemed to draw from the imperial garments of several ancient nations, exuding nobility, dignity, and antiquity. He was like an ancient emperor, visiting this place. However, compared to the ancient and luxurious robe and the dignified and noble demeanor, the crimson-eyed, black-haired man himself was even more eye-catching. His presence was incredibly strong. A single look was enough to evoke a powerful sense of perfection sprouting from one's mind. It was as if this crimson-eyed, black-haired young man was the most perfect life in the world. At the very least, his body was perfect, each cell and piece of flesh contained profound secrets. It seemed that gazing upon him could rejuvenate one's flesh and blood. Something's wrong. Very wrong. The light of will within Mu Yuan sent out a strong warning. Interesting, the young man with crimson pupils and black hair spoke. There actually exists a living being capable of reaching this place. Indeed, you all seem quite delectable. His voice was very calm. Neither frenzied nor icy, yet it was as if a massive mouth devouring humans was sizing up the prey. No, food on the table. Mu Yuan felt as if he was gazing upon a blood vessel as vast as hundreds, thousands of planets, with countless enormous mouths opening and closing, writhing on it. Then, a black sword light tore the entire scarlet curtain apart. Not difficult at all. After all, this young man before him, in terms of the fundamental realm, was merely at the God-soul realm. Worthy of living beings that could reach this place. Oh, the youth legends of this era, have they all gathered here? The young man murmured to himself. He turned his head, with a fervent, longing, and reluctant gaze, took one more look at the colorful rainbow light, then said to Mu Yuan and the others, I hope we can meet again in a few days. As if his bodily strength had been exhausted to its limit. The young man's body began to crack, followed by flesh crumbling, cells disintegrating, and his whole body exploded into nothingness with a pop, leaving only that extremely terrifying presence still echoing in this otherworldly place. He vanished. Duo Lai's eyes widened, it hadn't even made a move yet. Dead Bone's expression was extremely solemn. The God-soul realm, could it be so terrifying? Bone is still far too inferior. Mu Yuan. He was certain that Dead Bone could affirm, this guy was not from the God-soul realm. Its origin, identity, realm, and even the form of existence, all had issues. Dead Bone just felt that it was still far from the theoretical limit of the God-soul realm. Ilo was equally solemn, this guy isn't a human, nor a living being, right? Him. Mu Yuan nodded. There was no monster aura on the young man with crimson pupils and black hair. However, both his display of power and words proved that he was indeed a monster. And it seemed like he had stayed here for a very long time. Mu Yuan frowned. General Duo Lai immediately stepped forward to probe. Devouring heaven and earth. Sky-splitting slash. Damn it. The super-invincible ultimate move of Duo Lai. The brilliance of energy, the black gleam of devouring, the surge of concepts, kept exploding in this white fog of the afterworld. But to no avail. Devouring heaven and earth had already devoured the white fog, space, and the earth itself, yet the colorful rainbow light still floated there. As if, the rainbow light existed in a higher dimension, impervious to whatever force they exerted upon it. Otherwise, this rainbow light would have been taken away early on by that terrifying entity appearing as a young man with crimson pupils and black hair. But now, it seemed they couldn't take it away either. This rainbow light was not a treasure, there was no light ball inside. What exactly was this rainbow light? What was the nature of its existence? How could they obtain it? Even someone as erudite as Ilo had never heard of it. She couldn't even find an angle to begin her research. Mu Yuan, however, was not so unfamiliar. This seems to be a strand of miracle power. Different from the miracle power he wielded, this strand of miracle power could be observed, and maybe even seized? Utilized? He wasn't sure. Mu Yuan walked near the colorful rainbow light and stretched out his hand, showing a strand of miracle power in his palm. The colorful rainbow light remained unchanged. Mu Yuan contemplated briefly. Then, just like how he gathered the miracle orb, he cupped his hand like a lake, welcoming the falling droplets into the body of the lake. In an instant, this colorful rainbow light, as if finding its home, zipped into his embrace. Boom! Water burst above the lake of miracles. At the same time, following some mysterious connection. Throughout the eternal world. Deep within the land surge of the scarlet mist tide, a speck of rainbow light flickered. Deep within the ruins of a building complex, on an ordinary broken wall, a colorful mark rippled. Between great domains, in the most destroyed and desolate places, fragments of broken rainbows drifted. And in the vast river of history, at a site touched by calamity, rainbow light also twinkled. In this moment, hundreds, thousands of miracle rainbows lights, crossed the barriers of time and space. And converged into the ocean. Phew. Finally back. When he stepped through the world's secret realms gate and landed in the bustling temporary camp outside, Mu Yuan finally let out a long breath, and the tension in his heartstrings eased at last. Just hours before, on their way back, the gate to the world's secret realm had opened to the four-order phase, making it accessible for beings of the lower realm. The density of the red mist within the secret realm had thickened by dozens of times, and monsters of the lower realm descended, spreading their great force across thousands of miles in an instant. The danger level inside the whole world secret realm, how could it not have skyrocketed by 100-fold? Monsters from different top-tier overlord powers erupted into several major battles upon encountering each other, but Mu Yuan dared not pin his hopes on the civil war among the lower realm monsters. Once their trail was exposed, being besieged by multiple lower realm monsters was the most likely danger. Moreover, he had not forgotten the mysterious monster with red eyes and black hair he encountered not long ago at the Beyonders land of white mist. It was a close call with no harm done. This World Secret Realm Opportunity Contest has basically come to an end. Once we return to our territory, we will make full use of the treasures and constructions obtained this time to quickly transform them into our land's power. And this time's harvest could no longer be described as huge. They from Tianyuan City obtained countless superior and epic treasures, and even acquired a legendary level structure, the ancient Mage Tower. Yet, the greatest gain was the colored rainbow light obtained at the Beyonders land of white mist. Or rather, it was the myriad of radiant lights that converged through this rainbow light, through this opportunity. Earlier in the world's secret realm, hasty to evacuate, Mu Yuan had not studied it closely, but his intuition already told him that the miracle power had undergone another evolution. When I was promoted to a formal lord, miracle power was enhanced once. After passing through the promotion trial, miracle power was enhanced for the second time. After that enhancement, the evolution points from all categories had converged, and he began to delve deeper into utilizing miracle power, no longer solely relying on instinct. Mu Yuan had thought that this was the complete form of miracle power. But today, this full form of authority was enhanced once again. Mu Yuan closed his eyes, and a strand of leaping miracle fire appeared in his vision, as he felt it deeply. The changes in miracle power were not found in the records of the Lord's panel. But as a soul realm powerhouse, even if he had not time to fully immerse himself in the sensation earlier, now, as he traced his memories, a series of crystal-clear images surfaced in his mind. The colored rainbow light fell. Miracle power plus 22,000. Immediately after, hundreds to thousands of miracle rainbow lights, whether crossing spatial barriers or leaping through the river of time, surged in one after another. Miracle power N 36,000. Miracle power plus 14,000. Miracle power plus 25,000. Received opportunity. Miracle power massively consumed, miracle authority has been complemented. At this moment, the miracle power he still had on hand was a staggering 9.8 million, significantly more than before. And beyond the ability to bestow evolutionary miracles upon a target individual, I now possess another kind of miracle. A miracle that acts upon fate. Yuan took out a blue-hued treasure light ball. This light ball did not come from a treasure spot within the world's secret realm but emerged under the effect of the rules after the legendary fall of a powerful monster. Before its official opening, no one knew what was contained within the blue light ball. Theoretically, any item of excellence could emerge from within. It might be a superior material worth 50 soul crystal coins or even an epic treasure such as the hero's proof, invaluable blueprints, and top-tier remnant souls, that cannot be measured by soul crystal coins. Theoretically, to obtain the hero's proof from a single blue light ball has an extremely low probability, lower than that of winning the lottery. But, ding! Reminder, you have obtained the special treasure, the hero's proof. The light ball burst, turning into specks of light that quickly dissipated in the wind, leaving behind only a medallion like the hero's proof, quietly lying in Yuan's hand. To draw out the exact treasure he desired, wasn't this also a kind of miracle? However, miracle power 5,000 times 3. The cost effectiveness is too low, it seems not worth it. After all, the blue light ball can only yield superior treasures, with a 0% chance of yielding an epic treasure, thus no matter how miraculous it cannot happen. Yuan stroked his chin. This was the most straightforward use of miracle authority, consuming varying amounts of miracle power depending on the rank of the object affected. Alternatively, he could spend a large amount of miracle power to anchor his next action or the following period, creating a miracle. As long as there was a probabilistic possibility, it could be realized. Yuan pondered how he should use this miracle authority, and he had some ideas in mind. Not only that, he also had some guesses about the miracle rainbow light and the miracle power. A miracle. Corruption. The information is still too scarce, I need to learn more. But without a doubt, the waters of this world run incredibly deep. At the same time, in the center of the world's secret realm, the Beyonders land of white mist, a figure, identical to the mysterious youth Yuan had seen before, was slowly walking into this place. We've arrived. This fleshly body born not long ago can bear the utmost power of the lower realm. With strength of this level, my true self has the chance to corrupt this fragment of miracle power. Even if it was only a fragment, a wisp of miracle power that didn't seem vast. But that was also a symbol of miracle. As long as he could corrupt it, he propelled himself one step closer to a greater position. With flesh and blood as the foundation, stepping onto the endless path of corruption, I shall eventually reach the pinnacle. He. Hey! The youth with crimson eyes and black hair suddenly widened his eyes, it seemed as if a surge of scarlet blood waves tumbled in his pupils, his gaze filled with murderous intent sweeping across the surroundings. In an instant, the whole world descended into corruption, leaving only the glaring blood red. Countless bloody flesh sprouts materialized out of thin air, continuously growing and rapidly vanishing. This was his rage. It was also his bafflement. What happened to that massive rainbow of colors? The eternal presence, untouched and undisturbed, the unreachable and unseizable rainbow of colors. How could it just disappear? This was illogical. Intense fury poured over the land beyond the fog, turning an entire region upside down, and yet the trace of that rainbow of colors was still not found. The youth with crimson eyes and black hair had to reluctantly admit that the rainbow had vanished. Why did it disappear? Was it those several legendary youth entities? He recalled the figures he had encountered recently, the ones faintly worthy of his attention. The so-called children of the world, legendary lives. He shook his head. They are merely legends. In the eyes of countless wise beings, legends were the noblest, grandest lives, but in the eyes of the youth with crimson eyes and black hair, legends were merely higher echelon beings nurtured by the eternal world. His origin, his status was even higher, qualifying him to look down on legends. Legends were even further from miracles. If he hadn't controlled a strand of corruption authority, not to mention relying on the power of the lower realm, even possessing the power of the saint realm, great lord, or even true king class, wouldn't affect that miracle in the slightest. This was the fundamental disparity due to the power hierarchy. What about those youthful legends? Their statuses weren't high enough, and their power was even weaker. He could easily disregard complete form legends, let alone mere youths. It couldn't be those legends. More likely, it was one of those two fellows. I will remember this grudge. In the region of Ziji City, at the World Secret Realm entrance, the place was lively at this moment. Look here, behold, various superior remnant souls. Selling 13 superior miracle blueprints, only accepting exchanges of blueprints of the same level, with price differences compensated according to value. One-handed Chamber of Commerce is purchasing all kinds of rare treasures, while also buying information about various strongmen. Freshly produced world-class strongman newspaper by One-handed Chamber of Commerce, now on sale for a limited time 20% discount. Not long ago, a small marketplace initiated and led by the Lord of Yuan City had, in the blink of an eye, developed into a vast market. Many explorers with rich harvests lingered, either purchasing items of their need or selling the treasures they had recently acquired, exchanging them. The marketplace here was incredibly huge. After all, right in front of this modest secret realm entrance, had gathered hundreds of legendary realms, representing hundreds of territories and great powers. The array of high-end goods in this marketplace far exceeded that of the official major cities. Of course, as explorers exited the world secret realm and gradually returned to the closest major city, Ziji City along with several main towns under its jurisdiction had rapidly booming markets. Several merchants smelling opportunities had long been waiting in these cities to buy these high-end treasures, which were extremely difficult to purchase with soul crystal coins on regular days. But the true top-tier Chamber of Commerce, powerful forces, naturally set up points directly at the secret realm entrance to purchase rare treasures from the source. What flowed into the Ziji City market was just some less sought-after high-level treasures. Yuan City had set up its point early and naturally had procured many much-needed items. Boss, we have already purchased over 260 main materials for legendary realm breakthroughs. Daisy approached him, rose on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear. Later, you could have communicated directly through the web of spirit. Not bad. Yuan thought for a moment, then placed his hand on Daisy's head, gently ruffling it. Yuan City had also recently signed a support agreement with Gemstone Country, which would soon bring a large quantity of legendary breakthrough materials into their inventory. It seemed a promising future was in store for Yuan City. Yuan revealed a smile. Almost all the explorers present wore smiles on their faces. Indeed, this exploration of the world secret realm was not without danger. Countless explorers had perished within, and many unforeseen events had happened even in the legendary realm. But when was wilderness exploration ever without danger? These explorers, these pioneers, were essentially dancing through a sea of knives and flames. Compared to the past, the gains from this journey to the world secret realm were far too great. As long as they were not unfortunate enough to die in the secret realm, almost everyone had seen significant improvements. The overall strength of the Taishan alliance had significantly increased. In the near future, ceremonies for breakthroughs to legendary status will be seen all over the Taishan regions, Yuan thought. Even Zhang Loxing, the young fellow, couldn't help but message him privately, confidently stating that he could break through to legendary within a month. So you're saying you're going to be the second strongest in our batch? Stepping into legendary in less than 2 years was something that could be considered prodigious even in the entire history of Taishan. He could almost match the record holder, the Lord of Hanyu City. Had Zhang already become that powerful? No, Zhang Loxing sighed, the perennial second place in our batch is still Wangba, that kid. I heard he's already legendary. Not just him, Lu Miamu is about to reach legendary too, and so are Shuangtian, Yushi, and Dari. I suppose they have also created their domains, and legendary isn't far off for them. Are they already that strong? Yuan sighed wistfully. He recalled the days when during the selection battle for representatives of Taishan, they only had a few elite-level generals. He remembered when Yuan City birthed its first legendary realm being, the peers were only at third order. And now, Yuan City was just within combat power at the low realm, and his contemporaries were already reaching legendary status. This competition is getting too intense. Even I, the first among my peers, am feeling the pressure. Yuan murmured. Zhang Loxing. Is that even human language? Did others not know? The primordial spirit had long nurtured world-class strongmen. No, he had already slain not just 1 or 2 world-class creatures. He was a huge fan of the primordial spirit. Perhaps, This is why Muju is so outstanding? I need to learn. No, I really can't learn this, I'd better focus on breaking through to legendary quickly. I'm already at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, and I've refined my bloodline to epic level, Ba Long, I'm about to be invincible. Inside the training grounds of a great city, Ba Long was getting used to his drastically increased power, thrilled beyond measure. To think that just a few months ago, he had stepped into the legendary realm. In just a few months, he went from a recent legendary to the peak of the legendary realm? It was like a dream. Wuji, that kid, is probably no match for me anymore. Tian Yuan, ugh, if only a few more of such great opportunities came along, maybe, just maybe, I could catch up to that freak Tian Yuan. Shen Yao Empire. One of the 7 young generation super lords, known as the Fire God, Hail, had brilliant golden flames burning in his eyes at that moment. Great Sun Golden Flame. This was not only an upper epic treasure, but it also suited him perfectly. With this great opportunity, he had completely integrated an entire cluster of Great Sun Golden Flames into his body, merging with his bloodline and his God Soul. My God Soul is growing, I can even manipulate strands of conceptual power with a body at the soul realm. Having experience using conceptual power will make my future breakthrough to the principal realm much easier. This way, I can truly live up to the name Fire God. Hale was well aware that his title of Fire God was purely a result of Shen Yao Empire's promotional efforts. He himself was certainly not bad, but to compare himself with the Lord Tianyuan of the Tai-Shen Alliance or the Lord of Hanyu City was still not enough. He knew his limits. However, the past was the past, and now was now. He now had confidence. He was already a world-class strongman, and he had a great chance to step into the principal realm before that extremely talented Lord of Tianyuan City. Southeast of the 10 Directions Island Domain, Tianyuan City. This city, built less than 2 years ago, was already quite magnificent. Towering city walls dozens of meters high stood erect on the land, fitted with a series of fierce city defense weapons. Many well-equipped city defense soldiers patrolled back and forth on the walls, showcasing the military strength of Tianyuan City. Although battles above the legendary realm ultimately decided the outcome of a war, the daily extermination of monsters and management of the city were still mainly handled by these ordinary soldiers. These soldiers, standing upright on the city walls, in front of the gates, and patrolling the streets, also more vividly demonstrated a city's defensive strength. Judging solely by the scale of the city, Tianyuan City is no less impressive than Shilling Town used to be. By such a comparison, it seemed a bit inferior. Mu Yuan still remembered his initial arrival at Shilling Town, deeply astonished and envious of its towering walls and the war cannons mounted on them. At that time, Shilling Town, having been established for 3 to 4 years and being only a level 4 territory, was named A Town. However, as an official frontline stronghold, second only to Panchi City, Shilling Town had received substantial funding from the Alliance. Shilling Town possessed permanent blueprints for superior walls and countless rare and superior level city defense weapons. The town also had elite soldiers drafted from the officials, stationed there. It also had hundreds of thousands of permanent residents, along with hundreds of thousands of transient explorers and adventurers. The scale of the entire Shilling Town, not to mention when compared with level 4 and 5 territories, even most cities built with great effort by great lords couldn't match these important official towns. The advantages of these official designated cities, being central hubs of their respective regions, were considerable. They were quite majestic. The human, material, and precious resources expended in their construction were innumerable. Tianyuan City could now also be considered majestic, covering an even larger area than Shilling City. After all, the latter's construction focused more on cost-effectiveness and defensive efficacy. Expanding the city wall by one circle greatly increased construction costs, as did the defensive pressure. The construction of Tianyuan City focused more on the future. However, the population of Tianyuan City is far less than that of Shilling City. Tianyuan City had a couple 100,000 territory citizens. And it also had over 100,000 various types of troops. However, the vast majority of these troops served only as production machines for miracle power, lacking intelligence and living day-to-day in places like the Skeleton Cemetery and Treeman Forests, which were semi-mystic realms. Compared to the highly valuable Shilling City and Panchi City, where housing prices were still soaring, Tianyuan City was quite sparsely populated. Newly planned clusters of buildings had already sprung up from the ground. The citizens were busy yet leading peaceful lives amidst them. The crowd bustled, and cooking smoke curled up. It was a scene full of the smoke and flames of human life. This is the result of our 2 years of hard work. In terms of surface scale, Tianyuan City was comparable to Shilling City, superior in land area but inferior in population. But the deep-seated essence of the city, unseen on the surface, made Tianyuan City much stronger than Shilling City. Even Panchi City, one of the 3 main cities of the Twilight Dominion, couldn't compare in essence. The Staff of Divine Right, the Radiant City Defense Barrier, the Epic Mage Tower, and many other epic structures were hidden within it, along with numerous legendary realm powerhouses that even major cities could scarcely muster, stationed throughout the city. Even though it was located deep in the wilderness, facing directly towards the Red Mist Land, Tianyuan City was still ranked as a safe place within the Taishan Alliance. At most, it occasionally faced a few thrilling yet ultimately harmless disasters. Lord Shepherd gazed down at the whole city, immensely proud. All this was the fruit of his diligence and efforts. However, now is not the time to completely relax. Disaster is nearing, and if the Sky Rift catastrophe overlies the present and the Red Moon disaster occurs, then inevitably, a wave of the Scarlet Mist Tide from the south will follow. When the time comes, Tianyuan City, bordering Dragon Sleep Valley, will face the brunt of the disaster. Dragon Sleep Valley. Mu Yuan pondered. Was there a way to cause severe losses in Dragon Sleep Valley, making it too preoccupied to respond? Though Tianyuan City had grown stronger, its scale was still tiny compared to Dragon Sleep Valley. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted his thoughts, pulling Mu Yuan back from his overlooking view of the entire city. "Come in," he said. His secretary, Emily, walked in. "Lord, here are the statistical details from the exploration department." She handed him a thick book, marked with hidden, sealed array patterns. It contained a record of all gains from this world's secret realm exploration, including subsequent trades and exchanges made outside the secret realm. Yisai and Daisy had also done a simple value assessment of some items. Mu Yuan flipped through. All kinds of superior weapons have now been listed on Tianyuan City's internal exchange platform, available for elite and captain level warriors to exchange. These weapons were also rare goods in Tianyuan City. Elites not only had to spend a batch of contribution points to purchase them, but many times they also had to compete in a rush. First come, first served. Should weapons be self-financed? Was that reasonable? Actually, it was quite reasonable. The benefits Mu Yuan provided for his legion soldiers included food and lodging, cultivation resources, a full set of Master Li's enhanced version standard equipment, various exploration tools, and many breakthrough opportunities. Due to their rarity and high value, superior weapons were not included in the equipment provided for free. Elite members purchased items out of their own pockets, but it was not a loss for them. With more advanced weapons in hand, they could hunt more monsters and earn more contribution points. Moreover, contribution points were essentially distributed by the territory, which, rounded up, was equal to being free. Such were the extensive benefits for a Tianyuan City soldier. Epic items. The exploratory team has acquired 13 pieces of materials and equipment. Materials needed to be paired with other items and through specific processes and rituals in order to realize their value. Items like Droplet of Life had powerful effects but were ultimately one-time consumables. Naturally, their overall value was significantly less than that of epic treasures, which could continuously manifest their effects. Epic treasures. The exploratory team also obtained more than 10 pieces, including Heavenly Illusion Treasure Pearl, an illusion technique amplifying item suitable for Hong Yi and Sophia, of moderate value. Evil Slayer Sword, a treasure with significant special attack effects against evil spirits, suited for Rakshasa. This item was indeed exchanged by Rakshasa. However, swords weren't his weapon of choice. Rakshasa planned to find Master Li to integrate the Evil Slayer Sword into his Phenai Evil Spear. Great Angel's Staff, which possessed broadly comprehensive amplifications as well as powerful energy regeneration capabilities. This treasure was highly versatile, significantly enhancing the combat power of almost any legendary realm warrior. Currently, this epic treasure is stored in Tianyuan City's treasury, and legends of the territory can apply to use it. Arrow of Polar Star Shattering Bow, undoubtedly suitable for an archer. However, 17 did not exchange it for personal use but prepared it as a shared weapon for the archers of Polar Star. Vampire Sword, which had a powerful blood infliction effect. Any living being with blood that had its defenses breached by the vampire sword would bleed ceaselessly until death. This sword was almost the top-tier weapon just below upper epic. Its drawback was that it only affected living beings that possessed blood. If the vampire sword were an upper epic weapon with a bleeding effect capable of conceptual lethality, it would be different. Stone people, gargoyles, and spring spirits once cut would also bleed profusely vibrant red blood. This epic treasure was exchanged by the vampire Marquis Jabai, who spent his entire fortune on it. Jabai himself possessed powerful blood manipulation abilities and was skilled with a long sword. By wielding this epic treasure, he could achieve results where the sum was far greater than the parts. He stated that once he mastered the use of this treasure, he was confident in challenging the top 2 ranks of Tianyuan City, or top 10. Upper epic treasures, 4 have been acquired in recent days. Eternal Golden Spear, Infinite Sky Shield, both currently stored in Tianyuan City's treasury and available for leaders to apply for use. The latter was more popular. For the former, while the Eternal Golden Spear indeed possessed strong lethality, the strong men of Tianyuan City also did not lack conceptual killing power. The concept of gold transformation was also somewhat niche, which none had yet mastered. Perhaps, this upper epic item was relatively more suited for Lu. From Fire Wing Duke, the upper epic Chaotic Constant Sun was planned to be transformed for use in an epic miracle building. The last upper epic treasure was Madman Armor. This piece of epic treasure, which Yuda used during exploration, recently obtained an upgrade in a previous opportune moment and now possessed a conceptual effect. Madman Armor, regardless of how robust the wearer's vitality, it can recover life proportionately. Recovery rate out of combat is 20%/s, in combat is 2%/s. That is to say, as long as not affected by conceptual damage, the wearer only needs rest for 5 seconds to completely heal their injuries. Even with conceptual injuries, the Madman Armor still provided astounding recovery effects. Most importantly, it also possesses recovery capabilities during battle. The previous Madman Armor greatly enhanced Yuda's endurance, allowing him to enter an uninhibited burst mode freely, and now, the Madman Armor has elevated Yuda's combat power limit. These were the 9 epic treasures. Besides these, there were also principal tablets of earth, light, thunder, wind. Yuan arrived at an important cultivation site within the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land Secret Realm. Here, at the center of a broad area paved with smooth stone slabs, stood a small stele quietly. On the stele, there were red mysterious patterns engraved. To ordinary people, it seemed as if their minds could be captured by it, and if not careful, they could die of exertion. Only those in the legendary realm could cautiously behold it directly. They observed the stele, which might reveal leaping flames or seemed to have a core explosion of the radiant sun bursting before their eyes. Tens of thousands saw it, and tens of thousands of visions emerged. This was the principal tablet fire. Yuan placed the thunder, earth, wind, and light steles one by one onto the ground. He noticed the surrounding heaven and earth principal patterns faintly distorting, following some sort of theorem. Wait! Yuan, touching his chin and standing still, observed the principles around him without blinking as the carvings on the steles flowed. After a while, he took action again, changing the placement of the small steles he had just settled. The previously faintly distorted heaven and earth principal patterns began to flow, surrounding the mysterious steles. Ding! Notice, you have merged the law tablet fire, thunder, earth, wind, light. The 5 epic treasures, advancing into the special epic building Principal Land. Principal Land. Grade, Epic. Category, Cultivation Treasure Land, incomplete. Description, can obtain heavenly revelation, allowing cultivators to govern the power of concept, enhancing the supreme treasure land of conceptual power. For those at the Divine Soul Realm peak, this is undoubtedly the most coveted place of cultivation, bar none. Even if they enter Principal Land to cultivate, transitioning from nothing to mastering a thread of conceptual power, hopes are still slim, but there ultimately lies a hope. For most in the Divine Soul Realm aspiring to reach the Lower Realm, the chances are 0. Not only that, but the principal patterns engraved on each of the large steles have also become more mysterious and clearer. Even if a Lower Realm powerhouse whose main focus is not fire, thunder, wind, light, or earth practices here, they could also benefit. Such is the marvel of Principal Land. An absolutely high-end cultivation treasure land. This is the effect brought about by the 5 principal tablets. What if he integrated more principal tablets and completed the entire Principal Land? Then it would probably be a legendary building. Observatory Hall, the legendary power of Ancient Mage Tower are mainly exemplified in combat power, principal land will not be so. However, the great force of a complete principal land remains unknown until it is truly completed. That is still a long way off. Any single principal tablet is an epic treasure, assembling a full set is anything but simple. Not far from principal land lies a treasure obtained during this exploration, second only in value to the ancient Mage Tower. 4 Extremes Ascension Altar. As Mu Yuan had seen other altars, it now lay quietly displayed here. Currently no Tianyuan powerhouse is using it. During the exploration of the world's secret realm, they had no choice but to hastily use the opportunity of the 4 Extremes Ascension Altar. Although the powerhouses achieved tremendous enhancement, often swelling their domains by tens of thousands of meters, to Mu Yuan, it still seemed like a waste. For beings of legend like Sophia and Lu Lu, it is they who truly utilize every bit of the opportunity offered by the Heaven Ascending Altar, maximizing its value. The Heaven Ascending Altar has limited uses, and now that this opportunity lies within his own home, Mu Yuan is not in a rush to use it. Want to take advantage of this opportunity? First, strive to secure a spot for legendary baptism evolution. With ample evolution points now, the once seemingly unattainable legends, now, he can also arrange them one by one for his powerhouses. And there's the epic miracle building Heaven and Earth Vine. At the back of Tianyuan City's City Lord's mansion, there is a vine that doesn't look very remarkable, breaking through the soil from the ground, growing straight up and then entering the void. This is the Heaven and Earth Vine. It is currently creating a secret realm, drawing power from the secret realm and the void, to strengthen itself. The Heaven and Earth Vine is still very young and doesn't seem to serve any apparent purpose. Mu Yuan, touching his chin, I still have a lot of miracle power left, it's just sitting there, why not evolve the Heaven and Earth Vine? Evolving the Heaven and Earth Vine required the same amount of miracle power as evolving the Guardian Angel, a fixed 500W. This amount of miracle power was immense, but the enhancements brought about by evolving life class buildings in a short period of time were similarly more significant. No sooner had the observatory hall materialized than the Guardian Angel Lapis rocketed to the peak of the principal realm as if seated on a rocket. Under normal circumstances, for a legendary life that hadn't chanced upon an opportunity, to cultivate from the Heaven and Earth realm to the peak of the principal realm would take at least several decades. But the current Heaven and Earth Vine was somewhat lacking. The secret realm it opened up was merely the size of a bean, similar to the early Black Wilderness LV1. Compared with the vast Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm, it was as tiny as a speck of dust. Absolutely useless. The combat power of the Heaven and Earth Vine itself was also lacking, capable only of exerting the combat power standard of an ordinary legendary realm, with its attack range limited to the surroundings of Tianyuan City. This was far inferior to the initial Guardian Angel Lapis. According to the panel description, the Heaven and Earth Vine can continuously draw on the power of Heaven and Earth, enabling the tiny secret realm it has opened up to grow quickly until it's small, medium, large. In the future, the Heaven and Earth Vine could even establish and enlarge not just one large secret realm. Moreover, the secret realms opened up by the Heaven and Earth Vine were constantly bathed in the nourishment of nature, with fertile soil and rich elements within them. Perfect for constructing miracle buildings, opening up high-order farmlands, or forging residential treasures. Under the action of the Heaven and Earth rules, the secret realms might naturally give rise to some special products. With ample time, that meant the Heaven and Earth Vine could produce not just one Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm. This was the true capability of the Heaven and Earth Vine, and by that time, it would also possess a considerable combat power. It was unfair to compare its combat power to the purely defensive class building Guardian Angel. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. In fact, Tianyuan City's current need for large secret realms isn't that high. The area of the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm was already massive, even larger than Feet Herman Valley, and on par with the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge. Tianyuan City also had 4 semi-mystic realms, the Skeleton Cemetery, Treeman Forest, Ice Spirit Cold Pool, and Royal Gunners Association. These secret and semi-mystic realms could significantly expand alongside territorial level upgrades. His land was vast, there was no way to use it all. If evolving the Heaven and Earth Vine could only rapidly yield 1 or 2 vast secret realms, it might not seem so worthwhile. After all, it's a full 500W of miracle power. But secret realms rooted in the territory, fully belonging to oneself, are also part of the territorial land. The vaster the territory, the more formidable the Lord's power he could wield, with a higher upper limit. The extent of the lands owned by Yuan territory was mostly from the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land Secret Realm and the 4 other vast semi-mystic realms, with the outer native lands occupying only a small part. His use of Lord's power was already more skilled and effortless than other powerful lords, not to mention he had the Lord True Body, a mode of great power. Just from this perspective, expending a large amount of miracle power for significant territorial expansion didn't seem like a loss. What's more, does a legendary level miracle building only differ so much from an epic level? I suspect there's more to it. The great power of legend is unpredictable, it far transcends that of the epic. A significant increase in territorial land was the guaranteed change. More changes remained unknown. It was worth a gamble. Once the decision to evolve was made, all of Tianyuan City sprang into action swiftly. The Radiant City defense barrier silently shifted into full power mode, with each energy well constantly drawing energy from both the heavens and the earth's veins. Ilo had prepared tens of thousands of soul crystals, stored next to each energy wells. If the energy proved insufficient to sustain these methods, she would only need to kick violently with her foot, thrusting an entire box of soul crystals into an energy well, ensuring the energy would not run out for a while. She was well practiced. Tianyuan City now had a separate department outside the municipal hall, directly governed by the Lord and concurrently led by her. The Evolution Secret Department. Responsible for handling and concealing various heaven and earth phenomena that leaked during the evolutionary process. Epic phenomenon, legendary phenomena. This department's elites, numbering in the dozens, came from various direct lineage troops. They were military by origin, having awakened their self-consciousness for only a year and a half. Not exceedingly clever but experienced through repetition. They had carried out similar tasks dozens, even hundreds of times, and could not possibly get any more proficient. Behind the city lord's mansion, the construction site for the Heaven and Earth Vine. An area already marked with no trespassing signs, and the division generals did not come to watch. For the evolution of a miracle building, its changes were quicker, more contained, with no domain, no momentum, no mysterious power emanating, nothing worth learning. Only about a dozen differently dressed Iloas occupied various observation points around the area, setting up equipment, ready to conduct precise recording. Yuan glanced at her, she gestured an OK sign. He then looked toward the Heaven and Earth Vine. This life building had only a vague spiritual wisdom and did not yet possess self-awareness, there was naturally no need for any state adjustment. With a thought, the colorful radiance visible only to him cascaded down like a waterfall. Miracle power, 500W. In the next moment, a brilliant evolutionary radiance burst forth. Enveloped in light, the tiny Heaven and Earth Vine began to grow and swell at a rate visible to the naked eye. Boom! Suddenly, a clap of thunder erupted from the ground. In a place not visible to ordinary people, but seen by lords or heroes using special vision, a not-so-large secret realm was rapidly expanding. The grey fog at the boundary of the secret realm retreated inch by inch, revealing land that looked barren but was actually rich in nutrients. A few new greens were growing on this yet-to-be cultivated land, as if life here was thriving. Soon, lakes shimmering with the light of the sun, an endless mountainous and hilly terrain, were also born one by one. It was as if a small world was being gradually unveiled. In fact, it was almost the same. There were many types of secret realms, but most of them could not sustain themselves and relied on continuous external supply. Only great secret realms like Dragon Mound, Fertile Land and Natural Garden could form a world of their own, producing their own resources. Even if the secret realm were entirely sealed off, the inhabitants inside could survive for a long time. At least, meeting basic living needs was not a problem. Such secret realms are referred to as small worlds, and it was not much different in reality. The secret realm created by the Heaven and Earth Vine was set to the standard of a small world, and moreover, it was still evolving. Yuan discovered in a corner of the secret realm, a soul sand vein was slowly taking shape. Judging by the scale, it looks like it's a medium-sized soul sand mine. Normal small world secret realms would be lucky to have a micro-sized soul sand mine. Therefore, forces like Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge have to keep exploring outside to obtain enough resources for cultivation. Secluded cultivation? That bit of soul sand won't be enough for many people. Besides, a small world couldn't possibly produce all kinds of resources, most of them still had to be obtained from the outside world. Yuan's family owned mines, they weren't short of 1 or 2 soul sand veins, but who would complain about having more mineral resources? Time ticked away. Bright white light blossomed, and the sky was filled with golden haze. At last, after the intense white light of evolution gradually subsided, a massive and majestic building appeared before Mu Yuan. 100-meter-tall ancient stone pillar, engraved with mysterious runes, stood on a spacious sacrificial platform, built up from several levels of steps. At first glance, it looked like a giant totem pole. On this ancient stone pillar, there was a grayish-brown vine. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a decorative item on the totem pole, and it was as lifeless as death-like, was winding around this massive column body, spiraling upwards. This was the main body of the miracle building. The grayish-brown vine meandered all the way to the top of the column, then disappeared into the boundless void. Ding! Alert! The epic building Heaven and Earth Vine bathed in miraculous might has been upgraded to a legendary rank building World Vine. World Vine, Legendary. Category, Special and Life-Based Building. Ability 1 Small World Creation. Description: the World Vine has the ability to create small worlds, and the small worlds created by the World Vine have a high probability of giving birth to places of treasures, precious materials, and even epic-level crops/minerals. Ability 2 Power of a Small World. Description: as the small world expands and grows, the World Vine's own combat power will gradually increase. The World Vine as a special life form does not possess a domain, god soul, or specific realm rank, but the World Vine can wield the power of the small world for combat. Note 1. The power of a small world ranks higher than territorial power, sharing the same origin. Besides the World Vine, lords also have the potential to master this power. Note 2. The power of a small world can be used not only for offensive and subjugation but also for transforming environments and altering the heavens and earth. Ability 3 Connecting worlds with long vines. Description: the World Vine can freely traverse the boundless void, draw upon void power, and open up a passage that connects two places. Boom! Once again, thunder roared from the ground. Mu Yuan glimpsed the World Vine traversing the void, a silvery grey light flitting along both sides of the greyish-brown vine. There were space-time disturbances and annihilation wind howling amongst them. The World Vine seemed unaffected, just as fish swim smoothly through streams, no matter how turbulent the waters. The greyish-brown vine continued to shuttle through the void, weaving its way. Suddenly, the space at the end was pierced through, and the bright light within the field of vision kept expanding, much like when a vehicle emerges from a tunnel. The World Vine pierced through the space between two lands. Across it, was the southernmost end of the 10 Directions Island domain, bordering the Twilight Dominion. And within this boundless void, there lay a pathway winding forward akin to a serpentine trail, wide enough to accommodate several people walking abreast, steadily established here. The spatial turbulence all around had calmed, while farther down the vine path, one could still glimpse the terrifying winds of disaster blowing. This is a pure spatial pathway. And it's one that doesn't use up daily resources and can permanently connect two places. Just this single pathway could greatly shorten the travel time from Tianyuan City to the Twilight Dominion, the safety factor increasing many-fold. On the ancient totem pole, the World Vine swayed slightly, conveying a sense of closeness. It had already developed self-awareness but was limited by the particularities of its species and thus couldn't speak or express itself precisely. Mu Yuan, as a lord, was the person most closely connected to the World Vine and was able to understand its intentions. During its juvenile phase, the World Vine can open spatial pathways within the island domain, connecting where it resides with any chosen location. Of course, maintaining a spatial pathway actually involves consumption, but the World Vine can absorb the power of the void to be self-sufficient. However, if too many pathways were opened, and the expenditures surpassed the gains, the World Vine wouldn't be able to sustain itself. During its growth phase, the World Vine can open spatial pathways within a medium-sized domain. When fully mature, the World Vine can open spatial pathways within a large domain. The value of a teleportation array goes without saying. However, the current World Vine was only in its juvenile phase, and the range it could open was admittedly limited. Ying ying. The World Vine conveyed a strand of thought, indicating it wasn't so incompetent. It, being the World Vine, possessed the magnificent power to connect worlds, and establishing inter-domain pathways wasn't impossible. It just needed to satisfy a small prerequisite condition. Does it require a concentrated seedling, planted in a space with anomalies, and both ends exerting force to construct a pathway that connects two domains? Mu Yuan understood the principle, but the spatial anomalies required by the World Vine were indeed precious. They were either top-grade spatial treasures or specific types of high-level secret realms. For example, public secret realms. Public secret realms inherently had the capability to connect different territories for lords to trade and transfer resources. As a rooting ground for the world vine, it couldn't be more suitable. But where could he find such soil? These public secret realms were no more common than top-grade treasures. Moreover, these public secret realms were high-end trade markets crafted by top-level lords, very prosperous. Allowing the world vine to root there and draw nutrients would almost ruin them, so this option had to be passed. Take your time thinking about it. For now, the abilities of the world vine are quite impressive. Yuan had already learned from the description of the world vine's small realm that a variety of high-level specialties were born within the small world. Among them, there was one that only the world vine's secret realm could potentially produce. A top-grade treasure. At the center of the small world, a strange vine hung high between two steep peaks. The vine stretched for thousands of meters from one end to the other and bore several green fruits. There was divine light flickering continuously, extraordinary at first glance. Heaven and earth fruit. Rank, epic. Description, can be consumed directly, significantly increasing the user's affinity to the elements of heaven and earth, and expanding their control over the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, it can stimulate the user's domain breakthrough, resulting in significant growth. Only for the use in the heaven and earth realm. According to the small world, a heaven and earth fruit could condense 3-7 fruits per cycle. As for the length of this cycle? Currently, one cycle would last several years, but the growth of the heaven and earth fruit could be accelerated by consuming the power of the small world. The power of the small world has many wondrous uses. This was the same type of power as territorial power but of a higher order and more mysterious. Yuan closed his eyes and experienced this power. After a moment, his eyes snapped open. Boom! The ground of Tianyuan city trembled gently, and loose stones shook. The next moment, the steep mountain peaks rose abruptly from the ground. Yuan had long wanted to undertake sweeping reforms in the construction of Tianyuan city. The construction of Tianyuan city had progressed too quickly, due to various reasons. The planning had fallen behind in the early phase, resulting in some areas of Tianyuan city, especially the core district, being overcrowded with buildings. In the core district stood towering buildings of significance. The core of the Radiant City Defense Barrier, Domain Interferer, World Vine, and so on. Some miracle buildings couldn't be constructed within the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land Secret Realm, and the most crucial Lord's Altar for the entire territory was also located here. However, the security of the core district of the territory was far inferior compared to that of the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land Secret Realm and a few semi-mystic realms. This area, after all, was unshielded and situated in the center of the city, with access in all directions. Despite the signs prohibiting passage and the presence of many soldiers on guard in the core urban area, Yuan still found it insufficient. This was also why there were very few outsiders in Tianyuan city, otherwise, minor issues would occur from time to time. Now, with the world vine having emerged, Yuan had some ideas about its ability to traverse worlds. Before experimenting with this idea, first, he needed to undergo some transformations in the entire Tianyuan city. Yuan entered Lord True Body mode. In an instant, he seemed to become the entire territory. Every inch of this vast land contained his power. The wind blew with a thought. The clouds dispersed with a thought. The elemental particles of the entire world, like obedient soldiers, lined up in his field of vision. With a single thought, he could make the power of heaven and earth surge and leap. He was like a god, omnipotent. When he was in Lord True Body mode, and wielded the power of the world, this sensation of controlling everything reached its peak. Before him, everything within the territory seemed like a lump of dough that could change continuously according to his will. Not seemed. He could easily change everything here. This is indeed like an omnipotent deity. In the history of eternal world, the vast majority of divine spirits do not possess such power. Steady, steady, this power does not belong to me. Besides, he could only affect the surroundings of the territory. And it wasn't sustainable. There was no time to waste. Arise. He lifted his hand upward. In an instant, the ground of Tianyuan city's core district rose up. It was as if a mountain had erupted from the earth. Despite the turmoil, the buildings within the area were barely affected, with only a bit of dust falling and a few chandeliers swaying slightly, producing tinkling noises. This tremor wasn't even as disruptive as the time when he lived in a commercial flat and the upstairs neighbors were renovating. The mountain curved upwards, gently narrowing from bottom to top. The core district of Tianyuan City wasn't large to begin with, it was the inner city within the inner city. In fact, as the mountain rose and gradually narrowed, the mountaintop platform couldn't accommodate so many buildings. Yet at this moment, the space of this area started to twist and cave inward. A few breaths later, a mountain hundreds of meters high already stood within Tianyuan City. On a broad platform halfway up the mountain, one could see important buildings like the City Lord's Mansion, Domain Interferer, Warrior Arena, Ice Heart Lotus Platform. Rare and superior defense buildings were also erected here and there along the mountain. A Z-shaped earthen path meandered down from halfway up the mountain, joining the main road below, just waiting to be paved with asphalt. Above halfway up the mountain stood two steep, perilous peaks, like two giant antennae erect in this place. They also resembled two massive columns guarding a gate. Inside the gate, one could vaguely make out the silhouettes of buildings. This was a semi-mystic realm that he had forcibly fashioned, with the entrance located behind the City Lord's Mansion. Important buildings like the Lord's Altar and the World Vine Totem Pole were all placed within. Seeing this, Yuan was very pleased with his own masterwork. But glancing at the bare mountain, Yuan was not quite satisfied. Since the power of the world was consumed anyway, why not do it all in one go, he thought. He immediately used the powers of Tree Demon Granny and Wood Spirit. Using these wood-based abilities as the foundation, with the power of the small world as the core, seedlings broke through the soil and in the blink of an eye, grew into lush, tall trees. Tianyuan City's greenery coverage +1+1+1. After all, the city needed green water and green mountains, and in the South City district inside Tianyuan City, green plants and clear waters were scarce. Yuan continued the transformation. He also took advantage of entering the Lord True Body mode and wielding the power of the small world, to slightly adjust some areas with poor early construction planning outside the core district. Rivers were widened. Trees flourished. At the east side of the city, an energy well burst into brilliance. The surging energy within it defied gravity, soaring into the sky to connect with the epic building's Staff of Divine Right high above. Not bad. The Staff of Divine Right has limited slots for spells, and accumulating a super spell again takes an exceptional amount of time. Last time, in their battle against Fire Wing Duke, they had exhausted the 9 Thunder Dragon super spell stored inside the Staff of Divine Right. The Staff of Divine Right, once the most important building of Tianyuan territory, was gradually falling behind the times. Therefore, Yuan transformed it. Let the energy well connect with the Staff of Divine Right, continuously transferring energy into it. Then utilize the 9-turn furnace within the Staff of Divine Right to instantaneously refine this batch of vast energy. In this way, the Staff of Divine Right will be able to convert all this magnificent energy into one after another super spell missile. The destructive power of these super missiles naturally couldn't match the 9 Thunder Dragon, but they had the advantage of minimal consumption, quick conversion, and an endless supply. In the future, the Staff of Divine Right would have 2 sets of killing skills. One set was small and powerful. The other could be sustained continuously. The destructive power of these super magic missiles was enough to severely injure and blast away ordinary legends. At what cost? The cost was merely 1 less energy while powering Tianyuan City. Yet it was equivalent to gaining an almost epic level defensive battery. I'm really something, aren't I? Even though the idea was initially proposed by Ilo. Deadbone also contributed many suggestions. It had been continuously building the Wraith Sacred Mountain and had become somewhat of an expert in the tower defense strategy. Despite the numerous defensive measures Deadbone had been accumulating, it hadn't used any yet. There wasn't an opportunity. This was what Deadbone hoped to see. Once the defenses atop the Holy Mountain were activated, wouldn't it mean that the enemy had reached its lair and it was no longer stable? But regardless of how many suggestions either Master Yi or Bone Marshal offered, ultimately, it was Lord Shepherd who turned the idea into reality. This upstream surge of energy connected to the majestic structure hanging in the azure sky, resembling a silver waterfall cascading from the heavens, stunningly beautiful. If Tianyuan City started a tourism industry, this would undoubtedly be a famous spot to check in. No matter what, having an extra scenic attraction in Tianyuan City also helps lift everyone's spirits. 2 birds with 1 stone. Rumble, rumble. When an earthquake trembled within Tianyuan City, the citizens were at first startled and then quickly calmed down. Another monster tide attacking. No big deal, no big deal. Yet, we're deep in the wilderness in Tianyuan City, right where those monsters have their eyes set. Being attacked is only natural. Even so, we've never truly faced danger. Compared to many cities in the inland, our Tianyuan city is actually much safer. The citizens of Tianyuan city were already accustomed to monster attacks. They had gone from initial horror to present calm in no time at all. But soon, these calmed citizens all widened their eyes in disbelief. Quick, look over there! The mountain is rising. Not only that, but the river running through the city was visibly widening, and the water was becoming much more turbulent. The saplings just planted on both sides of the streets grew in an instant, turning into trees with the appearance of being tens of years old. Outside the city, mountains transformed abruptly, and rivers changed course in the blink of an eye. The transformations of the world were captured in a moment. As if a pair of divine hands were manipulating this land. Divine miracle power is gathering again? This is an unexpected boon. Just a pity that the Fire-Winged Duke drained the citizens' stored miracle orbs not long ago, and the miracle power gathered this time is only a few 100,000. Lord Shepherd had already exited his Lord True Body state. He glanced at the territorial power, which was more than half depleted, and the little remaining power of his small world, unbothered. He then proceeded to plan the next phase of projects. At this moment, his legs were a bit weak, his body a bit tired, as if he'd been completely drained. Ilo supported him, despite feeling tired and sighing. It was clear her workload had been greater, so why was it that her own lord was the first to collapse from exhaustion? Well, it didn't matter. She was capable, after all. To the strong go the spoils, humph. Hanyu City, situated in the Agedness Great Domain, was a mighty fortress in this land. But only in terms of combat power. Looking down from the sky, Hanyu City's occupied area is not small. Its outer walls are dozens of meters high and made of superior level city walls, majestic and towering, with many buildings standing inside, some of which are quite luxurious. These are often built by the big commerce associations investing in the city. In the north of Hanyu City, there stands an imposing ice mountain, upon which looms a palace brimming with coldness. Cold, noble, magnificent. This is the most important military building in Hanyu City, and also the most eye-catching and spectacular place in the entire city. Even so, the scale of Hanyu City is just on par with many of the officials' key strongholds. The transient and incoming population of Hanyu City is far less than that of the officials' strongholds. For a great lord, such a territorial scale is not too shabby, but for an exploration general, it is meager, extremely meager. In fact, the lord of Hanyu City is indeed the poorest among the exploration generals. It has to do with her being the least experienced and having the shortest time of struggle, but that's not the whole story. Already an exploration general, with a high position and heavy responsibilities, the money she earns in a year could possibly be less than a tenth of what other generals make. Arg! Why can't we find a few capable talents in such a large Hanyu City? Inside the city lord's mansion, the lord of Hanyu City, her god soul incarnate, was glaring at a tall stack of paperwork, roaring in the solitude of the office. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked. Hanyu straightened her disheveled hair and with a thought, the door creaked open from a distance. A woman dressed as a secretary walked in. Lord, here is our expenditure and income for this month. This month, 3 new legends emerged in Hanyu City, so the expenditure has risen quite a bit. As for income, aside from extra gains in the world secret realm, regular income has actually dropped. The territorial income is so measly, it can barely support the daily practice needs of the strong men and the core. What are our main sources of income at the moment? There are 3 minor veins and 1 small vein. Mining income, cold city commerce and moonlight commerce have also brought in some income, though not much. Moonlight commerce even suffered losses the month before last, hence, the main sources of our territorial income are actually the rent from shops within the city and trade taxes from the public secret realm Elf's Courtyard. In short, it's not much. Hanyu's legendary life has always been accompanied by poverty. She once discovered a large vein but had to extract the power of the vein using a mystery skill to defeat a powerful enemy during a battle. She killed the strong enemy, but the large vein was also depleted. The cold city commerce she initially established once reached a quite considerable scale. Alas, due to the oversight in judging people by the commerce leader and the espionage of enemy spies stealing commerce secrets, it never recovered from the setback. She ventured deep into the wilderness and discovered an epic-level treasured plant. She had intended to transplant it back to her territory to carefully cultivate, but was ambushed by a powerful monster along the way. After a great battle, she vanquished the strong enemy and added one to her battle achievements, but at the cost of one less epic level specialty. Without specialties, without veins, without capable employees, the main income of the whole territory truly stems from herself. She earned magnificent battle achievements through fighting in battle zones. However, for one person to support a city is no easy feat. You, think quickly, is there any good way to make money? Han Yu looked towards her secretary. The secretary was one of the few high-level talents she had unearthed from the territory's citizens. Capable, but could not possibly shoulder the entire territory's affairs. Who can manage the entire territorial affairs in an orderly manner and continuously generate income by themselves? Internal territory management, commerce, diplomacy, research, agriculture. Hanyu City is a big city with a large population. To perfectly operate every department, wouldn't it need at least 100 high-level talents? She estimated she couldn't even muster 10 in Hanyu City. The secretary was very innocent. She was just a secretary, not some kind of business prodigy. After thinking for a bit, she said, the public secret realm has great potential. If we could attract more major commerce associations to join, trade volume could greatly increase. However, unfortunately, this public secret realm, it's a winner-takes-all affair. The powerful commerce associations have already joined. The public secret realms, trade routes, and orders established in the early years have matured. They wouldn't abandon their well-developed base to switch to the secret realm of the Lord of Hanyu City. Her elf courtyard mystery territory, although it had pulled in quite a few newcomers, also hosted Tian Yuan, the new generation leader. Tian Yuan indeed brought in quite a bit of revenue, but in the end, he is just one person, one lord. And Tian Yuan is still very young, probably just as impoverished as she was in her early days, even though he already has more than one world-level strongman. Lord, there is a message from Tian Yuan City that I think you need to see. South of the city walls of Tian Yuan City, about 20 kilometers away from the South City Gate, an important new facility was in the midst of bustling construction. This would be the future Tian Yuan Station. Or rather, Space Shuttle Station. To the west of the construction site, adjacent to the rails, a new platform for steel trains was being built, facilitating the movement of people and material. Tian Yuan City was already equipped with steel train lines, extending north to Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, bordering the elf towns to the east, and stretching 200 to 300 li, a traditional Chinese unit of distance, to the south, with tracks branching out like tree limbs, reaching important mines. In the past, Mu Yuan had planned to extend the rail tracks all the way to the southern tip of the island domains, but the plan was scuppered by the catastrophic Sky Rift disaster, nipped in the bud. Now, the times had changed. Who needed rail tracks anymore? Why not build a space shuttle passage directly, Riebnvilcom? Mu Yuan planned to build a small town here, and at the current center of this massive construction site stood the space shuttle station's main body, an extension of the World Vine Great Force. An archway constructed from grey-brown vines stood there quietly. The arch was only a little over 10 meters wide and a bit more than 20 meters tall, but visible spatial ripples surrounded the door frame, and the thick, broad vines were carved with one mysterious symbol after another. At a glance, the entire spatial archway was quite magnificent and extraordinary. Ah, those mysterious symbols had been commanded to be inscribed by Mu Yuan. Inside the arch, a long, snake-like passage writhed into the depths of the void, leading directly to the other end that opened up at the southern tip of 10 Directions Island domain. As it stood, in the middle of the construction site, there was only one space gate. Daisy was leading one of the Tian Yuan Chamber of Commerce's caravans, emerging from inside the arch-shaped space gate. She tiptoed, surveyed the bustling construction site around her, and glimpses of distant building silhouettes, unable to help but exclaim, that was incredibly fast. How was the experience? Mu Yuan asked. Although he had already traveled back and forth through this spatial tunnel, his experience as a Soul Realm powerhouse could not serve as a benchmark. How many in the Taishan were at the level of the Soul Realm? The vast majority of professionals were in the mortal realm, and some might only be second order, or even first order. The experience was fantastic. Daisy swayed her fluffy foxtail. In the past, it took us at least a day and a half to return to the city from the entrance of the island domain. After the Sky Rift disaster, the roads became difficult to travel, and sometimes the journey would take 2 or even 2.5 days. But now, from entering the tunnel to driving out, it only takes a short. She held up 2 fingers, just 2 minutes. If we can build spatial tunnels to Panchi City, to the Taixuan realm, it would be so exhilarating to flip trade goods. Of course, by then, what we'll be earning won't just be the money from buying and selling goods. Oh yes, about the experience, aside from the spatial tunnel looking a bit scary, the overall feeling was very comfortable. Several of our caravan employees who are at the second-order elite level reported no discomfort, moving through the space gate as if they were just passing through a normal tunnel. This was one of the advantages of the spatial tunnel. Normal spatial teleportation could result in dizziness and spatial disorientation. The further the distance, the more severe the impact on the body. Warriors below the legendary realm undertaking long-distance teleportation may suffer from instability, nausea, and so on. These were minor advantages. The greatest advantage of the spatial tunnel was its affordability. The tunnel had a constant existence, with only construction costs and almost no operational costs. Not like teleportation arrays that required a huge amount of resources to activate each time. Energy wells and similar power structures were insufficient to sustain the activation of teleportation arrays, which often required the use of precious high-purity condensed energy sources. That's why major teleportation arrays were only activated on critical occasions. The starry sky gate of Ilo also had the downside of energy consumption. She could open it effortlessly, but the more people or goods she transported, the greater the load. The spatial tunnel, however, could be opened permanently and transport large quantities of goods, directly connecting two distant regions. This was a great force that could impact countless cities and domains. And so constructing across domains was difficult, too. Lord, you have an important new contact. Rang out the voice of his assistant Mo Li in his mind. Mu Yuan immediately soared up, flying to the city lord's mansion atop the main peak of Tianyuan City like a rock, taking only a few seconds. He went straight to the liaison office under the city lord's mansion and quickly. Beep, projection card. In the sealed liaison room, light and shadow shifted. A woman in a magnificent azure gown with long hair cascading down either side of a swan-like neck appeared within the light and shadow. Even though she was merely a luminescent projection, even though her demeanor was both elegant and tranquil, an out-of-place sharpness still emanated from her. Put bluntly, it just wasn't right for her to wear that kind of dress. However, the Lord of Hanyu City has become stronger again. Mu Yuan mused to himself. This was what one might call the intuition of the powerful. He had his suspicions about Hanyu's intentions. After all, the information had been released on his orders to gauge interest. However, if we truly can construct a permanent spatial tunnel, then, I wouldn't mind offering the elf's courtyard as a price. Declared the Lord of Hanyu City. Mu Yuan. He hesitated before speaking. I need to emphasize that once the elf's courtyard is used as a spatial mind source to open the tunnel, this public secret realm might become invalid immediately. He had never tried it, so he couldn't be sure. It might have just needed the secret realm as a carrier, or it was possible that the world vine would directly drain the secret realm dry. The latter possibility was not small. After all, what they were going to create was an eternal space tunnel that crossed over great domains and countless spatial distances. As for a public secret realm that combined intelligence exchange, treasure transactions, auctions, and a supermarket all in one, it was indeed a money tree with immense potential for upward development. Despite purifying many lands of filth in Tianyuan City, he had never obtained a main key to the public secret realm, which demonstrated its rarity. Of course. The Lord of Hanyu City affirmed confidently, but I have a condition. I need to personally visit your Tianyuan City to conduct an on-site inspection. Additionally, I need you to ensure that the spatial passage established with our Hanyu City is the first cross-domain channel. She really wasn't good at doing business. First, she didn't like turning and twisting, and second, she needed to concentrate mainly on her cultivation, but that didn't mean she lacked vision. On the contrary, having been to the vast majority of the Tai-Shen Alliance and having traveled across domains dozens, if not 100 times, she instantly recognized the greatest benefit the Eternal Space Tunnel would bring. Hanyu City would become a transport hub. Why were cities like Billow City and Lake Haven, these main cities, so commercially developed with numerous travelers? Because they were the central hubs of a great domain. If Hanyu City could become a central hub, she wouldn't have to worry about how to develop the Chamber of Commerce or how to earn money. Opportunities for commerce would be everywhere, and she could make a fortune just lying down. As for the cost of giving up Elf's courtyard, indeed, it was a steep price, so painful it was as if she were bleeding, but, the elf's courtyard hadn't been able to break through the situation as the main trading platforms outside of those organized by officials had long been monopolized by Northern Border, Cholong Mountain Range, Duobao Pavilion, and Red Lotus Valley. The profit-making capability of the elf's courtyard was limited, as was its future outlook. Besides, the public secret realm could only accommodate lords and heroes, and there was a heaven and earth transit tax to be paid during transactions, and it couldn't truly cross domains. Could it compare to the space tunnel? Not a chance. Decisively, Han Yu made tough choices, trading what must be traded. No wonder the Lord of Han Yu City could rise with speed akin to using cheat codes. Such decisiveness, such audacity, impressive indeed. Mu Yuan couldn't admire her enough. Even though the secret realm of the elf's courtyard wasn't exactly thriving, the prospect of the space tunnel was far greater and could easily replace it. However, Han Yu didn't know the greatness of this space tunnel, a miracle building. To outsiders, this tunnel was bound to carry great uncertainties, and the real core part was in Tianyuan City. Making such a decision was not easy at all. Truly deserved to be a woman only slightly inferior to him. The first space tunnel seems highly likely to be settled. He sought out the Lord of Han Yu City, not solely because she held a public secret realm, but also because they were quite familiar. Back then, the Lord of Han Yu City had helped him quite a bit, and now that there was an opportunity for a win-win collaboration, he naturally prioritized a friend. He even planned to make some profit concessions. Lord Shepherd Mu Yuan was building this eternal space tunnel and developing the super city of Tianyuan, but making money was not his primary objective. He was not interested in money. Another point, the construction of the space tunnel is bound to affect the interests of some old trading platforms, so this is the time, of course, to pull in a few strong allies to take a stand. The Lord of Han Yu City was strong enough. Countless monsters had perished under her sword, and quite a few humans too, a purely ferocious slayer, her deterrence was top-notch. His own Tianyuan City also possessed sufficient power. Had it been half a year or a year ago, even if he possessed the technology of the space tunnel, he wouldn't dare to reveal it. The wind was howling. The Lord of Han Yu City, with a pair of azure glowing wings, was racing high in the sky. Her travel did not involve any grandiose display. No money for such displays. But using this epic treasure specifically for flying, her speed was one word. Super fast. Can the eternal space tunnel that spans across great domains truly exist forever? She murmured. But she did not doubt Tianyuan's word. Simply put, Tianyuan, like her, was a person of outstanding talent, disdaining to lie. With the form of Tianyuan, securing some extravagant treasure was not an impossibility. Hadn't the world secret realm recently caused an exploration frenzy? Clearly, Tianyuan had obtained this super treasure from the world secret realm. Indeed, Tianyuan was as excellent as herself. But as much as I believe it, such a big issue would naturally require an on-site inspection and a look at the space tunnel. Specific negotiations would also have to be conducted by professionals on site. I guess it's up to me to take a little trouble and make the trip. And I'm somewhat, curious about what Tianyuan City looks like. I haven't visited Tianyuan City yet. Tianyuan City is located deep in the wilderness and is often attacked by waves of monsters. The construction of Tianyuan City has lasted less than 2 years, and the status of its territory is quite low. She stroked her chin. At this moment, Tianyuan City was probably just a modest little city, right? A city with some high-order miracle buildings, with potential but not a large scale. Just like her in the past. Using an epic flying treasure, the Lord of Han Yu City's divine soul avatar sped on extremely fast. That very night, she crossed the scenic highlands territory, the Twilight Plains territory, and arrived at the 10 Directions Island domain. Mu Yuan had already arranged for personnel to wait at the entrance of the space tunnel at the southernmost point of the 10 Directions Island domain. Over here, over here. Duo Lai waved his arms, holding a blazing sun that illuminated the night brightly. Of course, the space tunnel couldn't be directly set up within the Furious region. It was several tens of kilometers away from the southernmost point, at the intersection of Island Domain and Great Domain's routes. Stations and camps were also under construction in this area. The Lord of Han Yu City descended from the sky. Recognizing Duo Lai, she felt a fondness for this capable big eater. Who wouldn't like a capable yet adorable girl who can eat a lot? Is this the entrance to the space tunnel? Yes, it is. Following Duo Lai's lead, the Lord of Han Yu City walked straight into the tunnel gate. She was no stranger to space passages, having traveled through spatial turbulence before. Upon stepping in, a winding serpentine path appeared before her, with a glowing speck at the end of her vision, presumably the exit of the tunnel. Is this really so spacious? Han Yu observed her surroundings. The serpentine path didn't seem wide, able to accommodate only a few people walking abreast, but one must understand, this is the terrifyingly infinite void space. Being able to set up a passage here is already extraordinary, one shouldn't ask for more. Apart from powerful beings like her, how many could freely travel through spatial turbulence? And yet, this serpentine path was not only spacious, but it also didn't shake in the slightest. It was entirely different from the hazardous space tunnel she had imagined. Not only that. She looked around. Within tens of meters around her, the space was exceptionally stable, with no annihilation wind or spatial folds appearing. Not only could fourth-order leaders travel through such a tunnel, but also second-order elites, first-order professionals, and even zero-order apprentices. This was a top-class space tunnel. SSS. Before coming here, Han Yu was somewhat worried about potential instabilities in the space tunnel, but now she was quite certain that there would be no such issues. What incredible technology! Tian Yuan is such a lucky fellow, damn, I'm so envious I can taste the envy. Grinding her teeth, the Lord of Hanyu City lamented why her division generals couldn't have retrieved some incredible treasures. While lost in thought, she walked out of the not-so-long tunnel and arrived at the Tianyuan City area. Here, this is the outside of Tianyuan City, right? The red mist spreading in the distance is indeed denser than in the inland areas. She muttered to herself. She also saw the bright lights inside Tianyuan City from afar. After a moment of thought, her divine soul pulled higher, and her entire field of vision ascended along with it. The town under construction, the surrounding mountains, and the far-off massive and grand city with mountains soaring and the heavenly river flowing in reverse came into her view. Holy shit, how is Tianyuan City possibly bigger than my Hanyu City? The Lord of Hanyu City couldn't help but curse in Taishian. At this moment, it was night, but not to mention the lights of Tianyuan City shining brightly, even in the true extreme night, she could see the scenery before her eyes without any difference. A distance of several dozen kilometers was similarly not an obstacle. Gazing at Tianyuan City was as easy as it could be. Of course, she was just taking a distant look at Tianyuan City and wouldn't scrutinize the details or explore those important areas. Much less those areas that Tianyuan City would surely conceal. Miracle buildings like a domain interferer were enough to block most investigations. The Lord of Hanyu had personally made a trip to Tianyuan City just to see what degree this young man, whose talents were not inferior to hers, had developed his territory. Her own territory's development had been quite rough. Tianyuan was probably about the same, right? Levels might leap forward through enormous opportunities due to innate talent, but the construction of a city had to proceed step by step. And this process was very, very costly. But what about Tianyuan City, built in just 2 years? The city walls were towering, and buildings stood row upon row. City walls, tall defensive structures, occasional utility buildings. These were often miracle buildings that could be rapidly constructed as long as resources were in place. However, a city holds few miracle buildings, most ordinary buildings had to be constructed brick by brick. In Tianyuan City, the arrangements of buildings were neatly organized, the streets were wide and clean, and the attire of the people, although not lavish, was far better than that of most territory citizens, who dressed in simple monotony. The spirit of the residents of Tianyuan City was also quite robust, among them were not few apprentices at high stages, and even ordinary people at the professional level. It's known that as the number of territory citizens increases, the pressure on a lord to support their own citizens also escalates. Often, a lord could only ensure the basic sustenance of ordinary territory citizens, providing living conditions that meet the Taishian minimum standards. As a result, many town-level and city-level lords, upon finding out they couldn't support, or didn't have enough ordinary positions available, would disable their guiding landmarks ability, no longer accepting refugees. These were the lords of the Taishian alliance. Many years ago, Taishian had introduced policies to safeguard the basic rights of territory citizens. Lords of Taishian, who had all received higher education from Langxing, would certainly not treat territory citizens as slaves, at most as beasts of burden. Having experienced various hardships, refugees were satisfied with just working hard, eating well, wearing warm clothes, and possibly other benefits. But outside of Taishian, some places truly treated territory citizens as expendables. Many territories were just town level or small city level, they simply didn't need that many people, and so they just recruited another batch when the existing citizens were exhausted. Tianyuan City was located deep in the wilderness, surrounded by pervasive dangers, which meant it was difficult to cultivate farmland outside the city. At the same time, Tianyuan City faced difficulties in external trade. The costs of purchasing food and various life materials from the outside world were much higher than normal territories. The Lord of Hanyu originally thought that the living conditions in Tianyuan City would be relatively backward, which was unavoidable. Between living standards and survival, the latter was obviously more important. But, the living standard of my Hanyu City isn't inferior at all, population, economy, even stronger than Tianyuan City by a large margin. Although she complained about poverty, she would never skimp on the life welfare of her citizens. On the contrary, compared to other similar large cities, Hanyu City's living standard was among the top. Just in this aspect stronger than Tianyuan City, proud? Proud my ass. Moreover, her gaze swept over. The towering black city walls resembled a giant dragon, lying across the vast land. Within it, buildings were arranged neatly, trees were lush, and golden rice ears swayed in the wind on the farmland. There flowed a raging river from within the city. Above a 100-meter-tall tree, decorative lights twinkled with neon lighting, illuminating the unfinished cabin on the tree, and also decorating this robust and large tree, usually rare within the city, like a dreamy fairy tale tree. 2 large bridges across the river were under construction. Even though it was nighttime, workers could be seen busily rushing the work, and legendary strongmen manipulating the power of heaven and earth were either grabbing huge steel modules or driving river water apart to expose the riverbed. More construction sites erected by the riverbank, numerous projects underway simultaneously. The Lord of Hanyu City was very clear why at first glance she felt that Tianyuan City was even bigger than hers. It truly was very large. Tianyuan City, sparse in population, seemed to be built aiming for the scale of a city of millions, which was quite enormous at a glance. Inside the city, there were towering peaks, with each miracle building built against the mountains, grand and distinctive. Farther away, an energy torrent that looked like a reverse waterfall was truly a sight to behold. She felt that these places could even draw a circle of land and collect admission fees. And thus, even though Hanyu City had a larger population and a more thriving commerce, this initial impression was still inferior to that of Tianyuan City. So infuriating. Eat a lemon. No, I can't eat my junior's lemon. After all, I am a legendary figure who led an era of Taishian, a prominent predecessor. The Lord of Hanyu City took a deep breath and pulled her thoughts back. The pressing matter at hand was to experience the spatial tunnels a few more times and discuss specific cooperation matters. She took out an epic treasure of the secret realm type and released the accompanying personnel one by one. She brought more than a dozen core members of her territory with her. Apart from one legendary realm Moonsword Immortal, the others were all civil officers of the territory. She came well prepared. Gu. Lord, you make a lot of sense. The leader of the Hanyu City negotiation team, who was in charge of the city's commerce and led 2 major chambers of commerce. A 4th-order limit-strong warrior named Xia Li was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Xia Li was a hero recruited by Hanyu from a tavern inside a miraculous wilderness structure. She possessed superior natural talent and was once the daughter of a great noble, skilled in commerce and governmental affairs. Even though Xia Li's attempt to break through to the legendary realm last year ended in failure, she remained one of Hanyu City's leading talents. However, Lord Daisy of Tianyuan City made too much sense, and we couldn't out-talk that, really couldn't. Our bottom line was exposed instantly. Lord, it is my weakness, Gu. Suck on a lemon. The Lord of Hanyu City looked towards the Tianyuan City side. The head of a chamber of commerce with numerous cunning tricks, Daisy, who attended the meeting, the chief minister of Tianyuan City, Ilo, and General Duo lie stealthily snacking by the side. Each one of them was a genius. As for the matter of interest negotiations, it was both important and unimportant. A cooperation agreement was definitely feasible, a bit more or a bit less profit didn't really concern her. The true value of establishing the space tunnel was to turn Hanyu City into a hub city. However, to her surprise, the Tianyuan City side eventually offered a 50-50 split. The maintenance and toll fees collected from travelers passing through the space tunnel would be shared equally between both parties. She had thought she would only get 30%. Humph, I originally suggested a 70-30 split for our Lord, but our Lord insisted that the friendship between the 2 cities be the priority. Otherwise, Daisy snorted, displaying a reluctant demeanor as if she had no choice but to agree because of her own lord. But in reality, she totally agreed with the 50-50 split. Tianyuan City had no need to quibble over such superficial benefits. Favors and relationships were the truly important profits. Once the space tunnel was established, a city like Hanyu could only be a minor hub while Tianyuan City remained the core hub. That was the biggest benefit. In order to tightly bind Hanyu City to this war chariot while also allowing her own lord to return and sell favors, Daisy also promised that the representative of Hanyu City would be given several deeds to little hub towns. These hub towns were worth their weight in gold, with land values far exceeding those in Panchi City and Tian City. Even, that was for a developed future. Daisy was assertive during the negotiation because she wanted to have absolute control. Although it seemed that the lord of Hanyu City completely disregarded the management and pricing rights within. Daisy said, the transit fees for the space tunnel could be collected in a manner similar to highway toll booths. We will construct toll booths at both ends of the tunnel. Additionally, the pricing of the tolls must be affordable. We need to estimate the flow of people and then determine the pricing carefully. One of the purposes of the fees, in fact, is to control the flow of people. For merchant caravans and large transport teams, we could have a certain increase in the toll fee. These were all rough strategies, more specific ones would have to be developed step by step. Daisy could foresee that she would become very busy in the coming period, possibly too busy to even attend to chamber business. Oh, she had forgotten that she had the incarnation skill. Such busyness was exactly what she hoped for. She was confident about turning Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce into a world-level chamber of commerce, wielding massive wealth and affecting countless lives, but this process could take years, decades, or even longer. And the establishment of the space tunnel? It wouldn't take long before Tianyuan City's influence reached every corner of the world. Right now, this significant project only lacks one last issue, that is, finding another suitable hub city to establish a space tunnel. Once the space tunnel between Hanyu City and Tianyuan City was established, people could only travel between these two places. If Tianyuan City were located in the vicinity of Panchi City, then there would be no issue, a railway extending from Tianyuan City to Panchi City could just be constructed. However, currently, Tianyuan City is situated deep within the wilderness of the Ten Directions Island domain, surrounded by dangers, and is very far from Panchi City. Of course, Tianyuan City also had its own geographical advantages. To the north, it could advance into the Red Mist Land, and to the east, it could head to the Shen Luo domain, with several outer domain passages nearby. But these advantages had nothing to do with transportation convenience. Only with one spatial tunnel established, its true value cannot be brought into play. They must establish at least 2 cross-domain tunnels to truly connect the 2 distant Great Domains. Among them, Hanyu City, located in the Scenic Highlands Great Domain, was definitely excluded. This matter is simple. Lord of Hanyu City confidently said, this public secret realm is indeed very rare, and those who already possess huge customer groups of super secret realms certainly wouldn't want to part with them, but when it comes to the alliance, such a massive whole, finding 1 or 2 suitable public secret realms is not difficult. We just need to cooperate with the officials and choose a proxy lord, and this matter will be settled. Mr. Lin and the others will definitely support this project that benefits both the country and the people. Officials is a generic concept. Within the ordinary lord circles, official lords, group lords, and independent lords are indeed clearly distinct. But those powerful lords who already hold important positions within the pioneer group and Taishian Lianji have on many occasions already been able to represent Taishian. Much less someone like the Lord of Hanyu City, whose combat power and status both stand on the peak of Taishian. She is a symbol of the officials. However, they now need the alliance to provide this public secret realm, so the profit gained by the third lord will have a large portion directly entering the treasury of the alliance. Therefore, this third person can only be called a proxy lord. Even so, the benefits to be gained are still very substantial. Wealth stirs the heart, and most lords even fail to hold on to it. Within this massive entity of the officials, there are also factions. Even if they are cooperating with the officials, Mu Yuan of course also hopes that this third lord can get along well and have sufficient strength to expand their tunnel alliance. Under the premise of needing the officials to provide the main materials, you also need to designate a cooperative lord? This seems far-fetched, however, by coincidence, Mu Yuan and Lu Xiu, the lord of Hanyu City, both already possess the ability to influence such decisions. Of course, the choice of this third lord must also leave no room for rebuttal. Mu Yuan had a target in mind all along. It seemed the Lord of Hanyu City did as well. The two exchanged a glance, and she said, "This will of course need to be selected from our younger generation in the alliance. To be called part of the younger generation and yet be powerful enough. There are only a few such lords in the entire alliance. Sword Lord Liashi, Lord Kingson, Twilight Elephant City Lord. The City Lord of Twilight lacks a bit in comparison. As for the likes of Lord Panshi and Lord Ice Fist, well, in the eyes of Hanyu, they are still too weak." Hanyu said, "Liashi has stronger power, and the geographical location of his territory is also good. Kingson is a softie, but it's undeniable that she has a knack for managing her territory, and moreover, she's got connections." The foundation of the Tunnel Alliance had been set. Who the third cooperative lord would be still had to be discussed. Mu Yuan actually tended toward wanting them all. The limitation of spatial tunnels was not as big as the Lord of Hanyu City imagined, the difficulty was only focused on the cost of construction. With the enhancements of the World Vine, in the future, the number of spatial tunnels that could be constructed would continue to increase. After setting the foundation, as the host, Mu Yuan warmly entertained the Lord of Hanyu City. Hanyu took a stroll around Tianyuan City, and this process wasn't just about tasting lemons. She observed the multitude of city defense methods in Tianyuan City, including the city defense barrier that could even withstand beings from the Lower Realm for a period. She nodded in satisfaction. To say where the biggest risk of the cross-domain tunnel lies, it's at Tianyuan City. Once Tianyuan City is struck by a disaster, the cross-domain tunnel would naturally collapse as well. Now it seems, Tianyuan indeed deserves her name as the next generation leader. The entire city is not only grand in construction but the internal defenses and enemy-repelling strategies are even formidable. She didn't go investigating, but her intuition had already given several warnings. Within this city, there are mighty strategies that even she must carefully handle, and not just one. You truly deserve it, Tianyuan. With these arrangements, these many mighty strategies, dealing with the powerful beings from Dragon Sleep Valley, she believed it would be enough. Supporting the worst-case scenario for a while, no problem. Indeed, but the main reason my intuition keeps giving repeated warnings is, standing here, I am only a divine soul avatar after all. Tianyuan City's southern zone was bustling with the construction of a transfer station town, meant to support the spatial tunnel. Once the town was complete and the negotiations for the second major space line concluded, the cross-domain tunnel would officially be unveiled to the world, signaling a transformative era. To call it an era-changing might seem exaggerated, but the establishment of the cross-domain tunnel would unquestionably decrease the difficulty of long-distance travel by dozens or even hundreds of times for those in the Taixuan Alliance, allowing even common folks the possibility of realm travel. Mu Yuan remembered that back when he was a new lord, he had heard that it was difficult for the second-generation lords to obtain even a single superior soul remnant. Such high-order remnants were not available in their own realms, or rather, they lacked the capital to buy them. Obtaining them from my great lord father also presented cross-domain challenges. It was time-consuming, laborious, and expensive. Previously, to undertake long journeys across great domains within the Taixuan Alliance, one could only use massive long-distance teleportation arrays or take the cross-domain train. Mu Yuan had taken it before. The experience was decent, and the journey time wasn't notably long. However, the tickets for the cross-domain train were expensive, far beyond what an ordinary steel train ticket cost, making it unaffordable for the average professional. Sometimes, there were even quotas, and only high-ranking lords and professionals could purchase them. Additionally, the cross-domain trains only operated routes like from the Twilight Dominion to the Taixuan Realm and from the Agedness Great Domain to the Taixuan Realm, without a direct route from the Twilight Dominion to the Agedness Great Domain. The frequency of the trains was also very limited. Traveling across domains on the train, moving through regions akin to broken spaces, also posed significant risks. Mu Yuan had heard that before every departure of the cross-domain train, the Airspace Surveillance Department would inspect the fragmented space of the regions. If spatial fluctuations exceeded the threshold, the train's departure would be delayed. Sometimes, these delays could extend by days or even weeks. In contrast, the spatial tunnel was not only faster but also much more stable in transit. This was the great force of the World Vine, and unless there were intentional disruptions from beings with control over spatial conceptual power in the lower realm, the tunnel would remain unscathed. In fact, even if the spatial tunnel was damaged or severed, it wasn't a major issue. The core of the tunnel was in Tianyuan City, at the World Vine there, with its secondary cores rooted in the public secret realm's soil, growing outward. As long as the public secret realm was intact, the spatial tunnel could be quickly repaired even if it was severed. Ilo said, according to estimates, it will only take about 10 days for our central town to be completed. Mu Yuan nodded. 10 days was soon. Outside their Tianyuan city, there were dozens of rich mines, actually much more prosperous than Hanyu City. Just from the soul sand veins, they could extract more than 10,000 soul crystals in 1 month. However, Mu Yuan's expenses were also much greater. He supported a main force and a secondary main force army, with the number of warriors exceeding 10,000. This was enough to form 10 army spirit legions. He also provided a certain quota of nurturing resources for potential soldier types. As the number of individuals in the legendary realm in Tianyuan City increased, the resources for legendary training represented a substantial expense. Tianyuan City had many strong individuals, the Hanyu family did not have as many legends. Furthermore, after the construction of the spatial tunnel, Tianyuan City's importance would skyrocket. It would hold a strategic position of great significance within the alliance. Mu Yuan did not solely rely on this, for when confronting formidable enemies, he preferred using his own strength. Only that was stable enough. But it was somewhat equivalent to having an additional ace up his sleeve. The spatial tunnel would also benefit the whole alliance immensely, simplifying military deployments and rapid support across different locations by hundreds of times. Not only that. Mu Yuan looked down at Tianyuan City, the town still under construction in the distance, and the bustling crowd both inside and outside the city. The greatest value, actually, is people. Merchants, adventurers, explorers can provide endless resources. From this, the job opportunities Tianyuan City could offer to the ordinary city dwellers would also significantly increase. And the presence of people could give birth to miracles. Tianyuan City was his domain, where he could maximize the gathering of miracle power. And it might not even be necessary to wait for an attack from Dragon Sleep Valley. Mu Yuan thought of the recent radical transformation of Tianyuan City, where miracle power naturally converged, and he had an idea. Perhaps, just creating a sufficiently shocking spectacle would draw miracle power in droves. This is also my deeper control over miracle power. After the establishment of the spatial tunnel, it will bring many benefits to our territory, but it is also a great challenge for local security. I am entrusting you with this task. Mu Yuan patted Liu Lu on the shoulder. General Liu Lu was meticulous in his duties, and Mu Yuan trusted him to manage the defense of the entire territory properly. If there were not enough resources, even a clever woman could not cook without rice, but Tianyuan City was now strong. I am assigning you 30 individuals from the legendary realm, specifically tasked with the defense of the territory for the upcoming period. Understood. General Liu Lu vows to complete the mission. It didn't really require a vow unto death. But Mu Yuan was accustomed to Lu's style of doing things. Yes, I'm leaving it entirely in your hands. Of course, Tianyuan City currently didn't have 30 spare individuals from the legendary realm available. During explorations of the world secret realm, Tianyuan City altogether had just over 30 individuals from the legendary realm, some of whom were maintaining critical positions and couldn't even join the exploration. Excluding T1 and T2 level division generals, externally assigned legends, departmental legends, and non-combat legends, there were only a few idle legendary strongmen left in Tianyuan City. Counting those already in the city defense army, there were at most a double-digit number of legends. Actually, that's quite a lot. How many lordships can casually bring out 10 esteemed, highly authoritative, and immensely powerful legends, just for the routine defense of a city? Hanyu City probably couldn't manage it. After all, it's famously known that Hanyu has a scarcity of capable generals at her disposal. But Tianyuan City is different. The legendary strongmen he had diligently cultivated were now able to play a significant role. 10 legends in charge of city defense? Not enough, at least 30 were needed. At this moment, it had been 3 days since the exploratory team from Tianyuan City returned from the world secret realm. 3 days is a short time. But a 4th order limit great perfection legendary seed, who had domain, light of will, and body limit breakthrough all present, had adjusted their state and found the opportunity for breakthrough. Within the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm, a sensational legendary force surged to the sky at a superior level breakthrough dojo. The power of heaven and earth roiled, and the domain's brilliance shone. Notification: your troop type Skeleton Lord Bone 07 has broken through to the legendary earth realm and is undergoing metamorphosis. Visible to the naked eye, elemental particles of heaven and earth swarmed in, forming a downward funnel shape, with a momentum that was tremendously awe-inspiring. Not long after, within the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm, about a dozen kilometers away from the first breakthrough dojo, another breakthrough site. Buzz. The second wave of legendary force shot to the sky. Notification: your troop type Fearless War General Zhou Laoliu has broken through to the legendary Earth realm and is undergoing metamorphosis. Yuan had set up 2 major breakthrough dojos within the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm. Both were based on superior level miracle buildings, supplemented with breakthrough materials to form a templated ceremonial array for breakthroughs. The reason for calling it templated was that with many legends scheduled for breakthrough, even Ilo, despite her ability to be in multiple places at once, couldn't handle it all. Moreover, after collecting enough breakthrough data for the legendary realm, even a templated ceremonial array could outperform the early custom-designed ones. A great secret realm like Dragon Hillock Fertile Land could gather a substantial amount of Heaven-Earth elemental force from around Tianyuan City, providing slight aid for a 4th-order limit breakthrough for legends. However, within the vast Longkaya Great Secret Realm, deploying 2 breakthrough sites and conducting 2 legendary realm breakthroughs concurrently was already at the limit. Adding just one more would result in interference, seriously affecting each individual's breakthrough and subsequent metamorphosis. Soon after. Buzz. In the outside world, on the platform of the Heavenly Origin City main peak, within the Miracle Building, Ice Heart Lotus platform. On this day, the 3rd legendary momentum soared to the heavens. Despite the Lotus platform building being designed to block the inside from the outside, the legendary realm breakthrough process required resonating with heaven and earth and gathering an enormous amount of elemental particles of heaven and earth, naturally making it impossible to conceal all the sound, shadow, and light effects. The elements of heaven and earth surged, high in the sky where snowstorms wailed, creating the illusion of plunging into a frosty winter. Further away one could see countless silvery white trains, converging magnificently. A great legend has been born. It's a legendary breakthrough. Our Tianyuan city has gained another legendary existence. I wonder which prominent figure is breaking the boundary this time. With the birth of a great legend, we must celebrate. The entirety of today's drinks at the bar is on the house. Oh! Tianyuan City, after all, boasted nearly 300,000 citizens. Even if their previous lives were as destitute refugees, such a large base number included no lack of talents, high-level professionals with broad knowledge and experience. Some high-level professionals had wandered many places. Some had once served a lord. Others came from small countries that had been annihilated in far-flung areas. In these small countries, the legendary realm was a supreme existence, a great personage seated high in the heavens. Some remote small countries didn't even have a legendary presence to guard them, with all their various legends about legends coming from documentation and hearsay passed down through word of mouth. After arriving in Tianyuan City, they soon realized that the Great Lord's camp held not just one legendary figure. This gave them a great sense of security. Even though Tianyuan City already had several legendary beings in residence, the emergence of one more was definitely a joyous occasion worth celebrating. Looking back, when our Puja country had a great legend make a breakthrough, the king held a banquet that lasted 3 whole days in the capital. Even though our Tianyuan City is stronger than an entire country, having a new legendary figure appear is no easy feat, right? A hirsute and imposing man from the south-central region said. This place was a tavern with a fairly large footprint. The Big Bird Bar. This tavern was quite famous within Tianyuan City, ranking as one of the top privately owned taverns. The tavern owner was a powerful warlord-level profession. Rumor had it that Big Bird, the owner, was even friends with one of the city defense army's commanding officers, implying a deep background. Many professionals like to come to Big Bird Bar for a drink after finishing their work. Not so easy? I beg to differ. Another person at the bar spoke up. He wore a cloak but didn't have the hood up, his long hair and pointed ears clearly visible. A true elf. However, since the natural garden had become deeply tied to Tianyuan City, it wasn't unusual to see elves around from time to time. This elf was also a regular at the Big Bird Bar. He said, "How can you compare your small countries to Tianyuan City? You simply don't know how many miracles the Lord of Tianyuan City has created." Since the natural garden had followed Tianyuan City, one legendary figure after another had been born. Their noble queen had even ascended to much higher realms. For the great lord of Tianyuan City, what was the difficulty in nurturing 1, 2, or 3 legends? It was just a pity that the Lord's main army had no plans to recruit from the outside, otherwise, he would have done whatever it took to join them. Do you believe it or not, in a few days, there will be a second new legend born. The elf's claim was too extravagant. The people in the tavern, busy bragging and shooting the breeze, did not believe him. Did they think legendary beings were as common as cabbages? They were not those naive, uninformed commoners. Big Bird Bar was a high-end establishment, offering rare-ranked beverages. Those who could afford to spend here were the select few among the hundreds of thousands. Their vision and knowledge were extraordinary, not like commoners who would take stories for reality. After a day and a night, the air of legend atop the Tianyuan city main peak slowly dissipated. This meant that the new legend had completely transformed. The high-order breakthrough location at the main peak Ice Heart Lotus platform was available. The ritual preparation department quickly cleaned the area and gathered the materials to set up a new breakthrough platform. These were details not known to the outside world. But just 2 or 3 hours later, at the main peak breakthrough site where the legendary might had only recently faded, another tremendous and terrifying legendary power leaked out from the site. This coercion would not affect the core area beyond the main peak, yet, the vast earth and sky elemental force drawn together during the new legend's transformation could be seen clearly even from several kilometers or tens of kilometers away. Sacred light surged, radiance stretched for 10,000 meters. Another supremely noble legendary being is born. 2 days, 2 legendary beings have successfully broken through. Not to mention the citizens of Tianyuan City, even the representatives from Gemstone Country, the Gemstone Grand Duke, Duke Gold, and the Silver Moon Duke stationed in Tianyuan City were slack-jawed. Looking at this scene, they all had a notion of a future where legends roamed the streets of Tianyuan City. It couldn't be that tomorrow a third legendary being would emerge, right? Surely not. They murmured to each other. At the same time, a standout among the Skeleton Legion, a skeleton personally named by the Lord and one of the rarer female skeletons, Bone 33, submitted a breakthrough application. She was all set, only lacking a breakthrough location. Roar. Charge. Sorry, dear, but all the breakthrough locations are currently in use. How about we schedule your breakthrough for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? Bone 33. Bone 33, both locations at the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land Secret Realm, the main peak location, and the 2 locations at the Worldvine Secret Realm are all fully booked. That's right, dear. The legendary breakthrough sites of Tianyuan City had already been prepared quite extensively. These breakthrough sites required at least superior-grade miracle buildings dedicated to breakthroughs as the cornerstone, supplemented by a large amount of materials and mysterious rituals. However, without a great secret realm that can gather the power of heaven and earth and form its own cycle, there would be at most 2 breakthrough sites that could be established within Tianyuan City. These miracle buildings were either transformed from the Ice Heart Lotus platform by ILO. After all, that building wasn't originally intended for breakthroughs. Or upgraded to rare-level breakthrough dojos by Yuan using building upgrading stones. The exploratory teams had even cleansed high-order sources of filth, resulting in the discovery of high-order architectural drawings for breakthrough buildings. Recently, Yuan had spent a considerable amount of contribution points to exchange for 2 superior miracle blueprints, which were constructed within the Worldvine Secret Realm. He didn't expect that even with all his preparations, there still wouldn't be enough breakthrough sites for everyone's use. Continue expanding? It wasn't necessary. The blueprints for superior breakthrough buildings weren't so easily acquired, there were limits to how many could be exchanged on the Dixuan platform. The more one tried to exchange, the higher the price. This was to prevent certain great lords from sweeping away all the precious treasures. I don't have that much space in Tianyuan City to construct breakthrough sites anyway, the Heaven-Earth elemental force within reach has its limits, unless I build the breakthrough sites on top of Wolf Head Mountain Fortress. But there was no need. He wasn't as poor as the Lord of Hanyu City, but he also couldn't afford to waste valuable resources carelessly. The breakthrough sites were only full because in recent times, there had been a substantial windfall in the world secret realm. Suddenly, so many 4-order extreme elites found their breakthrough miracles. Normally, having 2 legendary breakthrough ceremonies taking place at once would be a rare occurrence. In a little while, no, in just a day or 2, the breakthrough sites wouldn't be so crowded. Those who could seize the opportunity now were the little geniuses among the epic elites. Other epics might have all 3 essential elements but still need to undergo state adjustment for 10 days to half a month. The longer the adjustment period, the less crowded the breakthroughs would be. When Lord Linglong was about to break through to legendary, she adjusted herself for half a month. Of course, back then she wasn't an epic life, but merely a lord with a modest talent. Notice, your frost-cold Lord Hongshuang has broken through to the legendary realm. Notice, your holy light sage Tina has broken through to the legendary realm. Notice. The notification sounds continued one after another, and the great Lord Shepherd felt greatly satisfied. Actually, before the few newly minted legends were born, General Lu Lu and Tree Demon Granny had consecutively stepped into the Soul Realm. During their expedition in the World Secret Realm to the Heaven Ascending Altar, they had already raised their domains to the Great Perfection Realm. Being legendary lives, their breakthroughs into the Soul Realm were not difficult. Upon returning to their territory, they did not even need to look for an opportunity. They just snapped into the Soul Realm. The transformation just took some time. Sophia's domain was just shy of completion and couldn't yet step into the Soul Realm. Rakshasa, Hongyi, and other powerhouses were lacking even more, but it was merely a matter of time. On the third day, above the Heavenly Origin City main peak, another surge of legendary power shot into the sky. The citizens of Tianyuan City, aware of how difficult it was to achieve a legendary breakthrough, had become numb. Legendary! Legendary! Another legend was born. But if becoming a legendary was so easy, some small nations wouldn't struggle to find even one legendary strongman to preside over them. Even in a mighty country like Taishan, legends were undoubtedly top-tier combat powers. Countless lords would go to great lengths, begging and pleading to break through to legendary, with many willing to sign harsh contracts with big conglomerates, at all costs. Yuan hadn't expected that the continuous birth of several legends, on the surface, would set his entire domain abuzz. Since the main forces of Tianyuan City had not recruited from among the citizens, many professionals who found no avenue to enlist instead turned their job applications to key departments like the Security Bureau, Municipal Department, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and Transport Troops. Among them, the Security Bureau and Transport Troops provided benefits for junior warriors or warrior candidates. Outstanding performance might allow them to enter the main forces. And even if not joining the main forces, just by holding an important position in the Security Bureau or Transport Troops, one could acquire the precious ticket to the legendary realm. The deputy chief of the Security Bureau, Lu Zuqian, was rumored to once be a commoner without even a surname. However, after receiving cultivation from both the Lord of Tianyuan City and Commander Lu Zuqian ascended quickly, breaking through to legendary and reaching the realm of greatness at noon today. If Zuqian could do it, why couldn't they? Not just the Security Bureau or Transport Troops, professionals in every department ignited a fierce work passion. Even the Miracle Orb. Yuan seized the opportunity to gather a batch. Miracle Power plus 330k. Miracle Power, 5.86 m. On the fourth day, atop Heavenly Origin City main peak, no new surge of legendary power rose to the heavens. For the time being, the wave of legendary breakthroughs in Tianyuan City had finally passed its peak. Of course, there remained many elites of Tianyuan with all three elements or nearly satisfying them. The period of legendary proliferation in Tianyuan City would continue for a while longer. Specifically, on the fourth and fifth days, the number of legendary breakthrough ceremonies happening simultaneously in Tianyuan City fell to just 2 or 3. Yuan then began to focus on the legendary evolution ceremony. Before this, the elites of Tianyuan had all been breaking through to legends, occupying both the Dragon Mound Fertile Land and the World Vine's two great secret realms, making it difficult for Yuan to find a place where he could set up the evolution ceremony. Legend has it that evolution doesn't require much from the Heaven-Earth elemental force, but to conceal and isolate the Heaven and Earth phenomena, Yuan would completely seal off the entire Great Secret Realm during the evolution process. Under these circumstances, evolution and legendary breakthroughs obviously couldn't occur simultaneously. Shortly, the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm was changed from the Breakthrough Land to the Land of Evolution. First, Yuan evolved a few epic peers to familiarize himself, then immediately summoned the 3 great generals from Tianyuan City who were prepared to undergo the legendary baptism. Yuda, Hongyi, 17. Hongyi and 17 were super veterans of Tianyuan City, having followed Lord Shepherd in his campaigns through the wilderness even before Tianyuan territory was officially promoted. Yuda was a newcomer known as Macho Man, truly fierce in spirit. Quietly, one by one, the concealment measures of Tianyuan City were initiated. The city defense barrier operated at full power, yet remained invisible from the outside. The legendary evolution began swiftly. The first from the Tianyuan division to evolve was the Shadow Lord, an honorary professor at Lake Haven Academy, the king of 10,000 demons, the woman who wielded illusion techniques. Hong Yi. She bathed in the evolutionary radiance, and her red attire transformed into a blazing white color. Miracle Power 50W. Miracle Power 1W 1W 1W. The evolutionary glow was dazzling, the column of light soared into the sky. As expected, the duration of this evolution exceeded a day and a night. When the golden divine light bloomed and the sounds of heaven and earth began to echo, a notification sound also rang beside Mu Yuan's ear. Ding! Notification: your troop Hong Yi has been bathed in miracle light and evolved into a legendary one-star life form Yunming Ghost King, giving birth to the legendary power Supreme Illusion Sky Demon. Supreme Illusion Sky Demon. Subtype King of Illusions, Yunming Ghost King Hong Yi is a natural master of illusion techniques. Illusions performed by her own hands are flawless and the consumption is greatly reduced, up to a maximum reduction of 1%. Subtype Dreamlike Illusions, Yunming Ghost King Hong Yi can turn others' dreams and thoughts into illusions. She herself can travel through illusions, using the talent like illusion, using each illusion as a foothold to continuously leap. Subtype Heartborn Illusion Demon, Yunming Ghost King Hong Yi can draw out others' heart demons and materialize them. The strength of the heart demons is related to Hong Yi's realm, the enemy's realm, and additionally, the more intense the enemy's emotional fluctuations and the greater the flaws in their psyche, the stronger the born heart demons will be. This is a legendary power that integrates survival, combat, and utility. The core is to induce the birth of heart demons in others. It seems that as long as the enemy's mental flaws are significant enough, the sky demons induced by Hong Yi alone are sufficient to annihilate the enemy. Also, when the heart demons appear, the target's thinking, emotions, and mental state will also be significantly affected. Direct assault is not weak, but support and assassination are more practical. Hong Yi could well be a versatile deputy leader. Her methods of attack and the majority of the powerful are different, they won't interfere with each other when combined. As for how powerful the Heartborn Illusion Demon truly is, it would still require an enemy with enough significance to test its mettle. After Hong Yi's evolution ended, Mu Yuan ordered a rearrangement of the evolution site. Next, 17 stepped onto the evolutionary platform. People outside are discussing how Tianyuan City has seen the rise of 3 legends in 3 days, yet no one could imagine that here, within this small 6th-level city, 3 legendary lives would be born in just a few days. Let alone the people inside Tianyuan City, who are just slightly informed citizens or representatives stationed here by external forces, even those standing at the peak of Taixuan or even the world's summit. Top-tier lords could hardly conceive that legendary lives are being born almost like mass production. Hong Yi, 17, and the others were used to it. Looking back, they were all common rank, lacking even self-awareness, mere confused soldiers. Without needing to utter solemn vows of protection, 17 just pursed her lips and stepped firmly onto the platform. Quickly, a second vast miracle power descended. A similar process of legendary birth unfolded again before Mu Yuan. Miracle power cascaded. Brilliant white light surged to the heavens. The domain expanded, the shadow of epic ability emerged. Immediately after, a burst of golden light flourished, heaven and earth favored, the world celebrated, and at this moment, a life form with legendary status was thus born. There weren't many onlookers. The birth of a legendary life was no longer a novelty in Tianyuan City, and the division generals were all busy with their own affairs. Some were off to fulfill orders from Gemstone Country in foreign domains. Others continued to patrol the peripheries of the Taishan Alliance. Some investigated the conditions of the world's secret realm. Others were occupied with defending their domains. Or, along with representatives from Hanyu City, headed to Kingzhen City and Liashi City for negotiations. Mu Yuan and Ilo, however, were present 24 hours a day. Ilo continued to indulge her passion for collecting legendary evolutionary data. Mu Yuan was different. Unlike the wayward Ilo, he observed solely for the purpose of cultivation. By observing the descent, transformation, and influence of miracle power, he could master it more profoundly. Ding! Notification: your Unit 17 has bathed in the miracle light, evolved into the legendary one-star life Polar Star Monarch, and spawned the legend power. Sky Extreme Star Engraving. Sky Extreme Star Engraving. Description: Polar Star Monarch 17, roaming through the starry sky, can deliver devastating strikes to any target. Description 2, 17 can mark a target through vision, conceptual contact, and stellar guidance among other methods. The marked target, no matter how far away, can be targeted by Polar Star Monarch through a space-transcending, lock-on strike. The further the distance, the more power 17 consumes, but the killing moves emitted through the star engravings grow stronger with distance. Notes: 17 can currently imprint up to 9 star engravings. Star engravings can be detected but are quite difficult to remove. Once removed, it takes a short time before a second marking can be made. Description 3. Polar Star Monarch 17 can also transform into starlight, travel through space anchored by star engravings, and reach the opposite shore. Yuan stroked his chin. 17's legendary ability is indeed straightforward, she can transform into an ultra-long-range sniper. At first glance, it seems not strong. But what if the range of this ultra-long-range sniper spans thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, or even traverses great domains? Yuan thought that possibility was not small. Legendary power, after all, cannot be measured by common sense. No matter how illogical, it's not excessive. Yuan felt, this sky extreme star engraving ability of 17 might even be able to target and strike an enemy's resurrection altar directly through the conceptual contact of fallen strong beings. If it could achieve that, the value of this ability would be tremendous. It's difficult for a soul realm strongman to fall. Deadbone, although had once insta-killed Orokai, who was on the verge of resurrection, using the concept of instant death across realms. However, Orokai's servant was merely a world-class strongman. Just world-class. It would be very difficult for it to destroy existing beings in the lower realm using the same methods. There's a chance for 17 to try. But finding a fallen lower realm isn't that easy. For 17 to accomplish this, I reckon she must possess a significant conceptual comprehension. Both Hong Yi and 17, who had just evolved into legends, only mastered a few strands of conceptual power. Their conceptual power was still quite weak. The coming period would be their rapid improvement phase. Just like when world-class strongmen first step into the lower realm. In terms of conceptual comprehension, newly born legends definitely can't compare to veteran lower realm venerables, but legendary power can exert incredible force in some domains, a force that is unreachable even by lower realm or even saint realm. Hong Yi and 17 both left the secret realm, each going their own way to familiarize themselves with their evolved powers. After briefly opening, the Dragon Hillock fertile land great secret realm closed again. Next up, the strongest macho man in Tianyuan City, a force breaker, Yuta. Yuta's domain realm boundary was very low, not even to mention reaching the perfect domain realm, even breaking through the tens of thousands meter level was extremely difficult. Not breaking through the tens of thousands meter level foundation of the divine soul realm could be called a weak divine soul. However, Yuta was not within the norms. Miracle power descended. In the obscurity, 2 responses came. Would you like to evolve Yuta? Options: Giant Dragon Power King / Break Limit Martial Sovereign. Yuan exclaimed, The occurrence of 2 evolutionary directions was extremely rare. The last time he saw it was during Ilo's legendary evolution. In fact, with the aid of miracle power, Yuan was confident in leading his division generals down different evolutionary paths. For example, earlier, he had guided a talented musketeer onto the path of the gunner sequence, gradually forming a gunpowder battalion and gunpowder corps. However, usually, there was no need since the direction selected by the miracle power in its mysterious way was the most suitable one for the evolver. The higher the rank, the less suitable it was to change paths. Since the miracle power had indicated 2 evolutionary paths, it suggested that both paths held equal prospects for Yuta. The giant dragon power king was a sovereign among the dragon clan, naturally possessing unmatched great force and an extraordinary talent to control the concept of power. Such a legendary life, the strength contained within his bodily muscles could be as immense as a planet. He could, with his physical body alone, effortlessly destroy all energy, even conceptual power. The feedback from Breaking Limit Warrior provided less information. He might not be as powerful as the giant dragon power king by nature, but he possessed the possibility to break limits and surpass them. Which one was more suitable for Yuta? Breaking Limit Warrior. Yuta trains his body, severing his physical shackles time and time again. Isn't he repeatedly breaking his own limits? By comparison, even though the giant dragon power king is naturally very powerful, Yuta is not accustomed to transforming into a giant dragon, and when fighting, he rarely uses the powers of the dragon like Long Wei. The only skill related to dragons that Yuta had was Dragon God Fist. But it was uncertain how much this move was related to the dragon bloodline within him. Yuan thought, it can't be said that Breaking Limit Warrior is weaker than Giant Dragon Power King at the initial stage, but Yuta is a Dragon Strongman, and his job rank is naturally aligned to become a Giant Dragon Power King. Evolution down this path could maximize the potential of Yuta's bloodline, elevating his physical strength. If he evolves toward Breaking Limit Warrior, it would mean crossing paths, only elevating his potential by 80%, 90%, and the transformation brought about by evolution would also be slightly weaker. These, Yuta will have to make up through his own efforts later. It's rather difficult for Yuta to complete his potential alone, but using the miracle power to cheat makes it much simpler. Even if this evolution doesn't complete it, waiting for the next Legend 2 stars wouldn't be too late. Precisely because Yuta's combat approaches and cultivation methods were more suited to Breaking Limit Warrior, this weaker initial value pathway appeared alongside Giant Dragon Power King. Evolve. Miracle power descended, and miracle light blossomed. In the white light, Yuta, posing in a horse stance preparing to charge, was frozen in form. Time passed. Yuta's domain appeared, showing barely noticeable progress. Notice, Yuta bathes in the light of evolution, epic ability Physical Shackles transforms, increasing the upper limit of shackles that can be severed from 6 to 8. Notice, Yuta. After the transformation of the epic ability, finally, radiant golden light soared into the sky. The phenomena of heaven and earth, the glow of dawn, and the sounds of celebration came in succession, congratulating the rebirth of a legendary life. The phenomena appeared only within the Longkaya Great Secret Realm. Outside, in Tianyuan City, 10 Directions Island Domain, and various great domains, the phenomena that could appear with the birth of a legendary life such as skies of golden haze, golden streams, and reflections of heavenly light, were nearly undetectable after passing through layers of the Great Secret Realm, the enchantment and obscured by Ilo's authority of the starry sky. Even specialized organizations tracking these events across the eternal world would find it challenging to detect this fleeting disturbance. Yuta's evolution took an exceptionally long time. Even when the epic skill had transformed completely and golden light soared to the sky, it continued for quite a while before Yuan heard the notification sound by his ear. Naturally, miracle power flowed swiftly, consuming much more than during the evolutions of Hongyi and 17. Ding! Notice, your troop Yuta bathes in the miracle light, evolves into the legendary 1-star life Breaking Limit Warrior, and births the legend power. Body Universe. Body Universe. Description: the body as a universe, the power as eternal proof. Breaking Limit Warrior Yuta can continuously refine his body, making it contain everything, including strength, energy, spirit, will, God soul, concept. For Breaking Limit Warrior Yuta, power can prove everything. The description of legendary power was just a simple sentence, nothing like the various auxiliary abilities of Hongyi and 17's legendary power. From just these descriptions, Yuan couldn't discern how strong this body universe of Yuta was. However, right after the evolution ended, Yuta awoke from the afterglow of evolution as expected and didn't undergo any enlightenment. No, not exactly. Yuta didn't reach enlightenment, but he seemed to have grasped some kind of intuition. He stared intently at the azure sky. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Snap! Times 8. Suddenly, the crisp sounds of shackles being severed echoed in this realm. Physical shackles, all 8 stages severed. An aura as fearsome as a god demon surged to the sky, grand and blazing like flames, the steaming vigor rose. Around him, black thunderbolts flickered. The space continually vibrated, humming. Under this high-pressure distorted space, Yuta's figure and facial features became blurred, only his eyes remained exceptionally clear, their bright golden glow seeming to penetrate the boundaries of space and heaven and earth. He stared at the azure sky, as if facing an insurmountable heavenly chasm. His spine stretched like the Dragon King, his blood and energy boiling like the great oceans of a planet, climbing higher by the segment. Momentum, intention, spirit, blood, all continuously accumulated. Not good. Yuan saw what Yuta was about to do. With physical shackles completely severed and his momentum climbing to the peak, Yuta, putting his full force into a punch, the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Secret Realm was already weaker inside than outside. The World Vine was an exception, but the Dragon Mound Fertile Land was merely a routine Great Secret Realm. Yuta was only preparing to swing his fist towards the sky, yet he could potentially punch a hole right through the entire Great Secret Realm. Should he interrupt him? No, it wasn't possible. Such intuition, once an opportunity is missed, capturing it again becomes extremely difficult, especially for Yuta. Duo Lai! He called out. He remembered that Duo Lai was within Tianyuan city. Communicating through psychic connection was a matter of a single thought. The sealing and opening of the Dragon Mound Fertile Land secret realm were also merely a thought away for the Lord. At the same time, on a street in Tianyuan city, Duo Lai stopped in front of a snack stall, hair standing on end. The Lord was summoning. No need for change. By the time the owner heard the voice, the girl had already vanished without a trace, only the raging wind howled, flipping the entire snack stall. My food cart! Several soul crystal coins fell, landing precisely in the stall owner's hand. I've been wanting to replace it anyway. A blue streak of light traced a beautiful arc across the azure sky, precisely entering the secret realm's gate on the high mountain. The next instant, Duo Lai arrived within the Longkaya Great Secret Realm. Here, the winds and clouds surged, and Yuta's momentum also gradually accumulated to the peak. Duo Lai knew what he had to do. Come on! Momentum, intention, spirit, blood resonated. Yuta seemed to transcend extreme sublimation, releasing a punch with all his might. Boom! It was as if a heavy hammer had dropped in the heaven and earth realm. The shockwave thundered like a giant wave spreading outward, shredding vegetation and rocks, throwing the earth into the air, bit by bit. This was just the residual force of the punch. And this punch! A black Dari spanned across the sky as if a curtain had opened, devouring everything within its range. Including Yuta's punch at extreme sublimation. Legendary power devouring heaven and earth. Had Duo Lai not controlled the scale, letting this black Dari expand recklessly, swallowing the entire Longkaya Great Secret Realm wasn't impossible. Under devouring heaven and earth, all things, all concepts, would return to the purest nothingness. This was the path of devouring. Duo Lai with hands on hips, truly worthy of a general. Yuta's body cracked, blood spouting like a river. His momentum also poured down. But he had already thrown the punch. Throwing it was enough. He didn't need to hit anything, destroy anything, what he needed to break through were the thoughts in his heart, the heavenly chasm before him, the absolute barrier. His momentum declined, but his eyes still shone bright, the golden light within them like the light of evolution soaring high into the sky, not even the slowly shrinking black Dari in the distance could overshadow it. Ding! Alert, your unit Yuta has severed shackles, using force to transcend, breaking through to the legendary Soul Realm. This was the Soul Realm? Normally, breaking through the Soul Realm would take a day or two, but Yuta's breakthrough was just one punch. He was originally prepared to break through with force. This path is very bumpy, filled with unknowns. He initially needed to continuously trial and error, falling and rising again and again, but the body universe granted him more possibilities. At this moment, even the domain on Yuta's body had disappeared. There was also no soul light soaring into the sky from the soul realm. All of him was merged into the body universe. The body is the domain, the body is the soul, the body is the concept, the body encompasses everything. This is limit breaker. Warrior proving with power. Yuta. Tianyuan Yuta. Should Yuta's contribution value be deducted to a negative? Yuan stroked his chin. Yuta almost blasted through the Dragon Mound secret realm. Yuan was fortunate that Duo Lai was within the territory, otherwise, it would have been difficult for either him or Ilo to intercept Yuta's punch completely and without repercussions. Future legendary evolutions must be arranged within the World Vine Great Secret Realm. That Great Secret Realm has the World Vine presiding, which can suppress even the Low Realm internally, and the barriers of the Secret Realm are much more robust than the Dragon Mound Fertile Land. Even if the Secret Realm were damaged, it'd be hundreds of times simpler to repair with the World Vine. Putting aside the almost penetrated Secret Realm, the miracle power consumed by Yuta was also exceptionally vast. The Red Clothing Legend, consumed 800k miracle power. 17 Legend, consumed 960k miracle power. Yuta's Legend, consumed 1.5 million miracle power. The miracle power he now held was only 2.75 million. Yuan held onto it for now, as the uses for miracle power were still vast. Great Lord Shepherd walked out of the Dragon Mound Fertile Land secret realm. He had altered his appearance, and strolled leisurely with Ilo through the bustling and lively Tianyuan city. Looking at this city filled with mortal liveliness, he showed a smile, continuously pondering. The population of 300k needed for the advancement to level 7 territory will soon be satisfied by Tianyuan City. However, the day of advancement needs to be slightly postponed. I have other arrangements. He then asked, how many new legends have we had in Tianyuan City these days? Ilo said, there are 24 new legends, and basically, once they broke through, their domain would reach 600 to 700 meters. After all, before these legends broke through, their domain hadn't reached the ultimate value of 500-meter radius, most were only about 100 or 200 meters. This doesn't affect the foundation, so there's no need to delay. Ilo continued, in the next month, we expect another 60 to 70 legends to be born. By then, Tianyuan City will possess a legendary count exceeding 100. Truly, legends like rain. Within the Taishan Alliance, even the mightiest top-class lord doesn't possess 100 legends. After all, who could mass-produce epic species like him? Below epic, the legendary barrier is a heavenly chasm, only those with extraordinary talents can cross. How familiar are you with the ancient mage tower now? The first great power requires the assistance of 36 legends. I've used my avatars in a few key positions, which allows the first great power to be fully activated. I supervised the conceptual power myself, resonating with the ancient array patterns on the ancient mage tower, roughly enabling the exertion of combat power comparable to top-tier lore realm. The ancient mage tower possesses 4 great powers: suppression, control, spell, heaven. Even just the first level of power is immensely strong. The mage tower's own body can even ignore the deadly spells of the lore realm. Ignore. But, it will be difficult to exert the second great power, Ilo said. In another month or two, gathering 108 legends in our territory won't be difficult, and I can act as a lore realm host myself. Just, among these 108 legends in control, there must be at least 10 from the soul realm and 20 adept in techniques. In the short term, it will be difficult for us to gather such a lineup. She clearly understood what her lord longed for. Exerting the second great power of the ancient mage tower could rival holy gods, a force greatly needed by Tianyuan City at the moment. But to say nothing of full exertion, even struggling to exert the second stage, she was helpless. Freehog calm. She was skilled in techniques, proficient in myriad spells, but her skill in spells was insufficient before the mysterious and unparalleled ancient mage tower. She could only learn the mage tower's array patterns for now, let alone modify them to reduce the difficulty of control. After all, she was just a self-taught mage. Yuan regretted it. But no matter what, the ancient mage tower was still Tianyuan City's top trump card for the time being and owned a path that leads directly above the lore realm, combat power. It was also one of the 3 strongest measures held by Tianyuan City. The other 2 super trump cards? One is Angel King Labis. The other is the Great Lord Shepherd himself. Yuan was not boasting, he truly was one of the only 3 with extreme peak combat power in Tianyuan City at this stage. General Deadbone? General Duolai? They were outdated. Cough cough, Deadbone, Duolai had unlimited potential. Compared to 1 or 2 months ago, Deadbone had made significant progress, and if he were to face Ice Burial Duke again, he could easily win in just a few moves. Even so, he could not possibly defeat the ancient mage tower first level of great power controlled by Ilo or the Angel King, a fellow legend who had truly reached the peak of principal realm. The ancient mage tower and the Angel King were the current cornerstone of Tianyuan City's combat strength. The World Vine's combat power was significantly lower, not classified among the top trump cards. Lord Shepherd was. Although he was merely a soul realm lord with no particular distinction, he relied heavily on his vast territorial power. 2 months ago, Yuan had been able to barely counter those in the lore realm using this territorial power while waging war in the Shattered Isles war zone. At that time, his territorial power had not yet transformed. Now, he had taken control of the new territorial power, possessed the Lord True Body mode, which not only vastly increased the capacity of his territorial power but also significantly sped up its recovery. Even outside his territory, he could use this power without any loss. Moreover, compared to that time, Tianyuan City had now advanced to LV6 and was about to reach LV7. These 2 LVL upgrades not only greatly expanded the area of the territory but also significantly expanded the 4 semi-mystic realm military structures inherent in the territory. The larger the territory, the higher the upper limit of the territorial power. Moreover, times 2. There's also the World Vine secret realm. Now, the world-vine secret realm had already become larger than Dragon Mound fertile land and was still growing rapidly. This secret realm also provided a significant amount of territorial area. Additionally, it contained the immense power of the world. The life rank of this power of the world was higher than territorial power, and both could be used simultaneously. In possession of vast territories and wielding the power of the world, Yuan considered himself terrifyingly strong. Undoubtedly immensely powerful. Just not as enduring as Angel King Lapis and Ilo's ancient mage tower. With all my power, I could probably subdue existences like Fire Wing Duke with a flip of my hand. Lapis and the ancient mage tower could too. But still, this power is not enough, not enough. Tianyuan City was ultimately positioned too far forward. Yuan had to worry that during the arrival of the Red Fog Disaster Moon, there could be entities above the Low Realm crossing realms. Even if this possibility was small. But not having the power to counter those above the Low Realm always felt unsettling. Can Lapis contend with forces above the Low Realm? Hard. According to what Yuan knew, the top existences in the Principal Realm generally only controlled the second stage of conceptual power. The Lord of Hanyu City was probably at this stage. Yet, Lapis had already mastered the third stage of conceptual power and owned a root imprint. She was even senior in this third stage. Lapis Hanyu. Thus, Yuan Hanyu. However, existences above the Principal Realm generally possessed third stage conceptual power. Their life ranks were also inevitably high. The gap between realms above the Principal Realm and the Principal Realm itself was as vast as the Star River. Angel King Lapis was very strong, yet not strong enough to cross this Star River-like barrier. What about the ancient Mage Tower? Even less likely. Its first level of great power only held the might of the Principal Realm. Yuan stroked his chin. Of the three major assets of Tianyuan City, my own strength can hardly improve significantly soon, unlike the ancient Mage Tower and the Angel King. If only the ancient Mage Tower could control the second level of great power, it could match forces above the Principal Realm. This couldn't be achieved in the short term but was still the most reachable path for Tianyuan City currently. After all, above the Principal Realm, those are Saint Realm great power holders. Saint Realm will forge bodies of concept, coexist with heaven and earth, and traverse the universe. Below the Saint Realm, even if as mighty as the Principal Realm, able to wildly ravage hundreds of miles in a thought, obliterate a big city in a breath, and dry up great lakes, they were still just mighty life forms. Their lifespans had limits. Approaching these limits, even Principal Realm existences would age, their energies would gradually deplete, and their soul's radiance lost. Heaven and Earth Realm, Soul Realm, Principal Realm. A body in the Principal Realm was still mortal, not significantly stronger than that of Heaven and Earth Realm peak. Their lifetimes were similar. Human legends typically lived for 300 years, the Soul Realm might reach 400, but the Principal Realm could only live up to 500 years. Of course, those with epic bloodline, especially from species like the giant dragon, vampires, and elves known for longevity, would see their lifespan significantly extended. Actually, the methods of life extension in the Principal Realm were numerous, every one very viable. True deaths from old age in the Principal Realm were few, with most dying in combat. And whether they belonged to long-lived or short-lived species, no matter how many years left in their life, once they stepped into the Saint Realm, the ultimate state, they would gain immortality, coexist with heaven and earth. Possessing a body of concept, Saint Realm great power holders had transcended life itself. They were the concept. Any attack not possessing conceptual power would be ignored by the Saint Realm. That is to say, even if one wanted to besiege a saint, the minion in this besieging team would have to start at the Principal Realm. It was outrageous. And what other powers the Saint Realm possessed, Yuan was also unclear. This was also why he did not believe Lapis could contend with the Saint Realm. However, theoretically, mastering the concept of the second stage would qualify the top Principal Realm practitioners as being at the peak of Principal Realm, granting them the qualifications to break through to the Saint Realm, not to mention that Lapis's conceptual realm is even higher. If only Lapis could break through the barrier, then Tianyuan City would possess a truly nation-anchoring combat power, and even facing Dragon Sleep Valley would not cause the slightest panic. So, how could one break through this barrier? Unknown. Lapis did not know, and when Yuan asked, this angel looked bewildered with her large eyes. Who is she? Breaking through? Breaking through what? Unlike Deadbone and Duolai who were at the Fourth Order peak, at the Heaven and Earth Realm peak, they could detect the barrier, vaguely grasped the opportunity to break through, and seize this moment to refine. Lapis had none of that. It was as if there was no path ahead, as if the principal realm was already at the pinnacle of the world. Was it related to her being a miracle-building life? No, apart from not being able to leave her territory, Lapis was no different from a true angel, a true living being. Whatever way others broke through, she had to do the same. Though miracle-building lives were rare, some information could still be found in Taishan, which Yuan had thoroughly researched. The real reason Lapis did not know how to break through was precisely because there was no path ahead. It was necessary to forge her own path. But how to forge it? Yuan did not know. The Taishan Alliance, one of the chosen 7 great countries, did not know either. That's right, there was no data on breaking through to the Saint Realm in Taishan, not even a little bit. Several months prior, during the military parade celebration, Yuan led a force of elite warriors to Xiandu to participate in the parade ceremony. Then, one day, in the Alliance Conference Building, atop the 9-color tower, Yuan posed his quandary to Elder Lin, one of the 4 pillars of the nation, who went by the unremarkable title of Elder Union. How does one reach the Saint Realm? Elder Lin took a puff of his pipe and shook his head slightly. In Taishan, to this day, there has been no instance of someone breaking through to the Saint Realm. You heard me right, there's absolutely none. Seeing the exceptionally talented and poised young man looking surprised, Elder Lin couldn't help but chuckle. But it was to be expected. Anyone in Taishan who first learned of such a secret would be shocked. He said, "What I'm about to tell you is the highest secret of our Taishan. This story, it starts 62 years ago. The sunlight through the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows could not penetrate into this office, hundreds of meters high. Here, mist swirled around, seeming to cloak the past, present, and future, time and space shrouding the ancient secrets." Yuan should have realized this earlier. He had always been curious as to why Taishan surpassed many countries great and small and stood at the pinnacle of the world. Perhaps it was due to the infinite great force of the nation anchoring 4 pillars. Perhaps it was because of the legendary lives that had entered into contracts with Taishan, incredibly formidable. But regardless of which, both required a process. However, as far as Yuan knew, the alliance had been established 62 years ago, and within a few years, it stood alongside the Shenyao Empire as one of the chosen 7 great countries. Without the great power wielders of the Saint Realm, how could it be called a great nation? Even 1 or 2 saints might not be enough. And 62 years ago, when the last great calamity came upon Langxing, only a very few individuals had entered the eternal world, and their stay was not long. At that time, Taishan was still in the era of great development, facing greater dangers than now, and there was not any significant inheritance to speak of. Without powerful miracle buildings and complete practice materials, even those with exceptional talent would find it extremely difficult to step into the principal realm or even to break through the legendary barrier, danger lurking at every turn. Not to mention the legendary Saint Realm. At the time, it was the end of a great cataclysm. The last generation's great power, the myriad phenomena empire, had perished in the great disaster that happened 62 years ago. These unspoiled areas in the various great domains were in dire need of revival. In such circumstances, we the chosen ones from Langxing arrived in the eternal world, batch after batch. Most perished in the vast wilderness while a few quickly became powerful through fortuitous opportunities. Yet even the powerful were infinitesimal in the face of the cataclysm that enveloped the whole eternal world. It was then that the Holy Griffin Empire supported the chosen ones from Shenyao. The Griffin Empire needed a great power to succeed the myriad phenomena empire, to clean up the aftermath, develop the wilderness, and act as the first line of defense against the disaster of the Red Mist. It probably involved signing many strict contracts. In any case, before long, the faction-level power of the Shenyao Empire was born. With the support of the Griffin Empire and being born in accordance with the trends of heaven and earth, they soon had the capability to resist the disaster and held various authorities of heaven and earth. Elder Lin chuckled, "If it had been us Taishan who received support at the time, we might have had difficulty refusing even harsh treaties. Fortunately, perhaps the cataclysm from 62 years ago was too severe, countless living beings perished, and numerous countries were destroyed. The newly established Shenyao Empire did not manage to clean up the aftermath neatly, and the red mist was still spreading. At that time, Lin Qiaozu and Lord of Luofu Mountain, along with their 2 companions, made a pact with the world by chance. By promising a future where the alliance would expand its territory to a certain limit, Filling vast areas with life and accommodating countless living beings, they amalgamated the heart of the coalition and founded the Taishan Alliance, which soon became renowned across the world. The four pillars of the nation, the elders of Taishan, thus ascended to sainthood. We are saints, yet we are not saints, merely borrowing from the might of the Taishan Alliance. Leveraging the coalition's national fortune, we can display ever-increasing power, even rivaling that of great lords. But the cost. The four national pillars were not of the true saint realm. They could not cultivate, nor could they exercise the rights of recruiting troops or building constructions that were powers of the miracle lord. So, the future of the alliance is in the hands of you youngsters. Elder Lin was serious in saying this. However, he did not put too much pressure on young people like Tian Yuan. He said, as for now, the person in Taishan who is most likely to break through to the saint realm is that kid, Wang Biting. He was the famous Lord Biting. Mu Yuan somewhat understood why Lord Biting's reputation was so formidable. There were whispers that he was the first of Taishan. In a sense, that was true. Elder Lin said, perhaps 10, or a little more than 10 years ago, that kid, Wang Biting, quietly cultivated to the peak of principal realm. His miraculous combat achievements when he was young were not one bit fewer than yours, but after he got older, he kept a low profile, always remaining within his domain. He is either searching or perhaps already on the path to a breakthrough. We in Taishan do not have a reference case for breaking through to the saint realm, but after all, we are a great country and have gathered some rough ideas over the years. These ideas can be summarized in 3 sentences. Find the path that suits oneself. Embark on this unique road. And climb that road relentlessly, until the end, to push open the gates of the saint realm. Talking about this might be premature for you, but once you've reached the peak of principal realm, you might find something. What kind of discovery? I have never stayed at the peak of principal realm and lack that experience, so the future will still depend on you young people. This is the path to ascension. It can be seen as a rite that ritually conjoins heaven, earth, and nature with the law. There are 3 stages in total. The first stage is difficult, the second stage is difficult, the third stage is also difficult. Mu Yuan withdrew his memories, standing inside the Tianyuan Cathedral, in front of Lapis. To find one's own path, this path must inevitably be related to the job rank of the strong, their expertise, and the concepts they grasp, but this path needs a more specific direction and process. For instance, there once was a renowned giant dragon king whose path to ascension was to unite dozens of large dragon clans and lead countless giant dragons to slay monsters of the lower realm and confront great forces from the saint realm, establishing the formidable power known as Giant Dragon Island. Take for example, a great power called the Dual King, whose path to ascension was also quite evident, dueling. At the peak of the lower realm, he challenged 18 rivals of the same realm, each opponent stronger than the last. Through this, he practiced his own way and ascended to the saint realm. However, the path to ascension cannot be replicated. It is a divine sanction, and it is unique. The path to ascension for any person will differ, even if they share the same job rank or are even twins, their paths will be entirely distinct. The difficulty lies in finding your own path. Once the right path is found, and once you begin to walk it, from the obscurity of the peak of principal realm, you can glimpse that long and lofty path which ascends to the heavens. Can Lapis find it? For those at the peak of the principal realm, the third stage was just as difficult, no, even more difficult. Find the path, step onto the path, reach the summit of the path. Perhaps some at the peak of the principal realm had already found the path and were walking it, yet they could not proceed. They knew the path lay ahead, but for them, one more step would mean death. Referring to the great power holder Dual King in his path to ascension, the Dual King had fought 18 strong opponents alone, the weakest of whom possessed the power of the peak of the principal realm. Such a path, most of those at the peak of the principal realm might find it but could not tread it. Of course, not all paths to ascension required such high demands, some paths might not even involve fighting. However, no matter the path, simple or difficult, the requirements for the practitioner's power were inevitably high. This was the greatest difficulty in the stage of reaching the summit of the path. For the Angel King Lapis, however, this difficulty did not exist. At least, Mu Yuan felt that it wouldn't be too difficult for Lapis to reach the summit, though it was unclear how long it would take. There wasn't a case for reference in this matter. But finding the right path for Lapis was quite difficult. What path suits the Angel King? Lapis possesses the great power of guard and judgment, perhaps the path should be approached from these aspects. How to guard? Guard Tianyuan City. There was no touch of stepping onto the path when she confronted the Fire Wing Duke. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the Fire Wing Duke was too weak. Whether this path was correct or not, guessing alone was useless, it had to be tested. But even attempting the path to ascension was incredibly difficult. Lapis, what are your thoughts? Ah! Lapis seemed to have just come back to her senses, responding with a clear yet foolish gaze. Comparable to the early days of Duo Lai. Mu Yuan rubbed his forehead. Well, after all, she was a young lady who had been born just over a month ago, he couldn't expect too much from her. Finding the right path still required him, the Lord, to figure it out. Mu Yuan decided to look for some information. Or try to probe a bit from the legend of the ally Tai Xian. Finding the path took time. Lapis had just stepped into the peak of the principal realm not long ago. Who knows, she might find the path after some time. Mu Yuan patted Lapis on the shoulder, encouraged her with a few words, and then left. He still had important matters to attend to. Inside the cathedral, Lapis watched her lord walk away, then sat on the ground and pondered, frowning. Time ticked away slowly. The angle of the shadows under the sunlight changed gradually. Lapis clenched her fists and took a deep breath. At this point, let's play a game first. Heavenly Origin City Main Peak. Semi-mystic realm of the rear mountain. Mu Yuan stood before a huge totem pole, from which grey-brown vines, like decorations, hung down. Several vines were woven into a net, supporting a similarly huge seed, about half a person tall in the middle. Ying ying ying. I know. Mu Yuan touched the vine in front of him and then took this half-person tall seed into the epic treasure of the eternal golden guard soil. This seed seemed to be a seed, but it was more like a division of the world vine. The division rooted in the soil of the outer realm, and by exerting force on both sides, a stable spatial tunnel could be constructed. Such seed divisions, currently only a few could be condensed by the world vine, were incredibly precious. 3 days later. Agedness Great Domain, Hanyu City. Mu Yuan brought the seed division here. He glanced at the scenery of Hanyu City. The city walls were towering, the cold river rushing, ice mountains soaring. Not bad. But it can't compare to our Tianyuan city. Indeed, I am impressive. Hanyu. Although Hanyu didn't know what Tianyuan was thinking, there was somehow a very annoying feeling. What was going on? A group came to the secret realm Elf's courtyard. This secret realm had been visited countless times by Mu Yuan and was extremely familiar. But entering from the Tianyuan territory entrance and from the Cold Moon territory entrance was quite different. One was a visitor, the other an administrator. For the world vine to root, it had to come to Hanyu City, otherwise, it would be rejected by the secret realm and the rules of heaven and earth. Yes, he knew this because the little realm of the world vine had a sufficiently detailed knowledge lineage. At this time, inside the elf's courtyard mystery territory, it was deserted, with only the puppet maids responsible for cleaning left. The high-value items in the surrounding coffee shops, tea houses and auction halls, including some more valuable ornaments and green plants, had all been collected by the Lord of Hanyu City. The entire mystery territory felt like it had just been ransacked, empty and desolate. These days, the Lord of Hanyu City's decision to terminate membership and shut down the mystery territory had caused quite a stir. But this small-scale public mystery territory also had its advantages. Wanting to close it was just a matter of a word from Hanyu. If those that had grown to enormous scale with numerous stationed powers and entangled interests were public mystery territories, closing them wouldn't be so easy. The great powers involved wouldn't allow it. Even though Elf's Courtyard was a standard operation, it was still a cash cow, so much so for the Lord of Hanyu City, and even more so for those senior and greater lords. The money earned casually from this mystery territory was substantial. How much money would be lost during these few days of closure? This money wasn't theirs, yet they still felt bad for the Lord of Hanyu City. Only a few lords closely associated with the Lord of Hanyu City truly understood that this public secret realm was not just temporarily closed. It was very likely to be permanently closed. At that moment, Lu Miamu, Shen Linglong, and several other lords whom Mu Yuan did not know were also in this secret realm. The Lord of Kingzhen City and a representative hero sent by Sword Lord Liashi were also prepared to witness the event. Are you sure? Mu Yuan looked toward the Lord of Hanyu City. He was certainly aware that she was ready, the contract had long been signed, but he still had to ask. Yes, I am sure. Han Yu took a deep breath, her gaze taking in the entire secret realm. There was a sense of reluctance, but no hesitation. Then, I shall begin. Yuan took out the half-human height source seed and set it quietly on the floor in front of him. There were no fancy or complicated operations, and there was no need to pry open the floor to expose the soil beneath. The source seed was shaped like a seed, and its rooting process resembled that of a seed. However, its target was not the land but space. Seedlings broke through the soil, delicate vines burrowed into the surrounding void, and layers upon layers of spatial ripples undulated outwards. The spatial ripples intensified, but after 2 hours, they gradually returned to calm. At this time, the half-human height source seed in front of everyone had disappeared, but further away, at the boundaries of the secret realm, within the faint grey mist, one could see much thicker grey-brown vines darting in and out of the fog, seeming like part of the background. Is it finished? No, we have only laid the foundation. What comes next is the core of the engineering. Constructing a cross-domain space tunnel. A world tunnel that allows free passage between worlds. Could it be constructed? Yes. The moment to witness the miracle was today. Rumble. As expected, the small secret realm of the elf's courtyard shook violently, the distant fog that marked the edges of the secret realm roared even more fiercely, and inch by inch, it swallowed the land of the secret realm. The entire secret realm was shrinking. All those watching this scene were extremely nervous, each clenching their fists tightly. Yuan was probably the calmest person there, as the great force of legendary construction could easily break common sense. The Lord of Han Yu City looked over the secret realm. She saw the surge of space. A profoundly mysterious conceptual power of space was gathering and extending. It also integrated some other more esoteric core technologies. At the same time, in the region of Tianyuan City, spatial ripples moved one layer upon another in the unseeable infinite void. The world vine was shuttling through the infinite void, absorbing the endless power of the void, opening up space, and both ends working together to drill through a world tunnel connecting two places. On the main body side, the great force was boundless, requiring only a slight consumption of minor world power. However, the counterpart located in Han Yu City was much less powerful and had to squeeze this not so large but vast and mysterious spatial power contained in the secret realm. Time ticked away. Continuous roaring sounds came from within the public secret realm, the distant lands cracked, and trembling buildings showered down dust. After an unknown period, finally, the roaring stopped. As the lord of this place, Han Yu had already noticed a new arch-shaped space gate appearing in the suburbs of Han Yu City. This was her chosen site for the construction of the tunnel's main gate, and Han Yu City had already started construction in that area. The toll booths, relevant facilities, and accompanying commercial projects were mostly completed. Only the completion of the world tunnel was needed to open for business. She was counting on the world tunnel to make money. Looking again at her own secret realm. Now, the elf's courtyard had significantly shrunk, with cracked grounds visible everywhere, and the inherent power of the secret realm itself had greatly diminished. But it still existed and could still operate, which was already an unexpected joy. Of course, even if the entire public secret realm was turned into nutrients, Han Yu would not regret it. This was a planned event, after all. Moreover, as world tunnels were established one by one, connecting various domains and places, the trading function of the public secret realm would be almost obsolete. Trading in public secret realms already required paying an expensive cross-domain tax, and the lords would not engage in direct trades there unless there were no substitutes available. Thus, the only advantage left for the public secret realm was its function for intelligence exchange. However, with the technological developments of the Taishan Alliance, communication tools had become more advanced, and multi-person chat tools had begun to emerge. Perhaps in the deep wilderness, traditional tools or high-order heavenly patrol mirrors were still necessary for contact, but in various townships, multi-person chat tools were gradually appearing, and the prices were not too high. Times had indeed changed. Without time to care how much power was left in the secret realm, Han Yu was already eager and went to the front of the world tunnel. The gate was arch-shaped, with grayish-brown vines twining around the frame, but the mysterious inscriptions were not visible, perhaps hidden within. Compared to the intradomain tunnel gate she saw in Tianyuan City, this one was a bit larger, with spatial ripples emanating up to 30 or 40 meters around. Passing through the space gate, there appeared similar winding roads that stretched endlessly into the void like a serpent, yet the end of the tunnel remained out of sight. This was normal. Even the channels within an island domain and those spanning two great domains could not possibly be of equal length. Tap. 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 The tunnel was lengthy. After covering a significant distance, the entrance was no longer visible behind them, nor the exit in front of them. This space tunnel was deeply mysterious, causing unease, with nearly identical surroundings that seemed to freeze time in amber. What a perilously vast emptiness! Surprisingly, the light that symbolized the tunnel's exit soon appeared in their field of vision. The light gradually expanded. Sunlight poured into this deep and secluded space tunnel. Splash! When they stepped out of the space gate, a grand toll station came into view. Tianyuan City Station. In the distance at this station, another smaller station could be faintly seen, where there was also a space tunnel gate. Had they already arrived in the Tianyuan City domain? So soon? Shen Linglong took out a timer and looked at it. We passed through the entire tunnel in just 1 minute. Of course, all the members of their group were at the legendary realm, and even without moving at full speed, their pace was not slow. They were not representative of ordinary people. For a typical professional traveling through the tunnel, it would likely take 10 minutes. Mu Yuan said. The intra-island domain tunnel took 2 minutes to traverse, while the cross-domain tunnel only extended it by several times, which was a pleasant surprise. More effective than imagined. So fast. Han Yu was astonished. The Tai-Xian Alliance had already established an extensive railway network, including steel trains that traveled across domains. Even so, crossing a domain once was much more difficult than leaving a country on Langxing. For countries with poor infrastructure, ordinary professionals simply lacked the capacity to travel to other domains. Even legendary realm individuals needed specific conditions and to assume significant risks. Now, from the Agedness Great Domain to the Twilight Dominion's 10 Directions Island Domain, it only took 10 minutes. More convenient than visiting a neighboring city. The economic and strategic value generated from this was immensely significant. Han Yu couldn't help but gasp. She had anticipated the transformative impact of the World Tunnel, but she still underestimated it. Since that's the case, let's properly celebrate the official establishment of the World Tunnel. That's right. The next World Tunnel should be the one connecting our heart city, right? Lord of Tianyuan City, and our Liashi City, Sword Lord Liashi has long wished to share a toast and discuss matters with Your Excellency. Of course, the establishment of the tunnel also didn't need to be rushed to the extent of counting every second. After all, they had arrived in Tianyuan City, and both morally and logically, they should formally visit the Lord of Tianyuan City. Even though this esteemed person was standing nearby. Tianyuan City, I know it well. Shen Linglong said. She had once spent quite some time in Tianyuan City, she knew Duo Lai, Ilo, and the city itself very well. Let's go, I'll take you around, As they left the central town and saw the vast and majestic Tianyuan City in the distance, Shen Linglong couldn't help but rub her eyes. Was the tunnel's coordinate correct? Was this still Tianyuan City? Several days later, the world tunnels leading to Kingzhen City and Liashi City were successively established. This meant that from that moment on, from the small southern suburbs of Tianyuan City, one could directly reach 3 very famous large cities within the Taixuan realm. Among these 3 cities, Kingzhen City was the most majestic, with a permanent population exceeding 3 million and a highly developed variety of industries, including forging factories, scroll-making factories, enchantment factories, and pharmaceutical-making factories among its high-end industries. It had become very easy for Tianyuan City to purchase ordinary goods afterwards. The transportation cost was virtually nil. Moreover, whether it was Hanyu City, Liashi City, or Kingzhen City, they were all located in the more central areas of the Great Domain. Taixuan territory, with direct train routes to the major cities of the region. Starting from these 3 cities, one could reach the vast majority of cities in the domain within 3 days. The World Tunnel Alliance was preliminarily established. The impoverished lord of Hanyu City was most concerned, what is the safety of the tunnel like, and what is the maximum number of people it can carry at the same time. She was of course aware of the stability of the tunnel space, but once the World Tunnel opened to the whole Taixuan and was accessible to all the passers-by, no one knew whether there would be crazies, spies, or enemy forces suicide soldiers among the commuters. If the space tunnel were attacked, could it become unstable and consequently collapse, covering everything with spatial turbulence? That's a good question, Mu Yuan said. We can conduct an impact resistance test, but what is certain is that the entire serpent path including the surrounding stable space is not so easily broken. Of course, only a few tens of meters around the serpent path in the tunnel is stable space, beyond that distance, one enters the true void filled with spatial turbulence and annihilation wind. Once the passers-by carelessly fall down there, well, they're done for. But that issue wasn't a big one. This isn't the peaceful Langsing, but the eternal world. What's a bit of usage risk for a space tunnel that stretches across 2 grand domains? A little flaw is normal. The World Tunnel Alliance would also inform those entering the tunnel in advance that if they fell into the infinite void due to their own reasons, well, the consequences were their own responsibility. The results of the test were somewhat surprising to the people of Hanyu once again. This space was exceptionally stable, such that even a legendary realm battle would hardly affect it. And that serpent path that accommodated the passage of people, well, even a full force strike from someone in the legendary realm could only smash the paving stones on it, leaving just a few traces on the serpent path. The space tunnel itself was very reliable. It is no wonder it was a passageway opened by sacrificing a public secret realm. Of course, even if the tunnel itself was very robust, the necessary patrolling personnel still had to be arranged. The patrol personnel were composed of elites from the 4 cities. For example, the elites of Hanyu City were responsible for the Hanyu Tianyuan Tunnel, the elites of Liashi City managed the Liashi Tianyuan Tunnel. According to this pattern, Tianyuan City needed to dispatch more elite warriors. The 3 city lords initially wanted to take over the burden of patrolling the tunnels, but Yuan refused. No problem, our Tianyuan City has a quite sufficient number of legendary realm and 4th order peak strong men. A bit more than sufficient. All the legendary and 4th order strong men combined from the 3 cities definitely did not amount to as many as in Tianyuan City. In comparison, Yuan was more concerned whether the Lord of Hanyu City next door could allocate enough strong men to maintain order, considering Hanyu City's known shortage of soldiers. Lord of Hanyu City, always feels like someone is looking down on him, must be an illusion. From planning to official establishment, the World Tunnel, connecting 2 great domains, took only a short 10+ days. The time was very short. Even within half a month, nobody knew what a world tunnel was, including Yuan himself. To the outside world, to the vast majority of ordinary lords and professionals, world tunnel was an extremely foreign term. The Tunnel Alliance also did not have time to carry out preliminary publicity and hype. But then, publicity? There was no need for that. A space tunnel that could traverse 2 domains was irreplaceable in the current Taishan Alliance. The city lords were never worried about the space tunnel being ignored, they only worried that it might be overwhelmed at times and whether order could be maintained. West Desolation Domain, the region of Kanglan Main City. Zhujian City. The Lord of Sword Casting was a very ordinary great lord, although he had managed his territory up to LV7 city level, he himself was still a mortal who had not attained the legendary realm. Below the legendary, all are mere ants. But the Lord of Sword Casting also had his own area of expertise, he excelled in forging, especially in forging precious swords. His superior forged swords had a small reputation throughout the region of Kanglan Main City. Relying on this skill, the Lord of Sword Casting was a guest of honor in many great domains. Even in the Elf Garden trading secret realm established by the Lord of Hanyu City, his status and position among many members were also in the top 10. With his own forged swords, the Lord of Sword Casting had made a good amount of earnings from many members of the secret realm, and also purchased rare materials from some foreign members. But the trading secret realm he relied on suddenly closed down. Without the public secret realm, how are we supposed to obtain the urgently needed high-order material, red gold intense firestone? This material, apart from being definitively produced in the West Desolation Domain, has no stable purchasing channels elsewhere. Of course, there wasn't just one public secret realm in Hanyu City. Within the Taishan Alliance, there were at least a dozen to 20 public trading secret realms. The most famous ones, their scale was hundreds of times that of the Elf Garden. However, everyone knew that these public secret realms operated on an invitation-only membership system, and one could only access them by obtaining the key to the secret region, visitor, issued by the secret realm master. Moreover, the keys were limited. Occasionally, keys of several top public secret realms leaked to the outside world, fetching astronomical prices. The Lord of Sword Casting was somewhat self-aware. After all, he was not a genius, becoming the Great Lord was purely due to his money-making abilities, and being able to enter the Elf Courtyard Mystery Territory was already a stroke of luck. Dreaming of entering a top-tier trading secret realm was entirely out of his league. Ada, any news from Hanyu City? Has the Courtyard secret realm reopened yet? No news to that effect, Lord. Hanyu City is just building something outside the city these days. The Lord of Sword Casting was somewhat anxious. Before long, his trusted general, Ada, was back again. Oh, is there news? The voice of the Lord of Sword Casting City rose involuntarily. Ada shook his head. There's no news about the secret realm, but a messenger from Hanyu City brought us an item, claiming that the world tunnel from Hanyu City has opened recently. It leads directly to Tianyuan City, Qingzhen City, and Liashi City. Moreover, with this secret realm membership certificate, our lordship's teams can enjoy a 10% discount when traversing the world tunnel. Lord of Sword Casting City. It seemed like he understood every word, but when put together, he could not comprehend the meaning. World tunnel? What's that? Tianyuan City, Qingzhen City, Liashi City? He remembered that Qingzhen City was in the Taixuan realm, and Liashi City was in the West Desolation domain. As for Tianyuan City, this lordship was only mentioned in legends, famous for its battle records but unseen by anyone. Rumor had it that Tianyuan City was moved deep into the wilderness after a calamity. How were these three cities connected to Hanyu City? Ada honestly said, I don't know either, I just repeated what the messenger from Hanyu City said. Lord of Sword Casting City. Of course, he didn't expect his loyal but somewhat slow-witted general to have an answer. He took the letter and opened it. After a while, the confusion on the face of the Lord of Sword Casting deepened. A space tunnel crossing the Great Domains? Does this really exist? However, the Lord of Hanyu City was truly a major figure standing atop Taixuan Peak. He wouldn't joke with a minor lord like himself. Moreover, if it were indeed possible to travel to outer domains, then, though doubtful, the Lord of Sword Casting didn't hesitate to say, prepare the carriage, we need to make a trip to Hanyu City. Hanyu City. This normally moderately inhabited large city seemed unusually bustling today. The Lord of Sword Casting traveled to the nearest official city by carriage, and after boarding the steel train and switching trains twice, he finally arrived at Hanyu City Station. The train door hissed as it slid to the side. Passengers streamed out in succession. Have you heard? Hanyu City now has a world tunnel station entrance, a path leading directly to outside domains. Really? Look at the trains heading to Hanyu City today, they are several times more than usual. If it wasn't for some major event, would there be so many people and goods flocking to Hanyu City? One-Handed Chamber of Commerce, Red Lotus Group, Medicine God Group, Juxuan Group, you can see all these major groups. The Lord of Sword Casting, hearing people's conversations around him, felt an even greater urgency. He wasn't here for sightseeing. He was on urgent business, urgently needing to purchase some high-order materials. Let's go. Quick. From the train station, they walked towards the city's outskirts. Not far outside the city, a large sign labeled World Tunnel Hanyu City Station was shimmering in the sunlight. The station covered a large area, with neatly arranged passages. Emergency pathways, small team pathways, large team pathways, individual pathways, merchant and transport group pathways. Here, travelers with urgent missions to various battle zones, carrying important tasks, not only got priority in processing qualifications but also were exempt from any travel fees. It seemed the merchant group's travel fees were the highest. The Lord of Sword Casting was not surprised. A miracle like the cross-domain tunnel would naturally have extremely high daily maintenance costs, and charging fees was natural, just like the steel train. It's just that without seeing it for himself, he still could hardly believe in the cross-domain tunnel. Or rather, found it hard to imagine. The Lord of Sword Casting, along with a few trusted aides, lined up at the small team pathway. About half an hour later, after processing their identities, they were notified of some precautions. Travelers must abide by the rules and regulations of the World Tunnel. Violators will at the minimum be blacklisted from tunnel access. In severe cases. This is, after all, the Eternal World, and the World Tunnel was jointly created by the four cities of Cold Moon City, Liashi City, Qingzhen City, and Tianyuan City. Probably no one is idle enough to want to test the limits here. Even now, above this particular station, hangs a legendary aura, as though it is barely palpable. Past the toll gate, what emerged before them was a vast intersection. Roads converged inside, leading straight to the end, where an archway over 10 meters wide stood. Ancient vines climbed up the doorframe, visibly surrounded by spatial ripples. Rippling, continuing, existing eternally. Passers-by who saw such spatial ripples couldn't help but swallow their saliva. How magnificent! Yet compared to the grand archway, the deep, serpentine tunnel that snaked below seemed even more formidable. Next group. The sword-casting city lord took a deep breath and strode forward. Instantly, the light dimmed, but not far along the serpent-like path, spherical lanterns hung, dispersing an orange glow. With this light, the sword-casting city lord could see further, those deep spaces that resembled surging dark tides. Truly, extremely dangerous vacuums. This was far more spine-chilling than standing on the edge of a cliff and peering down. The sword-casting city lord dared not look any more. Fortunately, there were railings built along both sides of the serpentine path. They hurriedly marched forward, also able to see groups advancing in the distance. Is this the tunnel that spans the space between two great domains? It's said that the deeper areas flickering with specks of silver light are the real vacuums filled with spatial torrents. If we fell in there, we'd probably disintegrate instantly. Very steady, as long as you don't do anything foolish. Look. There are also patrol teams from the 4 cities inside this tunnel. There were experts in ice blue armor, moving in groups, riding silver blue shuttles along both sides of the serpentine road. These were the masters from Cold Moon City. You could also see masters clad in silver armor, riding on the backs of magnificent azure birds, patrolling around. These must be the legendary masters from Yuan City. Not only were these extraordinary masters patrolling, but those who traveled through could also see beings who trod the air. These were legendary strong men. And not just one. Such supremely noble beings of the legendary realm were actually on duty inside this tunnel. For a moment, the sword-casting city lord and others felt almost too privileged. What merit did they possess to warrant protection by such legendary beings? Although they knew well that these dignified legends guarded the tunnel, immeasurable in value. Suddenly, a brighter light shone ahead, snapping back the attention of the still daydreaming, quietly discussing travelers. Had they, perhaps, reached the end of the tunnel? Brilliant light cascaded down, and all at once, the tumultuous noise burst forth, the sound waves crashing like waves, echoing by their ears. If not for staff continuously guiding and maintaining order, the sword-casting lord would have struggled not to just stand there, dumbfounded. Even so, they proceeded dazedly, like puppets being pulled by strings. The other teams were no different. The experience of traversing the space tunnel might be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Yet, is this Yuan City already? Legend has it that Yuan City is located deep in the wilderness, and I heard it's in the Twilight Dominion. Their journey through the space tunnel was, after all, too brief. How long was it? 8 minutes? 10 minutes? Such a short time to cross 2 great domains. Reason told them this was unreasonable. The environment before them clarified nothing. The space tunnel could indeed span vast distances, but 2 great domains. Sword casting? Old sword. A familiar voice suddenly reached the ears of the sword-casting lord. He looked towards the sound, and indeed it was an acquaintance, his old friend and significant business partner, the Red Copper Lord. But wasn't the Red Copper Lord a person from the West Desolation domain? They had communicated just yesterday, and the Red Copper Lord was still at home. Yet now he could meet up abroad. That meant... Holy shit! Don't tell me crossing a great domain now is as simple as visiting the next village over. Traveling across realms is simpler than traveling across villages. Such a joke nowadays actually carries a certain degree of truth. How long does it take to travel from Hanyu City to Liaoshi City? Even including the time for transfers, processing paperwork, and waiting in line, it never really takes more than half an hour to an hour. From the main city of the Agedness Great Domain, Kanglan Main City, to the main city of the West Desolation Domain, Sky Desolation Main City, it only takes a dozen or so hours. Just a short dozen or so hours. What about going to the neighboring villages? Most territories don't even have railway connections to their villages, and sometimes it's even hard to find a dirt road that a carriage can travel on. In this era, disasters and monsters are rampant in the wilderness, turning many areas into dangerous and high-risk zones. Traveling to small towns in nearby regions could sometimes take half a day, or even 2 to 3 days, which is perfectly normal. Yuan City is a central hub town. This town, which continues to expand, has already seen the construction of many magnificent buildings. The earliest buildings to rise were constructed by architects sent by Hanyu City, Kingzhen City, and Liaoshi City. At the time of contract signing, Mu Yuan gifted the deeds of some central town lands to the 3 city lords in the name of the Tunnel Alliance. After all, it's a matter of shared interest. This town, which will soon gather visitors from various domains, is an enormous cake, and Mu Yuan couldn't possibly hog it all. Besides, he couldn't handle it all on his own. Tianyuan City might have a strong combat power, but other areas are much weaker. The central town needs sufficient facilities and goods to sustain itself, otherwise, at best, it would only serve as a bustling transit hub. Regardless of what Hanyu City, Kingzhen City, and Liashi City manage, there's one thing they definitely can't run: the various miracle buildings with extraordinary effects. For this, Mu Yuan even spent a fortune to purchase many architectural drawings of miracle buildings, including functional, residential, and recreational ones. However, the core establishments built by the three cities themselves are quite extraordinary. The office for Hanyu City is a 66-meter-tall pagoda, serenely situated in the center of the town, not far from the tunnel station entrance. This was part of Mu Yuan's repayment to the Lord of Hanyu City. He had given Hanyu the majority of the land deeds, including several in prime locations. Symbolizing the base of Kingzhen City is an ancient-style building, adorned with pearl lights, as if the sound of ethereal music flows from within, invoking a yearning in one's heart. It's said that beneath the Lord Qing Xin, there is a troupe of sky sound musicians who are skilled in playing the zither, the flute, and are experts in tea and dance arts. The sky sound musicians conduct their business within this ancient building. Now that's a big draw. Apart from Kingzhen City, Lord Qing Xin has only built sky sound towers in a few major cities within Taixuan. This is clearly a significant boost to the township's attractiveness, which can make many passers-by stop and stay. A big move by Lord Qing Xin. The bunch of deeds he gifted to Lord Qing Xin might not only have avoided a loss, but also have turned a profit. Of course, that's a win-win situation. Lord Shepherd didn't need to trouble himself with construction, the central hub town's core competitiveness increased, Lord Qing Xin also profited a pretty penny, so isn't this a win-win-win? Mu Yuan was even tempted to take a look at the Sky Sound Tower. Of course, mainly because it is said that when Sky Sound Tower and Sky Sound musicians work together, they have the effect of cleansing the soul and enhancing spiritual power. Otherwise, how could just being good at singing and dancing, playing chess, and calligraphy, being good-looking, and treating people kindly attract so many powerful figures? The building arranged by Sword Lord Liashi for the central hub town is a simple brown structure, with many sword-shaped decorations hanging under the eaves of the building. Here, in addition to serving as the main residence and resting area for important personnel from Liashi City, it seems to also provide services related to sword refining and mind refining. Beyond the three major cities, in fact, the central hub town, before the commercial circle of the World Tunnel opened, had already seen some powerful merchants move in, such as White Shark Group, but not limited to White Shark Group. Of course, Mu Yuan couldn't attract so many strong and powerful merchants by himself, but together with the three lords of Hanyu and himself, their influence, if not covering half of Taixuan, must at least cover a small half. This is the meaning of alliance. Mu Yuan walked along the bustling town streets, disguised as an unremarkable and slightly handsome young man, nodding slightly. Not bad, if this continues, the future could be. We can't let this central hub town have a promising future. This world tunnel has only been open for a short time, and this small station town has become this lively. What will it be like in a few months? Among the crowd, a nondescript, dark-skinned burly man clenched his teeth. He is a direct subordinate of the Sky Dragon City Lord, the secret realm master of the Zhejiang Mountain Range. An outstanding trade secret realm. The Sky Dragon City Lord not only controls the Zhejiang Mountain Range, a top public secret realm, but also, relying on this realm, has established a massive group that controls multiple regions and a wide variety of goods. The Sky Dragon Group earned a fortune from this. Their Sky Dragon City, within the vast Taixuan Alliance, is also wealthy enough to be ranked in the top 10. Ignoring top-tier treasures and considering only ordinary wealth, they are definitely in the top 10. However, the entire business volume of Taixuan Alliance is fixed, and with the appearance of the World Tunnel and the establishment of the central hub town, their business of the Sky Dragon Group was visibly impacted. This won't do. That night, the dark-skinned man urgently contacted his own lord to report the situation. Chairman, what should we do? Maybe. His expression turned fierce. Among the four cities, Hanyu City, Liashi City, and Kingzhen City had notorious reputations, and he dared not provoke them. But Tianyuan City? Of course, he also dared not blatantly move against Tianyuan City, that would be treason. However, he could look for dirt on some central towns, or more directly, find flaws in the world tunnel. How could a spatial tunnel that spans the great domain and only takes 10 minutes to traverse not have major flaws? The greater the advantage, the greater the defect. That was an inevitable truth. Otherwise, this spatial tunnel would be too overpowered. There must be some mystery here that he had not yet uncovered. Seeing that his own boss did not object, the dark-skinned man knew what to do. Although unprepossessing in appearance, he was a dignified, powerful individual who had been immersed in the peak heaven and earth realm for 20 years. The dark-skinned man also possessed unique talents, which was why he often spied on business intelligence. As night fell, darkness deepened, yet the central town remained brightly lit and noisy. The construction site outside the town also operated 24 hours a day in 3 shifts without stopping. Only the central area of the town, which enclosed the transit point of the spatial tunnel, had an unnaturally eerie silence. The spatial tunnel was closed. After all, the tunnel had just opened for business today and many travelers had used it. It required routine maintenance. Elite warriors dressed in Yuan City's standard armor stood guard perfectly upright at each checkpoint. The dark-skinned man, blending into the darkness, his eyes shadowed without the slightest gleam, stared intently into the distance. He dared not use any techniques. Yuan City had world-class strong men. Despite his confidence in himself, the dark-skinned man did not have the confidence to escape from a world-class strongman's grasp. But he was just conducting a little preliminary investigation. In his hand, the dark-skinned man held a bottle with its lid off, pretending to stagger forward, his gaze casually sweeping around. Suddenly, the dark-skinned man paused, a warning flashing in his mind. This was his special talent alert. This passage must have a legendary strongman guarding it. He, not intimidated by ordinary legends and having excellent disguise skills, still faced the risk of exposure if he came into close contact with a legendary strongman. Let's change direction. Warning! 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 At 4 consecutive transit points, the dark-skinned man felt the premonition. A small tunnel station, and Yuan City had assigned 4 legendary realm guards? Were they free or what? Stay calm, this indicates the spatial tunnel is indeed fragile, and that's why Yuan City has assigned such noble legendary realm figures to such mundane guard duty. The dark-skinned man was not disappointed. Having traveled far and wide with his own Sky Dragon Lord, his broad experience allowed him to deduce that the core of the spatial tunnel was not here. To create a passage that crosses 2 domains and maintain it long-term, a massive device must support it. He needed to find this core device. Where could it be? The dark-skinned man wandered around the central town, feeling that the obvious core would not be within this town. Now that Yuan City has mobilized a lot of elite warriors to patrol, is this my chance? With this thought, he could no longer contain himself and silently slipped out of the central town. Outside the town, railroads snaked into the distance. On the wide road, lamp-posts shone bright lights through the night. This northward road was the main route to Yuan City. At this time, teams were also seen on the main road, mostly merchants preparing to conduct business in Yuan City. It was rumored that in Yuan City, one could interact with the ancient and massive force of the Star Luo Holy Palace and access many regions, taking shortcuts to some major countries. This was also a geographical advantage of Yuan City. Walking on this spacious and bright road, the dark-skinned man moved as if in utter darkness, barely noticeable. He passed by various merchant groups and adventure teams, sometimes following close behind a team, listening to conversations without raising any suspicions. Even though these teams included 4th-order limit strongmen, no one sensed anything amiss. The dark-skinned man, like a non-existent person, freely roamed this road, drawing ever closer to the distant city. Suddenly, a shiver ran through him, a warning emerging out of nowhere. At that instant, the dusky man completely stopped his steps, maintaining a state of utter stillness. He seemed to transform into a black rock, a pool of asphalt. After a dozen or so seconds, a breeze swept by. High above in the black curtain of the sky, a nearly undetectable figure slowly flew through the air, its gaze sharply sweeping over the land. It took a while for the warning in his heart to gradually subside. The dusky man let out a sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, a legendary realm, and with such keen eyesight, possessing scouting techniques. If I hadn't prepared earlier, there was a considerable chance I could have been spotted. Isn't it? Why does even such an ordinary road in Yuan City have patrols? Was it just a coincidence that a legendary realm passed by? Regaining his composure, the dusky man continued forward. He passed 2 rest stations. There were elite warriors standing guard and patrolling everywhere. These soldiers in Tianyuan City seem a bit too elite. Finally, the dusky man arrived outside the gates of Tianyuan City. Here the city walls were majestic, with numerous arrow towers towering high, and armored warriors and bow-wielding archers everywhere. Even as a legendary level peak strongman, he did not want to be mobbed by a group of elite masters, especially since this was just under Tianyuan City. The dusky man took a detour to a more secluded area outside the city wall, cautiously observing. Alarm! Alarm! Still, alarm! Almost as expected, all the city gates to the east, west, and north of Tianyuan City were guarded by legendary strongmen. He also deduced that there might be an enchantment in place. Sneaking in was no longer an option. Alright, let's go the proper way. To be honest, I'm not some fugitive on the run, I have official status on this visit to Tianyuan City. Just apply for entry, and walk in through the front gate. Plan approved. The dusky man circled back to the gate area of South City. This was the busiest gate with people continuously entering and exiting, and beside the gate, more bustling was the registration office handling temporary residence permits or territory citizen registration certificates. Even though it was late at night, there was still a considerable queue. This is good, the more people, the easier it is for me to blend in. Heaven is helping me. The dusky man honestly lined up at the end of the queue. The head of the registration office, Saint of Holy Light Tina, was reviewing the submissions. The dusky man's steps faltered, his gaze stealthily glancing at the registrar head, as his smile gradually faded. His internal alarm was quivering. Here again, another legendary realm. A noble, powerful being of legend overseeing something as trivial as new registrations? She was so inconspicuous. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the Lord of Tianyuan City would assign a legendary being to such an insignificant post? Could it be that this lady offended her own lord? Or is the Lord of Tianyuan City sick? The dusky man quietly and silently retreated farther away. Suddenly, a squad in Tianyuan City Security Bureau uniforms approached from a distance. A patrol squad from Tianyuan City's city wall also approached from another direction. A commercial caravan from Tianyuan City that was passing stopped suddenly. Alarm! 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 Several gazes, several faces looked over all at once. If his instinctive talent wasn't wrong, these were all invincibly strong legendaries. More legendaries. Has Tianyuan City got a bit too many in the legendary realm? The dusky man trembled. In a daze, he heard the clear sound of a bell. And then he completely lost consciousness. Tianyuan City, 9-layered netherworld. This netherworld had welcomed its greatest harvest since its establishment. In just a few days, numerous legendary realms gleefully secured their cells here. Yuan did not care about the identities or backgrounds of these legendary realms. Minor offenders simply waited for their behind-the-scenes powers to come and pay ransom, whereas those with more severe charges were either locked away permanently or killed outright, disregarding any complications. In Taishien's law, invading forbidden territorial zones was a serious crime. At the same time, in the top-tier public secret realm of Zhejiang Mountain Range. The main body of this secret realm was a mountain range that resembled a giant dragon lying across the land, adorned with many grand buildings faintly glowing with light, standing upon the range. Occasionally, one could even see legendary realms zipping through the mountains wielding the power of heaven and earth. Its scale, its area, was easily 10 times greater than that of Elf's Courtyard. At this moment, within a grand hall at the highest peak of the Zhejiang Mountain Range, grey smoke curled up, drifting through the vast hall like billowing dark clouds that encircled the spacious yet enclosed area and couldn't dissipate. Beneath the grey smoke, several highly influential strongmen sat in silence. After a long time, someone finally broke the silence. The Lord of Tianyuan City is being too greedy. Indeed, I heard that the World Tunnel was tinkered out by Tianyuan City. The impact on the Zhejiang Mountain Range secret realm has not been that massive yet, but it is foreseeable that our public realms will gradually lose their significance. And as for the Sky Dragon Group, our business is visibly affected. We must do something. But when it came to this topic, they fell silent again. What could they do? The world tunnel built by Tianyuan City could span 2 great domains, a true miracle. It was a ruling class technological advantage that they couldn't match. Tianyuan City possessed not just one, but several world-level strongmen, and the number of legendary realms was also astonishing. They couldn't compete. Led by Tianyuan City, the World Tunnel Alliance had even gained the support of the top-tier territories of Hanyu City, Liaoxi City, and Qingzhen City, becoming an extremely powerful conglomerate. They were even less of a match. They were completely outmatched. What could they use for comparison? The chairman of Sky Dragon Group, the master of the Zhejiang Mountain Range secret realm and the core figure of their interest group Sky Dragon City Lord, only possessed power nearly at the world-class level. For a moment, these highly influential and core members of the group were somewhat disheartened. Seeing their situation, the Sky Dragon City Lord could no longer maintain his silence. He spoke up. Tianyuan City has advantages, but not solely advantages. First, the world tunnel technology is indeed powerful, and I, the chairman, cannot refute that, but how many more space tunnels can Tianyuan City potentially open? The greatest likelihood is 0. The current 3 space tunnels are likely the limit that Tianyuan City's technology can maintain. Without a sufficient number of space tunnels, the influence of the World Tunnel Group cannot radiate endlessly. This was indeed true. However, it was merely an inability to completely radiate through all of Taixuan. The changes brought about by the current World Tunnel were already rather significant. The Sky Dragon City Lord continued, secondly, the Lord of Tianyuan City has alliances of interest, but do we not have any? Of course not. The Zhejiang Mountain Range, being a top-level public secret realm, dominated many trade channels in Taixuan, not merely because the Sky Dragon City Lord seized the opportunity early on. The Sky Dragon City Lord also had his own strong backers, allies, or, should say, a community of shared interests. This was the foundation that allowed him to amass wealth with impunity. Among these backers, the strongest was undoubtedly Lord Nanshan. This lord was a veteran strongman, from the same era as Lord Biting and one of the most formidable lords under the 4 pillars that supported the nation in Taixuan. The interests of Zhejiang Mountain Range and the Sky Dragon Group being compromised also amounted to losses for this South Mountain City Lord. He would inevitably take action. Mobilize all our connections. It's not as if we are powerless in a fight against the World Tunnel Alliance. Powerful enough for a fight? Ha, Sky Dragon truly overestimates itself. On a high pagoda, a burly man stood in front of the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casually tossing an opened letter onto a desk corner. He overlooked the distant mountains, where the clouds rolled and shifted amid the wind, constantly changing. Just like the land beneath the great tide destined to become entirely different. In this vast land, powerful territories were born from time to time, and equally, powerful territories declined. Sky Dragon City was not particularly special. Zhejiang Mountain Range is indeed one of the most significant trade secret realms in Taixuan, controlling many trade channels. The Sky Dragon City Lord is indeed wealthy enough to rival a country. My South Mountain City is indeed closely linked to the Sky Dragon Group as well. But the forces linked to his South Mountain City were not limited to the Sky Dragon Group alone. South Mountain City also had cooperation and interactions with Tianyuan City, and the Battle Armor General, who had previously been stationed in 10 Directions Island Domain, was a mighty warrior under the command of South Mountain City Lord. Sky Dragon City Lord was wealthy enough to rival a country, yet he had misused the massive wealth he amassed and had very limited personal power growth. He had long been on the wrong path. Some had long expressed discontent that the Sky Dragon City Lord monopolized many channels but did not engage in proper conduct. Or perhaps even without straying from the right path, being weak meant being weak. South Mountain City Lord couldn't understand where Sky Dragon got the courage to challenge Hanyu, Liaoxi, Qingzhen, and Tianyuan, these 4 lords. Was it this wealth, worthless in the face of their power? The importance of the Zhejiang Mountain Range was indeed significant but not the only one. Moreover, with the emergence of world tunnels, trade methods had already revolutionized. Yet the changes brought about by the world tunnels were not limited to trade either. Sky Dragon City Lord. Sorry, not familiar. An ordinary collaborator who can't figure himself out. He pondered and spoke to the air behind him. Have the left minister personally handle the cooperation with Tianyuan City. Time slipped by. In just a few cycles of the sun and moon, the world tunnels had sparked a tremendous upheaval within the Taixuan realm. Cross-domain. Tunnel. A 10-minute journey. These terms could never have been thought to fit together in the past. Yet today, they miraculously became reality. Many people, drawn by fame, converged towards Hanyu City, Liaoxi City, and Qingzhen City. Even though many among them were professionals who did not need to cross domains, they still wanted to see for themselves and expand their horizons. To cross a domain even once was an event worth remembering. For the vast majority of professionals, crossing to foreign domains was unheard of in their lifetimes. What was most important was that the transit fee for the cross-domain tunnels was not high, affordable for ordinary professionals, and not very burdensome. So, what reason was there to refuse a spontaneous cross-domain trip? Although, in reality, those professionals who truly needed to cross domains or wanted to see them were still just a very small cluster within the general populace. Yet, this small cluster's number was still incredibly huge. Sure enough, the World Tunnel, newly operational, had greeted a full-capacity crowd as planned. Bursting. Limited. Queued. In fact, if they allowed it, the World Tunnel could still accommodate more teams, it would just become a bit crowded. But crowdedness could lead to many unnecessary issues and would introduce some risks. Neither Mu Yuan nor the other city lords thought this was necessary. Mu Yuan had set a low price point for using the World Tunnel right from the start, charging only merchant caravans and transport squads a certain level of goods transit fees, which was still much cheaper than the transit through the public secret realm. What he wanted was to facilitate economic circulation through the World Tunnel and achieve deeper objectives. The tunnel just needed to operate normally. Once the operation of the World Tunnel entered a stable phase, there wouldn't be masses of travelers piling up, and ticket sellouts would naturally not occur. Meanwhile, with Tianyuan City as the lead, the four cities collectively established the operation team, which also prioritized those with genuine needs for transit quotas. In other words, professionals just there for fun had to queue for a longer time. If such arrangements were made on Langxing before connecting with the Eternal World, they would definitely face criticism. But in the Eternal World, it was perfectly normal. The four city lords had their reasons for setting such rules. For a time, professionals who converged but failed to buy a transit ticket naturally stayed within the cities of Hanyu, Liaoxi, and Kingshan. With a large influx of wealthy outsiders, the consumer economy subsequently soared. The Lord of Hanyu City almost split her lips grinning. Her foresight was so right. She would be rich very soon. With the surge of wealthy individuals into the three cities of Hanyu, the number of consumers in Tianyuan City was naturally even greater. The central hub town changed day by day, and many new shops opened in Tianyuan City, presenting a scene brimming with vitality. Compared to the booming economy of Tianyuan City, the Sky Dragon Group was having a tough time. Just as the Sky Dragon City Lord decided to mobilize a vast network, the Sky Dragon Group, and the Zhejiang Mountain Range Secret Realm faced one invisible heavy blow after another. Now, in the grandest building at the peak of the Zhejiang Secret Realm, the Sky Dragon City Lord had lost his composure from a few days ago. His hair was messy, his eye sockets sunken, and his eyes, wide with red veins. Logically, such a mighty soul from the soul realm, even if he went without sleep for dozens of days, would not have bloodshot eyes and yellowing rims. Unless he was utterly exhausted and had suffered a great shock. That was indeed the case for the Sky Dragon City Lord. The South Mountain City Lord terminated cooperation with us. How could this be? Even without a huge penalty fee, isn't this like cutting off their money tree? Sky Dragon Group had several major business deals about to be finalized, and those major partners suddenly postponed. The number of lords entering our Zhejiang Mountain Range Secret Realm has noticeably decreased these days. The keys to Zhejiang Secret Realm that we secretly circulated in the black market have sharply dropped in price and still haven't sold. We've received 28 accusations. 6 of our factories in the Dexian domain were suddenly sealed off. We. The Sky Dragon City Lord muttered to himself, growing increasingly agitated, suddenly spewing a mouthful of bright red blood. He clutched his heart, still unable to comprehend what exactly was going on. In one night, his Grand Sky Dragon Group seemed to face rejection from the entire world, with attacks coming one after the other, and before he could figure it out, the group rapidly declined. And it would continue to decline until it hit rock bottom. At this time, the Sky Dragon City Lord could hardly care about Tianyuan City or anything else, as he was struggling to save himself. At this moment, on a mountain in Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan stood in the tower of the City Lord's mansion, looking down at the thousands of household lights below, feeling very gratified. He was barely aware of the troubles of the Sky Dragon Group. He had heard bits and pieces but didn't care. Including those spies from the legendary realm who harbored bad intentions but were quickly caught and detained or killed on the spot. Mu Yuan handed them over to Lulu, Sophia, and Rakshasa to deal with. Nowadays, Tianyuan City, this small area, boasts patrols involving dozens of individuals from the legendary realm. Such a patrol lineup has already surpassed luxury and can be described as extravagant or even wasteful. Mu Yuan didn't care about waste. Wasn't he supposed to have many subordinates at the legendary realm? As for the targeting by great powers like the Tai-Xian alliance that previously held a monopolistic business status, he could just as well ignore them. His own power was already not insignificant, and forming alliances with strong entities like the Lord of Hanyu City and Sword Lord Liashi was precisely to avoid such nuisances. There you go, before the Tai-Xian alliance truly caught his attention, this massive interest group had already collapsed. That's the overwhelming trend brought about by technology and power. He hadn't even made a move yet. Moreover, the Sky Dragon City Lord, although wealthy enough to rival entire nations and possessing far greater wealth than the Lord of Hanyu City and Sword Lord Liashi, still did not possess world-level combat power. This was his limit. No matter how much wealth he had, it was just that. Wealth. Besides, in the eyes of those truly at the extreme peak, the Sky Dragon City Lord's wealth was just so-so. Ordinary wealth, no matter how abundant, was hardly enough to exchange for an epic treasure. Even if an interest group more powerful than the Sky Dragon City Lord emerged, Mu Yuan could still remain unconcerned. This time, he not only cooperated with Hanyu, Liashi, and Kingson, the three city lords, but also with the officials. The three city lords could represent the officials to a certain extent, but the ones who could truly represent the officials were of course the pillars of the nation. And this time, Mu Yuan's cooperative project with the officials was to construct a space tunnel leading to the core battlefield Sky Abyss. The battle zones created by the Tai-Xian alliance to contain the spread of the Red Mist Land include a not insignificant number of medium-sized battle zones. There aren't that many world tunnels that can be opened. But one can be opened, a tunnel leading to the most important battle zone. This is the top strategic value that the world tunnel can provide. Otherwise, the Logistics Development Department would need 1 to 2 months just to transport war materials to the front line, often accompanied by danger. With the World Tunnel, the Alliance can simplify the transportation of materials or the dispatch of personnel countless times over. A teleportation array couldn't transport so many people or materials. With the backing of the officials, many projects in Tianyuan City could be greenlit all the way, and targeting by interest groups like the Tai-Xian Alliance naturally needn't be a concern. At the same time, the opening of such a world tunnel also brings direct benefits to Tianyuan City. Not to mention the Logistics Department's procurement of war materials will prioritize purchasing from Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City certainly can't handle so many orders, but even being able to handle a slight portion would allow them to make a killing. They could not only earn soul crystal coins but also rake in a considerable amount of contribution points and merits. Promptly delivering supplies to the front line is naturally a military achievement. Tianyuan City wins and wins, partners win, and the future is bright for everyone together. But what Mu Yuan wants to win is not just these. How many transient populations do we have in Tianyuan City now? About 500,000. Ilo said, after all, the construction scale of our Tianyuan City is still not large enough, and previously, we have attracted a large number of new migrants. In a short time, the amount of population we can carry here is difficult to increase significantly. After all, Tianyuan City construction time was ultimately too short, and various infrastructures were not that abundant. Naturally, some professionals, seeing such a situation, would not stay long, choosing instead to move on to other places. Of course, with the settlement of a large number of groups, commerce chambers, and territory powers, the various constructions in Tianyuan City are also being completed at an extremely fast pace. For these group powers, Tianyuan City is currently in a golden investment period. They are even more concerned about it than Mu Yuan. 500,000 transient populations? That's quite a lot. Now that we have reached 300,000 territory citizens, there is no need to delay any longer. Go ahead with the territory promotion plan, Mu Yuan said. Mu Yuan opened the panel. Tianyuan territory. Level 6 territory, small city level. Territory promotion requirements. Number of territory citizens greater than or equal to 300,000, talent number surpassing 3,000. Possession of more than 5,000 units of professional soldiers, have more than 34th order leader strongmen or at least one legendary realm individual. Have at least 100 rare level miracle buildings, have at least 20 superior level miracle buildings or at least one epic building, have at least one type of troop building. Have at least 3 secret realms or at least one great secret realm. Area Security Index equals 75%. Territory Citizen Satisfaction Index equals 75%. Purified root of corruption numbers surpassing 100, purified high-order roots of corruption, polluted blood pool and the like, surpassing 10, purified top-tier roots of corruption, nest of filth/large filth blood pool, surpassing 1. Upgrade cost, soul crystals times 50,000. Ding! Notice, your territory Yuan territory has met the promotion criteria. Would you like to promote? Promotion from level 6 territory to level 7 large city level does not require any sort of promotion trial, which makes it somewhat simpler than the promotion from level 4 to level 5. That being said, the promotion conditions for a level 7 large city level territory are quite strict. For Yuan City, the most challenging promotion condition to meet was the population of 300,000. They had gathered for quite a while. Lord Shepherd still spent a large number of contribution points to purchase the necessary items, allowing him to attract a large population in such a short amount of time. Otherwise, they would have had to wait another 1, 2, or 3 years. The other conditions? 20 superior buildings? He already had more than a dozen epic-level miracle buildings in his home. But for the vast majority of senior city-level territories, coming up with 20 superior buildings was definitely a very difficult task. Superior miracle blueprints are precious items that not even soul crystals can buy. As for military exploits, exchange for contribution points? Most senior lords could only serve as 1-star frontier lords, and to earn enough contribution points to buy superior blueprints would certainly take no small amount of time. For most lords, indeed, it was about relying on time to gradually accumulate their own foundation, until they could meet the promotion requirements. Similarly, 30 leader-level powerhouses and 3 territory secret realms also required time to accumulate. Purifying the root of corruption was equally difficult. Especially the nest of filth or the large filth blood pools. The nest of filth could easily hatch hundreds of 4th-order leader-level monsters, and it was not impossible to hatch legendary realm monsters. The nest of filth that Yuan territory had campaigned against in the early years was just a newly born, fledgling nest. If the nest of filth were allowed to grow, the entire territory of Stone Ridge Town would have long been destroyed. Large filth blood pools typically only existed within the strongholds of overlord powers such as the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. It was impossible for senior lords to challenge terrible overlords like the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. However, purifying polluted blood pools could be achieved with mixed assistance. As long as one could catch the coattails of legendary lords, meeting this condition wouldn't be too difficult. For Yuan City, all the above conditions were not a problem, what they possessed was even 100 times the requirement for promotion. Promote. As soon as the thought fell. Immediately, the soul crystals, which had been stockpiled in several large warehouses and prepared in advance, were depleted in a whoosh. These soul crystals transformed into the purest force, merging into the territory. This force was merely a catalyst. At the same time, the heavenly and earthly great power descended. Ding! Notification: your territory Yuan territory is in the midst of promotion. Invisible changes began. In places not visible to the naked eye, the land of Yuan City was rapidly expanding, and the borderlines were speeding outward. And to the naked eye, if someone was at the edge of Yuan City's territory at this time, they would notice that strands of red mist in the distance were quickly dispersing. Within the boundaries of miracle territory, all corruption was cleansed. Expansion. 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 A normal territory, even one with military species buildings, would only be expanding these lands. And Yuan City. Along with the basic land expansion, there were also 4 major military species building semi-mystic realms expanding. Rumbling. Deep in the skeleton cemetery, the earth cracked open like it was breaking into the void, constantly carving out new black soil from the void. The soil was filled with a cold breath, and segments upon segments of gleaming white bones surfaced one after another. Deep within the Royal Gunners Association, the land expanded, and empty yet still majestic buildings rose from the ground. Deep in Treeman Forest, it was like the earth dragon turning over, the constantly shaking ground gave rise to new sprouts breaking through the soil. The sprouts rapidly grew into large trees, lush and full of vitality. These changes mostly happened deep within secret realms. The World Vine secret realm also took this opportunity to absorb the void power tremendously. This already expanding great secret realm grew even faster. At the same time, outside the secret realm, the South City district of Yuan City was bustling with excitement. Have you guys noticed anything? What? I feel like something has happened. The power of heaven and earth seems to have become richer. A four-order prodigy spoke somewhat uncertainly. As soon as his words fell, he saw a sturdy ancient tree not far away growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tree's leaves became more clear and translucent, and upon them seemed to condense plump, mouth-watering fruits that looked like treasures. And that wasn't the only ancient tree undergoing change at the same time. Tianyuan City seemed to be bathed in a rich breath of life, and one after another, ancient trees were sublimated. Meanwhile, whoosh! The great river bisecting the city roared even more turbulently. Fish leaped from the surface of the river, their scales shimmering in the sunlight. The fish seemed nourished by some power, growing more elongated, embodying aerodynamic beauty. Their tail fins arced upward as two whiskers grew out, resembling those of a dragon. These were dragonfish. One by one, the fish sprung above the water's surface, casting splashes. Most of the fish fell back into the surging river after their leap, but some transformed, giving birth to one dragonfish after another. It was precisely the time for fish to leap through the dragon's gate. Such a sight had not been seen in a century. Countless people gathered to watch, countless others took photographs. Powerful professionals constantly marveled, and even those from the legendary realm passing by admitted it was their first time witnessing such a spectacle. Yuan was also somewhat surprised. Normally, when a territory advanced, there wouldn't be such pronounced external changes. Perhaps, as Tianyuan City is being elevated, the power of the territory has grown so much that some of it has overflowed. Under the influence of heavenly and earthly great power, some miraculous changes have taken place. Tianyuan City is advancing. Professionals who were passing through Tianyuan City to do business or for leisure, were either already outstanding among their peers or were outright lords or senior lords. Through various phenomena, they quickly deduced that the Tianyuan territory was advancing. Before this, Tianyuan City was at LV6, so does this mean it is now advancing to a senior city-level territory of LV7? It's only been 2 years since the Lord of Tianyuan City established the city, and he's already advancing to Great Lord. However, given the force the Lord of Tianyuan City possesses and the accomplishments he has made, far exceeding most great lords, him becoming a great lord now isn't really a surprise. Well, we can't call it a surprise, but this evolution of ancient trees and fish leaping through the Dragon's Gate is indeed a rare scene. Is the advancement to a level 7 territory so remarkable? That's not usually the case. I have seen the advancement of level 9 territories and they didn't have these phenomena. Maybe Tianyuan City has some special buildings or some unique power. While people discussed and were amazed, it was just that. Amazement. After all, the advancement of a territory had nothing to do with them. They had seen territory advancements before. Major territories, or rather, almost all great territories would not close off and lock down, the only difference was to what degree they were open. Naturally, the process of a territory's advancement was not a secret. Strong, wandering professionals who had seen numerous territory advancements firsthand, including that of great territories. Although the Lord of Tianyuan City was powerful, the advancement of Tianyuan territory from LV6 to LV7 was nothing special. Of course, being fortunate enough to witness a territory's advancement and such marvels, was also a fine topic of conversation. People looked towards the distance. The mighty river flowed on, clouds and mists ethereal. The advancement of the territory neared its end as the heavenly and earthly great power bestowed a luminous baptism. Each soldier of Tianyuan's direct lineage bathed in the radiance, their aura climbing instantaneously. The local citizens of Tianyuan City also received their share of heaven and earth's gift, their faces alight with joy, their spirits lifted. Witnessing this scene, professionals and lords from various regions felt a tinge of envy. Suddenly, their expressions changed subtly, their eyes filled with shock and delight, hardly believing it. Is this a baptism? Can we also receive the heaven and earth baptism? The great force cascaded down like a waterfall. Most of it poured into the soldiers of Tianyuan City, but the remnants, like a gentle drizzle, nourished every living being on the land. Including visitors from all over, including each blade of grass, each flower, each leaf. Some saw their aura skyrocket, breaking through bottlenecks. Others found their hidden wounds healed, feeling a newfound ease. They looked up to the azure sky, they gazed at the surging river, the changing peaks, their emotions as high as the waves, as grand as the mountains. They were joyful, grateful, their feelings like the tide. This surge of intense emotions gathered together, bits and pieces, tufts and tufts of miracle light began to rise and then converge. Just like the turbulent river, this miracle river was also majestic, upon which miraculous flowers were about to bloom. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.